Once a legendary esports player who dominated the competitive scene, he was blacklisted for 3 long years simply for opposing nuclear contamination. As the first test of Divine Realm began, an ethereal female voice echoed across the skies of Blue Star, drawing billions of players to gaze upwards in awe. On the bustling streets of Pingcheng and Huaxia, heated discussions filled the air. Players lamented the disastrous beta test, which left Dasha players struggling in the Divine Realm's national war, on the verge of losing the imperial capital, Shanjing, to Fusang players. Even more infuriating was the fact that Dasha players had not won a single national fortune reward, forced to watch helplessly as players from other countries grew exponentially stronger. Some defended the beta testers, pointing out that they had faced immense challenges. Not only were Dasha players randomly assigned to starting villages guarded by the most powerful bosses, but they also endured relentless suppression by alliances of players from other nations. Considering the circumstances, maintaining the current situation was already a remarkable feat. As the debates gradually subsided, the crowd began to shift its focus to the upcoming public test, which promised 300 million player slots. Inside a rundown rental apartment, Suhan listened to the commotion outside his balcony, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes filled with a deep, unwavering determination. Ever since the hyperrealistic national fortune game Divine Realm descended upon Earth a year ago, the world had quickly entered an era of universal participation. As for him, once hailed as Sugod, a world-class esports champion, his career had been crushed when he openly opposed Fusang's nuclear wastewater discharge. Fusang's government retaliated by suppressing him, resulting in a 3-year ban. What pained Suhan even more was the betrayal by his former boss, Qin Hao, the owner of his gaming company. Qin Hao, now a traitor who had taken Fusang's citizenship, not only falsely accused Suhan of cheating but also personally expelled him from the esports world. Following Fusang's directives, Qin Hao blacklisted Suhan and targeted all prominent players who opposed the nuclear wastewater discharge. Just then, an unexpected message broke the silence. The system had detected Suhan's SS-level gaming talent and directly granted him a slot in the Divine Realm public test. 10 minutes later, a brand new gaming pod arrived at his door. Entering the vividly lifelike Divine Realm lobby, Suhan chose the game ID Su Rua Han. After undergoing a talent assessment, the system astonishingly assigned him an SS-level hidden class Nuclear Pollution Mage. This class granted him abilities that inflicted real nuclear contamination damage on enemies while causing irreversible mutations. As he read through the skill descriptions, a wave of vengeful excitement surged in Suhan's heart. If Fusang was so obsessed with nuclear pollution, he would ensure their players experienced its horrors firsthand. When the guide NPC prompted him to choose his starting location, Suhan unhesitatingly selected a beginner village in Fusang. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1. Welcome to the Divine Realm of myriad races. A blinding white light flashed, and Suhan opened his eyes. Before him lay a simple yet quaint Japanese-style village, while in the distance stood 4 other starter villages, each representing a different civilization. In this public beta test of the Divine Realm online game, 3 billion players were scattered across 3 million starter villages, each housing around 300 players. The village was bustling with noise, filled with the shouts of Japanese players. Baka, gather in the Kyoto district. Dame, stay away, you gross otaku. Onaikin, sweet and gentle 36D here, looking for a sponsor. Some even shouted, Amatera Susama, bless our great nuclear nation. Observing the chaotic crowd, Suhan's lips curled into a cold smirk. As an SS-ranked water mage, he not only enjoyed a 100 movement speed bonus, but also possessed the ability to inflict nuclear contamination effects. Even as a level 1 novice, he could initiate PK player killing in the wild, with the only penalty being a red name status, which barred him from returning to town or using healing items. In the wild, groups of Japanese players were already farming monsters. Most were from class or lower professions, with only a few class players scattered among them. At that moment, 3 Japanese players surrounded a female player with the ID Li Qingmei. A great Xia player? What are you doing here? The group of Japanese players glared menacingly as they interrogated her. Li Qingmei looked bewildered, regret filling her heart. It was her first time playing an online game, and she had mistakenly chosen the Japanese starter village. To make matters worse, during the beta test, players couldn't log out of the game, and once a starter village was selected, even deleting the account wouldn't allow for a change. Heh, since Great Xia is sanctioning our country, you can pay the price for them. Kill her, then have some fun with her. The 3 Japanese players sneered lewdly as they began their assault on Li Qingmei. Just as Li Qingmei shut her eyes in despair, 3 sharp splashes rang out. Splash, splash, splash as Suhan's water spheres struck the 3 attackers with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, a yellow trefoil radiation symbol appeared above their heads, while a sickly yellow-green smoke enveloped their bodies. Baka, what is this? The searing pain sent the 3 players writhing on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. With the game's sensory feedback set to 100 realism and no adjustments allowed, this close-range nuclear radiation felt as excruciating as the real thing. Despite the agony, they attempted to retaliate. An archer fired arrows, and a warrior charged forward. But with every movement, the intense pain from the nuclear radiation doubled, rendering their bodies nearly uncontrollable. Taking advantage of his superior movement speed, Suhan continuously refreshed the nuclear contamination effect on them. 30 seconds later, the nuclear contamination symbols on their heads detonated in a miniature explosion. The three players were obliterated into pieces, reduced to white light as they respawned back in the starter village. System notifications immediately popped up. First player kill achieved. Nuclear contamination duration increased by 0.1 seconds. You have killed players in PK status. No penalties for this kill. Suhan continued moving forward, his ears catching the notification sound from the Divine Realm system. The deaths of 3 enemy players had granted him 0.3 seconds of nuclear contamination growth time. Since the 3 were killed while attacking Li Qingmei and were in a PK state, Suhan did not receive a red name penalty. What a pity, Suhan muttered, scanning his surroundings. Since I didn't get a red name, let's keep going. The nearby enemy players, having witnessed the brutal demise of their comrades, now stared at this mysterious figure with terror in their eyes. To them, he appeared as a tall, lean man with hidden information, a cold and unyielding expression, and eyes that burned with a chilling intensity. Who is this guy? What's that horrifying ability? Why can't we see his name? Panicked whispers rippled through the crowd. Time for you all to join the glorious evolution, Suhan said with a smirk, forming spheres of nuclear contaminated water in his hands. Without hesitation, he began hurling them at the surrounding players. Run. It's nuclear waste. Don't let it hit you. Even a Brank Thunder swordsman hesitated to step forward. Players struck by the contaminated water writhed in agony, the Divine Realm system perfectly simulating the searing pain of nuclear contamination. Help. It hurts so much. Why does it feel this real? I swear, they'll never support nuclear wastewater dumping again. I was wrong. Explosions echoed across the area as one enemy player after another disintegrated into white light under the micronuclear blasts. For every player he killed, Suhan's nuclear contamination duration increased by 0.1 seconds. With his incredible speed, he darted through the village, targeting every enemy in sight with precision, leaving chaos and suffering in his wake. Before long, all 100 players in the starting village had been wiped out. Suhan's nuclear contamination timer had increased by a full 10 seconds, reaching a total of 30 seconds. The system notified him that he had now entered a severe red name status, restricting him from using potions or teleporting to towns for the next 3 hours. Suhan glanced at the blood-red, anonymous player tag above his character and shrugged off the penalties. With his SS tier starting class, such restrictions were trivial to him. Lying on the ground, Li Qingmei had witnessed the entire scene unfold, utterly stunned. Oh my god, this guy is incredible. She scrambled to her feet and rushed over to Suhan. Can I join your team? Suhan gave her a quick once-over, noting her rank class, and shook his head. You should head back to the Huaxia starting village. It's too dangerous here. Understanding his words, Li Qingmei turned to leave, but slyly sent him a friend request before departing. Suhan accepted Ithis' first friend in the Divine Realm. With that, he turned toward the wilderness. Having already wiped out the village, there was no point in lingering. Every minute of the early game was precious, especially when the Miyazaki Corporation and Qin Hao had invested heavily in the Divine Realm. The moment they discovered him, they would stop at nothing to hunt him down. He'll come back for you all once you've leveled up and can drop better loot. That's how you farm efficiently, Suhan thought, clenching his fists as he resolved to grow stronger. His ultimate goal was to uproot Qin Hao and the Miyazaki Corporation, and he wouldn't mind making the entire enemy nation taste the wrath of nuclear waste in the process. Meanwhile, the surviving players regrouped, their faces twisted with rage. That guy must be from Dasha. He was speaking Daxia's language. It's just because his starting class is overpowered. Once we level up, we'll gather all 100 of us and hunt him down. We'll kill him 100 times over until he quits the game. Suhan stepped into the open wilderness, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. A few isolated enemy players were farming monsters. A slight smirk played on his lips as he conjured a water orb, which struck with pinpoint accuracy, instantly sending them back to the newbie village. Amidst their piercing screams, the enemies exploded into a bloody mist and dissolved into white light. Scanning the other newbie villages, Suhan noticed players struggling to hunt level 1 wild chickens, toiling relentlessly for a meager amount of experience points. He shook his head. Though his SS grade nuclear contamination starting class allowed him to effortlessly annihilate all level 1 enemies, the 100 or so enemies in the village would undoubtedly join forces against him once they leveled up together. The priority was to quickly level up by challenging higher-level monsters to maintain his dominance over the enemy village. The Nuclear Contamination class not only satisfied Suhan's thirst for destruction but also came with a unique perk. Players exposed to 10 or more layers of nuclear contamination would mutate, dropping attribute points upon death. This meant that by killing the same enemy 10 times in a row, Suhan could absorb their attribute points. It was practically a cheat code. With this in mind, Suhan resolutely decided to head toward the high-level monster zones. Unbeknownst to him, a 10-man enemy squad was stealthily trailing behind, their eyes burning with vengeful hatred. Their leader, Fujimoto Genji, gritted his teeth. That Dasha player dares wreak havoc in our village? He won't get away with this. He ordered his team to keep close watch on Suhan, ready to strike as soon as they reached level 2. Among the squad was even a black player who had joined the enemy faction out of infatuation with a cherry blossom girl. When Suhan's figure disappeared into the high-level monster area, the enemy's squad halted. As his teammates looked at him in confusion, Fujimoto Genji sneered. The monsters in Divine Realm are all nightmare-level difficulty. No newbie can successfully challenge them out of their league. By the time he's killed and sent back, we'll already be level 2. With that, he led the group back to hunt wild chickens. Venturing deeper into the forest, Suhan encountered increasingly diverse monsters. Level 2 snakes, level 3 porcupines, level 4 giant spiders, and level 4 wild deer. He pressed on until he reached the level 6 monster zone, where he finally stopped to carefully examine the stats of a wild dog. Health, 800. Physical attack, 50. Physical defense, 30. Magical defense, 30. Movement speed, 5. Attack speed, 5. Skill. Ambush launches a surprise attack from the bushes, dealing 180 physical damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Suhan quickly calculated. With his current 100 HP, the wild dog could kill him in just 2 hits. However, the true damage from his nuclear contamination skill ignored defenses, giving him the confidence to challenge a monster 5 levels higher. Without hesitation, he launched a water orb at the wild dog. A yellow, triangular radiation symbol appeared on its body, emitting a sickly greenish-yellow mist. The nuclear contamination inflicted 2 points of true damage per second, coupled with the nuclear heat effect. Using his superior movement speed, Suhan kited the wild dog, attacking while staying out of its range. After 30 seconds, the nuclear contamination triggered a micronuclear explosion, dealing an additional 30 true damage. Repeating this tactic, he gradually whittled down the wild dog's HP to single digits, with the final explosion finishing it off. The system notification chimed. Defeated a level 6 wild dog, gaining 27 experience points, 18 base, 9 bonus for outleveling. Defeating a monster 5 levels higher triggers class growth. Nuclear contamination damage increased to 2.5 points. Inspecting the wild dog's corpse, Suhan found a white treasure chest. Inside, he discovered 2 copper coins worth 200 yuan and a piece of equipment. Doghide vest, poor quality, durability 10, physical defense 5, HP 5, no equip requirements. Thanks to the nuclear contamination's true damage, Suhan could now kill a wild dog in just 5 minutes. As he continued farming, the contamination's damage steadily increased. By the time he defeated his 4th wild dog, the damage had climbed to 5 points per second, with each layer dealing a total of 450 true damage. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped him as the system announced he had reached level 2, earning 5 free attribute points. Suhan felt a twinge of regret. Only monsters 5 levels higher than him could further enhance his nuclear contamination damage, and wild dogs no longer qualified. Checking the village leaderboard, he realized he was the first player to reach level 2. Thrilled by the exponential increase in his damage output, Suhan eagerly allocated his attribute points and set off in search of even stronger prey to continue his ascent. Suhan's initial attribute panel was laid out clearly before his eyes. As an SS-grade Nuclear Contamination Mage, he had 210, 8300 health points and 1155 mana points. His base stats included 200 points of strength, granting him 10 points of physical attack, 5 points each in stamina and agility, providing 10 attack speed and 7 movement speed. Thanks to his innate water element growth, his spirit attribute reached 20, contributing 10 points of magical attack and 200 mana points. Meanwhile, his 10 points in constitution added 10 points of dual defense and 100 health points. His equipment was modest, to say the least. A plain dogskin vest and an empty storage space with a 0-10 capacity stood out in his gear slots. His skill panel showed just one ability, a level 1 basic waterball spell. But what truly set him apart was his SS-grade hidden class trait. Every bit of damage he dealt would carry a nuclear contamination effect. Each stack inflicted 5 points of true damage per second for 30 seconds. If the enemy moved during contamination, they would suffer an additional 5 points of nuclear heat true damage. And when a stack expired, it triggered a miniature nuclear explosion, dealing 150 points of true damage. The contamination damage is already at 5 points. Suhan beamed as he examined his stats. With nuclear heat and the explosion, that's 15 true damage per second. After careful consideration, he allocated his 5 free attribute points. 4 went into agility, raising his movement speed to 10, and the remaining point went into constitution. Turning toward the dense forest, Suhan climbed over a hill and discovered a hidden valley. In the center, robust wild oxen were leisurely grazing on the lush grass. Wild ox. Level 7. Health 1500. Physical attack 60. Physical defense 100. Speed 6. Special skill. Wild charge deals 150 physical damage and trampling damage, with a 1.5-second stun effect. 1500 health and a stun? How is this supposed to be a beginner monster? Suhan muttered to himself, marveling at the absurd difficulty of God's domain. He quickly found a vantage point and hurled a water ball down from the cliff. A yellow, triangular nuclear contamination icon lit up on the ox's body. The wild ox raised its head in confusion, scanning for the source of the attack. Its gaze locked onto Suhan perched on the cliff, and with an earth-shaking bellow, it charged headlong into the rock face, sending debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Fujimoto Genji's party was moving cautiously through the nearby forest. What was that noise? A black player asked, frowning. That's the level 7 Wild Ox Valley, Fujimoto sneered, smacking the back of his teammate's head. Forget about that Dasha player. He's probably hiding somewhere. Focus up, Nige. This elite gear set of mine cost me 10 grand. If I die, the whole team loses their bonus. Back on the cliff, Suhan nimbly darted along the edge, keeping the enraged ox at bay while steadily stacking nuclear contamination effects. Each time one stack expired, another replaced it. Soon, the entire ox was glowing a sickly yellow-green, its body trembling under the cumulative damage. Finally, with a deafening roar, it collapsed in a burst of nuclear energy. A series of system notifications popped up. You have slain a wild ox. Gained 33 experience points base. 22 overlevel bonus. 11. Nuclear contamination damage 1. Current. 6. It was the 6th creature he had taken down, and his contamination damage had now skyrocketed to 11 points. When his experience crossed the 300 threshold, another notification appeared. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 3. Gained 5 free attribute points. As Suhan examined his spoils a pair of cowhide boots that increased movement speed by 2 and 5 copper coin, she couldn't help but scheme. If only I could die a few times to reset my level and keep stacking contamination damage. But the real surprise came when he achieved a milestone after defeating 4 wild dogs and 6 wild oxen. Special effect unlocked. For every 10 monsters defeated that are at least 5 levels above you, gain 1 super contamination opportunity. You can apply nuclear contamination to any target, causing mutation. What kind of power does this super contamination hold? Suhan wondered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suhan stood motionless, his mind racing with thoughts. As he pondered the possibility of pollution-induced mutations, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Turning around, the sight before him made his breath catch. Standing there was a massive beast, 4 meters in length and 2 meters tall. Its colossal form rivaled a small mountain, and each step it took sent tremors through the ground. Its blood-red eyes, large as tennis balls, glared menacingly at Suhan. A system notification chimed in. You have provoked the elite bosking of wild bulls. Every hair on Suhan's body stood on end as the system displayed the boss's stats in detail. Name: Elite Boss King of Wild Bulls. Description: a slumber-loving bull. Do not disturb under any circumstances. Level: 7. HP: 20,000. Attack: 250. Defense: 150. Movement speed: 25. Skill set: 1. Rampage. Charges at high speed, capable of changing direction mid-charge, dealing 150 physical damage and stunning the target. 2. Rage. Activates when HP drops below 50, increasing attack and defense by 50. 3. Bull Song. When HP falls to 10, restores 20 health and gains 3 seconds of invincibility. Seeing these stats, Suhan's face darkened. A boss of this caliber would require a team of 100 players to even stand a chance. Worse still, the bull's movement speed was 10 points higher than his own. Without hesitation, Suhan sprinted toward the mountain peak, pushing himself to escape the combat zone. Only when he was certain he was out of danger did he stop to catch his breath. Just then, a black assassin player bumped into him. The man froze, staring at the commotion in the Wild Bull Valley before locking eyes with Suhan. Recognizing his Asian features, the assassin's expression twisted into arrogance. Hey, you yellow-skinned monkey, explain what's going on here, the assassin, whose name tag read Nig, barked condescendingly. Suhan chuckled softly, saying nothing. Instead, He flung a contaminated water orb at the player and walked away. How do you know my name? You dare fight back? Nig's voice quickly turned into a shriek of agony. No. Help. You're that village-slaying Dasha player. A strange burnt odor soon filled the air. A figure shrouded in yellow-green smoke lunged at Suhan, only to be consumed by an even stronger wave of nuclear radiation. With a final scream, the man disintegrated into chunks of flesh before respawning at the revival point in a flash of white light. Leader, that radioactive guy is here. It's him. You have to avenge me. Nig wailed at the respawn point. Useless. Fujimoto Harajiro, the group leader, snarled. Give me his coordinates immediately. Meanwhile, Suhan continued hunting monsters, determined to clear the beginner village of creatures that could stack nuclear contamination damage before dealing with the foreign players. After all, more loot would drop this way. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air toward him. A group of foreign players emerged from the forest, surrounding Suhan. At the forefront, Fujimoto Harajiro sneered as he stepped closer. You damn Dasha player. We've all leveled up to 2. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Today is the day you die. The other players cracked their knuckles in anticipation, their bodies shimmering with elemental auras, a clear sign of their awakened class traits. In such a hurry to die? Suhan smirked, casually tossing a water orb at each of them before continuing on his way. To him, increasing nuclear contamination damage was the priority. Killing? That was just a minor inconvenience. The foreign players were about to give chase when they realized something was horribly wrong. Their health began to plummet. The damage per second had skyrocketed from 1 to 11 points, and any movement doubled the rate. Why is the damage so high? His contamination can grow stronger? Agonized screams filled the air as 9 foreign players writhed on the ground in pain. Amaterasu, save us. What is this cursed thing? Nuclear contamination? How can there be nuclear contamination in the divine realm? I can't take it anymore. Just kill me. They tried to pursue Suhan, but their slower speed left them helpless as the damage continued to escalate. By now, the contamination had evolved into something terrifying. 11 points of true damage per second, doubling to 22 points when moving, and culminating in a devastating 30-point mini-nuclear explosion. At this stage, the player's health is barely 200 to 300 points, making it impossible to endure the searing effects of nuclear contamination. Those enemies, after suffering through hellish torment, burst one by one into pools of blood, dissolving into white light and being teleported back to the beginner's village. Suhan paid no attention to the fate of these enemies, focusing instead on finding more monsters to stack the effects of nuclear contamination. He ventured to the other side of the mountain slope, where a dense, primeval forest stretched before him. Towering trees blotted out the sky, and from deep within came the chilling howls of wolves and the roars of wild beasts. It was clear this was a haven for predators. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past Suhan's vision, chasing a panicked deer. He immediately pulled up the target's data. Jungle Hyena. Level 9. HP 1400. Attack 200. Defense 95. Speed 20. Skill Rear Assault A backstab attack dealing 160 physical damage, with a chance to inflict severe injury, 10-second cooldown. Special note, extra caution is advised to protect your rear. Seeing this unsettling skill description, Suhan couldn't help but shiver. In Divine Realm's 100 realistic sensory experience, the consequences of such a skill were simply unimaginable. Worse still, the game didn't allow players to lower the intensity of these sensory experiences. Even forced encounters were fully simulated. Falling victim to the hyena's attack here would undoubtedly be more excruciating than in real life. Fortunately, Suhan's mobility was already quite impressive. He weaved effortlessly between the towering trees, shaking off the relentless pursuit of the hyena. He remained focused on accumulating nuclear contamination damage, his thoughts drifting to the Bull King boss in Wild Ox Valley. The mere thought of the nuclear contamination effects reaching a game-changing threshold after defeating the boss filled Suhan with anticipation. If he could further enhance the true damage of the contamination and increase his movement speed just a bit more, he could kite the Bull King to death using Hitandran tactics. Once the double-layered nuclear contamination stacked, those enemies would undoubtedly wish they were dead. Before long, he spotted a new target. Jungle Rhino. Level 8. HP 2000. Attack 80. Defense 310. Speed 10. Skill Reckless Charge temporarily increases speed by 5 points. A charging attack dealing 200 physical damage, piercing the target and causing a bleeding effect, 10-second cooldown. Special note, proactive engagement is not recommended. The Rhino had a defense value as high as 301, but for Suhan, who had mastered the nuclear contamination skill, it was as good as useless. He swiftly climbed the sturdiest tree nearby and aimed at the Rhino below, releasing a water orb. The power of nuclear contamination had grown to deal 11 true damage per second. Combined with the triple amplification effects of nuclear heat and nuclear explosion, a single layer of contamination could inflict 990 damage on the rhino. With just 2 layers stacked, it would be enough to kill it outright. Ding! The system notification chimed. You killed a rhino and gained 28 experience points. Overlevel kill bonus, 50 experience, an additional 14 points. Another notification followed. Defeated a wild creature 5 levels above you. Class growth triggered. Nuclear contamination damage 1. Current damage, 12 points. A faint smile appeared on Suhan's lips. He thought to himself that as long as he kept stacking nuclear contamination damage, he could poison any creature to death. Just then, something unexpected happened. A blue treasure chest suddenly burst out of the rhino's corpse. It was an elite rhino chest, an ultra-rare drop from level 8 elite creatures in the beginner's village. The drop rate was so low it was almost impossible. Perhaps his consistent over-level kills had brought him such incredible luck. Staring at the elite chest, an idea sparked in Suhan's mind. His super contamination could mutate any target. What if it could even affect the treasure chest? Driven by curiosity, he decided to test it out and used super contamination on the chest. In an instant, a thick yellow-green toxic gas surged from his palm, enveloping the elite chest entirely. A prominent yellow nuclear hazard symbol appeared on the chest surface. System notifications began to ring out in succession, showing that the chest was undergoing mutation, with its true drop rate increasing by 1.2 each time. After 10 mutations, the total bonus drop rate reached an astonishing 57. The chest was now completely transformed, resembling a piece of warped, multicolored, burnt pottery. Suhan carefully analyzed the mutation mechanism. Since the current nuclear contamination stacking limit was 1 layer, super contamination could trigger 10 mutations. Each mutation's effect was tied to the current true damage of nuclear contamination 12 points, adding a 1.2 bonus drop rate per stack. The saying "the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation" had never felt more relevant. By continuously enhancing nuclear contamination, he could use mutation to obtain anything he desired. Unable to wait any longer, Suhan opened the mutated chest. A dazzling light burst forth, revealing a silver coin, 15 copper coins, and a piece of gear that radiated brilliant blue like the rhino horn staff. This elite quality staff provided 20 meters to casting range, 10 mana, and 20 magic attack. It also came with a skill, Rhino's Fury, which summoned a phantom rhino to charge forward, dealing 10 magic damage and knocking back the target by 3 meters. The skill consumed 50 mana and had a 15-second cooldown. Equipping the rhino horn staff, Suhan's casting range soared from 10 meters to 30 meters. Eager to test its power, he targeted a distant rhino and launched a water orb. At a safe distance of 30 meters, the rhino needed a full 7 seconds to reach him, but by the time it got close, it had already succumbed to the effects of nuclear contamination. After consecutively defeating 8 rhinos, Suhan's body was suddenly enveloped in a golden lithe, had finally leveled up to level 4. The system awarded him 5 free attribute points, which he skillfully allocated. 4 points to agility and 1 to constitution, further enhancing his combat capabilities. Suhan glanced at his attribute panel. With the added movement speed from his boots, his overall speed had reached 18 points, and his nuclear contamination damage was now 19 points per second. As the first player in the novice village to reach level 4, his name appeared anonymously on the leaderboard. Driven by curiosity, he accessed the open beta's novice ranking leaderboard. Unlike the local village rankings, this leaderboard was divided by provinces, with substantial rewards promised a month later based on standings. Though currently located in Oni village, Suhan was still categorized under the Zhaoyue province of Dasha. The leaderboard updated in real time. First, Zhao Tai, level 6. Second, Zhao Ruilong, level 6. Third, Wang Kong, level 6. Fourth, Yi Tianba, level 5. 736th, Li Jiaojiao, level 5. 968th, He Yujun, level 5. Suhan recognized a few familiar names: Li Jiaojiao, the daughter of the Bay Area's wealthiest tycoon, and He Yujun, the son of a renowned casino magnate. It seemed these scions of prominent families had chosen their real names as their in-game IDs. Scrolling further, Suhan finally found his own ID, Su Ruhan, ranked 10,338th, at level 4. Making it into the top 10,000 brought him a small sense of satisfaction. As he browsed, another familiar name caught his eye, ranked 166,876th, Qin Shi Huang, at level 2. This was none other than Qin Hao, the heir to the Qin Corporation, who had infamously renounced his Daxia citizenship to join Oni Nation. Memories of Qin Hao's past bullying surfaced, and Suhan sneered. Once his nuclear contamination ability fully developed, he vowed to utterly destroy the Qin family. Meanwhile, in the level 3 monster zone, Fujimoto Genji's team had just completed their upgrades. All 10 Oni players had reached level 3. Wielding a katana crackling with arcs of electricity, Fujimoto Genji grinned triumphantly. He declared his intent to avenge his previous humiliation, rallying the entire Oni village to hunt down the so-called nuclear contamination demon. At that moment, Suhan was busy harvesting materials from the carcass of an impressive level 8 rhino. His backpack was bursting with valuable rhino parts, and though the extra weight slowed his movement speed, he decided to return to Oni village to regroup. He was particularly eager to test his unique class trait. After a target endured 10 instances of nuclear contamination, it would mutate, potentially dropping attribute points. Upon arriving back at Oni village, Suhan noticed that most players were still grinding level 3 monsters, far behind the development pace of other novice villages. The atmosphere was one of determination as players encouraged each other. Suddenly, a figure with a samurai-style haircut stepped forward Fujimoto Genji, who introduced himself as the young master of the Fujimoto Corporation. He boasted of his class profession, Thunder Samurai, flanked by over 30 hired players who had been assisting him with leveling up. Under Fujimoto Genji's assurances, the Oni players regained their confidence, shouting threats to tear the nuclear contamination demon limb from limb. They were certain that with their level advantage and sheer numbers, they could finally turn the tide in their favor. Suhan stood amidst the crowd, his cold gaze fixed on a group of Japanese players indulging in their own flamboyant theatrics. A faint, chilling smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Fujimoto Genji, an unexpected adversary, had ended up in the same starter village as him. Memories of the past surged into his mind. Years ago, it was Qin Hao who had orchestrated his downfall, using Fujimoto's company to fabricate scandals, hire trolls to smear his reputation, and accuse him of cheating. That carefully crafted campaign had led to Suhan's complete disgrace. Now, these level 3 Japanese players had health pools that barely reached 300 points. Meanwhile, Suhan's nuclear contamination skill dealt 19 damage per second and doubled its potency if the target moved. A single application of the skill was all it took, could simply watch his radiation burn them alive. With a swift motion, Suhan unleashed a glob of nuclear waste, striking Fujimoto Genji dead on. A thick, yellow-green cloud erupted, engulfing him entirely. Agonized screams tore through the air as Fujimoto writhed in unimaginable pain. Nuclear contamination. He's here again. Panic rippled through the crowd. In just 10 seconds, Fujimoto Genji was killed, his health depleted to 0, while Suhan's figure moved too fast for anyone to track. Quick! Protect Master Fujimoto. Over 30 team members charged toward the respawn point, only to find Fujimoto collapsing in agony once more. His premium starter gear, worth a staggering $10,000, scattered across the ground as loot. All they could do was watch helplessly as Suhan disappeared into the distance. Do you remember me, Fujimoto? Suhan's voice was low and icy as he slowly approached the respawn point, towering over the newly revived Fujimoto Genji. The latter frantically tried to log out, only to be met with the system's cold message. You cannot exit the game while in combat. In this lawless starter village with no guards, Fujimoto was doomed to endure relentless torment. One after another, waves of nuclear contamination struck Fujimoto. His screams became inhuman, echoing with despair. By the 10th kill, the horrifying effects began to manifest. His eyes ruptured, his skin rotted, and his entire body resembled that of a decaying corpse. A system notification chimed. Target has been afflicted by nuclear contamination and has mutated. Appearance permanently altered. Mutation effect. Genome damage detected. 1 strength. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the ground. Suhan bent down and picked it up, his expression lighting up with surprise. It was a tangible stat point 1 strength directly added to his attributes. The realization hit him like a wave. By continuously killing these players, he could amass limitless attribute bonuses. The slaughter begins. Suhan's chilling words sent shivers down the spines of every Japanese player present. Terror gripped them as they realized the grim realization the first day of the Divine Realms launch. No one could log out before 8 p.m. Outside the respawn point, the air was filled with the relentless sound of agonized wails as more and more Japanese players were consumed by the yellow-green haze. System notifications echoed one after another. Target has been afflicted by nuclear contamination and has mutated. 1 constitution. Target has been afflicted by nuclear contamination and has mutated. 1 agility. By now, the cries of despair and the sight of writhing bodies painted a nightmarish scene. Suhan stood amidst the chaos, a harbinger of destruction, as the hunt continued. Suhan's rampage was nothing short of spectacular. In a matter of minutes, he had repeatedly killed over 10 enemy players, each at least 10 times. Every one of them underwent mutations, dropping 3 points each in strength, agility, endurance, and spirit attributes. In total, Suhan's stats skyrocketed by 12 points, effectively granting him the equivalent of 2.5 levels of free upgrades. Just as he was preparing to continue his spree, the system's notification sound interrupted him. Warning! You have killed white name players 100 times, accumulating 100 sin points. You have entered maximum red name status. Punishment. For the next 5 hours, you are prohibited from using healing items, returning to town, and your drop rate has been reduced by 10. Any further killing of white name players will result in a 3-day suspension. The system added. Note. Sin points will decrease over time, reducing by 10 points per hour. However, repeated red name status will slow down this reduction rate. Already red named? Suhan muttered with a hint of regret. After all, he'd only killed just over 100 of them. Still, the thrill of gaining attributes made him more than satisfied in average. Every 10 kills yielded 1 stat point, and 100 kills granted 10. The sheer efficiency was exhilarating. Standing amidst the groaning corpses of his enemies, Suhan began collecting the loot scattered around him. Among the spoils were 5 elite-grade pieces of gear dropped by Fujimoto Genji, while the rest were low-durability junk. Unfortunately, the first recharge gift pack items were soul-bound to Fujimoto Genji, making them unusable or untradeable. The only option was to sell them to the village merchant for gold coins 1 coin per piece, equivalent to 10,000 yuan each. This haul alone earned Suhan a quick 50,000 yuan windfall. Time to farm some more nuclear contamination damage, Suhan said as he turned and headed toward the wilderness. He paid no attention to the corner where a mangled and barely breathing Fujimoto Genji glared at him with a gaze filled with vengeful hatred. This grudge will not go unanswered. Fujimoto Genji, swear it. With trembling hands, Fujimoto contacted a few wealthy second-generation friends from neighboring villages. These were people he knew well in real life. Hey, is this Land from the Sunfire Group? Lin Xiao from the Lin Corporation? It's Fujimoto Genji. I need your help with something. Meanwhile, as Suhan took just a few steps, flashes of light suddenly illuminated the forest, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. A tall, slender female player, clad in a revealing 3-piece armor set, was locked in battle with a level 9 wild wolf. She had delicate features, fair skin, flowing black hair, and striking aqua-blue eyes. Despite wielding a massive greatsword taller than herself, the overwhelming stat difference made her attacks seem almost adorable, barely grazing the wolf. The system displayed her stats. Li Qingmei, VIP level 2, affiliation, Huaxia Village, class, a holy contract warrior, current status, critically injured. Isn't that my only in-game friend? Suhan chuckled. It seemed this player, who could afford the million yuan first recharge VIP gift pack, was also from a wealthy background. Help me block it once, and I'll reward you generously. Li Qingmei called out desperately, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Suhan like a drowning person seeing a lifeline. Money? Now we're talking. Suhan responded without hesitation, summoning a water orb. The wolf, though lacking a disembowelment skill, had similar attributes to a high attack but low health. With Suhan's nuclear contamination passive dealing 19 points of true damage per second, the wolf would suffer 38 points of damage for every movement, with a nuclear explosion finishing it off after 30 seconds. As expected, the wolf soon perished in a bloody burst. Li Qingmei stared in shock, her gaze fixed on Suhan. You. Hello, miss. Would you prefer to pay via Alipay or WeChat? Suhan asked politely. Either one works. Li Qingmei stammered, finally taking a good look at Suhan. Her heart skipped a beat. Was incredibly handsome. His features carried an indescribable charm and elegance. Although she couldn't see his name or class information, she quickly transferred the promised payment to Suhan's linked WeChat account through the game's transaction system. Ding. WeChat payment received. 10,000 yuan. The crisp notification sound echoed, and Suhan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he turned and walked away. This scene left Li Qingmei completely stunned. The beginner's village had only been open for half a day, and yet a player had managed to go from level 1 to wiping out an entire village, even defeating a level 9 wild wolf? This completely shattered her understanding of the game. Initially, she had only wanted to ask Suhan for some assistance to hold off the wild wolf. After all, while there was no penalty for dying in the beginner's village, she was worried about her equipment's durability decreasing. Who could have guessed that Suhan would effortlessly take down a wolf that even the top-ranked level 6 player in the beginner leaderboard wouldn't dare to challenge? When she looked up again, Suhan's figure had already disappeared from view. Staring at his retreating back, Li Qingmei's pupils trembled slightly. Something about him felt strangely familiar, yet she couldn't quite place who he was. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Huaxia beginner's village, a man clad in a mage's robe was surrounded by dozens of players, all with IDs prefixed by Lin Corporation. This refined and scholarly-looking brank mage had a sharp glint in his eyes, the kind only a seasoned businessman possessed. His ID read, Young Master Lin Suhan. Mr. Fujimoto, are you asking me to help you hunt down a solo player? Lin Suhan frowned as he spoke. According to the Lin family's principles, unless it was for overseas business, they rarely dealt with the Japanese. Yes, Mr. Lin, Fujimoto replied. his speech slightly slurred due to a cleft lip, yet his tone was filled with malice. We're fortunate enough to be in the same beginner's village. This player from Dasha has gone too far. I hope you can dig into his background and, if possible, eliminate him while he's still in the village. Wait, you're saying this incredibly strong player is a solo player from Dasha? Lin Shuhan's pupils widened in shock. That's right. He spoke in Daxia's language. If you can help me with this, I promise the Lin family's business in my country will be well taken care of, Fujimoto said with a sinister grin. Let me consult someone first. Lin Shuhan hesitated before contacting the Lin family estate outside the game. Father, do you think I should help Fujimoto? Help the Japanese? Are you out of your mind? The old man's voice erupted in fury. That player is one of our own from Dasha, and he's specifically targeting those who share a blood feud with us. This is a great thing. Our dealings with the Japanese are purely business. You dare to help them against our own people? Get back home, kneel in the ancestral hall, and wait for me to personally enforce the family rules. The rough voice made Lin Shuheng let out a bitter smile. He understood his father's intention. She didn't want to see his son helping the enemy oppress their own people. A casual question had resulted in a harsh lesson, but perhaps that was the simplest expression of fatherly love. Master Lin's tone gradually softened. However, you must find a way to befriend this person. The divine realm is now humanity's future, and a strong individual like this is worth forming a deep connection with for the Lin family. Understood. Lin Shuheng responded immediately, then made a call to Fujimoto. Fujimoto-kun, please make sure to inform me once you find that person. I will be there. Really? Lin-kun, that's great. Fujimoto Haru couldn't hide his excitement. Lin Shuheng secretly calculated his plan. He would wait until that person was under siege before stepping in to help. After finishing his conversation with Lin Shuheng, Fujimoto reached out to a few strong players he knew from the beginner village. There was no shortage of wealthy players who had purchased beta test access, and just in this beginner village alone, there were 3 of them. Hello, Miss Catherine? Fujimoto got straight to the point. An enemy we share has appeared in this beginner village. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation's beginner village, a tall, nearly 63 blonde female warrior was swinging her sword, cutting down a level 5 wild elk. Clad in elite armor, she was surrounded by dozens of white players who watched her with admiration. She wasn't just the heir to a powerful financial empire in the Lighthouse Nation, but her strength was equally awe-inspiring. Upon hearing Fujimoto's words, Catherine paused slightly, then sneered. I doubt someone from a mere beginner village could pose a threat to me. As the heir of Sky Capital, you naturally stand above everyone else. Fujimoto flattered her before continuing. But this person possesses a nuclear contamination effect and has already wiped out the players in our Oni village. If we allow them to grow, nuclear contamination effect? Catherine's pupils contracted sharply as she realized the significance of this in the divine realm. However, she quickly regained her composure, tossing her golden hair confidently. Give me the coordinates. Miss Catherine, I will join you, Fujimoto said excitedly. After receiving the combat footage of Suhan, Catherine narrowed her eyes and smirked with interest. Interesting. Everyone, prepare for battle. It's time for some PK. Yes. The dozens of white male players, averaging level 4, responded with enthusiasm, their fighting spirit ignited. At this time, Suhan had no idea that a hunt targeting him was underway. Deep in the forest, he discovered a large pack of wild wolves among the low shrubs. Wild Wolf LV9. Description: the most ferocious group trigger creatures in this village. Health: 1400. Physical attack: 200. Physical defense: 95. Movement speed: 18. Skills: pack tactics. Wolves operate with a strict hierarchy and attack as a group. For every additional wolf attacking the same target, all attacking wolves gain 5 to all attributes. So wolves are also group triggered. Suhan pondered. I don't have any area effect skills yet, so fighting them unknown isn't an option. Should I go after the hyenas instead? Nah. He shuddered at the thought of being ambushed from behind. After all, the divine realm's realism was terrifyingly accurate, even replicating sensations in excruciating detail. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wolves can't climb trees. Without hesitation, he climbed a tall tree and launched a water ball. Howl! A wolf struck by the water ball howled in pain and charged over, followed by 2 of its companions. Wolves always attacked in groups of at least 3. Thanks to helping the giant sword maiden earlier by killing a lone wolf, Suhan's nuclear contamination damage had already increased to 20 points per second. Combined with nuclear heat and nuclear explosion, his total damage output reached 60 points. When the 3 wolves arrived at the base of the tree and noticed Suhan's position, the divine realm's protection mechanics forced them to retreat. However, the nuclear contamination effect persisted, and they continued to lose health as they retreated. The first wolf soon succumbed to radiation and heat, while the other 2 ran back to the pack. That easy? Suhan smiled. The nuclear contamination's unremovable, uninterruptible, and unpurifiable properties were practically a cheat. He thought to himself, this effect is just as devastating against players. According to the Divine Realms rules, players with an enemy's skill effect active can't teleport back to town. Once someone gets hit by my nuclear contamination, they'll have no choice but to fight. It's going to be so much fun. And so, Suhan entered a mindless cycle of wolf hunting. Lure 3 wolves, kill one on the way, let the other 2 return, and repeat. The loot piled up beneath the tree, creating what looked like a wolf graveyard. By the time he killed the 12th wolf, golden light radiated from his body once more. Congratulations! You've accumulated over 1,300 experience points and reached level 5. You've gained 5 free attribute points. Updated stats. Name, Suhan. Starting class, SS Nuclear Contamination Mage. Hidden level, 513002-500. Health, 185. Mana, 240. Strength, 13. Physical attack, 6. Endurance, 6. Agility, 25. Movement speed, 182. Attack speed, 9. Spirit, 23. Magic attack, 1120. Mana, 230. Constitution, 16. Defense, 12. Health, 120. Equipment, doghide vest, cowhide boots, rhinoceros horn staff. Inventory space, 010. Skills, basic water ball, level 1. Class trait, damage applies nuclear contamination. Nuclear contamination damage, 31.4 from dogs, 6 from cows, 8 from rhinos, 12 from wolves. Maximum contamination stacks, 1. Free attribute points, 5. After increasing his movement speed to 22 points, his nuclear contamination damage jumped to 31 points. The ground was littered with loot boxes, and his super contamination effect had stacked twice. This time, he decided to save the effect. Ordinary elite loot boxes weren't good enough for it. He resolved to save it for a boss loot box. Standing before the wolf graveyard beneath the tree, Suhan began collecting the loot boxes one by one. Whether it was due to the difficulty of the kills or sheer luck, the 12 wolves had dropped 3 elite loot boxes. He immediately started opening them. First box, 1 elite piece of equipment, 1 silver coin. Second box, 2 elite pieces of equipment. Third box, 3 ordinary pieces of equipment, 1 silver coin. Awesome! Suhan felt a surge of excitement. Although he hadn't acquired any top-tier elite equipment, 2 out of the 3 elite items he obtained were exactly what he needed. The first item was the wolf helmet, meticulously crafted from a wolf's skull, exuding an intimidating aura. As an elite quality piece, it boasted 1,000 durability points, provided 20 physical defense points, and added 50 to his HP. What made it even more valuable was its special effect, the ability to block 1 instance of physical damage under 300 points, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The second item was the wolf hide coat, made from premium materials with exquisite craftsmanship. Not only did it offer excellent insulation, but it was also an exceptional choice for protection. Also of elite quality, it had 1,000 durability points, granted 30 physical defense points, and added 50 HP. Its special effect was similar, absorbing 1 instance of physical damage under 300 points, with a 5-minute cooldown. These 2 pieces of equipment perfectly addressed Suhan's lack of durability. His HP increased by 100, and his physical defense skyrocketed by 80 points. While they lacked active skills, the attribute boosts were already significant. With these upgrades, he could easily pass himself off as a VIP first recharge player. After all, consider that young girl with the greatsword, who was only level 2. She could hold off a wild wolf for half a minute with just elite gear. His strength now clearly surpassed hers. The third elite item was the wolf head mace, described as, "Do you yearn for the bravery of a wolf?" As an elite weapon, it also had 1,000 durability points, granted 50 physical attack points, 2 strength points, and added 50 HP. Its special effect allowed the user to unleash a wolf howl, increasing movement speed by 10. However, as a ranged player, Suhan had no use for a melee weapon, so he decided to sell it. He also planned to sell 3 ordinary items he had looted, along with a fish hide coat that was down to just 8 durability points. Opening the consignment interface in the beginner village, Suhan noticed that most players were listing quest materials, with very few low-quality items and no ordinary equipment at all. Even low-quality items were selling for several copper coins, let alone ordinary or elite gear. After all, most beginners were still stuck hunting chickens and couldn't acquire anything of real value. After some careful thought, Suhan anonymously listed his items. The fish hide coat starting at 1 copper coin, the 3 ordinary items each starting at 1 silver coin, and the elite wolf head mace starting at 1 gold coin, capitalizing on the principle of scarcity. Meanwhile, as Suhan ventured off to hunt more wild creatures, various scenes were unfolding in different parts of the beginner village. In the level 3 deer zone, a professional team was catering to a core player named Li Xiao. This flame warrior, surrounded by a host of support players, charged left and right, yet only earned 3 experience points per deer, far less efficient than Suhan's gains. In the level 3 jungle spider zone, a charming female priest was discussing with her mage mother about purchasing a 30,000 yuan equipment set for her. In the level 3 lizard zone, Li Qingmei gazed into the horizon, her mind repeatedly conjuring images of Suhan, though she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Before long, Suhan's auction became a hot topic. The 3 ordinary items each sold for over 10 silver coins, while the fishhide coat fetched 1 silver coin. Most strikingly, the wolf-head mace surged from its starting price of 1 gold coin to a whopping 5 gold coins before finally being sold. As Suhan roamed the wilderness in search of his next target, system notifications kept popping up. All items sold, netting him a total of nearly 8 gold coins. This far exceeded his expectations, equivalent to tens of thousands in real-world currency. Seeing his infamy level decrease from deep purple to regular red, Suhan smirked darkly, contemplating his next move. Should he select 4 enemy players to conduct nuclear mutation experiments? After all, if they had once subjected the people of Dasha to human experiments, it was only fitting for them to experience what it felt like to be on the receiving end. He wondered what kind of mutations they might undergo. Returning to the novice village, Suhan felt a sense of relief. Although his red name status prevented him from using potions, at least he could now accept quests, and NPCs no longer fled at the sight of him. However, as he approached the outskirts of Oni village, an unexpected ambush shattered the calm. A towering, muscle-bound white man suddenly burst out of the forest and tackled Suhan with lightning speed, locking him in a vice-like grip. The man's face, framed by a golden beard, twisted into a menacing grin. Before Suhan could react, a barrage of flames, hail, and lightning rained down from all directions. In an instant, dozens of players of various classes surrounded him, their weapons swords, spears, and axes aimed directly at him. From the shadows of the forest emerged Fujimoto, his grotesque, decaying face a sickening sight. Behind him followed a group of similarly rotting Oni players. Seeing Suhan restrained, they trembled with excitement. On the other side, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman named Catherine approached gracefully, her expression brimming with confidence. In fluent Dasha language, she said, "You've lost. Surrender now. Join forces with me, and he'll give you everything you desire." Miss Catherine, why waste words on him? Just kill him already. Fujimoto shouted impatiently, clearly displeased with Catherine's courteous approach toward Suhan. But Suhan remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he had anticipated this. So, players from Lighthouse Nation are aiding the Onis now? There's a saying in Dasha, even when you beat a dog, you consider its master. Catherine smirked coldly. And there's another saying, a wise man adapts to the times. You can't continue to run wild in God's domain alone. Work with me, and you'll have access to all the resources you could ever need. Suhan chuckled. Huh. Lighthouse Nation aiding the Onis in their wicked deeds? Without your backing, they wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Your nation's hands are already stained with countless sins, and now you come here to help these Onis take me down? You're courting death. Bakayaro. Fujimoto roared in fury. While Catherine's earlier insult of calling his nation a dog didn't faze him, Suhan's words sent him into a rage. He raised his blade and swung it down towards Suhan. Swish. Seizing the moment, Suhan hurled a nuclear waste ball directly at the tank player holding him. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, the brute immediately let go and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Fuck. Nuclear contamination. It feels like I'm being microwaved alive. Suhan's speed was far beyond anyone's expectations, 22 points, double that of the strongest archer. He darted through the crowd like a whirlwind, launching nuclear waste balls one after another. In mere moments, every player surrounding him was writhing in pain. Clang, clang, clang. All incoming attacks were blocked by Suhan's gear. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos, resembling a scene from hell. Players rolled on the ground, screaming in agony, their cries echoing through the air. It hurts so much. Nuclear radiation. The system says I'm taking radiation damage. Why is this even a thing in God's domain? It's 1,000 times worse than any monster attack. I can't take it anymore. This game's refusal to adjust sensory settings is cruel. You first, mutt. Suhan growled, grabbing Fujimoto by the neck and slamming him into the ground. You dare to gang up on me? If I don't kill you 100 times over, it'd be too easy on you. Crack. Fujimoto's neck snapped, though his health bar wasn't completely depleted. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain of radiation, he drew his blade, sliced open his abdomen, and pulled out his organza traditional seppuku to end his suffering. The scene was horrifying, causing many players to vomit on the spot. Yet it was the only way to escape the torment of nuclear radiation. Good death. Suhan nodded in satisfaction. I'll make sure you perform this little act a few more times. After all, we're in the same village. I can kill you whenever I want. The players from Lighthouse Nation were experiencing the most intense pain of their lives. Some ground their teeth to dust, while others clawed at their own skin. The battlefield was nothing short of a nightmare. Realizing the situation was dire, Catherine quickly downed an agility potion and fled. By the time Suhan considered chasing her, she had already vanished without a trace. Humph. A woman who talks big but abandons her comrades first? How can anyone following you expect a good outcome? Suhan sneered. A white woman's promises aren't worth half a word. He'll deal with you next time. After wiping out dozens of players, Suhan's infamy reached its peak again. To avoid being banned by the system, he decided to halt his killing spree. System notifications flooded in. Nuclear contamination duration, 0.1 seconds. 3 consecutive times. The first time kills of over 30 Lighthouse Nation players had added 3 seconds to Suhan's nuclear contamination duration, bringing the total to 35 seconds. Not bad, Suhan remarked with satisfaction as he picked up the loot scattered on the ground. Most of it was low-quality gear or beginner's soul-bound items, which he promptly sold to the village merchant. Back in the village, the Oni players who had previously suffered at his hands either fled in terror or knelt, begging for mercy. He killed Fujimoto again. He's a true demon. We should beg for his forgiveness. A young Oni girl in a sailor uniform saw Suhan and immediately dropped to her knees, sitting in despair. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Please, please don't kill me. They'll do anything, just let me survive until I can log out today. I swear I'll never play God's domain again." Ignoring her entirely, Suhan walked straight to the merchant and sold the soulbound gear, earning another 7 or 8 gold coins. Unfortunately, his red name status still prevented him from using potions, so he had to rely on natural health regeneration. Under the terrified gazes of the Oni players, Suhan once again headed out into the wild. The only thing in the novice village that could help him increase his damage further was the level 10 monsters. As he searched for level 10 monsters, Suhan came across Wild Ox Valley. A sudden impulse surged within him. Why not take on the boss? Suhan gazed at the Wild Bull Valley before him. He was well aware that he wasn't a match for the Bull King yet, but a fire of determination burned within him. Even if I'm not strong enough, how will I ever know the gap without a real fight? He swiftly glanced at his stats: panel movement speed, 22. Just 3 points shy of the Bull King's 25. That's enough. As Suhan prepared to step into the valley, he was unaware of the group of Dasha players hidden in the forest nearby. They had just witnessed a harrowing scene: the brutal annihilation of the Lighthouse and Oni players, Fujimoto Genji's ritual suicide, and the kneeling Oni players pleading for Suhan's mercy. The sheer intensity of what they had seen left the dozen or so Dasha players in stunned silence. A true man should be like this. Someone in the group murmured in awe. For Dasha to have such a formidable figure during the public beta, this man will surely bring immense fortune to our nation. Among them, Lin Shuheng stood frozen, his eyes fixed on Suhan's retreating figure. He had initially planned to step in and assist Suhan if he fell into dire straits, but now, after witnessing the display of overwhelming power, he was utterly humbled. A thought struck him, one that he couldn't shake. If I could gain this man's support, the Lin family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. With this thought driving him, he strode forward without hesitation. "Brother, greetings," Lin called out. "HM? What is it?" Suhan's gaze swept over the group of Dasha players, his tone calm and indifferent. "I am Lin Shuheng, heir to the Lin Corporation. Our company joined the Divine Realm during the closed beta." The mention of Lin Corporation stirred a faint memory in Suhan. He recalled it as a patriotic enterprise once sanctioned by the Lighthouse Nation. His expression softened slightly, and he gave a small nod. "All right." Overjoyed, Lin Shuheng immediately added Suhan as a friend and eagerly suggested, "Why don't you return to Dasha Village? Everyone there would support you with everything they've got to help you level up. You're destined to become the village chief." However, the thought of Qin Hao the traitor lurking in Dasha Village brought a cold smile to Suhan's lips. "No need, and don't spread word of my whereabouts," or else he didn't finish the sentence. But the chilling intent in his voice was unmistakable. "Of course. Not a word will leave my lips." Lin Shuheng shuddered, vividly recalling Fujimoto's fate. Once inside Wild Bull Valley, Suhan barely had time to steady himself before the Bull King roared and charged straight at him. Seriously? This straightforward? Suhan cursed under his breath as he dodged the attack, silently berating himself for underestimating the challenge. This was no ordinary wild creature. The boss not only had overwhelming stats, but also displayed intelligence far beyond that of regular monsters. To make matters worse, Suhan was currently a high-level red name. Death would mean losing all his equipment and being locked out of the game for 2 hours. From the cliffside, Suhan activated his Rhino's Horn staff, casting the nuclear contamination effect on the Bull King. But before he could capitalize on it, the Bull King had already circled behind him, forcing him to leap off the cliff to escape. Things went from bad to worse. Triggering the boss fight had turned every wild bull in the valley hostile. Now, every one of them was charging at him relentlessly. One hit had already depleted his equipment's protective effects, and Suhan's nerves tightened like a drawn bowstring. Memories of the World Esports Championship surged through his mind. His brain shifted into overdrive, calculating every move with surgical precision. Every step, every attack, every dodge was meticulously planned, factoring in the behavior and positions of every wild bull. In this moment, Suhan was no longer just a player, was a finely tuned human machine, operating with flawless precision and leaving no room for error. Suhan is currently in the prime of his career as a professional player. His cognitive abilities, coordination, and reaction speed have reached unprecedented levels. At this moment, his eyes are as cold as ice, his movements are precise and efficient, and his emotions remain calm and composed. He seems to have transformed into a highly sophisticated calculating machine. Inside the gaming pod, Suhan's physical state underwent a remarkable transformation. Starting from his head, his entire body gradually flushed with an unusual red hue, and his body temperature continued to rise. This was a clear sign that his brain was operating at its absolute limit, performing hundreds of precise calculations every second. This extraordinary talent is what sets Suhan apart from the rest. In this extreme state, the onslaught of hundreds of wild bulls was no more than a trivial challenge to him. Even a gap as slight as 0.01 seconds was enough for Suhan to seize the opportunity and maneuver perfectly through the herd. Not only could he escape their encirclement with ease, but he also capitalized on every fleeting chance to unleash his waterball skill on the Bull King with pinpoint accuracy. Any player who witnessed this scene would undoubtedly be awestruck by his breathtaking performance. The Bull King launched relentless and ferocious attacks, but every time the nuclear contamination effect was about to expire, Suhan would effortlessly disengage and immediately apply a fresh round of debuffs. The nuclear contamination inflicted 31 damage per second, which doubled to 62 damage with the nuclear high temperature boost. Adding the damage from the micronuclear explosion, the total reached 93 damage per second. Over the 35-second duration, this amounted to a staggering 2,790 total damage dealt to the Bull King. The Bull King roared in fury as every one of its attacks was precisely anticipated and dodged by Suhan. What infuriated it even more was Suhan's nimble movements within the herd. Like a pair of deft chopsticks, he not only navigated effortlessly, but also skillfully guided the bulls to block the Bull King's path. This level of high-level gameplay was only possible because Suhan had enhanced his movement speed to match that of the Bull King, far surpassing the speed of the ordinary bulls by a factor of 2. As a highly intelligent boss, the Bull King felt deeply humiliated. Under normal circumstances, defeating it would require a team of at least 100 players, all at level 7 or above, and even then, success was not guaranteed. Yet now, a mere level 5 player dared to challenge it single-handedly. This was the ultimate insult. The Bull King swiftly commanded the herd of wild bulls to disperse, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Suhan. In the vast expanse of the open grassland, he was left standing alone, isolated and vulnerable. Faced with what was clearly an encirclement, Suhan remained calm, as though he had already seen through the Bull King's strategy. Yet, he chose not to retreat, standing his ground for a direct confrontation. In his hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage of nuclear wastewater orbs, each one striking the Bull King with pinpoint accuracy, dealing 2,790 damage per hit. With the accumulating layers of nuclear contamination, the Bull King's health dropped below half, triggering its rage mode, which significantly increased its attack and defense attributes. Seizing the moment when Suhan was surrounded, a sinister glint flashed in the Bull King's basketball-sized eyes. It stomped its front hooves heavily, building up power, and the instant its charging skill cooldown ended, it dashed towards Suhan like a bolt of lightning. At this critical moment, Suhan remained unfazed. Just as the massive horns were about to graze his body, within 0.05 seconds, his entire body transformed into a butterfly midair, executing a flawless 360-degree flip. His toes landed precisely on the Bull King's raised horns, and with a light push, he propelled himself gracefully toward the edge of the cliff. Though he landed precariously on the edge with just 1 foot, he had already anticipated this. Grabbing the cliff's edge with one hand, he effortlessly pulled himself up. This breathtaking maneuver was made possible by the unique mechanics of the Divine Realm. Game players simply needed to issue mental commands, and their characters would automatically execute the corresponding actions. The success of these actions depended on the player's 4 core attribute values. It was as straightforward as clicking a mouse to attack in a standard game, but pulling off such extreme feats relied heavily on the player's neural reaction speed. For Suhan, the world's #1 mid laner, every move was calculated to the millisecond. Landing steadily, he remained expressionless and continued to apply nuclear contamination to the Bull King. The once confident Bull King froze in place, turning to stare at Suhan, who was still relentlessly attacking. A deep fear flickered in its blood-red eyes. Was this truly a human? Or perhaps some special entity dispatched by the divine realm itself? Seconds later, when the Bull King's health dropped to 10, it activated its ultimate skill, Song of the Wild Bull, restoring 20 of its health, but it was all in vain. Under Suhan's relentless nuclear contamination, its health bar was quickly depleted. With a thunderous crash, the Bull King collapsed. Even in death, its eyes remained filled with terror at this lone player who had defeated a boss that typically required a 7-player team of level 100 to take down. System notifications flooded in. Congratulations! You have slain the elite boss, Bull King, and earned 100 reputation points. You have unlocked the special achievement, the boss's fear. Killing a boss of equal or higher level has triggered class progression. Nuclear Contamination Stack Limit 1, now at 2 layers. You have obtained Boss Chest X1. Suhan exhaled deeply, a surge of exhilaration welling up inside him. Just then, a global announcement echoed across the divine realm. Global announcement. Congratulations to new player Suhan for achieving the first boss kill of the open beta by defeating the level 7 boss, Bull King. Rewards: 100 reputation points, permanent title, King Slayer, 10 gold coins. This is a special announcement. The name Suhan flashed across the global chat more than a dozen times. In that moment, all 3 billion players scattered across 3 million beginner villages were left stunned. Even veteran players from the closed beta were rendered speechless by the news. The entire gaming world erupted in an instant. The public chat was filled with an uproar of disbelief. Newbie players in the starter village stared at the system announcement in shock, while veteran beta testers were utterly stunned. What the hell? A solo player got the world's first kill on day 1. Musk and Zuckerberg spent over 10 days trying during the beta. That Bull King stats are insane. No way even multiple 100-player raids could take it down. I can't even beat a level 2 wild deer right now. This is just ridiculous. When the ID Suhan appeared in the first kill announcement, some players began to speculate. Suhan. That name sounds awfully familiar. Could it be that legendary Su? Don't bring up that cheating loser. I heard they're working in a factory now. Actually, they were framed by the Chin Corporation and Miyazaki. Damn those traitors. Meanwhile, on the other side of the game, wealthy players who had invested heavily in the game were livid. They had been confident they'd secure the first kill, only to be beaten by an unknown solo player. Find them. I don't care if you have to turn the world upside down. Locate this person. Sir, the Divine Realm's AI is impenetrable. We can't access any detailed information. Then they either join us or they die. This first kill was crucial. Our entire business for the year is riding on this. Back in the starter village where Suhan was located, Lin Shuheng had gathered the leaders of 5 major teams for a meeting, including the mutated Fujimoto and the grim-faced Catherine. Does anyone know who killed the world boss? Lin Shuheng asked sternly. Players from Europe and Central Africa shook their heads. It's definitely not anyone from our village. We can't even handle stray dogs right now. Fujimoto and Catherine hesitated, suspecting Suhan, but Lin Shuheng suddenly turned on Fujimoto with a cold glare. You told me to chase that player. I just got back from the hunt. So what happened here? Did you go after them later? Fujimoto and Catherine exchanged shocked glances. They hadn't even seen Suhan's ID and were only speculating. But if Lin Shuheng had just returned from pursuing someone, the timeline didn't add up. Clearly, the mysterious figure who used nuclear contamination couldn't possibly be the one who had secured the world's first kill. Suhan. The leaderboard was teeming with top-tier players, and Fujimoto and his companion couldn't help but suspect that someone else had claimed the first kill on the world boss. Lin Shuheng, seething with rage, demanded, "Where are your people? Did you set me up on purpose, causing so many deaths?" The two from Fujimoto's team looked uneasy, their silence speaking volumes. Lin Shuheng, however, smirked inwardly. Had already deduced the truth. The first kill on the boss had to be Suhan, who was currently heading to Wild Bull Valley. With Suhan's unmatched strength, who else could it be? This entire act was orchestrated to sow doubt in Fujimoto and Catherine's minds about Suhan. After all, securing the first kill on a world boss was bound to send shockwaves through the community. Meanwhile, at the meeting, a young girl wielding a massive sword seemed lost in thought. She rested the weapon beside her and stared into the distance, her eyes brimming with disbelief. To her, the only person capable of achieving such a feat was undoubtedly Suhan, the one who had effortlessly slain a level 9 wild wolf. Li Qingmei resolved to keep this secret to herself, hoping for the chance to encounter him again. Abruptly, the sky within the virtual realm of Divine Domain buzzed with an announcement. Your online session has reached its limit. Please log out within 5 minutes, or you will be forcefully disconnected. Although the time restrictions had been lifted outside the beginner village, all beta testers were now compelled to log off. As for Suhan, whose actions had sparked a sensation, he had already collapsed unconscious after defeating the Bull King. Suhan jolted awake in his gaming pod, his heart still racing from the ordeal. This marked the third time he'd pushed himself to the brink. The first had been during his middle school exams, where scoring a perfect math score left him in a 3-day coma. The second was after winning the world championship, which resulted in a full day of unconsciousness. Doctors attributed these episodes to his unique brain functions, calling them a natural phenomenon. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was 10:50 p.m. Relieved that he hadn't been out for long, Suhan ordered a hefty meal to replenish his energy. While waiting for the delivery, he scrolled through his phone, only to be stunned by the headlines flooding the news someone had taken down the world's first boss. Major factions were now offering astronomical rewards to uncover the identity of the mysterious player known only as Suhan. Munching on KFC, Suhan remained calm as he processed the situation. This should have been his moment to shine. Yet the thought of the traitorous Qin Corporation and the Miyazaki Consortium backing them darkened his expression. Since the arrival of Divine Domain, the game's AI had abolished traditional currency systems, stripping governments of their power. In their place, alliances formed by powerful corporations and families now reigned. The Zhaoyu Province Alliance was part of the Longxia Alliance, which in turn was governed by a council of 7 high-ranking representatives. Each council member was backed by influential interest groups. With no government oversight, traitors numbering over 500,000 ran rampant. To avoid being absorbed by a major faction or annihilated by traitors, Suhan resolved to keep his true identity hidden. He would wait for the day when his power had fully matured, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Suhan gazed at the skies of the divine realm, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. Only when the official launch allows the divine realm to fully merge with reality would he be able to openly demonstrate his strength and clear his tarnished name. In his heart, he silently vowed. As long as he could amass enough power in the divine realm, he would reclaim his place as the unchallenged leader of Huaxia and rise once more to the position of Dragon Lord. After an exhausting day, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, his alarm clock roused him precisely on time. Re-entering the game, he was greeted by the breathtaking beauty of dawn in Wild Bull Valley. System notifications popped up one after another. Countless players were sending friend requests through the world chat. Familiar IDs like Cold Wind and Namekeeper appeared in the list, but Suhan, his expression indifferent, declined them all without hesitation. As he reviewed the spoils of yesterday's boss fight, his eyes lit up with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the most prestigious CBD area of Central District in Baia, a silver-haired girl stepped out of a gaming pod. In this district, where every square foot was worth a fortune, residents had net worths in the billions at minimum. A team of over a dozen professional maids immediately approached her, offering massages, relaxation treatments, and a nutrient supplement. "You performed wonderfully, miss. The master will surely be pleased," an elderly steward said with a warm smile. "Uncle Fu, what's the point of making Grandpa happy?" The girl, Li Qingmei, murmured, her voice tinged with sadness as her eyes reddened at the mention of her grandfather. "I just want my gravely ill grandpa to see the Li family achieve success in the divine realm. I don't want his life's work to crumble. But during the beta test, we were tricked by the Qin Corporation, and now we're falling behind everywhere." Uncle Fu offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. "The master has placed all his hopes on you. Mississippi, you've done well in this launch. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." After Uncle Fu left, Li Qingmei quickly opened her laptop. Fixing her gaze on the face displayed on the screen, a face that bore only a slight resemblance to its in-game counterpart, she clenched her small fists in excitement. "It really is him. I knew it was my idol, the former world's #1 mid laner, Suhan." At that moment, Suhan was reviewing the rewards from his boss kill. Defeated elite boss Wild Bull King. Gained 100 renown. Special achievement, Boss's Fear. Nuclear Contamination stack limit increased by 1 current, 2 stacks. 1 boss treasure chest. Permanent title Kingslayer. Max HP permanently 500. 10 gold coins. The boss treasure chest had the potential to yield equipment of the highest black iron grade or even gear with hidden, special, cursed, or growth-based attributes. As for the special achievement Boss's Fear, it could be utilized in certain unique quests. The acquisition of the Kingslayer title instantly boosted Suhan's health by 500 points, effectively compensating for the inherent frailty of the mage class. His health skyrocketed to over 800 points. Although the specific use of this special achievement remained unclear, he vaguely recalled that it would play a crucial role in future class quests. At this moment, however, what truly excited Suhan was the treasure chest in front of him. He eagerly activated his super contamination skill. The moment the chest was opened, the contamination effect began to take hold. Mutation effect, true drop rate 3.1. Mutation effect, drop rate 6.2. Mutation effect, drop rate 9.3. With 20 consecutive mutations stacking up, the final drop rate reached an astounding 660. 6 times the drop rate. Suhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This one chest is equivalent to opening 6 for anyone else. The chest burst open with a thunderous roar, like fireworks exploding, as a torrent of items poured out. 8 pieces of equipment, 6 bull king's horns, and 18 silver coins. Among the equipment, 5 were black iron grade, 2 were elite grade, and the standout was a special accessory emitting a faint gray glow, a damaged hidden pocket watch. Hidden pocket watch attributes. Unknown quality. 50 mana. 60 mana regeneration. 10 tenacity. Skill. Slow time slows time within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds. Costs 50 mana. 3-minute cooldown. Suhan immediately recognized this as a rare, reparable item from the beta phase. Despite its current damaged state, the slow time skill alone was enough to significantly enhance his kiting strategy. Next, he carefully examined the 5 black iron grade equipment. Bull King's Staff. Black iron grade. Durability. 10,000. Casting range. 50 meters. Magic attack. 50. Mana. 50. Skill. Charge summons a spectral bull to charge forward, knocking back enemies 5 meters and stunning them for 1 second. Wild Bull Boots. Black iron grade. Durability. 10,000. Physical defense. 100. Movement speed. 5. Health. 100. Skill. Stomp leap forward 10 meters. Wild Bull Leather Armor. Black iron grade. Durability. 10,000. Physical defense. 100. Health. 150. Skill. Resilience reduces physical damage by 30 points. The remaining 2 items, a longbow and a greatsword, were unrelated to the mage class, but Suhan decided to keep them for now to avoid drawing attention to himself. As for the 2 elite grade items, he immediately listed them on the auction house for 1 gold coin each. The 6 Bull King's horns, being black iron grade enhancement materials, would have to wait until he left the beginner's village to be put to use. Including the system's reward of 10 gold coins and his prior savings, Suhan's total wealth now amounted to 30 gold coins, bringing him 1 step closer to reclaiming his house. After checking his sin value, he found that it had diminished overnight, allowing him to hunt another 30 goblins. With that thought in mind, Suhan set off once again toward the goblin village without hesitation. After returning to Oni village, Suhan froze in place. The once bustling beginner's village was now eerily empty. Aside from the mechanical movements of NPCs, not a single Oni player could be seen. Overnight, all the players who had suffered Suhan's nuclear torment the day before had decided to quit the game. Most of them deleted their accounts outright, selling their beta access to other players. As for the new players who bought those slots, they chose to start fresh in other beginner villages. Meanwhile, Fujimoto and his 30 subordinates were hiding out in the western beginner village, too terrified to return. Damn it, my pig farming skills are terrible. Suhan slammed his fist against his chest, berating himself for not killing enough players yesterday. Now, he could only wait until he advanced to the town stage to resume hunting the Oni players. On second thought, entering the town stage might actually be better. It would allow him to hunt them across different towns without worrying about them quitting the game. He opened the beginner leaderboard and saw that Qinhao was only at level 4. With a cold sneer, Suhan turned and headed out to grind monsters. Meanwhile, in the tavern of the western beginner village, a drunken Fujimoto was drowning his sorrows. As the heir to the Fujimoto Corporation, being hunted so relentlessly that he couldn't even return to his own village was a humiliation he could hardly bear. At that moment, Catherine entered the tavern with a group of players. The heiress of Sky Capital revealed her account balance, an impressive 10,000 gold coins, equivalent to $10 million. I've figured out how to deal with him, Catherine said, her eyes glinting with determination. He's in a heavy red name status right now. If we kill him just once, he'll drop all his gear and hit rock bottom. Fujimoto, equally determined, added 1 billion yen to the pot. The 2 heirs agreed to join forces against Suhan. At that moment, Suhan was standing atop the highest mountain in the village, searching for the strongest monster in the beginner area level 10 ferocious tiger. The tiger boasted 2,500 health points, 250 physical attack, 150 defense, and 25 speed, along with the skill Tiger Rush. With his 60-meter casting range and dual nuclear pollution spells, Suhan easily defeated the tiger. The terrifying damage of 186 points per second caused the strongest creature in the beginner village to collapse in just 10 seconds. Suddenly, a timid voice called out from behind him, "Suhan, I finally found you." Turning around, he saw none other than the great shield-wielding girl, Li Qingmei, whom he had encountered before. Her face was filled with admiration, leaving Suhan momentarily stunned. "Are you my fan?" he asked, bewildered. Suhan felt a tinge of melancholy in his heart as he spoke coldly. "I've been blacklisted for so many years, and yet I still have fans? I've always known you were framed." Li Qingmei's face turned red with urgency as she exclaimed, "Uncle Fu helped me investigate everything, and I even left messages for you. It was Qinhao who set you up. But after that, you disappeared, and I couldn't find any trace of you. Suhan was puzzled. How could this girl know the truth? Still, knowing that someone believed in his innocence felt oddly comforting. For her to recognize him just from his faintly familiar appearance, she must indeed be a devoted fan. What do you want? Just say it, Suhan asked directly, cutting to the chase. I knew it. You have to be Suhan. Only you could have the strength to defeat the world boss. Li Qingmei declared with pride, but her tone quickly softened, becoming shy. So, I want to ask for your help. What kind of help? Suhan narrowed his eyes. Li Qingmei seemed to make up her mind, then boldly displayed her character stats to Suhan. The Divine Realm assigned me a hidden class, the Holy Covenant Knight. I want you to become my lord. A set of stats appeared before Suhan. Name, Li Qingmei. Initial class, a grade Holy Covenant Knight hidden. Class feature absolute loyalty, can choose to form a covenant with one lord. Cannot betray. Violators will permanently lose access to the Divine Realm. Covenant effects. 1. Gains 50 of the lord's strongest attribute, converted into constitution scales with loyalty. 2. Within a 500-meter radius, both parties' primary attributes increase by 10 scales with loyalty. 3. The lord permanently receives 10 of the knight's experience points. 4. The lord gains 3 unconditional resurrection chances cost loyalty. Current status. Covenant target. None. Loyalty. 0. Covenant level. White. Note. As loyalty increases, the covenant will upgrade, unlocking additional talents. A hidden class like this exists? Suhan was inwardly astonished by the diversity of classes in the Divine Realm. After analyzing the details, he realized this a grade hidden class was extraordinary. With a strong enough lord, Li Qingmei was bound for greatness. Doubling her base constitution, gaining free resurrection opportunities, this was the ultimate tank class. After careful consideration, Suhan nodded. All right, really? That's amazing. Li Qingmei clenched her fists in excitement and immediately sent a request. A system notification popped up. Player Li Qingmei requests to become your Covenant Knight. Do you accept? Accept. Golden light enveloped the two of them as the covenant was formed. Suhan turned to Li Qingmei. I have a request. Can you help me exchange my gold coins for cash? Li Qingmei quickly caught on. You're worried that a large cash deposit into a bank account might expose your identity? Exactly. This was one of the reasons Suhan agreed to take her on. While external trackers couldn't hack into the Divine Realm, they could monitor banking systems. If he exchanged a significant amount of gold coins, his identity could be compromised. Being the first to kill a world boss had already drawn enough attention. He had to act with caution. Of course, I can help. Li Qingmei agreed without hesitation. Suhan nodded. In that case, I'll help you level up. Really? That's awesome. Li Qingmei exclaimed, immediately sending him a party invitation. Before long, the two began their tiger hunting journey. Li Qingmei was utterly awestruck by Suhan's strength. Level 10 tigers were like fragile paper in his hands, unable to even get close. Her admiration for him skyrocketed as she watched, her idol filter growing even stronger. Suhan needed only a few nuclear contamination water bombs to take down the tigers, watching them burn away with ease. This effortless display of surpassing level combat was likely unmatched in the Divine Realm. You handle collecting the loot? Suhan instructed. Okay. Snapping out of her daze, Li Qingmei hoisted her giant sword and began gathering the spoils. She was thrilled to discover she'd leveled up twice in no time. Following Suhan was clearly the best decision she'd ever made. With his help, she'd grow stronger in the Divine Realm and resolve her family's crisis. Meanwhile, Suhan reviewed his own stats. After killing 7 or 8 tigers, his experience bar was already half full. His nuclear contamination skill now dealt 40 damage per second. With 2 stacks, combined with nuclear heat and explosions, it inflicted 240 true damage per second. No tiger could withstand his attacks for more than 10 seconds. As a lord, Suhan could view Li Qingmei's stats. Through the covenant, she had gained half his agility converted into constitution, bringing her total close to 50 points. With her equipment and skills, her health was nearing 1,000, and her physical defense was remarkable. If she continued to grow under his guidance, she would undoubtedly become an invincible tank. Meanwhile, Li Qingmei, still basking in her idol worship, heard a series of system notifications in her ears. Loyalty 10. Loyalty 10. Loyalty 10. Covenant upgraded. White Covenant has advanced to Blue Covenant. Effects enhanced. This was truly a partnership built on mutual trust and growth. Ding! The system notification chimed. Killed a ferocious tiger. Gained 46 experience points. Due to defeating an enemy 5 levels higher, you receive an additional 50 experience. 23 points. Another notification followed instantly. Killing a wild beast 5 levels above you triggered class growth. Nuclear contamination damage 1. Now at 50. Suddenly, golden light engulfed Suhan. Congratulations! Your experience has surpassed 2,500 points. You've reached level 6. You've earned 5 free attribute points. Standing next to the tiger's lifeless body, Suhan basked in the familiar surge of golden light. Slaying 19 tigers had finally propelled him to level 6, a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary players. For most, advancing from level 5 to level 6 required hunting hundreds of monsters of the same level. He quickly opened his talent panel to check his progress. Nuclear contamination damage had climbed to an impressive 50 points. This meant he could now inflict 300 damage per second, totaling 10,500 damage over 35 seconds. In this beginner's village, even monsters 5 levels higher than him were now fair game. His stats panel unfolded. Name, Suhan. Title, Kingslayer. Class, SSS Tier Nuclear Mage. Hidden EXP, 62, 53, 83, 600. HP, 920 base, 500 equipment bonus 250. Mana, 330 equipment 100. Strength, 13 physical attack 5. Endurance, 6. Agility, 29 movement speed 21 attack speed 15. Spirit, 23 magic attack 8. Mana 230. Constitution, 17 defense 17 100. HP 170. His equipment inventory displayed Bull King Staff, Wild Bull Boots, Wild Bull Leather Armor, and a damage concealment pocket watch. His storage space was maxed out at 1010. The skill panel showed Basic Water Ball, Level 1. Class trait, Damage inflicts nuclear contamination, current damage, 50. Stackable effects, 4 from dogs, 6 from bulls, 8 from rhinos, 12 from wolves, 19 from tigers. Super contamination uses, 2. Free attribute points remaining, 5. After allocating his points, Suhan's movement speed soared to 30, and his HP nearly broke the 1000 point barrier. He turned to glance at Li Qingmei, who stood nearby. To his surprise, this level 5 girl already had over 1000 HP. Her skyrocketing loyalty had allowed her to inherit 60 of Suhan's primary attributes. Thanks to Suhan's 33 agility points, she had gained an extra 18 points in constitution. At this rate, her constitution would exceed 60 before level 20, turning her into a walking fortress. With the right defensive gear, she could easily become a mobile stronghold. Though impressed, Suhan kept his composure. This tiger hunt had only yielded 2 loot boxes not as generous as the drop rate from wolves. Open them all, Suhan instructed Li Qingmei. Sell any elite gear, and just transfer the money to me. Really? Li Qingmei's eyes sparkled as she practically jumped with excitement. These items were highly sought after in the auction house, and getting them directly from Suhan was an incredible opportunity. No problem. You can decide on the price. Suhan handed her 2 Blackarin quality items while continuing to hunt tigers. If you want these 2, feel free to make an offer. Li Qingmei was stunned, her clear eyes brimming with admiration. Her loyalty to him soared even higher as she felt the overwhelming charisma of her idol. I'll offer 10 gold coins per item. Is that okay? Suhan nodded in agreement. Before long, Li Qingmei summoned a team of dozens from her family. Miss, your ranking on the beginner leaderboard has skyrocketed by tens of thousands. You're now in the top 10,000. The Li family might rise to glory again. One of the team members exclaimed in excitement. It's nothing. Just divide these items and focus on leveling up, Li Qingmei replied calmly, determined to keep Suhan's secret safe. While they distributed the loot, Suhan made his way back to Ghost Village. With his sin value cleared, he was now a neutral player and could finally accept quests from the kimono-clad village chief. Village chief, give me the quests for rhinos, tigers, and wolves. The chief, recalling Suhan's player massacre from earlier, trembled as he hurriedly issued the quests. Quest completions came in rapid succession. Rhino Hide Blues. Gained 500 EXP and 10 copper coins. Don't mess with the tiger. Gained 1000 EXP and 10 copper coins. Wolf Fong Necklace. Gained 800 EXP and 10 copper coins. Golden light flashed again. Congratulations. You've reached level 7. Gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations. You've reached level 8. Gained 5 free attribute points. With his EXP now at 483, 87, 300, Suhan began searching for his next challenge. Village Chief, do you have any particularly difficult quests? Or maybe an endless task? The chief stared at him, stunned by this terrifyingly powerful player. With a trembling voice, he revealed 2 quests. One was a repeatable quest, Trouble with Tigers and Wolves, which rewarded experience and copper coins for killing tigers or wolves. The other was an ultimate quest, Clearing the Path, which required slaying the Tiger King, a boss blocking the road to the town. The first kill would reward 1000 experience points in the highest tier town pass. A hidden ultimate boss existed in the beginner's village. Suhan's eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. Suhan stood just outside Oni village, his brows furrowed in frustration. He had already slain countless tigers, yet the elusive Tiger King remained nowhere to be found. Old man, are you playing me? He turned to the village chief with a sharp, skeptical gaze. A boss that big-eyed have noticed it by now. The chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering nervously, warrior. Sir, the Tiger King is the ultimate boss. It usually doesn't show up until the 5th day. You might have come a little too early. Honestly, in all my years as village chief, I've never seen a player grind monsters as fast as you. 5th day. Suhan's eyes turned icy. You're the chief, aren't you? Don't tell me there's no way to make the boss appear sooner. A menacing sphere of toxic green energy began to form in his hand. If not, maybe it's time for you NPCs to take a nice, long bath in this. The chief immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Mercy warrior, please. Summoning the boss early requires special intel from completing a unique quest. Then he'll just keep killing tigers, Suhan snorted, turning on his heel and walking away. But as he ventured further, the ground suddenly trembled beneath his feet, immobilizing him completely. A decayed, grotesque face materialized in front of him. Fujimoto's twisted grin. 200 gold coins for a binding item well spent. Now attack. Fujimoto's voice rang out. Before Suhan could react, dozens of foreign players swarmed from all directions, hurling debuff items at him. Slow charms, stun talismans, weakening runes, armor-breaking sigils. A barrage of effects rendered Suhan dizzy, his senses dulled, and his magic power reduced to nothing. Even with his elite equipment and high defenses, the relentless attacks chipped away at his health, shaving off 100, then 200 points. 10 seconds later, the stun effect wore off. Suhan lifted his head, his gaze cold and unyielding. From the crowd, a woman stepped forward gracefully. Catherine. Her expression was one of smug confidence as she spoke. I told you before, you can't make it far on your own. Give us your real identity and address. Sign a contract with the Lighthouse Nation, and it'll spare your life. You want me to be your dog? Suhan sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Don't waste your energy resisting, Catherine replied, her tone icy now. This binding rune cost 500 gold coins and lasts for 30 minutes. Your damage output is already 0. You have 5 minutes to decide. I want to offer you a second chance. Is that so? Suhan's expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Who said I need to move to kill? In an instant, he activated the delayed effect of his hidden pocket watch. Time seemed to slow for everyone else, their movements lagging by 3 full seconds. Without hesitation, Suhan unleashed dozens of toxic spheres from his palms, each one finding its mark. Every player took at least 2 direct hits. Screams erupted all around him. The radioactive contamination effect was independent of his magic stats despite his attack power being nullified. The damage dealt was pure and real, inflicting 300 points per second. Most of the rookie players, with health pools under 500, perished almost instantly, their bodies dissolving into bubbling, oozing masses of flesh. By the time the time-slowing effect ended, the battlefield was eerily silent. All that remained were piles of decaying remains, the stench of death hanging heavy in the air. Even Fujimoto and the rest of the Oni players had been reduced to nothing more than rotting heaps of meat. When the player using the special item was instantly killed, most of the buffs on Suhan dissipated. He stood up slowly, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips as his gaze locked onto Catherine. Do you think you can escape this time? Catherine's pupils constricted. She didn't dare to hesitate for even a second and turned to flee desperately. But before she could take more than a few steps, Suhan appeared in a flash and pinned her to the ground. You wretch! Die for me! Suhan snarled, his face twisted with malice. He raised his staff and directed a torrent of nuclear-contaminated water straight into her back. Catherine let out a blood-curdling scream as the toxic substance invaded her body. Her flesh began to decay rapidly, her abdomen swelling grotesquely until it finally burst with a deafening explosion. She became the first player in the game to be killed by nuclear contamination in such a horrifying manner. In a flash of white light, her consciousness was transported back to the western starter village. Nearby, the white players who had been splattered with Catherine's remains touched the warm, sticky blood on their faces in horror. Without a second thought, they turned and ran for their lives. Run. His attacks aren't restricted by items. What kind of monster is this? Run. But they didn't get far. One by one, they were struck down by Suhan's nuclear-contaminated water orbs, reduced to pools of pus and blood. Suhan wasn't concerned about wasting his kill count. Without invitation tokens, these players from the so-called Beacon Nation couldn't enter other starter villages, meaning he couldn't exploit their mutations to farm boosted attributes. After sending Catherine and the other players back to their starter village, Suhan grinned darkly and turned toward Oni village. This time, he intended to have a proper conversation with Fujimoto. At the resurrection point in Oni village, Fujimoto was desperately trying to flee toward the outskirts of the village. but Suhan, with a precise strike from 60 meters away, hit him square in the back with a water orb, forcing him to respawn. Suhan's focus was now solely on Fujimoto. "What do you want from me?" Fujimoto stammered, trembling all over after yet another resurrection. The agony of being reduced to a pool of radioactive pus was far worse than any torture had endured before. Even in that state, his sense of pain remained intact, amplified to unbearable levels. "I just want to ask you a question," Suhan said calmly, before immediately killing Fujimoto with another water orb. After 10 deaths, Fujimoto mutated once more. This time, his skeletal structure was completely warped, his arms resembling crab claws, and his lungs were exposed and torn open. Although he barely retained a humanoid form, his appearance was grotesque and disturbing. Using 50 of his 100 kill opportunities, Suhan forced Fujimoto through 5 mutations, extracting 5 attribute points in the process. By the end, Fujimoto resembled a zombie-like creature, trembling as he stood with a blank, expressionless face. "Are you going to talk, or not? Just ask already." Fujimoto rasped in a voice that no longer sounded human. Without treatment from at least a level 60 priest, he would remain in this grotesque, mutated state, enduring excruciating pain every time he logged into the game. "Did I not ask?" Suhan mused for a moment before speaking again. "You must know Qin Hao, don't you?" "Qin Hao?" Fujimoto nodded cautiously. Of course, he knew Qin Hao. Both of them worked under the Miyazaki Corporation, and Qin Hao, who was pretending to be one of the Oni, was even considered a friend of his. He couldn't understand why this man in front of him was asking about Qin Hao. "Then do you know Qin Hao's in-game ID? Which starter village he's in? What's his class?" Suhan asked coldly. I know." Fujimoto hesitated, trying to maintain some semblance of defiance. "But why should I tell you?" Before he could finish, another nuclear water orb came hurtling toward him. Fujimoto let out a blood-curdling scream before dissolving into a pool of foul blood. This marked the 10th time Suhan had killed him. Each death granted Fujimoto twisted attributes, and by now, his form was far from human, gradually morphing into that of a giant crab. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, just stop killing me." Fujimoto begged through sobs, quickly spilling all the information he had. "The ID is 322345, in Novice Village 2344, Class Thunder Mage Profession. There's a professional player named Luo Yuntianfeng assisting me." Suhan swiftly confirmed the ID belonged to Qin Hao, which meant locating his target in the city would be effortless. As for the rest of the information, Suhan couldn't care less. They were nothing but insignificant ants to him. After sparing Fujimoto, Suhan turned his blade toward several other enemy players, cutting them down over 40 times in succession. The system sounded a warning. "Warning. You have killed white name players 100 times, gaining 100 sin points and reaching maximum red name status. For the next 5 hours, you are prohibited from using potions, returning to the city, and your drop rate is reduced by 10. Further killing of white name players will result in a 3-day ban." The system also indicated that sin points would decrease naturally over time, reducing by 8 points per hour. However, the more frequently one entered red name status, the slower the recovery rate. This was Suhan's second time reaching maximum red name status, meaning he could no longer enter the novice village, and his sin point decay rate had slowed significantly. Taking stock of his gains, Suhan found the loot underwhelming Fujimoto, and the others' equipment had already been completely looted. However, he had gained 8 attribute points through mutation: Agility 2, Strength 2, Spirit 2, and Constitution 2, effectively granting him the equivalent of 2 level-ups. If only there were a way to kill without triggering a ban, Suhan mused. But in the Divine Realm, free PvP was only possible under specific conditions: reaching level 20 and unlocking a specialized profession, or earning enough victories in the Royal City's PvP arena to obtain a title. For now, he'd have to patiently wait for his sin points to dissipate. Meanwhile, Fujimoto, still trembling, contacted Qin Hao. "Qin Hao-kun, you need to be careful." "Careful? Why should I be?" came the arrogant voice on the other end. "The Qin Corporation already dominates the entertainment industry in Dasha. Don't ask why. Just stay vigilant. There's a demon after you." Fujimoto warned through gritted teeth. "A demon? What are you talking about?" Back at the tiger-infested mountain, Suhan seized a moment while Li Qingmei was preoccupied with her tasks to begin another round of slaughter. Thanks to his boosted attributes, he now dispatched tigers effortlessly, each kill taking no more than 10 seconds, and without the need for elaborate maneuvers. Unfortunately, the tigers no longer triggered his nuclear contamination talent, and the experience points they provided had diminished significantly. The system notified him, "You have slain a tiger, gaining 20 base experience. An additional 20 bonus for defeating an enemy 2 levels higher grants a total of 24 experience points." Compared to the 70 points he earned when fighting enemies 5 levels higher, the difference was stark. Before long, The hillside was littered with the corpses of over 100 tigers. However, due to the absence of the level gap bonus and the penalty to his drop rate, the tigers yielded only 7 or 8 loot boxes, far fewer than before. At that moment, Li Qingmei arrived and was stunned by the sight of the scattered loot. Suhan gestured toward the boxes. Go ahead and put them up for consignment. Li Qingmei nodded repeatedly. There were far too many elite items for her to use, so she decided to list them in the consignment shop as a boon for other novice players in the village. Congratulations! You have surpassed 7,300 experience points and reached level 9. You have gained 5 free attribute points. After massacring over 100 tigers, Suhan had reached level 9, with 3 levels worth of unallocated attribute points saved up. He glanced back at the slope, but the Tiger King still hadn't appeared. Would he really have to wait until the 5th day? That would mean being forced to compete on equal footing with other players. As he pondered this, a deafening tiger's roar echoed through the valley. It could only be the Tiger King boss. It seemed the village chief's words had been true. A heavy breathing sound came from behind, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Li Qingmei was trembling so hard her teeth chattered, but Suhan remained unervingly calm. Stay where you are, he instructed. Turning around, he laid eyes on an enormous beast. Its golden fur bore the distinctive king pattern. Its claws were larger than car wheels, and its massive head was as big as a car hood. The ordinary tigers nearby seemed like kittens in comparison. Though only half the size of the Bull King, the aura it exuded was several times more oppressive. This was the ultimate boss of the novice village map, the Tiger King. Level 10. HP 50,000, regenerates 100 HP per second. Attack 400. Defense 200. Movement speed 45. Skill 1, Tiger Roar. Emits a roar that reduces all attributes of nearby enemies, with the effect increasing the closer they are, up to 30. Skill 2, Leap. Instantly jumps up to 10 meters away, with a 5-second cooldown. Skill 3, Consecutive Claw Strikes. Latches onto an enemy and performs a series of attacks, each dealing 150 physical damage, up to 10 hits. For the first time, Suhan's expression grew serious. Taking Li Qingmei by the arm, he quickly retreated several steps toward the edge of the monster zone. His caution was well-founded. Unlike the high defense, low-attack rhinos or tank-like Bull King he had faced before, the Tiger King was a true assassin-style boss, a mortal threat to magic-based professions like his. Suhan found himself in a dire situation while facing the Tiger King boss. As a nuclear pollution mage, the last thing he wanted to encounter was an opponent with the speed and agility of an assassin. This Tiger King not only boasted an astonishing 50,000 health points, but also had an incredible speed stat of 4,515 points higher than Suhan's. What did this mean? With a spellcasting range of 60 meters, the Tiger King could close the distance in just 3 seconds. To make matters worse, it had a leap ability akin to teleportation. If it managed to get close, no amount of maneuvering on Suhan's part would save him from certain death, let alone allow him to stack nuclear pollution damage. This was precisely why Suhan placed such importance on maintaining his distance-ranged, glass-cannon classes like his always faced this inescapable dilemma. As he retreated to the wolf zone, Li Qingmei's face had gone pale with fear. This Tiger King boss is way too strong, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Yeah, taking it down might require a tank. I'm not a tank, Suhan replied, his gaze shifting to Li Qingmei. Wait, what? Li Qingmei froze, panic flashing in her eyes. I'm technically a knight class, but I don't even have a taunt skill yet. Suhan nodded thoughtfully. While a contract knight like her could indeed serve as a tank, she hadn't developed enough to handle such a role. It seemed the burden would fall on him. Opening his stats panel, he prepared to allocate his attribute points. Name, Su Ruahan. Initial class, SS Nuclear Pollution Mage. Hidden level, 973-481-0000. Health, 950. Title 500, Equipment 250. Mana, 350. Equipment 100. Strength, 15. Physical attack, 14. Stamina, 14. Agility, 47. Movement speed, 355. Evasion, 23. Spirit, 25. Magic attack, 12. Constitution, 20. Defense, 20,200. Health points, 200. Equipment, Bullhorn Hunting Bow. Wild Bull Boots. Wild Bull Leather Armor. Damaged Concealed Pocket Watch. Inventory space, 010. Skills. Basic Water Ball, Level 1. SS Hidden Class Skill. Inflicts nuclear pollution damage. Pollution damage, 504. Fish 6, Bull 8, Rhino 12, Wolf 19, Tiger 19. Maximum stacks, 2. Super pollution uses, 2. Unallocated attribute points, 0. After allocating his points, Suhan's movement speed reached 40, but it still wasn't enough to keep up with the Tiger King. Staring at his stats panel, He felt a wave of frustration. Mages were at a significant disadvantage against assassin-like opponents. Without sufficient speed, there was no easy solution. He decided he'd need to log off and research some strategies. As night fell, the system issued a notification. Your daily online time is up. Please log out within 5 minutes, or you will be automatically disconnected. Perfect timing to check some guides, Suhan muttered, nodding. Beside him, Li Qingmei puffed out her chest, though it wasn't particularly impressive, and saluted him. I'll transfer today's earnings to you right away. Moments later, a notification popped up. 500,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Suhan's eyes widened at the amount. 2 Blackron-grade equipment pieces had sold for 200,000 yuan, while the loot from over 10 treasure chests, including 7 or 8 elite-grade items, had fetched another 200,000 yuan. Adding in the gold coins and the remainder that Li Qingmei rounded up, the day's total earnings had exceeded 800,000 yuan. The sheer windfall filled him with excitement, couldn't wait to return to the real world and spend it. In the final 5 minutes, Suhan returned to the village to turn in the unlimited tiger-slaying quest. The 100-plus tigers he had defeated yielded 1,000 experience points and over 20 copper coins. Would you like to log out? Yes. Emerging from the gaming pod, Suhan immediately made his way to the water dispenser and downed several gulps. Then, grabbing his phone, he ordered some takeout. Yet, despite the small comforts, the thought of the Tiger King boss loomed over him like a heavy stone. As the final boss of the novice village, it had to be defeated. Otherwise, he'd be stuck wasting time in the beginner zone. What should he do? Pondering this, Suhan sat down at his computer and logged into the Divine Realm forum. Unsurprisingly, the forum was abuzz with discussions on a single topic. Who killed the Bull King boss? Top 10 theories about Su Ruohan's identity. Suhan ranks the least likely. How insane do your stats need to be to slay the Bull King within 2 hours of launch? Ignoring the chatter, Suhan typed into the search bar. How was the Tiger King boss defeated last time? The search results displayed numerous threads, but one video stood out. Closed beta. Tiger King boss world first kill by Mr. Ma. The video description revealed it to be a personal showcase by Mr. Ma. As the wealthiest man in the country during that period, Mr. Ma had assembled an elite team of 18 warriors and led a 100-man raid to take down the Tiger King, achieving the world's first kill during the closed beta. Mr. Ma himself played a swordsman class of melee, high agility, burst damage role. Suhan couldn't help but shake his head. The first kill belonged to none other than a billionaire? Still, the video offered valuable insights. In the footage, the team leader was repeatedly knocked down by the Tiger King. Yet he managed to chug over a dozen potions, dramatically boosting his speed and strength to hold out until the team's main tank was revived to take over. I see now, Suhan murmured. Suhan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In the end, wasn't it all about money? The price of these high-level potions was enough to make ordinary players back off. However, this gave him an idea right now. The speed gap between him and the Tiger King was only 5 points. Buying a potion to temporarily boost his movement speed and surpass his opponent seemed like a smart move. With that thought, he quickly made up his mind. Just then, his food delivery arrived. Suhan grabbed a box of braised pork rice and began devouring it. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a WeChat message popped up. Brother, how are you doing? I rushed back from abroad during my break. I heard you've been blacklisted. Is it true? Do you need my help? Suhan put down his chopsticks and looked at the sweet avatar of his sister, Su Li, in the chat box. He replied irritably, why aren't you studying properly abroad? What are you coming back for? The phone rang immediately, and Su Li's anxious voice came through. Brother, I heard you lost so much money in penalty fees that you went bankrupt. I'm not going to study anymore. I'll come back and work to earn money with you. Bang! Suhan slammed his chopsticks on the table in frustration. Who said your brother is broke? Even if the sky falls, you're going to finish your studies. Got it. With that, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Su Li. This is for next semester's tuition. If it's not enough, let me know. Don't worry, those people can't take me down. I've got plenty of money. On the other end of the call, Su Li stared at the transaction notification in shock. The rumors online about her brother going bankrupt and working odd jobs turned out to be false. Hee, I knew my big brother wouldn't crumble so easily. My flight is tomorrow night at 9. I'll stay in the country for a month. I'll pick you up tomorrow, Suhan replied, thinking it wouldn't interfere with his gaming schedule. But as he glanced around the cramped, shabby rented apartment, the filthy environment made him frown. There was no way he could let his sister see him living in a place like this. He dialed a number. Hello, is this Wang from the bank? Suhan? The voice on the other end had grown noticeably colder. This old classmate, Wang Kai, who used to call him Big Bro with utmost respect, now sounded like a different person entirely. A faint smirk appeared on Suhan's lips. I want to redeem the house I mortgaged. Oh. Wang Kai's tone grew heavier as he cast a probing glance at Suhan. That house is worth over 2 million. You mortgaged it to cover Qin Corporation's breach of contract penalty. Things are looking up for you financially now? I'm not talking about paying in full, I'll redeem it through a mortgage. Suhan locked eyes with Wang Kai. Even with a mortgage, the down payment is 60,000. Don't worry, I've got the money. We can settle it today. Hearing that Suhan seemingly had funds, Wang Kai's demeanor softened immediately. As the original owner, you have the first redemption rights. Given our old classmates' relationship, we'll make sure it's all sorted for you today. He was secretly delighted. Returning the mortgaged house to its original owner not only earned him interest but also counted toward his performance metrics. By tomorrow, they'll be moving back in. I expect everything to be as it was. Don't worry. Mortgaged houses are merely sealed off. We haven't touched a thing inside. Early the next morning, Suhan went straight to the bank, paid the 60,000 down payment, and redeemed his house. However, this also saddled him with a mortgage of over $1 million. As he stepped through the familiar doorway of his home, he felt it was all worth it. But to repay the loan, he knew he had to push forward relentlessly. His immediate priority was taking down the Tiger King. In the living room, Suhan once again entered the virtual realm of the divine domain. It was already noon, but to him, being a few hours behind didn't matter. Even if other players had a 2-week head start, they couldn't match his pace. For now, his focus was on defeating the Tiger King. Lord Leader, you're finally online. Li Qingmei was the first to message him. After a brief reply, Suhan headed straight to the merchant NPC. Show me your best potions. With his red name status lifted and his sin value reset to 0, he could finally use consumables again. Suhan ignored the cheap potions and went straight to the most expensive ones. Life Potion. Instantly restores 30 HP, 100 gold coins. Damage Boost Potion. Increases physical attack by 100 points for 1 minute, 100 gold coins. Earth Armor Potion. Absorbs 3000 damage for 1 minute, 100 gold coins. Speed Boost Potion. Increases movement and attack speed by 30 for 1 minute, 100 gold coins. One potion costs 100 gold coins. That's like $1 million cash. Suhan swore under his breath. Divine Domain truly wasn't a game for the poor. He recalled a video of Ma Zong chugging potions like water during a raid. It must have cost billions for a single battle. Ordinary players couldn't dream of that. Still, for someone of Suhan's skill, those expensive potions weren't game changers. The Earth Armor Potion's 3000 shield would barely last a second against the Tiger King's 400 attack power. The damage boost and healing effects were equally negligible in the face of a one-hit kill scenario. Instead, his eyes landed on a more modest option. Acceleration Potion. Boosts movement speed by 15 for 30 seconds, priced at 3 gold coins. Although its effect was half that of the high-end Speed Boost Potion and its duration was only 30 seconds, it was dozens of times cheaper, just 3,000 cash per bottle. Gritting his teeth, Suhan bought 3 bottles, emptying his savings. This was a gamble, but he had no choice. To prepare for Su Li's return, he had to win this fight. 3 potions would give him a total of 90 seconds of increased speed. His current movement speed of 40 would gain an extra 15, roughly 6 points, bringing it to 46, just enough to outpace the Tiger King. If he could kite the boss effectively, his Nuclear Contamination ability would deal 300 true damage per second. Factoring in the Tiger King's natural regeneration of 100 HP per second, the net damage would be 200 per second. With the Tiger King's total HP at 50,000, he calculated that he could take it down in 5 minutes. Clutching the 3 potions, Suhan strode toward the tiger-infested wilderness. Suhan, are you going to challenge the Tiger King? Li Qingmei gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Are you seriously ready to fight the Tiger King this soon? Stay here, Suhan said, waving her off as he pulled out the Bull King's staff. Understood. Li Qingmei replied, though her heart was pounding. It had only been a day since Suhan defeated the Bull King, and now he was already targeting the second world boss. His pace was nothing short of astonishing. In the wilderness, the Tiger King lay sprawled on the highest peak like an immovable mountain, basking in its dominance. Around it, the carcasses of its prey littered the ground, while its tiger minions prowled the area vigilantly. Whoosh! A plume of yellow-green smoke erupted as Suhan launched a long-range water orb, striking the Tiger King squarely on its head. After landing the hit, he immediately retreated, waiting for combat to end before returning. By the time he came back, the Tiger King had fully regenerated its health through natural recovery. Without forcing the Tiger King into action to trigger his nuclear contamination damage, it was nearly impossible to deplete its HP. The infinite kiting strategy would be no easy feat. This was a boss designed to require 100 level 10 players chugging potions to stand a chance. Yet here he was, attempting a solo kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suhan unleashed another barrage of water orbs, stacking 2 layers of nuclear contamination before turning to flee. He was determined to wear it down with Hitandran tactics. But this time, the Tiger King was far less forgiving. With each kiting attempt, its aggression and pursuit range increased. As soon as Suhan revealed himself, the Tiger King leapt down from the peak, landing with a thunderous crash that sent a gust of wind spiraling outward. Roar! The Tiger King let out an ear-splitting roar, and Suhan immediately felt his stats drop by 30. At this point, his priority wasn't dealing damage, it was survival. If he could escape combat alive, that alone was a victory. Dodging a powerful stomp by a hair's breadth, Suhan managed to catch his breath. Damn it! A single hit would kill me instantly, but I can use this to stack contamination layers first. Suhan had time on his side and was willing to play the long game with the Tiger King. After 2 grueling hours of relentless Hitandran tactics, the Tiger King's HP had finally dropped by 10,000. However, as soon as combat ended, it would begin regenerating again. Just as Suhan was strategizing his next move, he noticed something strange. One of the Tiger King's front claws had started to deform, and its attack power seemed to weaken slightly. Indeed, even bosses can mutate. This revelation lit a spark in Suhan's eyes as he fixed his determined gaze on the Tiger King before him. As long as he persisted, he could steadily wear down its strength. Without hesitation, he pulled a speed potion from his backpack, bit off the cap, and downed it in one gulp. The bitter taste made him grimace, but the effect was instantaneous. His movement speed surged by over 10, surpassing even the Tiger King's. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a water sphere directly at the beast. The Tiger King, already enraged to its maximum hatred level, caught Suhan's scent and launched itself into the air in a ferocious leap, landing with a thunderous crash that sent a cloud of dust billowing. It followed up with a series of furious attacks, a deafening roar that shook the nearby trees, then a relentless barrage of claw strikes, as though to vent all its accumulated fury in one go. The battle erupted in full force. Other tigers in the area turned hostile, their names glowing red, and charged madly at Suhan. The entire Tiger Mountain seemed to be bathed in a crimson hue. Yet, Suhan remained unshaken. With a powerful stomp of his bullhide boots, he leapt out of the Tiger King's range while maintaining his relentless attacks. The Tiger King's claws swiped dangerously close, forcing Suhan to retreat whenever his radiation skill wore off, only to turn and resume his assault. The beast's formidable regenerative abilities meant that without maintaining the high-temperature radiation effect, his previous damage would be rendered meaningless. This compelled him to stay within a perilous half-meter range. One misstep, and he'd be taken down instantly. Surrounded by a pack of tigers, Suhan's movements were impeccably precise. He could predict their actions a full 5 seconds in advance, and for the first few minutes, he controlled the battlefield flawlessly, driving the Tiger King's health down to below 15,000. But just as he uncapped another speed potion, that brief lapse of 0.1 seconds was all the Tiger King needed. It lunged at him, and one of its claws grazed Suhan. If not for the 500 bonus health points granted by his title, the strike would have been fatal. In the nick of time, Suhan activated the knockback skill of his bullhorn staff, sending the Tiger King flying 3 meters away and regaining control of the kiting strategy. As the fight wore on, Suhan became increasingly adept at predicting the Tiger King's moves. Though the beast began rallying nearby tigers to block his path, their movement speed of 25 was no match for Suhan's enhanced speed of 41, rendering their encirclement attempts futile. 90 grueling seconds passed. Suhan had exhausted all 3 of his potions, and without the speed buff, his kiting strategy was no longer viable. But the Tiger King's health had dropped to 5,000, just a little more to go. Drawing a deep breath, Suhan released one final water sphere before sprinting toward the mountain peak. The Tiger King gave chase, and the two engaged in a final showdown on the barren heights of Tiger Mountain. As the entire pack of tigers converged on the summit, Suhan suddenly leapt from the highest point, plunging over 10 meters into the air. The Tiger King's eyes burned with crimson fury. Certain that Suhan, now without his speed boost, was doomed, it pounced toward his landing spot. But as the beast closed in, Suhan's expression shifted to one of calm confidence. He had been waiting for this moment. Slow down. The hidden skill of his pocket watch activated at the critical instant. Time around them seemed to decelerate by dozens of times. The Tiger King's movements turned sluggish, while Suhan landed gracefully and resumed his radiation attack. The final 2 seconds ticked away. Life or death hung in the balance. As the slowing effect dissipated, the Tiger King crashed heavily to the ground. It mustered its last strength to lunge at Suhan, but just 0.1 seconds before it could strike, the final pulse of radiation struck its head. With a resounding thud, the Tiger King collapsed. This was Suhan's true strategy, to lure the Tiger King into midair, buying himself the critical final second to secure victory. Outside Tiger Mountain, Li Qingmei watched in stunned silence, unable to calm her racing heart. A lifelong gaming enthusiast, she had witnessed countless matches by prodigious players, but none as breathtaking as this. Suhan's every move was a masterpiece, an artful display of precision and strategy that seemed almost mythical. So cool, she murmured, grateful that she had recorded the entire legendary battle. With Suhan's personal details redacted, this video would surely captivate countless viewers online. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the strongest boss in the Novice Village map, the Tiger King. You have gained 200 fame points and obtained the strongest boss chest of the Novice Village X1. Moments later, a server-wide announcement lit up the Dragon Alliance. Global announcement. Congratulations to novice player Suhan for defeating the strongest boss in the Novice Village map, the Tiger King, achieving the first kill of the strongest boss in this public beta. System rewards, 200 fame points, the permanent title hero of the Novice Village, 10 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. This announcement will repeat. The announcement echoed across the server over a dozen times, leaving players in utter disbelief. A brief silence was followed by an explosion of messages flooding the public chat. This has to be fake. The strongest boss in the Novice Village? Isn't the spawn condition for that boss ridiculously hard? Last time, even Mababa took a month to trigger this boss in the final 10 days of the Novice Village phase. Suhan beat it on day 3? What kind of monster is this guy? This has to be a bug. We're still struggling with the Wild Bull King, and he's already taken down the Tiger King? They'll pay 1 billion to uncover his identity. Our boss says if Suhan agrees to meet for tea in person, he'll pay 5 billion as a tea fee. In the Wild Ox Valley of Newbie Village number 2, a 100-member elite team was grinding monsters and leveling up. Every team member had already reached level 5, and their coordination was nothing short of flawless. The mages cast spells with textbook precision, the warriors delivered ferocious damage, and the team's movement and tactical synergy were seamless. This team's strength was no coincidence. Its leader, Qinfeng, was the top-ranked player in the World of Warcraft competitive scene, a champion of multiple international awards. Even more astonishing, a 500-member support team was working tirelessly to farm experience points for them. At this moment, Qinfeng approached a young man with an extraordinary presence. This seemingly ordinary yet slightly melancholic man was none other than Wang Kong, the son of Wang Long, the richest man in the north. As the team's financial backer, Wang Kong was approachable and was busy praising the team's performance. Just then, the Wild Ox King collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire team erupted in cheers. 3 days of intense training had finally paid off. The team members excitedly lifted their leader in celebration, expressing their gratitude to Wang Kong for his support. As the second group on the server to defeat the Wild Ox King, Wang Kong received generous rewards. Without hesitation, he announced bonuses and a feast for the entire team. However, amidst the celebration, a system announcement shattered the joyous atmosphere. Player Suhan has become the first to defeat the strongest boss in the Newbie Village, the Tiger King. The air froze instantly. Shock was written all over Wang Kang's face, while Qinfeng could only muster a wry smile while they were still celebrating the Wild Ox King's defeat. Someone else had already taken down the mightier Tiger King. Furious, Wang Kong logged off immediately, leaving Qinfeng to calm the team and encourage them to continue leveling up. This news sent shockwaves through the game. Every top-tier team that had poured massive resources into hunting bosses fell silent, questioning the identity of the mysterious Suhan. In Newbie Village number 3372, Catherine from the Lighthouse Nation and Fujimoto were equally stunned by the announcement. Catherine gritted her teeth, frustrated at her inability to defeat the man who controlled nuclear pollution. She secretly vowed to leverage Sky Capital's beta privileges during the town stage to deal with Suhan. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Newbie Village, Lin Shuheng trembled as he opened his friends list to send Suhan a congratulatory message. When Lin Shuheng asked how Suhan managed to solo the world boss, Suhan replied with just 4 words: "It's all in the hands." At that moment, Suhan was entirely focused on the enormous jewel-encrusted treasure chest before him, the ultimate reward from the Tiger King boss. This chest had the potential to yield special equipment, rare items, and skill books. In addition to the chest, Suhan had also earned 10 free attribute points. Suhan immediately used a super pollution ability to unlock the chest. With nuclear pollution stacked to 50 layers, each mutation increased the drop rate by 5.0. After 20 mutations, the drop rate skyrocketed to an astonishing 1025. As Suhan opened the chest, dozens of items spilled out like a waterfall, landing in his hands. The backpack instantly overflowed, spilling onto the ground as a variety of items scattered everywhere. Suhan quickly scanned the loot. 5 pieces of black iron-grade equipment and 5 pieces of special equipment, showcasing the astonishing 50 drop rate for special items from the strongest treasure chest in the Novice Village, 10 times higher than a boss chest. Additionally, there were 10 rare Tiger King Fong enhancement materials, 3 different scrolls, and 5 skill books. What excited Suhan the most was the pet egg radiating an eerie green glow on the ground. He carefully examined its description: an ordinary grade pet egg that would hatch into a pet with at least ordinary grade qualifications. Initial level, 1. Current hatch progress, 0. The hatching mechanism required monster blood of a level no lower than the player's. Each monster level could increase the hatch progress by 5. In the realm of divinity, pets are lifelong companions and directly influence the player's attributes. Very few players could acquire pets during the novice phase. Most ordinary players wouldn't get the chance until level 50. The earlier a pet is obtained, the greater the advantage. For Suhan, however, the hatching mechanism was a bonus after all. Defeating higher-level monsters was his specialty. The ground was still soaked with the blood of the level 10 ferocious tiger he had just slain. Suhan was about to harvest the blood for hatching when a sudden thought struck him. Could the pet egg undergo super pollution too? Excited by the potential mutation effects, he eagerly poured the tiger's blood onto the egg. The green eggshell absorbed the blood rapidly and then activated super pollution. A nuclear hazard symbol appeared in the top right corner of the eggshell, indicating the first mutation effect. Pet's true qualification 50. The eggshell changed color from green to blue, upgrading to an elite-grade mutated pet egg, guaranteed to hatch a pet with at least elite-grade qualifications. The hatch progress had reached 5. No way. Suhan was stunned. Every aspect of his SS class profession felt like cheating. Even hatching a pet egg could trigger mutations. Although the strongest creature in the novice village was only the level 10 ferocious tiger, limiting further hatching progress for now, this discovery filled him with anticipation for the future. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining loot. The 5 pieces of black iron equipment were worth a few $100,000 in cash, but his real focus was on the 5 pieces of special equipment. 1. Cursed Bishop's Boots. 10 movement speed, 100 dual defense, 200 HP, skill, Silent Sanctuary, allows you to designate a 50 by 50 meter area as a church, enabling instant teleportation within the area every 5 seconds for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Curse trait. Leaves behind bloody footprints and is guaranteed to drop on death. 2. Evil Useless Staff. 100 magic attack, 500 mana, 100 mana regeneration. Skill Brutality doubles the effect of every 11th spell cast but causes the user to lose control. Restricted to priest class. 3. Torture Ring. 200 HP. Skill Torment. Inflicts a 10-second pain state. No damage on targets 5 levels lower than the user. Cooldown, 3 hours. 4. Severely Damaged Acceleration Earring. 10 mana. 10 mana regeneration. Skill Acceleration. Reduces the cooldown of one ability by 3 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 5. Sentient Tiger Fang Necklace. Black iron grade quality. 200 HP. Skill Tiger's Roar reduces all attributes of nearby monsters, with greater reductions the closer they are up to 30. Suhan decided to save the useless staff for the city auction and equipped 3 accessories to complement his existing broken pocket watch, filling all his accessory slots. Finally, he examined the skill books. 1 random skill book each for warrior, mage, assassin, priest, and archer classes. Suhan opened the ultimate treasure chest, revealing 5 skill books neatly arranged before him, each belonging to a different class. With his tenfold drop rate bonus, he managed to clear out every single skill book in one go. Without hesitation, he devised a plan. The mage skill book would be kept for himself, the tank skill book sold to Li Qingmei, and the remaining 3 would be listed on the auction house once he reached the city. In addition to the skill books, the chest contained 3 rare scrolls, precious items that were the crown jewels of the reward pool. Swift Scroll boosts movement speed and attack speed by 100 and increases dodge rate by 30 for 1 hour. Frenzy Scroll increases physical attack and stamina by 100 and critical chance by 30 for 1 hour. Nature Scroll enhances magical attack and spirit by 100 and grants 30 life steal across all damage types for 1 hour. Now these, Suhan thought to himself, are treasures worthy of being passed down through generations. Estimating their worth based on the exorbitant prices of potions in the divine realm, he knew these scrolls were priceless, so rare that they were practically unavailable for purchase. He decided to keep the Swift and Nature scrolls for personal use and only put the Frenzy scroll, which was less useful for a mage, up for auction. Surveying the rest of his spoils, Suhan took stock. 10 Tiger King fangs carefully stored alongside the Wild Bull King horns for future gear upgrades. 5 pieces of black iron grade equipment. 1 piece of special equipment. 3 additional skill books. 1 scroll. 16 rare enhancement materials. A rough estimate placed the total value of these items in the millions, possibly even exceeding 10 million. So this is what it feels like to strike it rich, Suhan thought, a grin spreading across his face. Even in the post-fusion world where the divine realm and reality overlapped, this fortune would allow him to acquire a significant arsenal of gear and items. The system also rewarded him with a new title, Hero of the Novice Village, along with 10 gold coins and 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Suhan allocated all the points to agility, boosting his movement speed by 7 points, enough to surpass the Tiger King's speed without relying on potions. The title came with a permanent 5 dodge rate bonus, an unexpected perk that thrilled him. Having a 5 dodge rate at under level 10 was sure to make veteran beta testers raise their eyebrows in astonishment. Eager to capitalize on his gains, Suhan grabbed the mage skill book and activated it. A system notification chimed. You have learned the Black Iron Grade Mage skill, Minor Rainstorm. Minor Rainstorm level 1. Area of effect, 1010 meters. Duration, 10 seconds. Effect, deals 10 magic damage per second to all targets within the area. Special, grants 50 movement speed boost within the rainstorm's area of effect. Mana cost, 50. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Not only can I summon acid rain to wreak havoc, but I can also dart around like a fish in water while it's pouring. Suhan thought smugly. With this skill, even if surrounded by hordes of enemies, he could retreat with ease. Just as he was about to head off to report back to the village chief, the great sword-wielding Li Qingmei approached him with a carefully edited combat video. Could you approve this for upload and sharing? She asked. Every detail that could reveal their identities had been meticulously blurred out. Suhan nodded, imagining the stunned faces of fans who had once accused him of cheating when they saw the footage. Thank you, Lord, Li Qingmei said with exaggerated reverence. Cut it out with the roleplay, Suhan retorted. This is an MMO, not a medieval drama. Then Master, she teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Suhan nearly choked on his own breath. Just stick to my name. All right, Master, she replied playfully. Rolling his eyes, Suhan dangled the tank skill book in front of her. Her eyes lit up, and without missing a beat, she offered 1.5 million. The deal was sealed on the spot. Afterward, Suhan listed the other equipment on the auction house, setting a starting price of 5 gold coins for each item. Finally, he arrived at the village chief's home to turn in his quest. The elderly man was overjoyed. Fantastic, brave warrior. Thanks to your efforts, our humble village can now establish direct trade routes with the city. Your contributions are invaluable. As a token of our gratitude, I hereby present you with the highest grade city pass. The notification chime signaled the completion of the mission, and Suhan was rewarded handsomely. 2,000 experience points and a top-tier heroic town pass. The experience points were just enough to push him to level 10-10-000-15000, granting him 5 free attribute points. The ghostly village chief handed him a crimson scroll adorned with a fearsome tiger head emblem. Without hesitation, Suhan opened his status panel to examine his current stats. Name, Su Ruhan. Title, King Slayer. Starting class, SSS class Nuclear Pollution Mage. Level, 10-10-000-15000. Health, 1,360 base, 500 equipment 650. Mana, 350 base 240 equipment 110. Base attributes. Strength, 15. Physical attack, 14. Endurance, 14. Agility, 61. Movement speed, 55 base 4510. Evasion, 23. Spirit, 25. Magic attack, 12. Mana, 250. Constitution, 21. Dual defense, 321 base 21 300. Equipment, bullhorn hunting bow. Cursed bishop's boots. Wild ox leather armor. Damaged stealth pocket watch. Torture ring. Heavily damaged acceleration earrings. Sentient tiger fong necklace. Skills. Basic water ball level 1. Minor rainstorm spell level 1. SSS class hidden class trait. Damage inflicts nuclear pollution. Nuclear pollution damage. 504 dog 6 ox 8 rhino 12 wolf 19 tiger. Pollution stack limit, 2. Super pollution uses, 0. At that moment, the system chimed again. The path from this village to the town has been cleared. Players may now proceed to the town to choose a faction. Selecting a faction will unlock the main storyline quest. Suhan recalled the information from beta players. Upon reaching level 10, players could choose a faction to begin the main storyline. Each faction offered unique advantages. Thunder faction boosted magic attack, Sun faction enhanced physical attack, and Earth faction improved defense and health. The main storyline revolved around the intricate rivalries between factions, with branching side quests and choices that profoundly impacted the narrative. However, something felt off. Suhan noticed the village chief's evasive gaze. A quick scan through the game data revealed the truth. Defeating the Tiger King wasn't necessary at all. The Leave Village quest was triggered simply by having 10 players reach level 10. You sly old fox. Suhan growled, grabbing the village chief by the neck. You dared to deceive me? Mercy, great warrior. I swear it wasn't intentional, the chief stammered, struggling in vain. Deceive me? You've signed your death warrant. Suhan roared, conjuring a water ball and launching it at the chief. The water ball struck with a sickening impact, reducing the chief to a grotesque pile of flesh. But Suhan's fury was far from spent. Without hesitation, he unleashed his nuclear acid rain, drenching the entire ghostly village. His acceleration earrings allowed him to refresh his skills 3 times in quick succession, and a torrent of water balls rained down relentlessly on every in-peak bar owners. Cooks, the brothel madam, none were spared. Under the corrosive onslaught of the acid rain, the NPC's skin began to decay, their limbs disintegrating until they were reduced to pools of blood and gore. Their anguished cries echoed through the village. Amaterasu-sama, why? That man is a demon, a true Oni. Help us, please. Amaterasu? Even if he shows up, it'll burn him to ashes. Suhan sneered, watching as the village dissolved into utter ruin. Yellow-green fumes rose into the air, the intense radiation sparking flames that consumed everything in a chaotic inferno of water and fire. The player who had just been hailed as the hero of the novice village had now become its destroyer. Yet, having completed the highest level quest and officially moved beyond the village's jurisdiction, Suhan's massacre incurred no penalty or sin value. The red glowing teleportation circle at the village entrance emitted a faint light. Suhan stepped into it, and a map interface displaying hundreds of towns instantly unfolded before his eyes. As a level 10 player, he could freely choose his teleportation destination. Each town showcased its unique charm and attributes. The towns on the map were neatly arranged according to different national characteristics. Konoha Town belonged to the Oni Nation, Sky Town was part of the Lighthouse Nation, Sweetwater Town was located in the Western Nation, Tide Town was situated in the Stick Nation, Beha Town was built in the Sia Nation, Boulder Town lay in the Central African Nation, and Ganges Town marked the territory of the Asan Nation. Studying the town details carefully, Suhan realized that terrain was the key factor in his decision. Sweetwater Town was built along a river, Konoha Town was nestled within dense forests, and Tide Town was located along the coast. As a mage, he needed a location that was both open and had complex terrain. Konoha Town's features fit the bill perfectly. It provided ample opportunities to evade ambushes from assassins and warriors. Most importantly, there were Oni to hunt there. Teleportation destination: Konoha Town. With his selection confirmed, a blinding white light flashed, and the surrounding scenery blurred before coming back into focus. Suhan found himself standing just outside a sprawling town with distinct Oni-inspired architecture. Despite being called a town, its scale was astonishing, dozens of times larger than the starting village. The town exuded a strong Oni cultural vibe. Tiered taika-style buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, stone-paved roads were patrolled by guards in samurai attire, and the streets were populated with NPCs dressed in traditional kimonos. The overall atmosphere felt as if he had stepped into the Kyoto of the Taiko era. At this moment, Suhan was the only player in Konoha Town. Compared to the starting village, everything here was a refreshing change. Particularly striking were the masked Shrine Maiden NPCs. Their elegance and allure far surpassed that of most women in the real world. Such high-quality NPCs were nowhere to be found in the starting village. However, when Suhan opened the teleportation interface, he noticed that all the wild monster areas outside the town were grayed out and inaccessible. The system displayed a message: permission not granted. His original plan to immediately grind monsters 5 levels above his own was thwarted. It seemed he had to complete a faction selection first. With a hint of resignation, Suhan turned and walked into the town, soon arriving at its most majestic avenue. The architectural style here was vastly different from other areas. Towering faction buildings lined both sides of the street, including the Radiant Sun Church, the Thunder Sect, the Truth Society, and many others. As soon as he appeared, members of the various factions surrounded him enthusiastically. A beautiful mentor from the Truth Society in a black mage robe, a sturdy priest from the Earth Sect wielding a massive shield, a valiant swordsman from the Radiant Sun Church, a mysterious and alluring priestess from the Shadow Sect, and a graceful priestess from the Light Sect dressed in a flowing white robe. Each of them eagerly vied for Suhan's allegiance. Adventurer, are you seeking faith? Truth beckons you. The earth holds the true power. Lightning destroys all. The eternal radiant sun. Embrace the light of faith. Watching the bustling streets filled with various religious factions competing to recruit followers, Suhan couldn't help but smile faintly. Their eagerness to attract believers only highlighted their mediocrity. After all, choosing a faction wasn't just about determining the direction of the main quest, but also directly impacted character attribute bonuses. There was no room for carelessness. A quick glance at the time. 6:47 p.m. Suli's flight was about to land soon. Although entering the city had freed him from the constraints of the beginner's time limit, picking up his sister was a priority he couldn't delay. He decided to log off for now, pick her up, and then revisit the guides to make a well-informed decision. Just as he was preparing to exit the game, a series of notifications from the consignment shop echoed in his ears. Your consigned item has been sold. You received 15 gold coins. Your consigned item has been sold. You received 17 gold coins. Your consigned item has been sold. You received 16 gold coins. Your consigned item has been sold. You received 15 gold coins. Your consigned item has been sold. You received 18 gold coins. Over 80 gold coins in total, equivalent to 800,000 yuan in real life. These were the 5 pieces of black iron equipment that had dropped from the Tiger King earlier. Each had sold for over 10 gold coins, with the highest fetching 18. Elated, Suhan immediately transferred the funds to Li Qingmei, asking her to exchange it for cash. Moments later, an Alipay notification confirmed a deposit of 810,000 yuan. Adding it to his previous 1.5 million, Suhan's net worth now surpassed 2 million yuan. Perfect timing to take Ali on a shopping spree, he thought cheerfully, clicking the log-off button. With a gentle vibration, he stepped out of the game pod and returned to the real world, standing in his living room. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village 3372, a system announcement rang in every player's ears. Player Suhan has defeated the strongest boss in the Newbie Village, the Tiger King, opening the path to the town for this village. Players in this village can now use the teleportation array to travel to the town upon reaching level 10. The announcement detonated like a bomb among the players in the Newbie Village. Shockwaves spread quickly. What? Suhan was in our Newbie Village all along? How did none of us notice? When did he even start grinding? To think we had the privilege of being in the same village as such a legendary player, what an honor. We missed our chance to team up with him. What a waste. Meanwhile, players like Catherine from Lighthouse Nation and Fujimoto from the mutated Oni faction, who had previously been taught a lesson by Suhan, were left dumbfounded. The realization hit them hard, so the person who had given them so much grief was none other than the illustrious Suhan. Catherine slapped her long legs in frustration. If I had known it was him, I would have spent billions to keep him in the Newbie Village. Now that he's entered the city, he's like a dragon in the ocean, impossible to track down. She gritted her teeth. Suhan, you won't escape. You belong to me. Fujimoto, on the other hand, trembled as he hurriedly contacted Qin Hao. Qin Haokuin, the person hunting you is Suhan. Suhan? Came Qin Hao's puzzled voice from the other end of the call. I've never offended anyone by that name. Which company is he from? Having wronged so many people, Qin Hao had long forgotten about Suhan. I don't know. His background is extremely mysterious. Let him come. With Luo Yun and his strength class by my side, we'll take him down and loot his gear. Qin Hao boasted arrogantly. The news quickly spread across all Newbie villages, causing an uproar. Exclusive. Suhan is the first to reach the town, hailing from Newbie Village 3372. Too bad knowing the village number doesn't reveal his real identity. His pace is incredible. Catching up to him is going to be even harder now. As night fell, Suhan logged out of the game and immediately called his bank manager, Wang Kai. I want to pay off the house in full and redeem the car as well. What? Wang Kai was stunned into silence. In such a short time, this once bankrupt man had made a comeback and now had 2 million at his disposal? It was staggering. Quickly recovering, Wang Kai adopted a flattering tone. Mr. Han, they'll head to the office right away to handle this for you. Your house and car will be ready shortly. That same night, the bank expedited the repayment process, and both the house and car were officially returned to Suhan's name. Although he had spent 2 million in one go, he felt it was well worth it. Sitting in his car once again, driving along the coastal highway toward the airport, Suhan felt like his life was finally back on track. As he stepped into the airport's arrival hall, a slender figure with twin pigtails rushed toward him, throwing herself into his arms. Brother, I missed you so much. In a bustling city restaurant, Suhan watched his younger sister, Su Li, expertly twirl spaghetti onto her fork. He looked at her in surprise and asked, You got access to the God's Domain beta test too? Yep. Su Li replied cheerfully, a playful grin on her face. I've been playing for a few days now. I even completed some quests and earned 5 copper coins, which I exchanged for 500 yuan. And guess what? I got assigned a hidden class. This revelation left Suhan momentarily stunned. As the top player in the game, he hesitated, debating whether to reveal his in-game identity to his sister. Given the intense public attention surrounding Suhan, he decided it was better to keep the truth to himself for now, to avoid dragging his sister into the spotlight. What hidden class did you get, Li? Suhan asked cautiously, probing for more details. That's a secret. Su Li replied with a mischievous wink. But I'll give you a hint, it's a support class. You'll find out when you meet me in the game. She spoke while hacking her steak into uneven pieces. Then, as if remembering something, she added, Oh, by the way, you should totally get yourself a beta test access too. The professional gaming scene is dying out. God's Domain is already taking over every industry. All the big corporations are rushing to invest in it. Since the game is going to integrate with reality in the future, it might even change the fate of humanity. With your skills as a pro, you'd crush it in there. Suhan smiled inwardly. If Su Li's hidden class was a support one, that useless staff he found might actually come in handy. But he still maintained his usual tone and said, Your main focus right now should still be on your studies. Yeah, I know. You're always so old-fashioned, big brother. Suli pouted, rolling her eyes. Times have changed, you know. Even Harvard has made God's domain a mandatory course. We've got exams on it by the end of the year. It's so annoying. That caught Suhan's attention. Really? Then let me quiz you. How many belief systems are there in God's domain? That's easy. Suli straightened up, clearly confident. There are 49 in total, 30 mainstream factions, 15 hidden factions, and 4 supreme factions. What's the difference between these 3 categories? Suhan pressed further. Without hesitation, Suli launched into an explanation, detailing the characteristics of each type. Mainstream factions provide basic attribute boosts and are the easiest to join. Hidden factions offer boosts to rare attributes, but you need to achieve specific milestones to qualify. As for the supreme factions, they control the 4 ultimate attributes: luck, evasion, critical hit, and wisdom. The requirements to join them are insanely strict. All this info came from top-secret data our school bought from beta testers. Suli added proudly, her tone brimming with satisfaction. The new information deepened Suhan's understanding of the belief system in the game. He was particularly intrigued by the wisdom attribute. When he learned that it could affect everything, he couldn't help but think of his own SS-level talent. Without his solid technical skills as a foundation, he wouldn't have been able to take down the Tiger King so quickly. After finishing their meal, the siblings returned home together. As soon as Suli spotted the gaming pod in the living room, the realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Wow, big bro. So you've already entered the divine realm? Suli exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And you kept it from me? How annoying. You never asked. Suhan replied casually. Come on, tell me, what class did you awaken? That's a secret. Suhan gave a mysterious smile and waved his hand dismissively. All right, just go to bed already. Suhan urged, seeing his sister's enthusiasm. No way. I need to get myself a gaming pod too, so I can join you in the divine realm, Suli declared before rushing off to make a call. Lying in bed, Suhan opened his phone and noticed that every major website was flooded with the same video. Suhan defeats the Tiger King? The comment section was in an uproar. Unbelievable. This is peak human skill. There's a reason they're so strong. Mind-blowing. I can't fathom how someone can push their mental abilities to this level. Suhan, Divine Realm's first Godder player. This was the handiwork of Li Qingmei, who had edited the video. While specific data had been redacted, the gameplay footage was crystal clear. The comment section was buzzing with top-tier gaming analysts, professional players, and industry experts. The esports goddess Fengeful commented, Suhan's skills have completely surpassed my imagination. They're leagues beyond the average pro player. Soon, former world champion the Shy fiercely countered Fengeful's comment, sparking a heated debate. Seeing this, the internet erupted even further. Whoa, just how insane is Suhan? Can't wait to see. This has got to be pure skill. Suhan read through the comments, a faint smirk of disdain playing on his lips. No one could have guessed that the player hailed as a genius across the internet, Suhan, was the same Suhan who had once been ridiculed as a cheater. When he took down Qin Hao and the Miyazaki Corporation behind him, the truth would naturally come to light. By the next morning, Suli had already bought a brand new gaming pod and placed it right next to Suhan's. Brimming with determination, she said, Big bro, this time, I'm not losing to you. Let's see who ranks higher on the rookie leaderboard. All right, Suhan replied with a cryptic smile while brushing his teeth. After breakfast, the siblings entered the divine realm simultaneously. A flash of white light, and Suhan found himself back on the bustling street of the familiar faction district. NPC priests from various factions quickly surrounded him, eager to proselytize. Adventurer, have you made your decision? Embrace the light. The thunder calls to you. But the moment they saw the beginner's guidebook Suhan pulled out, they froze in place. A beat later, their astonished voices rang out in succession. By the Earth Goddess, an adventurer of hero rank? The hero who defeated the Tiger King? By the Veiled Queen, could this be true? Bless the Lord of Thunder. Our humble town is visited by a hero-ranked adventurer. Light above, thank you for this blessing. A hero has descended. There is hope for the continent. My Lord above. The cry rang out, and instantly, every priest along the church avenue took a synchronized step back, bowing deeply to Suhan. Their expressions were solemn as they declared, Great heroic adventurer, your faith is of utmost importance to us. Choose your path wisely. With that, they retreated in unison. Why are these NPCs acting so cryptic? Suhan muttered, puzzled by their behavior, as he continued to venture deeper into the church avenue. The street was lined with dozens of temples, their grandeur and variety dazzling to the eye. Temples of the snowstorm god, Sea King, Spring Church, Desert Deity, and 30 other popular faiths stood side by side in orderly rows. Each priest who caught sight of the red token in Suhan's hand bowed respectfully from the roadside, saying, Great heroic adventurer, Your faith is vital to the continent. Passing through the bustling district of popular sects, Suhan entered the inner circle. Here, only 10 temples stood, but each radiated an aura of solemnity and majesty. These must be the hidden temples, he speculated. The names of these sects carried an ancient and understated weight. The gold god, wood god, water god, fire god, earth god, sun god, moon god, star god, light god, and wind god churches. In front of each hidden temple stood a priest, their faces devoid of expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Yet the moment their eyes landed on the red token in Suhan's hand, a spark of recognition ignited within them. Heroic adventurer, welcome, they greeted with newfound fervor. Finally, Suhan arrived at the end of the avenue. Here, four colossal temples loomed, their grandeur surpassing all others. The Temple of Wealth, the Temple of Eternity, the Temple of War, and the Temple of Wisdom. The four priests stationed before these temples stood as still as statues, their forms coated with a thin layer of dust. Only when Suhan approached did the dust seem to scatter, as though stirred by an unseen force. Each priest was distinct in appearance. The Wealth priest shimmered with golden brilliance, the Eternity priestess exuded purity and grace, the War priest radiated an aura of strength and valor, and the Wisdom priestess emanated an enigmatic charm. In perfect unison, they spoke. At last, you have arrived. Hero, we have awaited you for a long time. Make your choice. Faced with the options of luck, evasion, critical rate, and wisdom, Suhan fell into contemplation. He muttered under his breath, if only I could choose them all. As if in response to his thoughts, a system notification chimed in. Notice, you have unlocked the hidden option, Supreme Faction Selection. As a heroic adventurer, you may choose one Supreme Faction now. At levels 30, 60, and 90, you will unlock transfer quests to switch to other Supreme Factions upon completion. This unexpected revelation filled Suhan with excitement. He quickly weighed his options. With nuclear contamination, damage output was no issue, and with super mutations, luck was unnecessary. Between evasion and wisdom, he ultimately opted for the life-saving benefits of evasion. I choose to follow the goddess of eternity, he declared firmly. The priestess in white robes stepped forward gracefully, placing a gentle hand on his forehead. Adventurer, the goddess of eternity will forever watch over you, she said softly. A series of system notifications appeared. Joined the Church of Eternity. Gained 1 evasion rate. Completed town quest. Granted teleportation access. Acquired the Mark of Eternity. Received the Goddess of Eternity's initial blessing, Evasion 5. Bestowed with the beginner divine title, Eternal Disciple. The priestess, who introduced herself as Linda, was visibly moved. A divine gift, as expected of a heroic adventurer blessed by my goddess the moment you joined. Praise be to her. As Suhan prepared to leave, Linda stopped him. Wait, heroic adventurer. My name is Linda, she said warmly. Her demeanor and expressions were strikingly lifelike, leaving Suhan momentarily startled. Learning that the church consisted of only the two of them, Linda cheerfully offered to customize missions for him. Without delay, Linda issued his first main quest, eliminate the evil slime orcs. The objective was clear: defeat 15 slime orcs and bring back their vile clubs. What kind of reward do you want? Linda asked with a smile. Suhan's eyes lit up. I get to choose my reward? Excitement surged in his heart. My authority only allows me to reward experience points, silver coins, and faith points, but they must comply with the law of equivalent exchange, Linda explained. Faith points and Muñeno experience. Suhan replied immediately. He didn't want to level up too quickly. Stacking nuclear contamination damage and taking down higher-level monsters was the key. All right. Mission reward. 5 silver coins, 1 faith point. Suhan nodded to himself, pleasantly surprised that joining the Supreme Cult allowed him access to custom missions. Grateful, are we? How about calling me sister to show your thanks? Linda teased with a playful squint, her eyes glinting with mischief. Thank you, goddess. Suhan bowed respectfully to the statue of the eternal goddess before turning and walking away. Hee hee. Linda's soft laughter rang out behind him. Oh, new adventurer, you're adorable. After leaving the cult district, Suhan hurried toward the teleportation array. At this point, Konoha town was still inhabited solely by NPCs, not a single player in sight. It was likely because the requirements to upgrade a beginner village to a town were too stringent. 10 players needed to reach level 10. On top of that, the town had patrolling warriors, and attacking them would trigger a town-wide bounty, making it impossible to return to the city. Once the teleportation array activated, a map appeared before him. Crimson Forest Depths level 20. Frost of Autumn. Winter's Cliff. Gugu Beast Habitat. I'm currently level 10, so monsters at level 15 are just right 5 levels higher, Suhan muttered. After selecting his destination, the world around him went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a shadowy riverbank. On either side of the river, strange creatures roamed about. They looked like a hybrid of slimes and goblins, with no limbs and a peculiar way of bouncing along the ground. The system identified them as Gugu beasts, level 11. Subterranean demon lineage. Physical attack, 2000. Magic attack, 50. Defense, 400. Movement speed, 150. Attack speed, 30. Skill, Gugu ball 30-meter range, 100 magic damage, 5-second cooldown. Already introducing ranged magic monsters? Suhan observed the first creature of the town area. While ranged attacks made kiting more challenging, the 30-meter casting range wasn't enough to threaten him. Using his 46 movement speed and 60-meter casting range to his advantage, Suhan began his hunt. One water ball after another, the Gugu beasts fell one by one. Defeated a level 11 Gugu beast, gained 50 experience points, with an additional 5 points for surpassing level difference. After collecting blood samples to prepare for hatching a pet egg, Suhan pressed forward. Along the way, he encountered and defeated level 12 Gugu Beast Leader, level 13 Gugu Beast Chief, level 14 Gugu Beast King. At the edge of the riverbank, a completely different creature caught Suhan's attention. It was a 2-meter-tall small giant wielding a massive spiked club, patrolling the river's shallows. A level 15 Gugu Beast Man. Health, 10,000. Physical attack, 500. Magic attack, 500. Defense, 200. Movement speed, 40. Attack speed, 40. Skill, enhanced Gugu ball 50-meter range, 100 magic damage, 5-second cooldown. Now this is what I call a pleasant surprise. Suhan exclaimed, excitement bubbling up. Taking down a level 15 Gugu Beastman in a town area was akin to a nightmare-level challenge, but for him, it was just slightly tricky. He employed a straightforward strategy: stack 2 layers of nuclear contamination with rapid waterball attacks, then create distance. In just 2 minutes, the first Gugu Beastman succumbed to a miniature nuclear explosion. System notifications chimed continuously. Defeated Gugu Beastman, gained 150 experience points, with an additional 75 points for surpassing level difference. Defeating a monster 5 levels higher triggers class growth. Nuclear contamination damage 1. Now at 51. Awesome. Suhan exhaled in satisfaction. Each kill netted him 225 experience points. Since he needed 5,000 experience points to level up to 11, he could stack his talent bonus 20 times. However, he also noticed the game's malice. As the difficulty increased, the experience rewards were reduced. The mechanics of Divine Domain were clearly designed to push players to their limits, squeezing every ounce of effort out of them. Suhan quickly realized the advantage of his unique ability: the greater the challenge of defeating stronger monsters, the greater the rewards. Without hesitation, he unleashed his nucleic acid range skill, enveloping 5 or 6 Gugu Beastmen, and initiated a masterful kiting strategy. With his agile maneuvering and sustained damage, the battlefield was soon littered with the corpses of Gugu Beastmen. As the number of kills increased, the damage from his nuclear contamination skill climbed steadily. By the time he had slain the 19th Gugu Beastman, the damage per second had reached an astonishing 414 points, and he was just a step away from leveling up. At that moment, Suhan suddenly remembered something crucial: his pet egg had not yet finished incubating. If he leveled up now, he would waste a precious opportunity for incubation. Acting swiftly, he retrieved the pet egg and began dousing it with the blood of monsters he had collected from levels 11 to 15. Since the effects of nuclear contamination were irreversible, this incubation would build upon the previous mutation. As he poured the blood of 5 different beasts over the egg, a series of miraculous changes unfolded. The pet egg's innate quality improved dramatically. Second enhancement, 119. Third enhancement, 188. Fourth enhancement, 257. Fifth enhancement, 326. Sixth enhancement, 395. Not only did the pet egg expand rapidly in size, growing from palm size to as large as a human head, but its color also underwent a stunning transformation, shifting from blue to black, then to bronze, followed by silver, and finally radiating a dazzling golden glow. This now evolved golden-grade mutant pet egg, with its incubation progress reaching 30, promised the birth of a pet of at least golden tier quality in the future. Suhan noticed that the improvement in the egg's quality was closely tied to his nuclear contamination points. These had risen from an initial 50 points to 69 points, leaving him eager to see just how extraordinary the final incubation results would be. After completing the incubation process, Suhan turned his attention to the last remaining Gugu Beastman and inflicted it with 2 layers of nuclear contamination. 30 seconds later, the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. The system promptly displayed a notification. Nuclear contamination damage had increased to 70 points, his experience points had surpassed the 15,000 threshold, and he had successfully leveled up to level 11, earning 5 free attribute points. After allocating his points in the attribute panel, Suhan was surprised to discover that the super pollution skill he had just used had stacked 2 more times. He turned around and began collecting the loot dropped by the Gugu Beastmen 3 black iron chests. Opening them, he found 3 pieces of black iron equipment and 6 silver coins. These items were highly sought after in the beginner's village, so he decided to send them all to Li Qingmei for auction, confident they could easily fetch him hundreds of thousands. Time to find Linda and turn in the quest, Suhan muttered as he grabbed 15 hefty, black clubs left behind by the beastmen and sprinted toward the teleportation array. Back in Maple Leaf Town, he dashed straight to the deepest part of the Sect Street, where the Eternal Life Temple stood. Bursting through the doors, he shouted, "Linda, I've got the big black clubs you wanted." "Ugh, what do you mean I wanted them?" A figure in flowing white robes emerged from behind the statue of the goddess, clearly exasperated. Linda's graceful figure swayed subtly as she moved, the sheer fabric of her veil only adding to her ethereal charm. Her bright eyes glared at Suhan. "You defeated monsters 5 levels above you and completed the quest this quickly? It hasn't even been an hour. Are you sure you're just a new adventurer and not some reincarnated powerhouse? A real man knows how to get things done fast." Suhan responded smugly. "Got any more quests? Just give them all to me at once, so I don't have to keep running back and forth." Linda raised a delicate brow. "Well, technically, you're supposed to follow the main quest line and progress through the storyline." She tapped her slender finger thoughtfully. "But we're part of the Supreme Sect, so skipping the formalities isn't a big deal." A system notification popped up. Main quest 1 completed. Rewards, 5 silver coins and 1 faith point. Immediately after, a series of new quests appeared, neatly listed from the Gugu Beast King's plot to defeat the Maple Leaf Elf King. 6 main quests, each complete with level requirements, rewards, and detailed descriptions. Wow, they really laid it all out, Suhan thought to himself, realizing this was likely the entirety of the town's main storyline. The Eternal Life Sect was so audacious that they didn't even bother to hide the quest progression. It was like an open-world game. Just a town-level main quest line, nothing too complicated, Linda said with a sly grin as she patted Suhan's shoulder. "I've streamlined all the story segments for you, saving you loads of time. If anything unexpected happens, I've got your back." "I'm starting to think you're a player," Suhan said suspiciously, glancing back at her. "Why so serious? Come here and let me give you a kiss." Linda puckered her lips and leaned toward him playfully. Suhan quickly dodged this overly familiar move, walking straight out of the temple without a word. "Min," Linda muttered, watching him leave with a hint of mock disappointment. "Just a moment ago, he was calling me sister." Once the room was empty, she turned to the pile of clubs and murmured under her breath, "Wow, these are really big, black, and sturdy." Suhan wasted no time heading to the next wilderness map, the Maple Leaf Elves Forest. The benefits of being part of the Supreme Sect became immediately apparent. What would normally be 100 rounds of intricate questlines had been condensed into 5 key tasks, with all dialogue skippable. As a flash of white light from the teleportation array faded, Suhan found himself standing in a surreal landscape. Massive maple leaves, as large as cartwheels, glowed a fiery red, their branches intertwining to form a sea of crimson. The rustling leaves seemed to play a melodic tune, filling the air with an enchanting, poetic atmosphere. As Suhan marveled at the scenery, a series of system notifications chimed. "Your listed item has been sold. You gained 6 gold coins." "Your listed item has been sold. You gained 6 gold coins." "Your listed item has been sold. You gained 8 gold coins." "Only 190,000? Looks like the market's cooling down," Suhan mused as he opened the rookie leaderboard. At the top was his own name, Suhan, at level 11, followed closely by Zhao Ruilong and Zhao Tai, both at level 10. The top 1,000 players were nearly all at level 10, many supported by teams of wealthy backers who would help them grind levels at an astonishing pace. "Looks like the town's population is growing. Time to start selling goods." Suhan immediately accessed the town's trading post. The listing board was still mostly empty, as fewer than 1,000 players had made it to the town so far. Without hesitation, he put up several items for sale: a random warrior skill book and a random assassin skill book, each with a starting price of 20 gold coins, along with a frenzy scroll listed at 50 gold coins. Suhan quickly listed 3 rare items at the consignment shop, offering them as a welcome gift for players who had just arrived in the town. He understood that to compete against the Miyazaki consortium from the wealthy Oni nation, which had assets worth tens of billions, he first needed to amass sufficient financial resources. As he ventured into the maple forest, a unique type of creature caught his eye: the maple elves. Resembling handsome young men and beautiful young women with butterfly wings, they flitted gracefully through the forest, playing and dancing in the air. These level 16 elves boasted 12,000 physical attack points, 50 magic attack points, 500 defense points, 250 movement speed, and an attack speed of 41. Their most powerful skill, Maple Leaf Scatter, could release maple leaves within a 55-meter radius, dealing 100 magic damage, with a cooldown of only 3 seconds. As soon as Suhan stepped into the maple forest, a storyline event was triggered. Several maple elves surrounded him, their flurry of maple leaves engulfing him. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the maple forest? Are you one of those vile human merchants? Die. You've disturbed the peace of our forest. The elves' angry accusations echoed one after another. The battle began instantly. Suhan unleashed his nucleic acid rain skill, and a large number of maple elves were immediately contaminated by nuclear pollution, suffering 420 points of continuous damage per second. Soon, the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen elves. The system notifications rang out repeatedly. Defeating monsters 5 levels higher not only granted an additional 50 experience points, but also enhanced the nuclear pollution damage. Meanwhile, at the teleportation array in Beihai Town, young Master Wang Kong arrived confidently with 9 elite professional players, followed closely by their team leader, Chuanfeng. They were preparing to choose their faith, but their attention was suddenly drawn to the town's novice marketplace. 2 random skill books and a frenzy scroll had just been listed. The team immediately launched into a fierce bidding war. Raise the price. No matter how expensive it gets, I must have it, Wang Kong declared decisively. They successfully won one of the skill books for 100 gold coins, only to discover that the seller was none other than Su Ruahan, the very rival they had sworn to surpass just moments ago. This scenario repeated itself throughout the novice town, with wealthy players and professionals alike going wild over the listings. Back in the maple forest, Suhan had already slain 19 maple elves, raising his nuclear pollution damage to 90 points. With 2 stacks, he could now deal 540 damage per second, putting him into true massacre mode. At this point, he paused. It was time to use the blood of the maple elves to hatch the golden pet egg. The brilliance of the 7th mutation shimmered across the surface of the pet egg, instantly boosting its true potential by 485 points. The color of the eggshell underwent a stunning transformation, shifting from a pale gold hue to a pure golden shine, before the golden glow faded and was replaced by an increasingly rich purple radiance. Finally, the purple light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding space. This pet egg, now at the purple-gold mutation level, had already surpassed conventional standards. Once hatched, it was guaranteed to produce a pet of purple gold or higher quality. The current incubation progress was at 35, and with each stage of incubation, its rank would be elevated directly. Even among beta testers, such high-quality pets were exceedingly rare and valued like treasures. Suhan carefully stored the precious pet egg and resumed his focus on hunting. After taking down a maple leaf sprite, his experience points surged past the 21,000 mark, propelling him to level 12 and granting him 5 free attribute points. Upon inspecting the loot, Suhan discovered that out of the 20 maple leaf sprites he had defeated, only 1 chest had dropped. The drop rate was even lower than that of the level 15 Goo Goo orcs. A closer look revealed the reason. Since the maple leaf sprites were over level 10, the loot they dropped was of a higher quality, a bronze chest. This was the first bronze quality chest Suhan had ever obtained, and the discovery filled him with excitement. In Divine Realm, bronze equipment was already considered high grade. Many players who obtained bronze gear with excellent attributes would invest significant resources into enhancing it, often using it all the way to level 30. However, the drop rate for bronze equipment was extremely low. Even for a player like Suhan, who could defeat monsters 5 levels above his own, it took him 20 kills to acquire just 1 chest. For ordinary players, obtaining a bronze chest might require hundreds of kills, and after leveling up, the drastically reduced drop rate might make it nearly impossible. Suhan began calculating the feasibility of fully upgrading to a bronze equipment set. While other players were still scrambling to collect black iron gear, he already had the opportunity to equip a full set of bronze quality items. This level of progress was something even world-class corporations like the Miyazaki Consortium could only dream of achieving. As for Qin Hao from Dasha, Suhan sneered to himself, was probably still struggling to reach level 10. The price of black iron gear had plummeted to rock bottom, and Suhan decided it was the perfect opportunity to inject some fresh vitality into the market with bronze gear. Checking his accumulated super contamination attempts, he realized he had built up 4 chances. Previously, these had been depleted by egg incubation and opening boss loot chests, but after defeating 20 Goo Goo orcs and 20 maple leaf elves beyond his level, he had earned 4 new opportunities. Let's use one to open a bronze chest, Suhan thought, aiming to create a top-tier bronze weapon. Currently, nuclear contamination inflicted 90 points of damage, with each mutation increasing drop rates by 9. After 20 mutations, the drop rate skyrocketed to a staggering 1800, a full 18-fold increase. As expected, the chest exploded open with a bang, yielding 18 pieces of bronze gear and over 60 silver coins equivalent to 6 gold coins. The haul consisted almost entirely of top-tier bronze weapons that could be obtained from standard chests, 6 ranged, 7 melee, and 5 mage-class weapons. The equipment stats were divided into 5 tiers. with each higher tier exponentially increasing in value. The rarest, Wuji, stat was practically legendary, with odds of 1 in 10,000. Even black iron gear with this stat could fetch an astronomical price. Among the 18 items, 2 stood out in particular. Maple Leaf Elf Staff Mage Weapon. Bronze grade. Durability, 15,000. Casting range, 80 meters. Magic attack, 100. Movement speed, 5. Skill. Obscure Vision consumes 50 mana. Blinds enemies for 10 seconds, 15-second cooldown. Required level, 12. Maple Leaf Elf Codex Cleric Weapon. Bronze grade. Durability, 15,000. Casting range, 80 meters. Magic attack, 150. Mana recovery, 5 per second. Skill. Admonish consumes 50 mana. Stuns enemies within 5 meters for 1 second, 15-second cooldown. Required level, 12. Both weapons featured hidden stats. Movement speed and mana recovery typically only appeared on boots or accessories. Having them on weapons significantly boosted their value. Suhan immediately equipped the Maple Leaf Elf Staff, gaining an additional 5 points in movement speed. He stowed the codex away for Su Li and set aside a melee greatsword for Li Qingmei. As for the remaining gear, he decided to sell some and try enhancing the rest. He listed 7 melee bronze weapons on the consignment market at a starting price of 5 gold coins each. Soon, the trading notifications began to flood in. 2 skill books sold for over 50 and 80 gold coins respectively, while a frenzy scroll fetched a staggering 100 gold coins. Including his previous savings, Suhan's total wealth now exceeded 2 million. Just as he was preparing to visit the blacksmith to enhance his gear, the teleportation array transported him back to Konoha town. On the streets, a few scattered Oni players could already be seen. They were enthusiastically discussing the game's realism and the nostalgic charm of their homeland. Watching these jubilant Oni players, Suhan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He had remained in a neutral white name status for a while now, patiently waiting to feed these newcomers some nuclear wastewater. Recalling how he had driven every single Oni player in the 3372 starter village to quit the game, he couldn't help but wonder how long this batch's samurai spirit would hold out. The patrolling warrior NPCs in the town made Suhan temporarily abandon his idea of slaughtering the entire city. Although he craved a bloodbath, his current strength was insufficient to withstand being hunted by the entire city. Suppressing his urge, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. Just then, a large group of familiar faces approached him. Master, Mr. Su, God Su. Amidst the rising chorus of greetings, Lin Shuheng led his Dasha players to gather in Konoha town. After a brief moment of thought, Suhan agreed to their request to follow him. Lord Su, we finally found you. Li Qingmei, who had been waiting at the teleportation array for quite some time, rushed towards Suhan the moment she saw him. A few players trained by the Li family followed closely behind her. Suhan silently checked her stats panel. Despite just reaching level 10, she already had over 5,000 health points, with both defenses exceeding 400. With such tank-like attributes, even monsters 5 levels higher wouldn't pose much of a threat. Not bad, Suhan remarked with a satisfied nod, casually pulling out a bronze-tier greatsword. Li Qingmei's eyes lit up, and she immediately offered 300,000. The transfer notification chimed instantly. Seeing her straightforward demeanor, Suhan estimated that her net worth must easily exceed 1 billion. Watching this exchange, Lin Shuheng became even more resolved to align himself with Suhan. Mr. Su, rest assured, our Lin Corporation will provide you with all the information you need about the city without delay. Suhan nodded in approval and, in return, sold him a piece of bronze equipment. Overjoyed, Lin Shuheng instantly transferred 500,000 to express his gratitude. I joined the Earth God Church, Li Qingmei said somewhat regretfully. My main questline is different from yours, so I can't level up with you. We'll take you all along once the world dungeon opens, Suhan replied casually before turning toward the Eternal Life Church. His departing silhouette left Li Qingmei and Lin Shuheng in awe. This was a man capable of defeating level 16 monsters to obtain bronze-tier equipment and someone who had joined one of the 4 supreme churches. His future was boundless. Upon entering the temple, Suhan caught a glimpse of Linda hastily hiding a long black object behind her back, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ahem, you've returned after completing the mission, she stammered. The system notification immediately popped up. Main quest 2 completed. Rewards, 5 silver coins, 2 faith points. What are these faith points for? I'd like to see the faith points exchange menu, Suhan said, pretending not to notice her odd behavior. Of course. Linda snapped her fingers, and a menu interface materialized before Suhan's eyes. The exchange list of the divine system unfolded gradually as Linda explained it in detail. To ascend to the rank of Eternal Believer, one needed 5 points of dodge and 5 points of faith, while the Eternal Cleric required 10 points of dodge. The conditions for exchanging various scrolls were also clearly outlined. The Gale Scroll required soul binding, while the Radiant Sun, Focus, and Eternal Scrolls each demanded 3 points of faith. Meanwhile, the Luck, Critical Hit, and Wisdom Scrolls required 8 points of faith. Higher tier items, such as random divine hidden equipment and divine artifacts, were of bronze quality and also required soulbinding, with an exchange cost of 10 faith points. Our supreme sect offers the most generous rewards. Linda boasted proudly as she showcased the list. Not only do we have hidden scrolls, but we even have divine hidden scrolls and equipment with divine hidden attributes. Stick with me, and you won't regret it. Aren't all these blessings from the eternal goddess? As a sect priestess, shouldn't you be a little more devout? Suhan rolled his eyes at her, though he had to admit internally that the supreme sect was indeed impressive. The fact that they could directly exchange for equipment and scrolls with the divine hidden attribute spoke volumes about the importance of faith points, even if soulbinding meant they could only be used personally. What really caught Suhan's attention, however, was the luck scroll. It granted a 10-point increase in luck for 10 minutes. He began calculating in his mind. If he combined it with super pollution, who knows what kind of game-breaking effects it might produce. Of course, gathering the faith points required for the exchange would likely mean completing every single main quest. Looking for more faith points? Linda suddenly gave him a sly, knowing look. Once you hit level 20, I've got some exclusive faith-related quests just for you. Wait, are these quests something you came up with yourself? Suhan eyed her suspiciously. Letting this woman bypass the main storyline to assign him tasks was bound to lead to something bizarre, maybe even quests involving some peculiar preferences of hers. Relax, Linda said with a playful glint in her eyes as she wrapped an arm around Suhan. You're so handsome. I promise I'll be gentle with you. Enough. Suhan waved her off decisively. My dignity isn't for sale, not even for faith points. I'm heading to the blacksmith shop. Is there anything specific I need to do for the storyline? Linda handed him a slip of paper. Just mention my name when you get there. What about the storyline NPC for the main quest? Suhan asked as he took the paper. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Linda smacked her forehead and gestured toward the temple. A timid girl with green hair in a distinctly Japanese style emerged hesitantly from within. She waved shyly at Suhan. Hello, adventurer. My name is Chizori. I'm looking forward to working with you. Let's go, Suhan said curtly. He had zero interest in the narrative of these Japanese-style towns. After all, the endgame was always the same, wiping out the entire town. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, a number of Japanese players were already there, casting curious glances at Suhan. Most of them hadn't even progressed far in the main storyline, let alone unlocked the blacksmith-related quests. Amidst the rhythmic clanging of metal, Suhan approached the blacksmith, who was busy tempering a blade, and handed him Linda's note. The priestess sent me. Oh, the eternal priestess herself. The blacksmith's demeanor instantly shifted to one of deep respect. Honored eternal believer, what can I forge for you today? A system notification chimed in. Congratulations! You have unlocked the blacksmith system. You can now visit the blacksmith to enhance, enchant, temper, or repair your equipment. What would ordinarily take completing a dozen side quests was now instantly unlocked. Temper these for me, Suhan declared boldly, pulling out a pile of bronze weapons. Understood. With a sharp clink, 5 bronze-colored enhancement crystals appeared before him. Suhan held the bronze enhancement crystal in his hand, a faintly glowing gem capable of upgrading bronze equipment up to 5. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These days, a full set of 5 bronze pieces could easily sell for 6 or 700,000. The cost of enhancing equipment was something only a few players could afford to bear. The enhancement interface appeared before him. He placed the maple elf staff into the enhancement slot, followed by the crystal. A system prompt informed him that the first enhancement would cost 1 gold coin. Failures before 5 carried no risk of equipment breaking, and the success rate was 100. Considering the cost of the first enhancement was only a few 100,000, it seemed relatively affordable. Confirm, Suhan said with a nod. The blacksmith swung his massive hammer, driving the enhancement crystal into the maple elf staff. A brilliant light erupted as the enhancement succeeded. The attributes of the maple elf staff 1 were immediately displayed. Mage weapon bronze tier. Durability, 15,000. Casting range, 88 meters. Magic attack, 110. Movement speed, 6. Skill, obscure vision LV.2, consumes 50 mana, 15-second cooldown, blinds enemies for 12 seconds. Requirement, level 12. Expensive, but worth every coin. Suhan's eyes lit up as he noticed a newly added hidden stat. Each enhancement granted an additional 1 to movement speed, which convinced him to proceed with further upgrades. The second enhancement required 2 enhancement crystals, doubling the cost. Moreover, the success rate dropped to 50. Muttering curses about the game's exploitative enhancement mechanics, Suhan decided to experiment with super contamination, a risky but potentially rewarding technique. If it worked, it would be an unexpected bonus. The blacksmith swung his hammer again. The system notified him that the contamination had resulted in a mutation, increasing the actual enhancement success rate by 9. The staff was successfully upgraded to 2. That 59 success rate had given Suhan a lucky break, but he quickly realized that equipment could only mutate once during enhancement. Still, it was a significant advantage. Although the base success rate for the third enhancement was only 25, combining it with an 18 boost from super contamination would yield a total success rate of 43. He began calculating the success rates for subsequent enhancements. Fourth enhancement, 12.5, 2739.5. Fifth enhancement, 6.2, 536, 42.25. Sixth enhancement, 3.12, 545, 48.125. Awesome. Suhan grinned. His odds were leagues better than those of the average player. He even regretted selling off his unenhanced iron equipment earlier. Each 5 item could sell for dozens of times its original price. Even the Miyazaki Corporation, with its billion-dollar investments, couldn't match the efficiency of his super contamination technique. Tucking away the 2 maple elf staff, Suhan realized he no longer had enough enhancement crystals for a third upgrade. He decided to hunt for more equipment instead. After all, the rewards for fighting high-level monsters were too tempting to pass up. As he stepped out of the blacksmith's shop, a breathless voice called out from behind him. "Adventurer, wait for me." It was Chisue Riko, an NPC wearing traditional wooden sandals. She struggled to keep up with his pace, jogging awkwardly. Not wanting to jeopardize the main storyline, Suhan had no choice but to pause occasionally and wait. After Li Qingmei joined the party upon completing her own quest, the two of them teleported to the Maple Elf's Ocean. However, the sight that greeted them left them stunned. More than a dozen enemy players were already waiting for them. Leading the group was a warrior with a distinct samurai hairstyle. His ID displayed the name Kato Ichiro, and he was clad in a full set of iron-tier equipment. "Boss, that's him. He seems to be a solo player." A mage beside Kato Ichiro whispered in a low voice. Kato Ichiro nodded approvingly. "Well done, Kohara. Your intel is reliable." As he spoke, the group of enemy players surrounded Suhan and Li Qingmei. "Hey you," Kato Ichiro called out, his tone a mix of threat and negotiation. "You look like a solo player without a guild. Our Kato clan guild already dominates the wilderness around Konoha town. I'm Kato Ichiro, vice president of the Kato Corporation. We have the backing of the Miyazaki Corporation, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. You should understand the weight of this invitation." "Miyazaki Corporation?" Suhan sneered. These arrogant players had mistaken him for an easy target. Perfect. He wasn't allowed to attack them in town, but now that they were out here, it was open season. This was his chance to deal with the man, maybe even extract some information about Qin Hao's whereabouts. Ichiro Kato wore a fake smile, looking like he was in his 40s. Speaking in a condescending tone, he said, "Rules are rules. The Kato family incurs costs to occupy this map. Pay up if you want to enter the Wild Zone. 5 silver coins per hour." Nearby, a Japanese player with a darkened expression shouted sternly, "Baka, President, stop wasting time with this guy. Our guild has over 40 members stationed in Konoha town. We can completely dominate this map. If these solo players don't join us, we'll kill them until they quit the game." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen Japanese players entered combat mode. Instead of being intimidated, Suhan found this amusing. Since they initiated combat, he wouldn't even get flagged with a red name for retaliating. Li Qingmei raised her delicate eyebrows and snapped, "Do you even know who he is? How dare you provoke Suruhan, the #1 player on the leaderboard?" "Stop, our guild believes in winning people over with virtue," Ichiro Kato said hypocritically, pretending to stop his companions. He patted Suhan on the shoulder with a threatening air and added, "Kid, we'll be crossing paths often. You'd better think this through." It wasn't a bad plan, except they were dealing with Suhan. Localized downpour. Without another word, Suhan unleashed a nuclear rainstorm. Whoosh! A yellow-green acidic rain poured down, covering a 10-meter radius. Before Ichiro Kato could react, he noticed his health plummeting as excruciating pain engulfed him. With 90 points of radiation damage per second, his skin began to melt, his flesh boiled and rotted under the nuclear heat. When he reached for his hair, his fingers touched the bare white of his skull. "Ah!" Horrified screams echoed in the air. All the Japanese players were subjected to unimaginable agony, watching helplessly as their skin, flesh, and bones dissolved into pools of blood and gore. Even those who managed to escape the rain's range were hit by subsequent nuclear heat and explosions, leaving them as nothing but splattered remains. Boom, boom, boom. Skulls and bones littered the ground, white light flickered from respawning players, and the smell of charred flesh lingered in everyone's minds. Nuclear contamination? What is this? 90 true damage per second? And it doubles if you move? Ichiro Kato found himself trembling at the revival point near the Wild Zone's teleportation array, stuttering as he spoke. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the random solo player they stopped to be the infamous Suhan. To make matters worse, the system announced that the nuclear contamination effect was unremovable, and players could only respawn at the Wild Zone's revival points for the next hour. Nanny Kore? We can't respawn in town? We're just sitting ducks for him now? Losing 500 EXP per death, I'm already down to level 9. The Kato Guild members were in complete panic. In just a few minutes, Suhan had killed them dozens of times, dropping all their levels below 8. The system notifications kept coming. Ding. You've killed 10 players in the wild. Achievement unlocked. Rogue. Reward. 1 silver coin. Ding. You've killed 100 players in the wild. Achievement unlocked. Executioner. Reward. 10 silver coins. Nuclear contamination duration extended by 0.1 seconds. Mercy, Su God. We didn't know who you were. Please spare us, Su God. We've learned our lesson. Stop killing us. At this rate, we'll drop to level 7. The Kato Guild members had lost all their equipment, and days of hard work were completely erased. Many wept like children, with some even kneeling to beg for mercy. This was far crueler than being spawn-camped in a fountain. At least dying in a fountain didn't cost you experience points. Ichiro Kato was in tears, watching his painstakingly leveled character lose progress by the minute. His heart felt like it was bleeding. If they had known this was Suhan, they wouldn't have dared to initiate combat, not even in their wildest nightmares. Suhan stood in the center of Konoha town, skill in hand, continuing his relentless slaughter. The 10 or so reckless enemy players who dared to challenge him not only extended the duration of his nuclear contamination by another second, but also revealed an unexpected phenomenon. Those exposed to the contamination began to mutate. Each time one of these players was killed by the acid rain and respawned, they found their skin deteriorating, with no way to repair it. Their panicked cries echoed through the air. What is this? I've mutated. No, my Jill. It's exploded. My body, Suhan observed their despair with cold indifference, summoning acid rain again and again. The players burst apart in the rain, their blood staining the ground a deep crimson. The scene was so gruesome that other passing enemy players froze in terror before hastily switching to peace mode and fleeing the area. For a full hour, Suhan showed no mercy. Each of the 10 players was killed 10 times, their levels plummeting below 5, forcing them to be teleported back to the beginner village. This devastating blow set their progress back by at least half a month. When Suhan inspected the spoils of his massacre, he discovered that the mutated players had dropped 16 attribute points in total, with 4 points allocated to each of the 4 main attributes. This meant he had achieved a staggering 160 kills in just 1 hour. After applying the attribute points, Suhan felt a significant surge in his power. Casually tossing a few Blackarong-grade items and elite-level gear to the stunned Li Qingmei beside him, he said, "Sell these?" "Yais, master." Li Qingmei stammered, still reeling from witnessing 10 players being slaughtered to the point of being ejected from the town. The horrifying display left her deeply shaken, and she silently vowed to herself, never, under any circumstances, provoke Suhan in the divine realm. News of the incident spread quickly throughout the game. In the public chat, someone posted a dramatic message in bold red text. Suhan is in Konoha town. He's not human. This afternoon, our Kato Guild had a minor argument with him, and he mercilessly slaughtered us. He used some kind of special skill that prevented us from respawning in town. All 10 of us were killed until we dropped to level 5, and were forced to leave the area. A word of advice. This man is pure evil. Do not, under any circumstances, work with him. Ironically, the post sparked a heated discussion among the public test players. Suhan is really in Konoha town? He has a skill that stops people from respawning in town? I saw several level 5 players come out of the teleportation array earlier. They must have crossed him. That's terrifying. I was planning to challenge him, but now? I think I'll pass. The incident sent shockwaves through the player community, particularly among the guilds that had been hunting for Suhan. They began to seriously reconsider their strategies, wondering what fate awaited them if they ever confronted him. Meanwhile, in a town controlled by enemy players, a player from Dasha's Zhaoyu province, disguised as one of the enemy faction, read the news and slammed his fist into the ground in rage. Around him, members of the Qin Corporation Guild were equally incensed. Why are we always the ones being targeted by the Miyazaki Consortium? This guy is outrageous. He must be eliminated. The disguised player, Qin Hao, suppressed the uproar with a cold sneer. Turning to his younger brother, Qin Yun, he said, "Once our veteran beta testers descend into the game, you'll handle this. Someone like him isn't worth my personal attention." "Understood," Qin Yun replied with a sinister grin. "We'll make him regret ever stepping foot in this game." After eliminating the troublesome Kato Guild, Suhan led Chizori to the Maple Forest. As soon as they stepped into the area, the main storyline quest was instantly triggered. "Humans, you are guilty. Die." Surrender your souls for my feast. A group of blood-red-eyed, demonized maple leaf sprites roared as they charged forward. These level 17 demonized sprites were clearly unusual, as if controlled by some mysterious force. They boasted 13,000 physical attack, 60 magic attack, 550 defense, 250 movement speed, and 43 attack speed. They wielded the skill Maple Leaf's Barrage, which could launch 2 simultaneous attacks at a target from a casting range of 60 meters, dealing 100 magic damage with a cooldown of just 3 seconds. Chizori immediately drew her short tanto knife to defend herself, but her meager damage output was clearly just for show in the storyline. The real damage dealer was Suhan. Despite the enhanced skills and casting range of the demonized sprites, Suhan's new weapon had extended his casting range to an impressive 100 meters. Coupled with a speed boost from hidden attributes, he could cast spells freely from a safe distance. A torrent of nuclear acid rain poured down like a waterfall, leaving the road littered with the corpses of demonized sprites. Suhan merely needed to stand in place and cast spells. None of the sprites could breach the rain's deadly blockade. System notifications popped up continuously. You have killed a demonized maple leaf sprite. Gain 250 experience points. Bonus. Defeated a monster 5 levels above yours, earning an additional 50 experience, 125 points. Killed a monster 5 levels higher than you. Career growth triggered. Nuclear pollution damage 1. Now at 91. As Suhan's nuclear pollution damage skyrocketed, he quickly defeated the 19th sprite, leaving Chizori stunned. After all, the quest only required killing 15. But Suhan knew this NPC was holding back. She was actually the storyline's true final boss. Focused, Suhan diligently collected the sprite's blood, skillfully pouring it onto his pet egg. A system notification followed. 8th mutation effect triggered. Pet's true potential 576. The pet egg's color shifted from purple to platinum, radiating a noble golden glow. This platinum tier mutated pet egg would hatch a pet of at least platinum tier potential. Its current incubation progress was at 40, with an initial level of 1. After defeating the final demonized sprite, the system chimed again. Congratulations! You have reached level 13 with a total of 28,500 experience points. Awarded 5 free attribute points. However, Suhan noticed an issue. Starting from the 10th demonized sprite, once his nuclear pollution damage hit 100 points per second, no further growth notifications occurred. While the additional super pollution stacks and extended duration bonuses from defeating enemies still accumulated, the nuclear pollution damage seemed to have hit a cap. After careful calculations, nuclear pollution dealt 100 points per second, nuclear heat added 200 points, and nuclear explosion contributed 300 points. With the two effects stacking and doubling, the maximum possible damage reached 600 points per second, enough to annihilate most players at this stage. Consulting the Divine Realm Encyclopedia, Suhan found the answer. To prevent large-scale map destruction, players below level 50 without a class change had their real-type damage capped at an average of 100 points. Any excess damage was converted to temporary luck at a 10-to-1 ratio, to be reclaimed after reaching level 50. This revelation made everything clear to Suhan. Divine Realm was a fully realistic game world, where just 50 points of nuclear pollution damage could flatten a village. Real damage exceeding 100 points could cause permanent map destruction. The design of converting excess damage into temporary luck balanced the game mechanics while still rewarding players. Finally, Suhan routinely opened his attribute panel. Name: Suhan. Title: Hero of the Beginner Village, Slayer of Kings. Starting class: SSS class Nuclear Pollution Mage. Hidden level: 13. Health: 1,430. Title: 500. Equipment: 650. Mana: 500. Equipment: 110. Strength: 19. Physical attack: 8. Endurance: 8. Agility: 81. Movement speed: 60. Attack speed: 16. Spirit: 29. Magic attack: 14. Mana: 290. Constitution: 28. Defense: 28. Health: 280. Equipment: Maple Leaf Sprite Staff 2. Cursed Bishop's Boots. Bullhide Armor. Damaged Stealth Pocket Watch. Torture Ring. Severely Damaged Speed Earrings. Sentient Tiger Fong Necklace. Inventory Space: 12100. Skills: Basic Water Ball Level 1. Small Rainstorm Spell Level 1. SSS Class Hidden Job Trait. Damage inflicts nuclear pollution damage 100. Stack limit 2. Super pollution count 5. Free attribute points 0. The innate advantage of high movement speed growth was finally showing its worth. As a level 13 water mage, Suhan had achieved an astonishing movement speed of 76, allowing him to glide through the forest like the wind. Coupled with the devastating true damage of nuclear contamination, most creatures below level 20 were no match for him. The nuclear contamination dealt 100 points of damage per second, and when combined with nuclear heat and nuclear explosions, it could instantly inflict a staggering 300 points of damage. With 2 stacks, it would double to 600 points, delivering a jaw-dropping 21,600 points of damage in just 36 seconds. Maple elves are peace-loving beings. They wouldn't harbor hatred toward humans without a reason. Something must have happened, Chihoriko said worriedly as Suhan focused on collecting treasure chests. Moments later, she stumbled upon a few skeletal remains in a nearby cave and gasped, "I figured it out. Those merchants are behind Thisthier trying to sell maple elves. It's right here on this trade ledger." Suhan nodded absent-mindedly, preoccupied with tallying up his loot. The drop rates for the 20 corrupted elves he had defeated far exceeded those of ordinary elves, yielding 2 bronze chests already. He hesitated, debating whether to use one of his precious super contamination charges to open the chests. Though a single use could yield a massive haul, the charges were far too valuable to waste frivolously. In the end, he decided to use super contamination on just one of the chests. With 20 layers of mutation stacked, the drop rate skyrocketed to an incredible 2,000. In an instant, 20 bronze-tier items burst forth from the chest, overflowing into Suhan's hands and scattering across the ground. Chihoriko, in the midst of narrating the unfolding plot, froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even as the mayor's daughter, she had never witnessed such an overwhelming surge of equipment. "How much is all this worth?" she exclaimed in awe. Suhan quickly scanned the items and scooped them into his inventory. Despite the sheer volume and the fact that the loot was exclusively weapons, he didn't take the time to sort through them. Instead, he followed Chihoriko toward the next plot location. The two ascended through the maple forest, their path winding higher until they reached their destination. The narrative continues with streamlined but vivid descriptions of subsequent events, including the detailed attributes of the caravan guards, the intense battles, and the critical choices faced during the mission. Each scene is enriched with added detail to enhance the story's immersion and visual appeal. The chapter concludes with the same dramatic exclamation as the original. "Kill, kill, kill." The nucleic acid rain poured down like a violent storm, instantly killing the merchants and guards in the second carriage. Chihoriko stared in shock at the scene. "What are you doing?" "They were innocent merchants," she exclaimed. "Not enough." Suhan sneered coldly, continuing to unleash the nucleic acid rain. His objective was simply he wanted to see if the special reward chests from the merchant caravans could yield valuable items when exposed to the super pollution. Chihoriko looked at Suhan in horror, a thought flashing through her mind. "You're the real final boss here, aren't you?" Suhan picked up the second caravan's cargo chest and unhesitatingly used the super pollution ability again. "I refuse to believe I won't get something good this time." Whoosh! The mutated cargo chest burst open like a fountain, spewing out a plethora of items. 1 bottle each of refined health potion and divine elixir main city exclusive, instantly restores 1000 HPMP, priced at 1 gold coin each. 1 strength elixir increases strength by 50 for 30 minutes, priced at 100 gold coins. 1 gale scroll creates a 100 by 100 meter area of wind dealing 1000 damage per second for 5 minutes, priced at 300 gold coins. A confidential letter from the city lord contents hinting at a rebellion. 10 pairs of standard issue bronze-grade soldier boots. Sweet! Suhan exclaimed with excitement. The loot was comparable to defeating a mini-boss. The refined health potion alone was a rare treasure at this stage, only available for purchase in the main city. Eagerly, Suhan continued to massacre the 3rd and 4th merchant caravans. After another round of super pollution chest openings, he obtained 5 bottles of health potion, 1 agility elixir, and a set of standard issue armor. By now, Chihoriko was completely desensitized. What was supposed to be an incredibly challenging solo mission had turned into a spree for Suhan. "This adventurer is way too powerful," she murmured to herself. When Suhan reached the 5th caravan, he had already killed nearly 25 guards and was on the verge of leveling up. Using the guard's blood, he incubated his pet egg again, causing its quality to soar to mutated emerald tier, far surpassing the level accessible at this stage of the game. Suddenly, a letter fell from one of the 5th caravan's merchants. A secret message from the frost fairies to the merchants. The letter detailed their plan to annihilate the maple leaf spirits guarding the town and transform the village into a frozen hell. Chihoriko snatched the letter, her expression changing drastically. "Something's wrong. So this is what's going on," she exclaimed. A system notification chimed in immediately, announcing a main quest update. Players must defeat the Frost Witch boss to protect the town. Rewards included 10 faith points, 10 silver coins, and access to the secret map Autumn Frost. Whoosh! A chilling disturbance echoed from the depths of the maple forest, sharp and biting like the winter wind. A cold, commanding female voice rang out. "You have angered me." "Another boss fight? Awesome!" Suhan exclaimed, thrilled. After killing the last guard mage, he leveled up to 14, gaining 5 free attribute points and breaking the movement speed threshold of 80. Without hesitation, Suhan grabbed Chisui Rico and headed to the teleportation portal, selecting the secret map Autumn Frost as their destination. A flash of white light streaked across the scene, and the autumnal landscape of falling leaves vanished in an instant. Suhan found himself standing amidst a vast, frigid glacier, its icy expanse nestled within a valley of maple forests. Strange creatures, resembling maple leaf sprites but with skeletal wings, roamed the area, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. His system identified them as frost sprites, level 19. These creatures were vanguards of the demon race, intent on transforming the mortal realm into a frozen hell. They had 15,000 health points, 50 physical attack, 600 magic attack, 250 defense, and both movement and attack speeds set at 58. Their skill, Bone-Chilling Ice Blade, allowed them to unleash an icy attack within a 70-meter radius, inflicting 100 magic damage with a 5 chance to freeze the target for 1 second. The skill had a cooldown of just 3 seconds. Hidden monsters. Suhan's eyes lit up with excitement. Frost sprites were bound to yield far better rewards than the maple leaf sprites. Without hesitation, he unleashed his acid rain skill, initiating a relentless slaughter. Against level 19 monsters, the damage from acid rain was more than sufficient. Moreover, his movement speed perfectly countered these spellcaster-type enemies. At this moment, Chisui Rico revealed her true capabilities, shedding her earlier nonchalant demeanor. She demonstrated an output rivaling that of a level 19 rogue player. Even better, the experience points from the monsters she killed were credited to Suhan. In just over 10 minutes, the duo had dispatched more than 20 frost sprites. Suhan's level was nearing 15, his rapid progression akin to a rocket's ascent. Yet, when he checked the rookie leaderboard, he noticed several players had surpassed him, reaching levels 16 and 17. Through conversations on the public channel, he discovered the reason. It turned out that the Zhao Corporation had enlisted a veteran beta tester to power level their young master, Zhao Gongzi, even at the cost of the veteran's own level. Although the beta tester's level had dropped to 30, with significantly reduced stats and restricted skills, they could still effortlessly carry others. The Wang, He, and Chao families had adopted similar strategies. Suhan, however, felt no envy. He understood that prioritizing level grinding could easily get him to level 17 or 18. But his true goal lay in stacking super pollution to gain strength through mutation. Besides, he had just triggered a hidden quest and was on the verge of engaging in a boss fight. At that moment, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. All 7 bronze weapons he had listed on the auction house had sold, each fetching nearly 200,000 gold coins, for a total of over 1.4 million. Suhan grinned inwardly, deciding to stop selling gear directly. Instead, he would break it down into enhancement crystals, use them to upgrade equipment, and sell the enhanced items as finished products. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waves of a coastal underwater map, young Master Wang Kong led his elite team, including their captain Morning Wind, under the guidance of a knight player in his 40s. The knight wielded a massive whirlwind blade, effortlessly cutting down swarms of level 18 giant crabs, allowing the team members to level up rapidly. Morning Wind felt smug, confident that with such support, Su Ruin would soon be reduced to obscurity. Young Master Wang, we've successfully purchased all 7 of Su Ruin's bronze weapons, reported a female streamer, who had taken on the role of a priest, in a cautious tone. Wang Kong gently stroked her cheek, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Distribute them among the team. That kid must gotten lucky, probably chose the luck faction. But he has no idea we've already started enhancing our gear. When the world dungeon opens, he won't stand a chance. Morning Wind chimed in immediately. A lone wolf like Su Ruin, relying on sheer luck, is nothing. Our real competition is with the Zhao family. Wang Kong frowned. I had initially thought of recruiting him to deal with the other families, but remembering his reputation for killing players down to level 5 gives me chills. If he caused such humiliation in the divine realm, I'd be disowned by my family. Many wealthy players shared similar concerns. Suhan's fearsome reputation made them wary. A typical duel might cost them some equipment, but crossing paths with Suhan could mean being driven out of the game entirely. Young master, with me here, you'll soon complete the main storyline and unlock the boss, the middle-aged knight assured him with reverence. Thank you, Uncle Li, Wang Kong said, raising a hand in acknowledgement. They'll do my best. Wow. A 10th mutation, and the pet egg's potential skyrocketed by 776 points. As the Frost Fairy's blood cascaded over it, the pet egg before Suhan underwent a startling transformation. What once resembled the translucent green of imperial jade was now shifting toward the crystalline clarity of a pure diamond. Eventually, the pet egg fully transformed into a diamond-like entity, emitting a faint, mesmerizing glow that took one's breath away. The system notification displayed. Diamond-grade pet egg. Will hatch a pet with at least diamond-grade potential. Starting level, 1. Current hatching progress, 50. Phew. Suhan exhaled deeply as the hatching progress finally broke through the 50 mark. Every time he watched the pet egg's potential skyrocket, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. As the only player in the beta to obtain a pet egg, this weight felt utterly insignificant. Current status check. After selling 7 pieces of equipment, amassed nearly 500 gold coins equivalent to about 4 million in wealth. Unopened bronze treasure chests, 8-3 dropped by caravan guards, 1 from a berserk spirit, and 4 from frost fairies. Remaining super contamination attempts, 6-3 used, 50 monsters defeated above 5 levels. Suddenly, Suhan realized he couldn't afford to keep using super contamination on bronze quality chests. The only remaining monsters in the town area were level 20, leaving him with a maximum of 89 more opportunities before transitioning to the main city for his class advancement. Considering the possibility of silver chests or boss chests appearing in the town area, wasting contamination attempts on bronze chests was clearly unwise. While deep in thought, Suhan teamed up with Chisui Riko to take down another frost fairy with a well-timed water ball attack, instantly leveling up to 15. Congratulations! Your experience points have surpassed 52,875. You have reached level 15 and earned 5 free attribute points. Before the words even settled, a sudden gale, as fierce as an icy storm, swept in, hurling the duo against an ice wall. Countless shards of razor-sharp ice raked across their bodies as the entire glacial canyon trembled under an overwhelming presence. Humans, how dare you come here? A piercing feminine voice echoed through the air. The true boss had finally appeared. Suhan whipped around to see a towering figure, a young woman standing nearly 10 meters tall, her tattered gown fluttering as she hovered in midair, almost brushing the cavern's ceiling. She emanated a frigid aura, encircled by a chilling glow, and wielded an enormous ice sword. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto the intruders. The system immediately displayed the terrifying stats of the Woodleaf Town boss. Frost Witch, Queen of the Frost Fairy Clan, Master of Snow and Ice Magic. Level 17. Health 100,000, regenerates 500 per second. Magic attack 1,000. Defense 500. Attack movement speed 100. Casting range 100 meters. Skills 1. Glacial Freeze. Creates a frost environment in a 100x 100 meter area, reducing enemy movement speed by 30. 2. Cold-Blooded Fury. Summons massive ice spikes to impale enemies, dealing 200 magic damage in a 10x 10 meter area. Casting range 80 meters. Cooldown 15 seconds. 3. Ruthless Sacrifice. Activates when health drops below 30, consuming a frost fairy to recover 5 health. The moment Suhan saw these stats, he grabbed Chisui Riko and bolted out of the glacier without hesitation. Damn it! Expecting a newbie to solo a boss of this caliber? Are they deliberately trying to make me lose my gear? Suhan cursed the game's main AI in his heart. 100,000 health points were absurd enough, and 1,000 magic attack damage was practically a death sentence. What made it even worse was that this mage-type boss had both movement and attack speeds of 100, outpacing even players with a natural 100 movement growth by 20 points. The skill set was equally suffocating. Area-wide movement debuffs, short cooldown AoE damage, and a health recovery mechanism. Without at least 10 max-level players forming a 100-person raid team, it was impossible to take her down through attrition. During the closed beta, players had only barely managed to defeat her after countless sacrifices. But if I don't challenge the boss, I can't increase my contamination stacks. Suhan found himself trapped in a frustrating dilemma. Suhan stood at the edge of the glacier, his gaze fixed on the faint silhouette of the frost witch in the distance. He knew with absolute clarity that defeating just one more boss would exponentially increase both his drop rate and his nuclear contamination damage. The triple-layered contamination wasn't just about doubling his damagite, held the tantalizing promise of triggering 10 super mutations. With that kind of power surge, he'd finally have the confidence to wipe out those enemy players, making them taste the bitter consequences of nuclear fallout in the town zones. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suhan decided to return and upgrade his equipment first. Enhancing his movement speed and attack speed might just give him a fighting chance against the Frost Witch. Without hesitation, he and his companions activated the teleportation array and returned to the town, heading straight for the Temple of Eternity. A system notification popped up immediately. Main Quest 3 completed. Reward 5 silver coins, 3 faith points. Main Quest 4 completed. Reward 5 silver coins, 4 faith points. Inside the Temple of Eternity, Linda's amber eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Suhan. You're planning to challenge the Frost Witch? Who are you? Really? In such a short time, you've become the only adventurer to provoke her wrath. Suhan, unfazed, seated himself casually on the jade foot of the eternal goddess statue. Cut the chatter. If you've got any advice, spill it. Linda responded with a playful smile, her expression animated and lifelike. This is a trial for adventurers. I can't just hand you the answer, or the gods might punish me. But, she paused, her eyes sparkling mischievously. I can give you a hint. The Frost Witch's ice attribute is naturally countered by fire. Coincidentally, our order has a few side quests tied to the fire god's order. Suhan caught on instantly. These side quests grant fire-based enhancements? Exactly. Linda nodded. Ultimately, it'll still come down to your skill, but this side quest is straightforward. Another system notification appeared. Quest from Priestess Linda. Repay her debt to the fire god's priest. Reward, fire god priest special brew. You're just using me to cover your tab, aren't you? Suhan muttered with a shake of his head before turning to leave. As she watched him walk away, Linda's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Her voice dropped to a murmur, tinged with longing. If you can reach the summit, perhaps I, too, can reclaim my rightful place. The moment Suhan stepped into the fire god's temple, the players from the enemy faction who were milling about instantly recoiled. Gods, it's Su Ruahan. What's he doing here in our temple? No wonder he's a legend. His presence alone is overwhelming. The fire god's priest was a striking woman with a fiery allure, her rich, earthen-toned skin accentuated by the heavy veil she wore. Without wasting time, Suhan got straight to the point. I'm here to settle Linda's debt. The priest's lips curved into a smile. So, you're the rising hero everyone's been talking about. Wow. 5 silver coins. Suhan reluctantly pulled out 5 silver coins and handed them over to the fire god priest, receiving a jar of wine in return. This privately brewed wine was a hidden quest item, usable only during the mission to defeat the Frostwitch boss. When consumed, it would boost fire attributes and ice resistance by 100 points for 30 minutes. As Suhan contemplated the wine's effects and prepared to head to the blacksmith's shop, a familiar voice suddenly called out from outside the gaming pod. Bro, get up. The nutrient solution in your pod is completely out. Snapping back to reality, Suhan immediately logged out. As he opened his eyes groggily, an overwhelming weakness washed over him. His stomach growled like thunder, and his body felt utterly drained. Stumbling to the fridge, he grabbed a piece of bread and devoured it ravenously. How long was I in Divine Realm this time? And you little troublemaker, why didn't you remind me earlier? He scolded. Suli, who was in the middle of refilling the nutrient solution, blushed and stammered. I kinda lost track of time too. Checking his phone, Suhan was shocked to find that 2 whole days had passed. It was now the afternoon of the 3rd day. The gaming pod's single-day supply of nutrient solution had long been depleted, and he had nearly starved himself in the process. Looks like I need to upgrade to a better gaming pod, Suhan muttered, clenching his fist. Suli frowned. The new top-tier gaming pod from Divine Realm is amazing. It has a fully integrated life support system and can even slightly reverse aging. But it's ridiculously expensive, 2 million per unit. Then that's the one we're getting, Suhan declared without hesitation. Let's go, we'll each get one. Though this would nearly drain all their savings, Suhan wasn't worried. Once he defeated the Frostwitch, money would no longer be a problem. Besides, he still had 9 unopened bronze chests waiting for him. After a quick freshen up, the siblings drove to the nearest shopping district to visit a Divine Realm flagship store. While the store had human sales associates, the origins of the gaming pods remained shrouded in mystery, as if they had materialized out of thin air. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the pair stepped into the air-conditioned store. Suli bought 2 cups of bubble tea and asked curiously, "By the way, bro, what's your in-game ID? You're so secretive about it." Suhan merely smiled in silence. To protect his sister, he couldn't reveal his identity until Divine Realm fully integrated with the real world. If discovered, he might immediately become a target for powerful factions, and his nuclear pollution talent and chest-opening secrets would be exposed. Even his gold exchanges were done discreetly through Li Qingmai's account. Starving, the siblings treated themselves to 2 premium meals featuring the 3098 grade Xinjiang land and sea delicacies. As the table was filled with exquisite dishes, Su Li's eyes widened in delight. Wow bro, you've really made it big. How much have you earned in Divine Realm? That's classified. Suhan teased with a grin. Now eat up. Once we're done, we'll go order the gaming pods. As Su Li happily dug into her food, Suhan was leisurely savoring a crab leg when a woman with an air of melancholy and a sharp professional look suddenly appeared at their table. Her voice was laced with suspicion. Suhan, how did you find me here? Did you deliberately track my schedule? Suhan looked up in confusion. Carefully examining the woman before him, Suhan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. She was dressed in a white dress with a plunging neckline, her softly curled hair framing an attractive face. Her curvaceous figure stood out even more under the restaurant's warm lighting. At a table in the distance sat a group of well-dressed men, making it clear that she had quietly left her seat to come over here. After a brief moment of thought, Suhan finally recognized her. It was Li Hongyan, his ex-girlfriend. Back when he was blacklisted by the Qin Corporation, this woman had wasted no time in blocking him on WeChat and cutting off all contact with him, vanishing completely from his life. At the time, overwhelmed with his own troubles, Suhan had no energy to dwell on her betrayal. Months had passed, and that chapter of his life had long been forgotten. Li Hongyan's expression darkened as she noticed his silence. Lowering her voice, she said, Suhan, how did you find me? I'm telling you, I already have a boyfriend. If you're here to blackmail me or something. Her voice carried a mix of nervousness and unease. Internally panicking, Li Hongyan began to speculate. How did he end up here? And with such precise timing, it must be someone tipping him off. Was it Wenli, the gossip, or Wang Yun, the brash one? It had to be one of them, jealous that she was about to settle down with manager Chung, deliberately trying to sabotage her. Back when he went bankrupt and got blacklisted, she had already made it clear by blocking and deleting him. Why was he still clinging on? Was it because her charm left such a lasting impression? Or had he heard about her joining the prestigious Shenyu department and now wanted to take advantage? A washed-up failure like him, how could he even afford to be in a high-end restaurant like this? He didn't belong here. If only she had cut ties more thoroughly back then. As she leaned closer, the overpowering scent of her perfume hit Suhan, causing him to instinctively lean back and cover his nose. Are you serious? I'm just here to have a meal. What does that have to do with you? Suhan retorted irritably. Seeing his reaction, Li Hongyan grew even more anxious. Her tone softened as she pleaded, Suhan, I really do have a new boyfriend now, but that's not my fault. We're over. Can you just stop making things difficult for me? Li Hongyan paused for a moment, then pulled out her wallet from her small shoulder bag and took out 2 stacks of cash, stuffing them into Suhan's hand. With her back to the man standing behind her, she lowered her voice and said, I'll cover this meal. I'll also repay you for the things you bought for me in the past. Stop making a scene here. Go home first and I'll come find you later. After some back and forth, Suhan finally managed to get her to leave. Su Li curled her lips and said, Brother, your taste before was really terrible. Someone like her? Appearances can be deceiving, Suhan replied calmly. He thought back to the past, when he was a promising professional player and Li Hongyan had been sweet, caring, and endlessly affectionate. But the moment he hit rock bottom, she was the first to block him. Still, all of that was water under the bridge now. After lunch, the siblings headed to the top floor of the shopping mall to visit the Shenyu flagship store. The store occupied half the floor and showcased gaming pods ranging in price from hundreds of thousands to several million. These are decent, but the only one that's truly all-encompassing is the most expensive one, Suhan said, pointing to a sleek, nearly transparent gaming pod ahead. It exuded cutting-edge technology and carried a price tag of 1.88 million yuan. This one it is. Suhan decisively placed an order for 2 units on the touchscreen. The store manager immediately appeared, beaming as he confirmed the delivery details and promised same-day delivery. After transferring over 3 million yuan, Suhan's bank balance was nearly wiped out. Coincidentally, Li Hongyan, who was out shopping with her boyfriend, witnessed the entire scene. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Over 3 million yuan for top-tier gaming pods, and Suhan didn't even blink? He was doing that well now? Regret surged in her heart. She shook off her boyfriend and walked directly towards Suhan. Suhan, I didn't expect you'd get into the Shenyu game too, she said, adjusting her hair and flashing a flirtatious smile. Honestly, I still have feelings for you. Back then, I was just in a bad place emotionally, a bit depressed. I'm fine now. How about dinner sometime? No need, Suhan replied, quickly pulling Su Li along to leave, worried his sister might be influenced by her. I'll call you. Li Hongyan called out from behind, drawing the attention of everyone in the mall, including her current boyfriend, who looked utterly embarrassed. Her most notable trait was persistence, and she had already made up her mind to win Suhan back. After all, if he was on the rise again, he was a far better catch than any boyfriend she could find. Back home, Suhan ordered a treadmill worth tens of thousands, planning to set aside time for exercise. That evening, he and Su Li enjoyed the seafood they had packed from lunch. A 3,000 yuan per person restaurant could still do takeout, just pay for an extra serving. Having money really did come with perks. After a walk, the gaming pods were delivered. The Shenyu company even offered to recycle the old pods for free, exchanging them for 100,000 yuan. Suhan couldn't wait to lie down in his new pod and start planning his strategy to defeat the Frost Witch. The interior of the pod was as warm and cozy as a gentle massage. Amazing, he exclaimed. The over $1 million investment was well worth it. With this gaming pod, he could fully immerse himself in the Shenyu world for as long as he wanted. The familiar sights of Leaf Town gradually appeared before his eyes, accompanied by the constant sound of the blacksmith hammering away. Suhan glanced around and realized Chinsui Rico was nowhere to be seen, and he was standing in the middle of the main street. He decided to head to the blacksmith to upgrade his gear. The 22 pieces of bronze equipment he'd obtained from the super contamination combined with the 20 pieces from the caravan chest, didn't have any hidden attributes but could be converted into 42 enhancement crystals. The remaining bronze chests yielded 9 pieces of equipment, one of which was a bronze armor with hidden attributes that he equipped. The other 8 were set aside to be dismantled. Frost Fairy Armor. Quality, bronze. Durability, 15,000. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 100. Movement speed, 1. Health, 300. Skill. Continuous frost forms a layer of ice armor every 5 seconds, absorbing 100 points of damage. Requirement, level 15. Although the contamination was maxed out, the increased luck stat had proven extremely helpful. 9 chests and 1 piece of gear with a movement speed hidden attribute just what he needed. Paired with the Maple Leaf Elf staff, this armor would significantly boost his combat power. While his hidden and special equipment hadn't been repaired yet, their effects were still functional, so he wouldn't need replacements until he found Silverdeer gear. At the blacksmith shop, Suhan dismantled all 50 bronze pieces into enhancement crystals. He started by upgrading the Frost Fairy armor, as the high contamination level would yield better results with new equipment. First enhancement, base 100 success rate super contamination 10, total success rate 110 guaranteed success. First mutation, true success rate 10. Enhancement 1 successful. Frost Fairy armor 1. Quality, bronze. Durability, 15,000. Physical defense, 210. Magical defense, 110. Movement speed, 2. Health, 330. Skill. Continuous frost level 2 forms a layer of ice armor every 5 seconds, absorbing 150 points of damage. Requirement, level 15. Second enhancement. Consumed 2 enhancement crystals. Base 50 success rate second mutation 20, total success rate 70. Enhancement 2 successful. Third enhancement. Consumed 4 enhancement crystals. Base 25 success rate third mutation 30, total success rate 55. Enhancement 3 successful. Every time the equipment was enhanced, its attributes doubled, skyrocketing in power. This exhilarating sensation filled Suhan with immense joy. As a player who almost always succeeded in enhancements, he was on cloud 9. Especially with the hidden attribute originally a pitiful 1 to movement speed after 3 enhancements, it surged directly to 7 points. Such a dramatic boost was utterly addictive. To him, as long as mutation occurred, the cost of enhancement was merely equipment and gold, which felt even better than free money. The fourth enhancement consumed 8 enhancement crystals, dropping the success rate to a mere 12.5. For an ordinary player, achieving success at this stage would cost nothing less than millions, and those with worse luck might have to sink in tens of millions. But Suhan was different. His 4th-tier mutation granted a 40 success rate bonus, raising the total to 52.5. This meant that as the game progressed, while other players faced increasingly nightmarish odds, his chances only improved. The 4th enhancement? A Breezite succeeded effortlessly. The 5th enhancement was even riskier, requiring 16 enhancement crystals and offering a success rate of only 6.25. This was the stuff of nightmares. Failure would not only downgrade the equipment to anywhere between 1 and 3, but also had a 30 chance of outright destruction. With such terrifying odds, even spending tens of millions might not guarantee success. Many multimillionaires had fallen at this 5 hurdle, a stage that beta testers dubbed the jump-off building level. Everyone has a gambler's instinct. Theoretically, with luck-enhancing items, the 6.25 success rate could be pushed up to 30, which seemed decent. Yet, failure was still the usual outcome. For Suhan, however, his 5th-tier mutation bonus stacked his success rate to 50, bringing the total to 56.25, even higher than for the 4 enhancement. The 5th enhancement? Success. In total, the 5 enhancements consumed 31 enhancement crystals, leaving him with 19. Suhan calculated silently. These enhancement crystals were equivalent to 31 pieces of bronze-tier equipment, which could fetch 3 to 4 million at auction. Adding in the enhancement cost of 31 gold coins, even with no failures, this round of enhancements had cost over 4 million. For regular players, aiming for 5, even with luck items and extraordinary fortune, would be nothing short of a pipe dream without at least 10 million. The 5 Frost Fairy armor radiated a rich bronze glow, draped over his body like an eternal sunset shimmering around him, exuding an aura of dominance. A chilling frost spread outward, creating a 10-meter radius of white mist around Suhan. Equipment attributes displayed. Frost Fairy armor 5. Quality, bronze tier. Durability, 15,000. Physical defense, 510 base 200, increases per level. Magic defense, 410 base 100, increases per level. Movement speed, 32 base 1, increases per level. Health, 1,230 base 300, increases per level. Skill, continuous frost level 5 every 5 seconds, forms a layer of ice armor that absorbs 400 damage. Requirement, level 15. This piece of equipment, forged at the cost of over 4 million, was worth every penny. Suhan nearly burst with excitement as he reviewed the stats. It was no wonder that, despite the miserable success rates for enhancing equipment, so many people still pursued it relentlessly. A single piece of gear that could multiply one's power tenfold was a temptation strong enough to make anyone risk everything. Once equipped, Suhan's defenses rose by nearly 500 points, his movement speed increased by 32 points, and his health surged by over 1,000. It was like leaping to a whole new level. The armor skill was also upgraded to level 5, forming an ice shield every 5 seconds that could absorb 400 damage comparable to a standard knight's ability. However, the 5 enhancements had also consumed most of his super mutation attempts, leaving him with just one remaining. Suhan was relieved he had stopped in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to open a boss chest. With this 5 gear in hand, his odds of defeating the Frost Witch had skyrocketed. Character Attribute Panel. Name, Suhan. Initial Class, SSS Nuclear Pollution Mage. Hidden Level, 1552, 87570, 875. Health, 2630. Title 500, Equipment 1830. Mana, 500. Equipment 110. Base Attributes. Strength, 19. Physical Attack, 8. Endurance, 8. Agility, 88. Movement Speed, 66. Attack Speed, 44. Spirit, 29. Magic Attack, 14. Mana, 290. Constitution, 30. Dual Defense, 30. Health, 300. Equipment, Maple Spirit Staff, 2. Cursed Bishop's Boots. Frost Fairy Armor, 5. Damaged Stealth Pocket Watch. Torture Ring. Severely Damaged Speed Earrings. Sentient Tiger Fong Necklace. Storage Space, 12150. Skills, Basic Water Ball, Level 1. Small Rainstorm, Level 1. SS Deer. Hidden Class Features. Damage can apply Nuclear Pollution. Nuclear Pollution Damage, 100. Maximum Stacks, 2. Super Mutation Attempts remaining, 1. Free Attribute Points, 0. With his health now at nearly 2,700 and dual defenses nearing 1,000, the Frost Witch's attacks pose little threat. His movement speed had reached 112, 10 points faster than the witch herself. At this point, the boss was nothing more than prey on the chopping block. Since he now had full confidence in defeating the Frost Witch, Suhan decided not to rush. Other players were still struggling to progress through the main storyline, with many yet to even unlock the blacksmith shop. Even beta testers, completing one quest per minute and traveling back and forth to turn them in, needed significant time, and some main quests required manual effort. Suhan resolved to explore other side quests first. Who knew what unexpected rewards might lie in wait? Turning back toward the temple, he thought to himself with determination. The sooner I take down the boss, the sooner I can begin my slaughter plan. Linda reclined gracefully on a silk-covered chaise, her raven-black hair cascading like a cloud around her. Even in her slumber, her delicate fingers clung tightly to a staff. Suhan coughed sharply, his voice laced with disdain. Ordinary people don't deserve to set foot in the Eternal Temple, and yet this woman gets all the privileges. The noise startled Linda awake. Stretching like a lazy cat, she opened her eyes and flashed a teasing, seductive smile. "Oh, finally missing your lonely sister, are you?" she purred, crawling towards him with feline grace. Before Suhan could react, she pinned him beneath her, her curves tantalizingly accentuated by the thin ceremonial robes of her order. "What the hell? Are you seriously pulling the whole overpower and conquer act?" Suhan shouted, struggling in vain. To his shock, her strength far surpassed that of Chisui Riko, leaving him completely helpless. Just as he started to worry that he might actually be overpowered by an NPC, Linda shifted her position, settling herself firmly on top of him, her ample figure bouncing playfully. "Won't even let me hug you? Fine. It'll just squash you to death, squash you to death." Linda giggled mischievously. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Suhan scrambled upright and bonked her lightly on the head with his staff. "By the gods, you're a priestess of the order. Do you have to act so desperate? Even targeting adventurers now?" Linda pouted dramatically, her tone dripping with mock innocence. "Oh, we priestesses aren't supposed to fraternize with adventurers, you know? But when someone as handsome as you shows up, how can I resist giving you a little extra attention?" She struck a coquettish pose, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suhan groaned inwardly, exasperation etched across his face. He resolved to deal with her antics later, once his business was done. Enough fooling around. "Do you have any quests related to the Frost Witch?" "Side quests will do." As a member of the Eternal Order, Suhan had to go through Linda for all his quests. By now, he should have completed hundreds of main and side quests and formed alliances with numerous NPCs. Instead, thanks to Linda's meddling, he had wrapped up the main storyline but had barely any NPC connections to show for it. Linda suddenly sat upright, her playful demeanor giving way to a more serious expression. Her sharp gaze fixed on Suhan. You're telling me you're ready to take on the Frost Witch? Seriously? By the gods, even if you were the reincarnation of a king, this is absurdly fast. I haven't even had the chance to show off my full range of skills. For the first time, Linda studied Suhan intently, her tone losing its usual teasing edge. If this keeps up, I might actually get reinstated in the Imperial Church sooner than I thought. Probably can take her down, Suhan replied nonchalantly. But help me figure out how to maximize the rewards. Without missing a beat, Linda rattled off a list of quests. The Kingdom's Bounty 100 gold coins, 50 reputation points. The Quangxi County Bounty 10 gold coins, 10 reputation points. The Leaf Town Bounty 5 gold coins, 5 reputation points. A mission from the Fire God's Order permanent 5 fire resistance. A request from the blacksmith shop 1 free enchantment. And a task from the Mage Association's Leon a custom skill book. Not bad, Suhan exclaimed, impressed by Linda's extensive network. She could summon tasks from all corners of the map with ease. As he glanced at his accumulated 300 reputation points, he couldn't help but wonder what they were actually good for. Linda smirked knowingly. You'll understand once you reach the main city. Reputation is invaluable for adventurers like you. After accepting all the tasks, Suhan wasted no time and dashed off toward Leaf Town. With a movement speed of 100, he covered 20 meters per second in astonishing 72 kilometers per hour, leaving even players with premium mounts eating his dust. What the hell was that? A passing player, sent sprawling by Suhan's speed, stared after him in disbelief. For a moment, they were convinced the game had glitched, only to realize it was just another player blitzing by. Suhan stepped through the teleportation array, preparing to head to the Maple Leaf Elves Ocean to find Li Qingmei and check on the progress of his night tank training. However, the moment he appeared, he noticed several Japanese players lying in ambush on either side of the array, scrutinizing everyone entering and exiting. Wait, Dame! 2 players' eyes lit up as they excitedly blocked Suhan's path. Yes, it's him. Don't let him escape. It's Su Ruohan. Their shouts immediately drew the attention of more players. In the blink of an eye, a dozen players surrounded Suhan. From the crowd emerged a proud and arrogant-looking mage wielding a bronze-tier staff. Beside him stood a middle-aged warrior with a scarred face, carrying a long blade slung across his back. Suhan quickly inspected the warrior's attributes. Overlord of the Masses. Qin Huang Dynasty Guild. Level? Unable to detect levels more than 10 above your own. Class: Tyrant Blade 2nd Advancement. Suhan frowned deeply. Someone more than 10 levels ahead of him? That meant this person had already reached level 30. He quickly realized this must be one of the skilled players from the closed beta. His gaze shifted to the arrogant mage, whose face seemed vaguely familiar. What caught his attention even more was the figure of Fujimoto Genji, twisting like a crab, standing nearby. Qin Shi Wang. Qin Huang Dynasty Guild. Level: 15. Class: Lightning Mage. Devoted follower of the Qin family. Qin Huang Dynasty Guild. Level: 15. Class: Knight. Second Young Master. Fujimoto Genji leaned close to the mage's ear, whispering obsequiously. That guy is Su Ruohan, currently the strongest solo player in the game. If you can recruit him, you'll be able to catch up to the top-tier families. His eyes burned with resentment towards Suhan. What if he refuses? Huh. Fujimoto Genji sneered. Well, the 5th master is here, isn't he? Even without his previous equipment, his stats and skills alone can crush this guy. Besides, we specifically brought the no-fly zone item this time, so he can't teleport back to town. If he doesn't want to be killed back to level 0, he'll have no choice but to cooperate. Suhan immediately recognized the approaching figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. It wasn't Qin Hao, the man who had ordered his banishment, but rather Qin Hao's younger brother, Qin Yun. Memories surged through his mind, vividly recalled that day at the Qin family villa. It was Qin Yun who had led the group that violently captured him, smashed his home to pieces, and cruelly killed the dog he had raised for 3 years. Under the protection of the Qin family, none of them faced any consequences for their actions. So, Qin Hao doesn't have the guts to come himself and sends his little brother to die instead? Suhan's eyes gleamed with a cruel light. It seemed that his brutal slaying of Fujimoto had worked as intended. He didn't even need to search for the Qin family. Here they were, delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Suhan's mind churned with calculations. He would start with Qin Yun, eliminating each of Qin Hao's allies one by one, forcing him to experience utter despair and anguish. And when the divine realm and reality finally merged, he would destroy the entire Qin family once and for all. At that moment, a player named Ao Shirkunxiong, a level 30 Blade Master, swiftly retrieved a scroll from his inventory and activated it at the teleportation array. A system notification immediately rang out. You and all players within a 30-meter radius are restricted from returning to the city. Duration: 1 hour. This action caused an uproar among the surrounding players. A no-return scroll? Those cost thousands of gold, even in the beta test. Is this the Qinhuang Dynasty Guild? I heard they were one of the top Chinese guilds during the beta. The news spread like wildfire across the public chat, creating a massive stir. Many players abandoned their current tasks to gather and spectate, while others provided live updates in the chat. Discussions erupted everywhere. The Qinhuang Dynasty Guild is backed by the Qin Corporation. They've even hired beta testers. Su God might be in real trouble this time. Qin Yuan strutted arrogantly towards Suhan, his voice dripping with disdain. Our Qin Corporation wants to collaborate with you. Name your price. Just tell us your identity in the real world, and we'll send a car to pick you up tonight. From now on, you can live under the Qin family's protection as our dog. Ao Shirkun Xiong stepped forward to back him up. Young man, you should understand the power of the Qin Corporation. This is an opportunity to make friends, not enemies. It's in your best interest. The confrontation quickly escalated, and the number of viewers tuning into the live stream skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Reactions were mixed. Chinese players and wealthy elites were outraged by the Qin Corporation's actions, with many even dumping their stocks in protest. Players from Ribbon were gleefully anticipating Suhan's downfall, while those from Europe and America watched with cold detachment, waiting to see if this powerful contender would fall. Suhan observed it all with icy detachment. He had grown strong enough to solo world bosses. Did these fools really think a level 30 beta tester had any chance of intimidating him? Fujimoto Haruji hurriedly handed over a report. Qin Yunjuan's pupils constricted sharply. The Qin Corporation stock was plummeting at an alarming rate. In such a short time, the reaction from players across the nation has been this overwhelming? Su Ruhan's influence is far greater than I imagined. Qin Yunjun muttered darkly as he stared at the data, his expression grim. The damage to the corporation's reputation was already incalculable. He cast a cold gaze at Suhan, his mind made up. If he couldn't bring this man under his control, he would destroy him completely. There was no way he would allow Suhan to fall into another's hands. Ao Shirchuanxiong, standing nearby, looked equally troubled. He knew this move would inevitably bring him a scolding from the Qin family patriarch, but since it was Qin Hao's decision, he could only grit his teeth and press on. Young man, Ao Shirchuanxiong said, fixing his eyes on Suhan, the world isn't as simple as you think. Join the Qin Corporation, and we'll dedicate all our resources to elevate you, making you the most renowned player in Xinyu on a global scale. Heh. Suhan let out a cold laugh, ignoring the personal grievances between him and the Qin family. Instead, he struck where it hurt most. Your Qin family colludes with foreign devils, sabotaging talented domestic players, silencing any voices critical of them, and even acknowledging Miyazaki Financial Group's president as your godfather. Traitors like you are a disgrace to our nation. I swear, if even one of you dares to stay in this game, I'll consider it my loss. Just me alone, and I'll take on all of you. These words instantly ignited a storm in the live stream chat. The comment section exploded like a tidal wave. Su the Great, you're a legend. That's what a real man sounds like. Su Ruhan, I'll support you forever. Down with the traitorous Qin Corporation. The speech stirred the hearts of countless ordinary players. Even in the face of wealthy beta testers, Suhan's fearless challenge embodied the very spirit of Xinyu. While affluent players admired his courage, they couldn't ignore the advantages of the beta tester's level 30 stats, dozens of skills, vast experience, and an arsenal of items and pets. The disparity was undeniable. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Without a word, Suhan launched his attack. 3 water spheres hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Ao Shirchuanxiong. Rapid charge. Ao Shirchuanxiong sneered, activating a second-tier warrior skill. This allowed him to instantly sprint 100 meters and stun his target for 3 seconds. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Suhan evaded the attack effortlessly. What shocked them even more was what followed. Suddenly, Ao Shirchuanxiong was engulfed in a thick, yellow-green mist. His skin began to peel away as if burned, revealing raw wounds. This was true damage. Even with his robust level 30 warrior stats and 8,000 health points, the combination of nuclear heat and radiation damage drained a quarter of his health within seconds. The lingering radiation continued to sap 200 health points per second. Ah! Ao Shirchuanxiong collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The pain was incomparable, 100 times worse than being pierced by 1,000 arrows. His exceptionally high health only prolonged his torment, and his fingernails tore off as he clawed at the ground. Among the crowd, Fujimoto Haruji and the other foreign players began trembling, memories of that excruciating pain flooding back. Meanwhile, the players from Dasha erupted in excitement. Radiation debuff. Su the Great's class is insane. Giving those foreign players a taste of nuclear pollution, what a move. So this is why Su the Great chose the foreign starter village. The battlefield was ablaze with intensity, but Suhan's actions had set the stage for something far greater, a revolution within Shenyu. Su the Great is truly a visionary, the onlookers exclaimed in amazement. He's making sure every player from the Oni nation gets a taste of nuclear waste. On the battlefield, Suhan unleashed 2 water orbs and then stood calmly to the side, awaiting the downfall of his opponent, Ao Shirkun Xiong. The double-layered nuclear contamination combined with the nuclear explosion effect dealt 400 damage per second for 36 seconds, a staggering total of 14,400 damage. Such devastation was enough to bring any foe to their knees. Writhing in pain, Ao Shirkun Xiong hastily pulled out a purification potion and drank it, only to be met with the system's cold notification. Unable to purify, left with no other choice, he consumed a health potion, barely slowing the rate of his HP drain. However, this only prolonged his agony. Impossible. Ao Shirkun Xiong growled through clenched teeth, staring in disbelief at his rapidly dwindling health bar. I'm over 10 levels higher than him. How is this kid dealing such insane damage and effects? Where's my defense? In a desperate move, he gritted his teeth and activated his accessory skill, Quick Cooldown, enduring the searing pain. Without hesitation, he launched into a rapid charge, aiming to ram Suhan once more. Bang! The attack hit its mark. Even after factoring in Suhan's physical and ice layer defenses, the strike still dealt nearly 2,000 damage. Internally, Suhan acknowledged his opponent's strength, as expected from a veteran beta tester. The spectators were once again left in shock. How high was Suhan's defense? Losing 1,000 HP only shaved off a third of his health bar? This completely shattered their understanding of what a low-level mage was capable of. The battle raged on. Suhan quickly countered with the obfuscate skill. Though he was stunned for 3 seconds, Ao Shirkun Xiong was left blinded for 6. 3 seconds later, Suhan regained his mobility, downed a refined health potion, and fully restored his HP. Meanwhile, his opponent continued to stumble in darkness for 3 more seconds. The Qin faction members had been so confident in Ao Shirkun Xiong's victory that not a single one stepped forward to assist him. But just as Ao Shirkun Xiong's nuclear contamination effect wore off, 2 violent nuclear explosions erupted on his body. The blasts severed one of his arms, and without the support of his health potions, he would have already collapsed. Without missing a beat, Suhan applied 2 more layers of nuclear contamination, his eyes gleaming with determination. Come on, let's keep going. Who's afraid of who? The fierce duel reached a critical juncture. Ao Shirkun Xiong's health had plummeted to a precarious 1/3. His body was battered, drenched in blood, like a warrior clawing his way out of hell itself. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he downed several costly health potions and activated his berserk mode, launching a desperate, allure-nothing charge towards Suhan. Just as Ao Shirkun Xiong was within inches of reaching Suhan, the latter triggered his Silent Abyss ability. Shadows enveloped the battlefield, and Suhan's figure flickered like a phantom in the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of water projectiles struck Ao Shirkun Xiong with pinpoint accuracy, each hit relentless and unerring. Meanwhile, Ao Shirkun Xiong's attacks flailed helplessly, unable to touch even a strand of Suhan's hair. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They watched in awe as Suhan not only unleashed a torrent of damage, but also executed a dazzling array of evasive maneuvers, dodging effortlessly. Unbelievable. That reaction speed, it's godlike, exclaimed the astonished wealthy players. Even professional players can't match this level of precision. Inside, Ao Shirkun Xiong was overwhelmed with frustration. As a seasoned veteran of the game, he knew every mechanic like the back of his hand. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Suhan was always one step ahead. Every skill, every basic attack flawlessly avoided. Over the next several seconds, Ao Shirkun Xiong was mercilessly kite. The nuclear contamination debuff triggered repeatedly, stacking up to a devastating 7 or 8 times. Even with his frantic consumption of potions, he couldn't withstand the relentless damage. Over 14,000 health lost every 36 seconds. At last, his avatar collapsed into a burst of white light, signaling defeat. The entire arena fell into a deafening silence. Livestream chats, public channels, and the crowd of spectators collectively froze in shock. Then, like a tidal wave, an eruption of cheers and disbelief swept through the audience. Defeating someone 10 levels higher? This is the power of a prodigy. The world's greatest mage Suhan. Wealthy players leapt from their seats, their eyes wide with astonishment. A beta tester, defeated by a newcomer? It was a revelation that shattered their understanding of the game. Even the once arrogant foreign players fell silent, realizing that Suhan was now their most formidable rival. Meanwhile, Ao Shirkun Xiong received the system notification. He was prohibited from respawning at the city's revival point for the next hour. This humiliation burned in his chest as he clenched his fists in fury. What are you all standing there for? Attack him together, he roared at his allies. But amidst the chaos, The mastermind behind this confrontation, Qin Yun, stood frozen in place, his face pale with terror. This was far beyond anything he had anticipated. The script had deviated completely from what had planned. Suhan, unfazed by the commotion, remained composed after his victory. He turned his attention to Qin Yun, casually applying the nuclear contamination debuff to him. Then, with deliberate calm, he began collecting the spoils of his triumph. 2 bronze-tier pieces of equipment, a rare agility elixir worth 100 gold coins, and a warrior's emblem representing a rival faction. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence as Suhan claimed his rightful rewards, his dominance now cemented in the annals of the game. The Qin family revealed 2 rare items that immediately caught Suhan's attention. These were treasures rarely seen in the outside world: a potion worth 100 gold coins and a mysterious artifact capable of increasing faith points. Both were rare items he had never encountered before. This haul is comparable to taking down a mini-boss, Suhan thought to himself. The battle raged on, with Suhan's nucleic acid rain skill proving unstoppable. Although Qin Yun was killed once, he didn't seem to carry any valuable items. The players from the Qin Corporation who rushed in afterward were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere splatters of blood, without even having the chance to scream. Ao Shirkun Xiong, who had originally been full of confidence, suffered a terrifying mutation after being hit by nuclear contamination for the 10th time. His hands turned into crab claws, and his legs became deformed, severely impairing his mobility. Every encounter with Suhan worsened his condition, causing his strength to dwindle further. Each instance of nuclear contamination inflicted 14,400 true damage, and he was often killed by a few water orbs right after respawning, leaving him utterly defenseless. Damn it, why can't I get rid of this nuclear contamination? Even advanced purification potions don't work. Ao Shirkun Xiong fell into despair. As he was repeatedly killed, he dropped a significant amount of items. Over 10 pieces of equipment, 7 or 8 bottles of advanced health potions worth 10 gold coins each, 2 rare potions worth 100 gold coins, and some rare items Suhan had never even heard of. To top it off, he also dropped an 8-point all-stats boost, which was an unexpected bonus. Although Ao Shirkun Xiong's level had dropped to 29, he wasn't in a rename state, so each death only cost him 500 experience points. Lowering his level further would prove challenging. Among the spoils of war were several special items. Battle Medal, proof of kills on the battlefield, exchangeable for 100 battle points. Class Enhancement Scroll, earned through completing class-specific missions, exchangeable for 100 class points. Enchantment Stone, specifically used for enchanting equipment. Inferno Scroll, a large-scale damage scroll capable of creating a 500x 500-meter sea of flames, dealing 5,000 damage per second for 10 minutes. These items were undoubtedly treasures of the highest caliber, priceless artifacts that could make anyone envious. Originally, they were prepared by the Qin family for Qin Hao's use in the world's secret realms. But now, they had conveniently fallen into Suhan's hands. Ao Shirkun Xiong, battered and defeated, watched helplessly as his death count climbed higher and higher. His equipment, one piece after another, had been looted, and even his mutated power was rapidly waning. He knew he was beyond saving, but the equipment he carried, vital assets of the Qin Corporation, was too valuable to lose. With a grim determination, he turned to Qin Yun and said, "Second young master, I'm sorry. I have to leave now, but I'll come back to help you level up later." Before Qin Yun could respond, Ao Shirkun Xiong activated an expensive teleportation item and vanished without a trace. Qin Yun stood frozen in disbelief, watching as his bodyguard abandoned him without hesitation. Suhan gazed at the spot where Ao Shirkun Xiong disappeared, letting out a quiet sigh. Although the nuclear contamination effect on him hadn't dissipated yet, tracking him down across hundreds of city maps would be a daunting task. "Come back!" Qin Yun roared furiously, his voice trembling as his legs began to wobble. He shouted again, his tone desperate and commanding, "Lu Wu, I order you to come back right now." When no response came, he turned to the players around him and bellowed, "Stop Suruahan. There's so many of you, surely you can stop just one person." The surrounding players exchanged uneasy glances. If a level 30 beta tester had been so effortlessly slaughtered, what chance did they stand? Yet, despite their fear, they had no choice but to charge at Suhan in waves. Suhan remained composed, dispatching each attacker with ease. The bronze-tier equipment they dropped wasn't worth much, but it was still loot, after all. Qin Yun wasn't going anywhere. Suhan could take his time dealing with him. The viewers in the live stream were utterly stunned by the unfolding chaos. No way. Did Ao Shirkun Xiong really just ditch the vice guild leader and run? One exclaimed. What else was he supposed to do, stick around and lose all his gear to Suruahan? Another replied. This Suruahan is absolutely terrifying. Wealthy players watching the stream began to take notice, some even expressing interest in collaborating with Suhan. The stream became monotonous after a while, as Suhan continued to relentlessly slaughter members of the Qin family at the respawn point. The more he fought, the easier it became sometimes. A single water orb was enough to claim a life. Within an hour, the entire Qin family's players had been reduced to level 5. Qin Yun, in particular, was left in a pitiful state. System notifications flooded in. You have defeated a player 10 levels higher than you, earning the reverse challenge achievement. You have killed 1,000 players, earning the title the Ripper. Reward, 10 silver coins. Suhan's loot attribute had now reached 28 points, signifying that he had killed these players over 280 times. He approached Qin Yun, who sat in a daze, completely broken from the repeated deaths, and prepared to test a special piece of equipment. By now, Qin Yun's mutated form had rendered him into a grotesque, sea lion-like creature, his limbs atrophied and leaving him sprawled helplessly on the ground. When he saw the familiar expression on Suhan's face, a cold, sadistic smile and overwhelming fear gripped him. It was the same look he himself had worn countless times while tormenting others. Let's see how well this hidden item works, Suhan said, his voice dripping with malice as he activated the equipment skill. Torment? A system notification immediately popped up. Hidden skill, Torment. Target one enemy within 3 meters who is no more than 5 levels higher than you. Inflicts 10 seconds of excruciating pain with no damage. Cooldown, 3 hours. I'm warning you. In part of the Qin family, Qin Yun's words were cut short as his body convulsed violently. His bones emitted sickening cracks, and he writhed uncontrollably like a shrimp being bent in half. Suhan's eyes grew colder. 10 years of hard work in the esports scene, building my reputation and career, all destroyed by a single accusation from the Qin family. You turn me into nothing but a cheater in the eyes of the world, a dog for others to trample on. Tell me, what do you think I should do about that? And let's not forget you and Qin Hao both betrayed your country by taking foreign citizenship. You're nothing but a traitor. Someone like you deserves no mercy. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, Qin Yun's body twisted and contorted in agony. His screams were inhuman, filled with a pain so intense that it defied comprehension. Those 10 seconds felt like an eternity for Qin Yun. In the game, he frantically clicked the exit button, only to helplessly watch the system message flash across the screen. In combat, exit countdown. 60 seconds? When the white light finally transported him out of the game, the Qin Yun in reality was no longer the same person. He curled up in the corner of his gaming pod, trembling uncontrollably. Even the slightest touch from a servant sent him recoiling into the wall like a frightened animal, his eyes brimming with an unshakable terror. After watching Qin Yun leave, Su Ruahan calmly rose to his feet and walked toward the teleportation portal. While no one knew exactly what special equipment Su Ruahan had used, the agony Qin Yun endured was evident. It didn't take long for a storm of outrage to erupt across the internet. Good job. That scum took over my sister's life and even killed my brother-in-law. Well done, Su Ruahan. Scum like Qin Yun deserves this kind of punishment. He got my entire family thrown in jail. My father was ruled a suicide, and my appeals were ignored time and time again. Thank you, Su Ruahan. One heart-wrenching accusation after another began to surface. The crimes of Qin Yun and his brother Qin Hao extended far beyond their public acts of abusing actresses, manipulating the TV industry, and coercing performers. Their hidden atrocities were far more heinous, yet no one had ever been able to bring them to justice, a reality that spoke volumes about the forces protecting them. Today, Su Ruahan unintentionally became the voice of vengeance for countless victims. Meanwhile, in a lavish mountaintop villa in Shimping district, a stern elderly man with snow-white hair stared intently at the live broadcast. The moment he saw Qin Yun suffering, he snapped the cane in his hand in two, his entire body shaking with rage. How dare he, the old man bellowed, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, as though he could devour Su Ruahan alive. A mere gamer, daring to trample on the Qin family, publicly tormenting the heir of the Qin family. Pointing a trembling finger at Su Ruahan's image on the screen, he growled, "Find him. Spare no expense, find him. I want his limbs broken and locked in a cage for Yuner to play with. Only then will my fury be appeased." The group behind the elder noticed his agitated expression and tried to comfort him, reminding him that it was just a game and the young master had simply been startled without suffering any real harm. Yet, deep down, everyone knew the truth. Finding someone in the divine realm was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The level of data protection in the divine realm far surpassed the limits of human technology, making the chances of locating Su Ruahan virtually non-existent. After tormenting Qin Yun, Suhan exhaled deeply. He was well aware that exposing himself to the Qin family in the divine realm was just the beginning. Qin Yun was merely his appetizer. The one who truly deserved to die by his hands was Qin Hao. His hatred for him ran so deep that even 1,000 cuts would not suffice to quell his fury. The most pressing matter now was safeguarding his real-world identity, something he hadn't even shared with Su Li. The only person who knew his true identity was Li Qingmei, and thanks to the Lord contract she had signed, betrayal was not an option for her. 3 months. I just need to endure these 3 months, Suhan calculated silently. By then, the open beta players would have grown significantly, and the divine realm would begin merging with reality. According to previous announcements, the post-Nationware update would allow players to bring some of their in-game powers into the real world. From then on, the game would essentially become reality. In subsequent updates, all of humanity would enter the era of the myriad race divine realm, no longer needing game pods, but instead bearing the responsibility of resisting alien races. Although many nations were still skeptical about this announcement, Suhan was certain it was true after all. The mainframe had already created lifelike beings like Linda. A monumental change was undoubtedly coming, and he needed to grow stronger within these 3 months to face whatever upheavals lay ahead. In this new era, he was determined to rise as a dominant force. Once in-game powers could manifest in reality, his nuclear contamination ability already stacked to infinite damage would make him capable of slaying gods with a mere gesture. When that time came, the Qin family would be annihilated by his hand, along with their backers in the Miyazaki Corporation and every last one of their supporters. As he mulled over his thoughts, Suhan activated the teleportation array, heading toward a secret map to face a boss Autumn Frost's forbidden grounds. It was time to deal with the Frost Witch and add another layer to his nuclear contamination. The more he stacked it, the stronger he would become. Just as Suhan stepped into the teleportation circle, Li Qingmei arrived, breathless and flustered. She called out to him anxiously, "Wait, I'm here." Huh. Suhan stepped out of the circle, looking at her with mild exasperation. "Where were you?" "Apologies, my lord. I had some matters to handle in the real world," Li Qingmei explained, then gritted her teeth and added, "I know about your conflict with the Qin family. This time, you did the right thing. No matter what happens, the Li family will stand by you." "The Li family?" Suhan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The young woman with the massive sword grew serious. "There's no point hiding it anymore, my lord. My name is Li Qingmei, and my grandfather is Li Qingzheng. With the Li family behind you, no one will dare to bully you again." At the mention of that name, Suhan's expression turned solemn. Li Qingzheng's legendary figure who had built the Li group from scratch after smuggling himself into the Hong Kong-Macau region. And this petite girl before him was his granddaughter? The Li group's influence rivaled that of the Qin family's entertainment empire, far surpassing the modest wealth Suhan had initially assumed she possessed. This revelation was a stroke of good fortune, as it meant the Qin family had lost their only potential lead to uncover his identity. "All right," Suhan responded calmly. "But my affairs must remain confidential." "That's our agreement." "Of course," Li Qingmei answered earnestly. "My grandfather always taught me to respect talent. That's the foundation of the Li family's success. I haven't shared your information with anyone, not even my family. But please know, my lord, that if you ever need anything, I'm here for you." For someone with her class talent, following Suhan and growing alongside him was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His current stats already made her far stronger than any tank in the game, and the future promised even more. This was precisely why she would never betray his trust. "I'm off to fight a boss," Suhan said with a wave, turning back toward the teleportation array. "Understood," Li Qingmei replied with a cheerful smile, only to freeze moments later. "Wait, a boss?" Watching his figure disappear into the light, her expression shifted to one of shock. It hadn't been long since the last world boss was defeated, and now he was already challenging a boss in the town zone? This meant his strength was far beyond simply outmatching beta players. Li Qingmei felt immensely fortunate to have pledged her loyalty to Suhan early on. It was the greatest opportunity of her life. A flash of white light later, Suhan found himself in a bone-chilling, snow-laden landscape. Each step he took was a struggle. "Damn it, I knew there'd be a debuff like this." Suhan cursed under his breath as he pushed forward against the biting wind and snow. The challenge was extreme, just traversing the map crippled movement speed. If he couldn't take down the Frost Witch within 30 minutes, the fight would only grow harder. No wonder this boss required players to sacrifice wave after wave just to wear it down. Fortunately, Suhan had come prepared. He pulled out a flask of privately brewed liquor from the Fire God Priest and downed it in one gulp. Warmth surged through his body as a notification rang in his ears. "You have received the Fire God's blessing. Frozen effects nullified." Finally, some relief, Suhan muttered with a sigh. "Human, you finally dare to face me?" A sharp, regal voice echoed through the icy expanse. The Frost Witch rose from her throne of translucent ice and began walking toward him, her steps defying gravity. "Damn it," Suhan cursed inwardly. This level 20 boss exuded the aura of a Lich King. With a flick of her wrist, the Frost Witch conjured a massive shard of ice and hurled it at Suhan, pinning it directly into his shoulder. "This isn't her skill, it's just a basic attack," Suhan muttered to himself in frustration. With the added protection of his 5 armor, he paid little attention to dodging. His 2,700 health and nearly 1,000 points in both physical and magical defense rendered the Frost Witch's attacks negligible. Standing his ground, Suhan began casting his spells. A series of water orbs shot through the air, hurtling toward the Frost Witch. The nuclear contamination effect stacked twice, dealing 600 true damage per second. With a casting range of 120 meters, he had a 20-meter advantage over the Witch. The Witch unleashed her area effect skills in rapid succession, attempting to corner Suhan against the walls. However, after battling level 30 beta testers, this level of a boss no longer intimidated him. Suhan dodged skillfully, using his speed to maintain his position without having to disengage, retaliating blow for blow with the Witch. The nuclear contamination effect began to show its potency, the consistent 600 true damage per second steadily draining the Witch's health. Even with her natural regeneration of 500 health per second, it wasn't enough to counteract the relentless damage. She cast her spells in a flurry, while Suhan, using the silent domain, blinked around the battlefield, effortlessly evading her attacks. When the Witch managed to slow him down by closing in, he immediately downed a potion to maintain his advantage. As her health dropped below 50, the Frost Witch's pale face flushed with rage. "You damned human!" she snarled, sacrificing the surrounding frost sprites in desperation. Each sacrifice restored 5 of her health, forcing Suhan to take her recovery seriously. At this rate, the battle could drag indefinitely. Still, Suhan was unwilling to forfeit the valuable experience gained from defeating a boss 5 levels higher than him. Watching the Witch's health regenerate, he decisively used a nature scroll and a potion of wisdom. His magic attack spiked by 500 points, effectively doubling his damage output and finally breaking through her defenses. After an intense hour-long battle, the Frost Witch's health dropped to just 100 points. Seizing the moment, Suhan unleashed a flurry of water orbs, skillfully combining them with a blinding ability. At last, the Frost Witch fell. It was the longest boss fight he had ever faced, teaching him the crucial importance of anti-healing items when dealing with high regeneration bosses. A system notification chimed immediately, informing him of his rewards. 100 reputation points, an upgrade to his nuclear contamination talent allowing for a 3-stack maximum, and a boss loot chest. More importantly, his solo kill of the Frost Witch triggered the unlocking of the hidden world dungeon, the Frostcliff Abyss. 2 main quest options appeared before him. Embark on the demon-slaying path to hunt down the level 20 Frost Queen, or return to town to begin a new adventure with Chisui Rico. Just as he was deciding, a familiar server-wide announcement echoed across the Dragon League server. Congratulations to open beta player Suhan for defeating the level 17 Frost Witch, earning the first kill achievement. Rewards include 300 reputation points, the title Witch's Nightmare, and 30 gold coins. The shocking news was broadcast 7 or 8 times, leaving players across the server in awe. Not long after, a world announcement followed, igniting even greater excitement. The Frostcliff Abyss dungeon was now open, and the first player to defeat the level 20 Frost Queen would be awarded the permanent title of first place on the newcomer leaderboard. The entire gaming world erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was talking about the player who had achieved the impossible Suhan. The sudden emergence of the ultimate boss sent shockwaves through the gaming world. This formidable adversary, undefeated even by beta testers, was unexpectedly triggered by Suhan. As the first world dungeon event, the news spread like wildfire, igniting excitement across all towns. Millions of players across the region abandoned their current quests, gathering in groups to passionately discuss the unfolding event. Suhan's name was already the hottest topic just moments ago. Players had been watching his livestream where he crushed beta testers, and now, they were about to witness him take on the ultimate boss. Outside Dasha town, a tall female mage sighed in disappointment. It's a shame that only players from the 10 towns surrounding Suhan can enter the world dungeon. That's exactly what makes it so enviable. A burly warrior chimed in excitedly. Even picking up random loot from that dungeon could make someone skyrocket in power. If only I lived in one of those 10 towns. A scrawny assassin, however, expressed relief. At least we're lucky that a player as strong as Suhan is from Dasha. Imagine how much trouble we'd be in during future nation wars if he weren't. The surrounding Dasha players nodded in agreement. Someone raised a note of caution. This isn't going to be easy. Those 10 towns are crawling with top-tier players, including Qin Hao from the Qin Corporation. What's worse, only 2 of the 10 towns belong to Daxiathrest are foreign towns. You can bet those foreign players will stop at nothing to prevent Suhan from taking down the boss. In the foreign towns near my town, players were already gearing up for battle. Listen up, everyone! A Western player shouted to the crowd. Our mission is simple. Stop Suhan from killing the boss. Stock up on slowing potions to counter his high mobility. Guilds backed by wealthy sponsors spared no expense, preparing to thwart Suhan at all costs. Meanwhile, players from certain rival countries were particularly thrilled, viewing this dungeon as the perfect opportunity for revenge. Over 800 players, spread across more than a dozen guilds, meticulously strategized on how to take down one-man Suhan. At the same time, a far darker scene was unfolding in the real world. Inside a luxurious villa in the coastal resort of Jiayue province, tragedy struck. Qin Yun, once an arrogant and domineering second son of the Qin family, was now curled up in a corner, screaming hysterically, "Stay away. Don't hurt me." When Qin Yun's older brother learned of his condition, his fury erupted. He smashed a million-yuan crystal coffee table into shards, gritting his teeth as he spat out the name, Su Ruhan. Without hesitation, he summoned Luo Tian, a prodigious esports player with the rare steer hidden class, Mark Archer. Luo Tian's unique class came with devastating abilities. Each attack inflicted one of 3 debuffs: stun, slow, or paralysis. Though his attack speed was capped at 1 hit per second, it was perfectly tailored to counter Su Ruhan's high mobility. After meticulously analyzing Su Ruhan's combat footage, they devised a plan. While Su Ruhan's nuclear-level damage could only be endured with health potions, his speed could indeed be neutralized. The pieces were in motion, and the stage was set for a clash that would shake both the virtual and real worlds. Every strike from Luo Tian carried a control effect, a capability that far surpassed the average control mage. In the game Divine Realm, a player's starting class often determined their potential ceiling. As the ace of the Qin Corporation, Luo Tian was destined to shine during the national wars. Yet, circumstances forced his early reveal during the town phase of the game. Luo Tian's gear is too weak. "I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand Suhan's damage output," said Ao Shichuanqiong anxiously, having faced Suhan before. Even players with level 30 stats couldn't stand against Suhan, let alone Luo Tian, who's barely in his teens. "Then throw money at it." Qin Hao's eyes sharpened as he glanced at Luo Tian. "I'll put up 3 billion to upgrade your gear. This time, you must bring Su Ruhan to me. I want to deal with him personally." "Understood." Luo Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately agreed. Bound by a contract with the Qin family, his loyalty was unquestionable, and Qin Hao didn't hesitate to invest heavily in him. Qin Hao then issued another command: "Post a bounty on the dark web. 10 billion for Su Ruhan's real identity." Storm clouds were gathering. A massive operation targeting Suhan was brewing, and the true battlefield would be the world dungeon. At that moment, Suhan stood before the corpse of the Frost Witch, his gaze fixed on the massive boss chest, towering taller than a person and seemingly forged from pure ice. Time to open another boss chest, he thought with excitement. Despite the looming challenge of the world dungeon, Suhan felt no fear. At this stage, any other players entering would be marching to their deaths. Still, he was well aware that both the Ghost Nation and the Qin family would stop at nothing to set a trap and stifle his growth. The Frost Witch's level 17 world boss chest was extraordinary, offering a chance to drop Silverdeer gear with rare modifiers like Infinite and Divine Concealment, as well as skill books and other unique rewards. Suhan's heart surged with anticipation, though he knew that the so-called chance might be as slim as 1 in 1,000 or worse. Whatever. Let's open it and see. Without hesitation, he activated super contamination. The massive icy chest began to distort and mutate as layers of contamination effects stacked. True drop rate 10. Drop rate 10. Drop rate 200. The final mutation completed, and the total drop rate skyrocketed to an astonishing 20 times the original value. Suhan held his breath, watching as the twisted ice chest exploded with a deafening roar. Yet, contrary to his expectations of dazzling treasure lights, only 3 items fell into his hands. Just as disappointment began to creep in, he looked closer and his heart leapt with joy. The first item was none other than the Shadowed Staff of Aelin, a mage weapon from the Aelin set. This Silverdeer staff, gleaming with a radiant sheen, featured a hawkhead design. The wings on either side of the staff added an air of elegance and prestige. As part of the legacy of the Silver Mage Aelin, the staff boasted incredible stats: 200 meters to casting range, 500 magic attack, and a 5 critical hit rate bonus. But what truly set it apart was its set bonus. If the complete Aelin set was assembled, it would grant a staggering 170 critical damage boost, a 25 critical hit rate increase, and the Aelins might affect a unique perk that permanently added 1 critical damage for every mage defeated. The staff also came with the Hawk's Eye skill, summoning a silver hawk to reveal all hidden or stealth effects within a 500-meter radius and immobilize any detected targets for 5 seconds. This ability far exceeded the utility of standard detection skills. For Suhan, who was currently hindered by the nuclear contamination damage debuff, this weapon was a godsend. During the beta phase, the Shadowed Aelin set was valued at tens of millions, even reaching billions in some cases. If he could assemble the full set and combine it with the contamination effects, its power would be nothing short of terrifying. Suhan's gaze fell on the second reward, a silver-grade mage skill book. This wasn't just any ordinary item. It was a rare tool that could generate a corresponding silver-grade mage skill based on the user's attributes. Such skill books were incredibly scarce in the world of Shunyu. Many max-level players were still using gold-grade skills, yet here he was, a rookie under level 20, holding on to such a precious treasure. Eagerly, he turned his attention to the third reward. What appeared before him was a permanent item named the Neutralizer. The item, resembling a massage wand in appearance, left Suhan utterly astonished. Its effect was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Within a 10-meter radius, it could target players up to 5 levels lower than the user, transforming them into a female form and inducing strong attraction among nearby male creatures. The cooldown period? A mere 1 hour. Well, this is unique, Suhan thought to himself, scenarios of potential tactical applications already forming in his mind. If he could lure enemy players from a rival faction into a group of goo-goo beasts, and then activate this effect, the resulting chaos would be unimaginable. Even more significant was the fact that this was a permanent item, not a one-time use tool. The ability to use it infinitely made it an invaluable asset, especially during large-scale national wars. Its potential for crowd control could elevate its strategic worth to an unparalleled level. As Suhan stared at the 3 rewards in his hands, his excitement soared to new heights. Each one was a top-tier find for this stage of the game, undeniably the pinnacle of what could be achieved. It was clear that his luck had peaked, pulling the strongest equipment, skill book, and item from the reward pool. Without hesitation, he equipped the Staff of Aelin and eagerly opened the silver-grade skill book. A system notification immediately chimed. Ding! You have acquired the silver-grade mage skill, Minor River Surge. The skill details unfolded before his eyes. Minor River Surge Level 1. Summon a 10-meter wide river within a 100-meter range in front of you. The river can be controlled within its range, causing effects such as entrapment, displacement, and pulling. Deals 10 AoE magic damage per second. Grants the user water affinity within the river's range, increasing movement speed by 50. Mana cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Suhan swung his staff, and in an instant, a towering wave, 3 stories high, came crashing down with a thunderous roar. Amid the overwhelming sound of rushing water, several frost elves were swept away by the raging current, flailing helplessly, completely losing control of their bodies. The corrosive effect of the nuclear-tainted water stacked threefold, dealing 900 true damage per second. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to skeletons at the riverbed. That was awesome. A spark of exhilaration flashed in Suhan's eyes as he reveled in the mastery of his nuclear waste flood skill. This ability not only controlled his enemies but also inflicted ongoing nuclear pollution burns. Even if foes managed to escape the river, the lingering contamination would still seal their fate. Feeling triumphant, Suhan exited the Autumn Frost map and teleported to the world dungeon, Frostcliff Abyss. At this moment, the players conspiring to ambush him had yet to arrive, leaving the entire dungeon eerily deserted. The moment he entered Frostcliff Abyss, the scenery shifted dramatically. It was an expanse of snow and ice, yet beneath the frozen surface flowed boiling magma. The map was several times larger than Konoha Town, teeming with unique demonic creatures native to the dungeon. The most striking among them were the level 20 frost fiends towering 3 meters tall, with hulking limbs, frost-colored skin, massive cleavers in hand, and eyes blazing like molten lava. Without hesitation, one of the frost fiends lunged at Suhan with a powerful slash. This blow could instantly kill any level 15 player, but for Suhan, it barely scratched the surface of his defenses. Seeing these level 20 monsters, Suhan couldn't help but feel elated. Another chance to farm super pollution charges had arrived. Fearlessly, he swung his staff, summoning a massive river that surged forward. The pale yellow nuclear wastewater engulfed the edge of the glacier, and the frost fiends caught in its flow let out agonized wails. Their formidable 30,000 HP stood no chance against the relentless true damage of 900 per second. In just 30 seconds, they were reduced to skeletal remains. A system notification chimed. You have slain a frost fiend. Gain 300 experience points. Level gap bonus. 150 additional experience points. In a short span, Suhan had already taken down 30 frost fiends. Although the true damage from nuclear pollution was capped by the game's mechanics, the high critical hit rate provided by his Staff of Aelin allowed him to frequently land critical true damage. A single mini-nuke could instantly obliterate a monster. Meanwhile, his super pollution charges steadily increased, gaining 3 more in one go. As he neared a level up, Suhan used the blood of the frost fiends to incubate a pet egg. While the mutation boosted the egg's potential by over 1,000 points, it still wasn't enough to elevate it from diamond grade to starshine grade. Watching the dazzling light of the egg, faintly speckled with glimmers, Suhan pondered. The requirements for advancing from diamond to starshine were clearly staggering. One mutation alone wasn't sufficient. Resolving to keep incubating until he obtained the strongest pet, he carefully stored the egg away. Before long, Suhan reached level 16. He gathered the loot scattered on the ground. The dungeon's drop rate was indeed generous. From the 30 frost fiends, he had managed to collect 6 silver chests. Even with the influx of closed beta players driving down equipment prices, each piece of silver-grade gear could still fetch a hefty 500,000 to 600,000 gold. Despite the presence of even higher-level monsters deeper within the dungeon, Suhan chose not to venture further. Instead, he decided to leave Frostcliff Abyss. Suhan stood at the entrance of the dungeon, gripping a large collection of silverdeer equipment in his hands. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Allen staff was yet to be upgraded, and the world boss ahead was bound to be incredibly powerful. Adding to the challenge were the numerous players who could interfere. If he lacked the strength and was killed even once, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he used a super contamination. In an instant, the silver chests underwent a mutation. A system notification chimed. Nuclear contamination can now stack up to 3 layers, and the drop rate has skyrocketed to 30 times. One silver chest exploded open, unleashing a cascade of 30 silverdeer items, their dazzling glow instantly filling his inventory. Despite having 160 inventory slots, these items occupied nearly half the space. The sheer value of this haul would make any equipment trader green with envy. Even the wealthiest merchants among the beta testers would likely struggle to produce such a stockpile all at once. After a brief moment of thought, Suhan decided to open the remaining 5 chests immediately. Super contamination was an extremely rare resource, only obtainable by defeating monsters 5 levels higher than oneself. It was wise to save some for future opportunities. The 5 chests opened one after another, yielding 5 more silverdeer items. Now, with 35 pieces of silver equipment in hand, Suhan was confident that the Allen staff's upgrade path was set to reach new heights. Excited, he stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly transported back to Konoha town. His arrival was akin to the descent of a plague god. Players on the streets scattered in all directions at the sight of him, some even tripping over their wooden sandals in panic. "It's Suhan. That merciless killing machine has returned." Terrified shouts echoed through the alleyways. "I heard he once drove an entire novice village to delete their accounts and quit the game. Run for your lives." Watching the players flee as if he were some kind of curse, Suhan chuckled to himself. "What's there to fear? I'm not killing anyone right now. They'll deal with you all after I finish upgrading." The hundreds of attribute points carried by the players in Konoha town had always been a tempting prize in his mind, though he hadn't yet found the time to claim them. Truly a missed opportunity until now. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Suhan immediately initiated the upgrade process. A system notification appeared. "You have acquired 35 silverdeer enhancement crystals. Would you like to begin upgrading the Allen staff?" "Yes." The silhouette of the Allen staff appeared within the enhancement interface. Suhan carefully placed the first enhancement crystal. The system displayed the following message: silverdeer equipment, first upgrade attempt. Success rate, 90. Cost, 1 gold. A line of data popped up before him. Suhan focused on the enhancement interface, his brows furrowing slightly. The initial success rate for enhancing silverdeer equipment had dropped to a mere 90, and he couldn't help but curse the system's greediness in his mind. If it were purple gold or starlight tier gear, the initial success rate would likely be so abysmal that ordinary players wouldn't even dare to try. Fortunately, he had used a super enhancement, which granted a 10 success rate bonus for the first attempt, pushing it to a flawless 100. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the confirm button. Shing! A soft silver glow rippled across the surface of the Allen staff, and the system notification chimed. Enhancement successful. Allen's staff 1. The once hidden brilliance of the Allen staff was now fully revealed. The silver gleam of the eaglehead staff was now complemented by 2 wings, radiating an added sense of majesty. Quality: silverdeer. Durability: 20,000. Casting range: 220 meters. Magic attack: 550. Hidden attribute: critical rate 6. Set effect: 15. Not bad. Suhan's eyes lit up with excitement. A 1 increase in critical rate from the first enhancement alone was a dream come true for his high-damage, crit-focused build. But the road to further enhancement was anything but smooth. The success rate for the second attempt plummeted to 45, and even with the 20 mutation bonus, the total success rate only reached 65. Clang! The dull sound of a hammer echoed, and the enhancement failed. 2 enhancement crystals and 2 gold coins were consumed, vanishing into thin air. The loss, worth over 1 million in value, stabbed at Suhan's heart. It was his first taste of failure in the enhancement process. Still, he quickly steadied his mindset and pressed on. For the third attempt, a 30 mutation bonus raised the total success rate to 75, and this time, luck was on his side. The enhancement succeeded. The fourth attempt followed suit without issue, but the fifth was another story. Failure struck again, costing him 8 enhancement crystals and 8 gold coins, a loss so painful it made his chest tighten. Thankfully, the final 2 attempts went smoothly. When Alan's staff finally reached 5, its brilliance was dazzling, illuminating a large area around him. The flowing silver light shimmered like liquid, and the eagle-head design exuded an unmatched majesty. Nearby, a group of Japanese players caught sight of the 5 silver-ear weapon and couldn't suppress their trembling. To achieve such a level of enhancement, the investment would have easily exceeded hundreds of millions of gold coins. They were certain Suhan was backed by a formidable organization. Suhan carefully examined the final attributes. Hidden Alan's staff. Alan set 5. Casting range, 510 meters. Magic attack, 810. Hidden attribute, critical rate 20.5. Set effect, 15. Unbelievable, he muttered, unable to find a better word to describe it. This 5 silver-ear weapon would undoubtedly propel his power to an entirely new level. Suhan stood just outside Konoha town, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. His attribute panel displayed an impressive 500-meter casting range, over 1,000 magic attack power, and a terrifying 20 critical hit rate. These stats far surpassed those of regular beta players and could even rival level 30 alpha testers. Turning his gaze toward the bustling streets of Konoha town, a sly smile played at the corner of his lips. In the world of Divine Realm, killing NPCs didn't increase one's sin value, but it was a path few players dared to tread. The town's patrolling warriors were formidable level 20, clad in 3 standard bronze gear, and equipped with 5 or 6 combat skills. A single strike from them could deal over 1,000 damage, enough to make even alpha testers hesitant to provoke them. As Suhan contemplated his plan to annihilate the town, Chisui Riko appeared. She stood under the wooden eaves, her delicate black hair swaying gently in the breeze, her expression heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, Sukuin," she said softly. "Everything happening in this town. It was all orchestrated by me." Her gaze shifted to the distant figure of the town mayor, Tej, who was busy issuing orders. Hatred burned fiercely in her eyes. "That man. He's my father." She began to recount her story. Born the illegitimate child of a maid, her mother had been killed by the mayor's wife shortly after her birth. Treated worse than an animal, she had endured years of suffering. As she spoke, she knelt before Suhan, earnestly thanking him for slaying the frost witch and saving the town. Suhan blinked in surprise. "To be honest, I wasn't exactly doing it out of the kindness of my heart," he said, patting Chisui Riko on the shoulder. "Now tell me, do you want revenge or not?" Chisui Riko hesitated, caught off guard. "But, yes or no? Do you want revenge?" "I do," she finally exclaimed. Suhan's grin widened. Sure enough, the system notification chimed. Hidden main quest triggered. Chisui Riko's obsession. Quest description: kill Mayor Chisui Kenpaku and his wife, Mayuko. Quest reward: 30 faith points. Note: the mayor is a level 30 NPC. This quest is classified as nightmare difficulty. Failure will result in permanent banishment from the town. Upon completion, you will be wanted, and the main storyline will undergo irreversible changes. The mission offering 30 faith points was something Suhan accepted without hesitation. Exile upon failure? He couldn't care less. His plan was straightforward. Eliminate the NPC invaders in the town first, making it easier to deal with the enemy players afterward. Dragging Chisui Riko along, Suhan strode into the bustling street. The moment he spotted patrolling samurai, he launched an attack. A water sphere shot through the air, landing with precise accuracy. "Bakairu, we're under attack." The samurai quickly pinpointed Suhan's location, shouting loudly, "By the town chief's orders, don't let this scoundrel escape." "Yes, sir." A fully equipped level 25 samurai, clad in bronze 3 armor, used a leap skill to close the distance in an instant. Without a word, the samurai swung his blade, the gleam of the sword sharp and cold as autumn water. The nearby enemy players erupted into a frenzy. Someone's actually attacking the patrol samurai? It's Suruahan. He's starting another village massacre. Ha, too arrogant. The town samurai are all level 25, and the town chief is a level 30 NPC. What's he thinking? Once he gets thrown into jail, we'll make sure to humiliate him properly. The crowd of enemy players grew larger, all eager to witness Suhan being subdued by the NPCs. In their minds, it was unthinkable for a player to challenge NPCs. Killing just one NPC would trigger a relentless pursuit from the entire town. Even worse, the NPCs would gain system buffs, growing stronger over Tamiya's safeguard, ensuring towns could never be destroyed. Yet, Suhan remained calm, effortlessly dodging the samurai's attacks with his extraordinary speed. Occasionally, he fired off nuclear wastewater spheres and acid rain at the town's NPCs, provoking more of them into joining the pursuit. Shopkeepers, bookstore owners, even the brothel madam were all infuriated by his actions. Word spread rapidly across Konoha town, drawing enemy players back from the surrounding wilderness. The town soon became a massive amphitheater of onlookers. Many players discreetly switched to kill mode. ready to strike the moment Suhan's health dropped low enough, hoping to claim his gear for themselves. Even Qin Shuheng and Li Qingmei, who had rushed over, stood dumbfounded by the scene. Nervously, Li Qingmei sent a private message to Suhan. Master, the NPCs are only going to get stronger, and there are already a lot of enemy players targeting you. No problem. This is nothing, Suhan replied nonchalantly. He had already noticed the enemy player's movements. It was exactly what he wanted. How else would he farm attribute points? Qin Shuheng, have the Dasha players hold the town gates. Don't let any of the enemy players escape back through the teleportation array, Suhan added. Understood. Qin Shuheng responded reflexively, only to realize something was off moments later. Wait a second. You're the one surrounded by hundreds of enemies right now. Though puzzled, Qin Shuheng followed the order, dispatching his forces to secure the gates. Meanwhile, the players from Dasha were left stunned by the sheer audacity of the unfolding chaos. On the long street stretching for miles, Suhan walked calmly and alone, while dozens of warriors brandishing weapons and countless NPCs pursued him relentlessly. Despite this, his expression remained unusually composed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. What was even more surprising was that he took the time to call out to the guards at the city gate. Block the gate. Don't let the enemies escape. On either side of the street, enemy players stood in rows, their eyes glinting with malice as they watched their lone opponent with sneering faces, ready to strike him down at any moment. With the NPC's assistance, they were certain that Suhan had no chance of surviving today. Surveying his surroundings, Suhan glanced at the densely packed pursuers behind him and the hostile players poised on both sides of the street. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Just enough to fill up my skill gauge." His inexplicable confidence left the enemy players utterly bewildered. At that moment, Suhan raised the Allen staff high above his head and shouted in a commanding voice, "Waters of the core, descend from the heavens." Before his words fully echoed, a surge of pale yellow liquid with a pungent, acrid smell burst forth from the end of the street. This overwhelming flood of nuclear wastewater, spanning the entire width of the street, came crashing down with unstoppable force. The toxic flood engulfed everything in its path, players on both sides of the street and the pursuing NPCs alike. Anyone touched by the wastewater instantly lost control of their bodies, writhing in agony as though submerged in concentrated acid. Their blood-curdling screams reverberated across the town, lingering in the air like a haunting wail. Under the corrosive power of the nuclear wastewater, NPCs and enemy players either dissolved into pools of blood or perished in unimaginable torment. Buildings collapsed, the ground caved in, and blood spread like branching veins in its wake. The entire scene transformed into a vision of hell on earth. Amid this river of death, Suhan strode forward with the Allen staff in hand. Behind him lay endless cries of despair, while in front of him, yellow fumes billowed ominously. In that moment, he appeared as the master of the underworld, a ruler of life and death. Wherever he passed, only death prevailed. What just happened? A level 25 NPC taken out in a single skill? On the desolate streets, Suhan walked alone. The eerie silence behind him was shattered by waves of panicked and horrified cries. The foreign players stared at the hellish scene before them, fear surging through their hearts like a tidal wave. Their trembling fingers frantically clicked the button to switch to peace mode, only to be met with the same relentless message flashing on their screens. State cannot be switched again within 3 hours. The waters of the Yellow Springs surged outward, carrying countless skeletal remains downstream, spreading across the entire town. Although the skill's effects had dissipated and no longer caused actual damage, the ghastly sight of floating bones in the river was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The equipment scattered on the ground remained untouched, and not a single player dared to approach the ominous Yellow Springs. The surviving foreign players were driven into a frantic retreat by the flowing river, their wooden sandals scattered across the streets. Those who had fallen were resurrected at the respawn point, staring blankly at the yellow river before them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Please, I beg you, don't make me go through this again. Lord Suruhan, we were wrong." Their desperate pleas echoed throughout the town. At this point, the only ones who could keep up with Suhan were the level 25 town guards. Their bodies were shrouded in a toxic yellow haze, their flesh decayed, their knees reduced to bare bone. Staggering forward like zombies, their speed was a far cry from what it once was. This grotesque scene only served to highlight Suhan's composure, as if he were the master of the Yellow Springs surveying his domain, trailed by a procession of hellish specters. The nuclear contamination inflicted 900 true damage per second. Even without factoring in the effects of nuclear heat and micronuclear explosions, there was still a constant 300 damage per second. For ordinary players with a maximum health of 1 or 2,000, it was a death sentence within seconds. To make matters worse, Suhan's current magic attack power reached an astonishing 1,000 points. Even with only 10 damage from his area effect skills, the resulting 100 magic damage was enough to penetrate the defenses of most players. Even the well-equipped level 25 town guards, bolstered by health potions and a 30 town defense bonus, couldn't last more than 5 minutes before being obliterated into a mist of blood by the micronuclear explosions. Suhan strolled forward unhurriedly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched the foreign players ahead scatter in chaos. He didn't even need to lift a finger. His enemies had already driven themselves into despair. At the city gates, the players from the Great Xia faction stationed there under Chen Shuheng's orders stood dumbfounded. With just one skill, Suhan had wiped out every enemy in sight. No wonder he had preemptively instructed them to secure the gates. Everyone had severely underestimated his strength. Even if the entire town's foreign players banded together, the outcome would still be inevitable annihilation. Chen Shuheng and Li Qingmei exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. The only word that came to mind to describe Suhan was terrifying. Yet, they couldn't help but feel fortunate to have crossed paths with this formidable figure early on in Newbie Village, 3372. The Great Xia players gazed at the foreign players writhing in agony within the contaminated waters, quickly activating their live streams and recording devices. Everyone, look! Our Great Xia's Su Ruhan, the legendary Su God, is leading us to take down the foreign players today. The live stream viewership skyrocketed to tens of millions in an instant. And yet, Suhan's plan was only just beginning. Wow! Incredible! A wave of astonished exclamations erupted in the live stream chat. The audience couldn't tear their eyes away from the screen as Su Ruhan masterfully controlled the nuclear pollution class in the virtual game Xinyu. Her strategy of turning the enemy's weapons against them ignited a surge of patriotic pride among the viewers from Dasha. Su the Great. This move against the Japanese players is pure genius. The chat exploded with comments, the screen filling with rapid-fire messages. Although most people hadn't secured access to the Xinyu beta test, watching Japanese players struggle in the nuclear wasteland was more than enough to send the live stream's popularity skyrocketing. I'm Jackson Wong, and I fully support this, one viewer proclaimed in the chat, brimming with excitement. From now on, I'm your biggest fan. The live stream was awash with fiery denunciations of Japan's nuclear wastewater release. They've polluted the world's oceans, and 95 of their citizens support it? Unbelievable. It's unforgivable, one comment read. Su Ruhan, you're amazing. This move is as satisfying as torching the Yasukuni shrine. Others chimed in. Can you live stream this every day? Keep serving them nuclear wastewater, it's so satisfying. Meanwhile, the broadcast reached audiences beyond Dasha, and the Japanese viewers responded with outrage. Furious netizens smashed their phones, shouting, Baka! How dare these Chinese humiliate us like this? The Yamato people will never forget this insult. They began a frenzied online campaign to uncover Su Ruhan's personal information, vowing to expose her identity. Back in the serene setting of my town, Su Ruhan remained unfazed, completely unaware of the uproar her actions had caused beyond the game. With calm precision, she controlled the river, its waters surging forward like an unstoppable tidal wave. The Japanese players had no choice but to retreat, unable to escape even after respawning. Their desperate attempts to flee were met with Su Ruhan's unflinching gaze, her expression one of serene authority as though she held dominion over life and death. She spoke softly but firmly, yesterday's cause becomes today's consequence. Everyone, from the fleeing Japanese players to the captivated live stream audience, understood the weight of her words. The meaning was clear. The viewers sneered at the defeated players, their hearts resonating with a single thought. They had it coming. Run. Run for your lives. The panicked cries echoed through the streets. A group of trembling Japanese players huddled at a corner, fearfully watching Su Ruhan approach with deliberate steps. In the waters of the river of the underworld, a chilling scene unfolded. Su Ruhan reached down and pulled up a young Japanese player, a child. The boy's skeletal parents, their bony hands still intact, had held him aloft in their final moments. Such sights were not uncommon in the divine realm. Many parents, desperate for their children to grow stronger faster, brought them into the game at an early age. Some even went as far as bringing infants, hoping to give them a head start in life. The survivors in the river were mostly these children, shielded by their parents' sacrifices. Among them were toddlers barely 4 or 5 years old, and even newborns. Despite being ghosts, the instinct of parenthood persisted, compelling these parents to protect their children until their dying breath. As Su Ruhan began carefully lifting the children out of the water one by one, the tension among the onlookers reached its peak. He wouldn't harm the children too, would he? Furious cries erupted from the Japanese players. That monster! He'll make sure to kill him. Meanwhile, live stream audiences across the globe were in an uproar. Oh my god, Su Ruhan, don't do it. They're just children. In the Dasha live streaming channel, opinions clashed fiercely. Some argued, when the Japanese massacred us in the past, did they spare our infants? Others countered, We can't stoop to their level. We must not become like them. To everyone's astonishment, Suhan gently placed the children on the nearby rooftops, one by one. Just as the viewers and players released a collective sigh of relief, a boy of about 8 or 9 suddenly twisted his face into a hateful sneer. You filthy Chinese. Inferior scum. The great empire will never forgive you, he screamed shrilly. The air froze. No one could fathom how a child could utter such venomous words. Suhan paused, then turned back toward the boy with a calm, almost amused smile. The boy, though visibly terrified and retreating step by step, still shouted defiantly, so what if I die in the game? I'm not afraid of you. In that moment, even those who had previously opposed Suhan's actions fell silent. This extreme, warped nationalism, ingrained so deeply that even children were poisoned by it, left everyone unsettled. Suhan's gaze shifted to the other Japanese players. He spoke softly, his tone almost casual. Well, he did ask for it. For a brief moment, even the Japanese players were struck by doubt, questioning whether their vaunted samurai code and the values they had been indoctrinated with were truly righteous. In the virtual gaming world, Suhan confronted a young player who had been causing trouble. Using the game's mechanics, he repeatedly defeated his opponent using a special water-based ability, causing the character to respawn multiple times. After 10 defeats, the chastened player finally yielded, promising to change their behavior and play style. The livestream chat exploded with reactions from Xia players, celebrating Suhan's victory. Meanwhile, players from the opposing faction fell silent, concerned about how this defeat might affect their standing in the game. They viewed it as a serious blow to their faction's honor and began discussing strategies to counter Suhan before he became too powerful in future nation versus nation battles. In my town, the defeated players' allies were at a loss for what to do next. Just then, inside the Taiko chamber, several muscular NPC guards burst into a traditional room, where a powerful warrior was meditating before his signature blue-green sword. Commander, trouble in town and adventurer is defeating our players. The broad-shouldered warrior, who had been deep in thought on his tatami mat, opened his eyes. Who dares? He asked. The stats of the mayor of Konoha town appeared above his head. A level 30 warlord, wielding a 5 standard longsword that radiated a bronze divine glow. As the strongest NPC in Konoha town, he enjoyed a 50 town buff, elevating his combat power to a fearsome level. Such formidable town guardians were designed in the game Shunyu to prevent players from rampaging through towns and causing excessive resource consumption for repairs. Challenging him was out of the question for ordinary players. The result would inevitably be instant annihilation. The mayor advanced towards Suhan with his remaining warriors, exuding an overwhelming aura. Each step he took shattered the stone tiles beneath his feet, evidence of his strength exceeding 100 points. The 5-long sword he carried left deep fissures in the ground, even when simply held upright. Hey, outsider. State your name before you die. I don't kill the nameless. His booming voice exploded in Suhan's ears. This warlord's power far surpassed that of beta testers. Over 1,500 physical attack points, more than 20,000 health, 50 damage reduction, and 100 armor penetration. His entire body was clad in reddish bronze armor reminiscent of Ana-themed designs, with a fearsome demon mask concealing his face. In his hands, he wielded a razor-sharp katana. The surrounding Oni players, who had been watching in despair, suddenly found a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The mayor NPC has been triggered. According to the game's mechanics, no one can defeat him. Suhan is done for. If Suhan were to flee now, the mayor, with his comparable speed, would undoubtedly give chase. The expressions of Chen Shuheng, Li Qingmei, and other Dasha viewers turned grave. They vividly remembered how beta testers had fared against this NPC. Every single one had been obliterated in a single strike. Yet, Suhan remained calm and composed. Slowly raising his staff, he cast nuclear rains on the advancing group. In just 3 seconds, every warrior was afflicted with 3 stacks of nuclear contamination. Damn it! The mayor roared, activating his shadow slash ability. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Suhan, his blade slashing downward with lethal precision. Unfazed, Suhan uttered 4 simple words: Silent Sanctuary. A massive shadowy cathedral enveloped a 50-meter radius. Within this domain, Suhan could teleport every 3 seconds, effortlessly evading all attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 layers of nuclear contamination inflicted continuous burning damage 900 points per second. Even with the mayor's 50 damage reduction, he still suffered 450 points per second, with critical hits spiking it to 600 or 700. At this rate, it wouldn't take a minute for him to succumb to the poison. The mayor pursued him relentlessly, but every strike fell just short of its mark. Forced to pause and heal, he exposed himself to Suhan's counterattack. Suhan unleashed a barrage of water orbs, each one striking with pinpoint accuracy. Every orb dealt 1,000 magic damage, half to 500 with reduction, but Suhan's high attack speed allowed him to fire one every 2 seconds. The mayor's health plummeted rapidly. The Oni players looked on, utterly stunned. It was their first glimpse of Suhan's true power. The mayor's health had dropped to half, yet he hadn't even managed to graze Suhan. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted in excitement, the screen flooded with praise for Suhan's performance. Su the Great. His reputation is well-deserved. No wonder he got such a powerful class in the game. His skills are insane. Even players from other countries were captivated. While many had witnessed skilled and lightning-fast professional players before, Suhan's mastery. Players had never seen anyone dodge almost every attack from an NPC before. This scene left all the spectators utterly stunned. Suhan's display of reaction speed had far surpassed the limits of an ordinary human, and this extraordinary ability immediately caught the attention of major external organizations. They eagerly began collecting data, trying to calculate just how many times faster Suhan's neural response was compared to the average person. During the battle, every move Suhan made was so precise it was almost suffocating to watch. He skillfully kite the mayor, as if performing a flawlessly choreographed dance, effortlessly reducing the opponent's health to below half. Even more astonishing was his ability to not only predict every skill the mayor used, but also anticipate his opponent's thoughts, identifying the optimal counter strategy before the skills were even unleashed. When the samurai captain finally managed to close the gap and confront Suhan up close, Suhan nonchalantly waved his hand, summoning a river that swept the opponent away. Even in the rare moments he was forced into close combat, he could activate time-slowing abilities at the last possible moment to evade with ease. This near-perfect execution left the spectators gasping in amazement, some even exclaiming, "Unreal." A minute later, the samurai captain collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Though no items dropped, the system promptly chimed with a series of notifications. You have defeated the mayor NPC, achieving the world-class milestone, the Rebel, for the first time. You have completed a hidden main quest. Faith 30. Your main quest line has undergone significant changes. You have earned the title, the Rebel. Effect: permanent 5 critical hit rate. This unexpected reward brought a wave of delight to Suhan's heart. With the additional 5 critical hit rate, his total critical hit chance now reached 25, meaning 1 in every 4 attacks would land as a critical hit, making his damage output even more terrifying. Players from the Oni nation stood frozen in disbelief. They had once claimed Suhan couldn't defeat the patrolling samurai, and yet the samurai had turned into a corpse. They had said he couldn't possibly take down the mayor, and now the mayor lay defeated. At this moment, a single question echoed in their minds. What level is this man's true power? Even more alarming was the realization that, without the protection of the town, they would now face an uncertain fate at the respawn point. You have completed the hidden mainline quest, Chisui Riko's Obsession. The system notification sounded in Suhan's ears. In front of him, Chisui Riko stood frozen, staring blankly at the mayor's lifeless corpse. Suddenly, she rushed forward and began stomping furiously on the cold, lifeless body. Before Suhan could say anything, she unsheathed her katana and, with a swift strike, ended the life of the mayor's wife. After exacting her revenge, Chisui Riko stood motionless for a long time. When she finally turned to Suhan, her blood-stained yet stunning eyes were filled with deep gratitude. Gracefully lifting the hem of her kimono, she knelt solemnly before him. "My lord, from this day forward, please allow me to follow you. My life now belongs to you." The system immediately chimed in. You have completed the hidden quest. NPC Chisui Riko's favorability has reached 100, and she has pledged her loyalty to you. A new display appeared in Suhan's attribute panel, detailing Chisui Riko's information. Affiliated NPC, Chisui Riko. Level, 25. Class, Kunoichi Female Ninja. Attributes and skills, detailed information. Wait, I got an NPC this easily? Suhan was overjoyed. In the world of Divine Realm, acquiring an NPC follower was 10 times harder than obtaining a pet. While pet eggs could occasionally drop from defeating monsters, NPC favorability was entirely unpredictable and relied on sheer luck. Once an NPC pledged loyalty, their value was immeasurable. Not only could they assist with combat, but they could also help complete quests, purchase items, and handle various tasks. Most importantly, an NPC's level would automatically scale with the players. When Suhan reached level 30, Chisui Riko would also level up to 25, essentially acting as a highly intelligent secondary character. What made this even more incredible was that Chisui Riko wasn't just any NPC. She had a rare class profession as a kunoichi and possessed breathtaking beauty. As a mainline NPC in Divine Realm, her appearance was comparable to that of a top-tier celebrity in the real world. With her loyalty secured, Suhan could now issue various commands to her, including, well, certain unspeakable ones. But Suhan wasn't one to indulge in such frivolities. Still, Hearing her soft voice call out "my lord" every now and then was undeniably pleasant. Perfect, Suhan said with satisfaction, his gaze shifting toward the enemy players ahead. A cold smirk spread across his face. Now, time for the main course. The enemy players, realizing the danger, scattered in all directions. However, Chisui Riko swiftly activated her kunoichi skill, Shadow Veil, sealing off the street. Her expression turned icy as she unsheathed her blade. Anyone attempting to flee met a swift and merciless end at the edge of her katana. The system announced, "Your NPC, Chisui Riko, has killed the player Zero's world. Since the target was in PK mode, no sin value has been added." Suhan's grin widened. With the kunoichi by his side, hunting down enemies had never been easier. Qin Shuheng and Li Qingmei, who had been observing the scene, were utterly stunned. A level 25 kunoichi NP sits value was beyond comprehension. Some beta testers would likely pay an astronomical price for such a follower. For high-level players, a personal assassin NPC was invaluable. Suhan's gains from this city raid had already far exceeded expectations. Without wasting any time, Suhan raised his hand and summoned a river of yellow, ghostly water. In an instant, the entire city was engulfed. Every 4 seconds, the river unleashed devastating critical hits, dealing double damage. The buildings in Konoha town began collapsing one after another. The NPC townsfolk, gripped by terror, frantically fled toward the teleportation array. At the teleportation array, Qin Shuheng, Li Qingmei, and their few dozen Dasha Greatsya players struggled to completely block the fleeing masses. Yet with Chisui Riko there, it was more than enough. She stood like a shadowy specter, her katana gleaming in hand. Cloaked in smoke, she struck down anyone who dared approach the teleportation array with deadly precision. A slower enemy player was consumed by the ghostly river. The toxic water gushed into his mouth, corroding his internal organs until he vomited blood. His skin began to decay, and soon his entire body dissolved into a pool of blood and gore. The horrifying screams and gruesome scenes sent waves of panic through the remaining players. "Oi, run. Someone save us. What kind of monster is he?" The enemy players were pushed to their breaking point. Ahead of them loomed the relentless Dasha players and Chisui Riko, while behind them, the ghostly river threatened to strip flesh from bone. In that moment, they were utterly trapped, with no hope of escape. In the Dasha livestream, viewers erupted into cheers the moment they witnessed the scene, singing in unison, "Good luck is here. Oh, good luck is here." The screen was flooded with bullet comments. "Su Ruhan, well done. This brutal move deserves praise. Take out more of them, and find creative ways to do it." This unexpected live broadcast of a real-life anti-invasion drama had everyone's adrenaline pumping. Viewers abandoned whatever they were doing to focus entirely on Suhan's relentless hunt against the enemy forces. Unbeknownst to Suhan, his actions were being streamed live. He was fully immersed in improving his attribute points. Though only at level 16, his relentless effort in defeating enemies had pushed his stats far beyond those of many level 25 players. After this annihilation campaign, his strength was bound to reach new heights. The rushing waters of the Yellow Springs River surged toward the teleportation array, scattering over 300 enemy players like startled birds. They knew all too well that a single layer of nuclear contamination could still be treated with heavy medication, giving them a slim chance of survival. But if they accumulated 3 layers within 3 seconds, it would be a catastrophic, triple bloom. Even immortals couldn't save them. Many enemies frantically climbed over the walls at the edges of the streets, desperately swatting at the yellow nuclear mist clinging to their bodies. Some even crawled through dog holes in a bid to escape. The live stream audience roared with laughter at the chaotic scene. The invaders are really losing their minds this time. I heard the sensory feedback in Shunyu is 100 realistic, and you can't log out during combat. What they're experiencing now is the real agony of nuclear contamination. Serves them right. Let them taste the consequences of their own actions. They've ambushed us Dasha players on the Shinyu battlefield multiple times. Once Su Deshan grows stronger, they'll have hell to pay. System notifications chimed repeatedly in Suhan's ears. First time kill of a player, nuclear contamination duration 0.1 seconds. In this wave of attacks, he wiped out over 100 players in one go, extending the contamination duration by another 10 seconds. Strolling leisurely toward the respawn point, Suhan cast his nucleic acid rain on any lone enemies he encountered. The rain fell upon the wooden, Japanese-style buildings, quickly setting them ablaze. Enemy players without fire resistance were forced out by the thick smoke, only to perish in the rain, dissolving into pools of filthy blood. The system notification continued. First time kill of a player, nuclear contamination duration 0.1 seconds. Before long, Suhan had sent every last straggler back to the respawn point. Now, the real farming for attribute points could begin. As the lively BGM of "Good Luck Comes" echoed throughout the live stream, players from Dasha began giving live commentary on the battlefield littered with enemy corpses. This one used a protective skill. Look how gruesome their death is. And here, this guy's head got completely deformed under Suhan's foot. The resurrection point presented a shocking sight. Within a 10-meter-wide circle of white light, countless enemy players were crammed together, with new ones respawning continuously. Above, a torrential downpour of radioactive acid rain fell relentlessly, immediately corroding the freshly revived players into blood and mush. As corpses took 10 minutes to disappear, the area had piled up into a 3-story-high mountain of bodies. New players respawned right into this grotesque scene of carnage. Some crafty players attempted to escape using jump or teleportation skills, only to find that Suhan had already set up a river of yellow springs around the resurrection point. Any who managed to flee were instantly dissolved by the nuclear contaminated waters, creating a tableau straight out of a nightmarish masterpiece. These players, capable of unlimited respawns, were forced to endure the excruciating torment of nuclear pollution over and over again. The live stream audience eagerly clipped and saved the footage, with viewership surpassing 1 billion. A few Dasha streamers reaped significant rewards from the event, while viewers from other countries watched in horror, unable to bear the gruesome spectacle. Suhan shows no mercy to the enemy nation. Take note, never provoke Suhan. Meanwhile, the enemy nation's citizens were in an uproar. Kill Suhan. That demon must die 1,000 times over. Suhan methodically killed over 300 players one by one, increasing the duration of nuclear contamination to 1 minute. The triple-layered contamination inflicted 900 true damage per second, totaling 54,000 damage in a minute, leaving no one alive. As the death count rose, the enemy players began to mutate, growing grotesque limbs and even exhibiting signs of cognitive degradation. The ground glittered with attribute point orbs visible only to Suhan. He was inwardly thrilled this bounty of attribute points could significantly boost his power, perhaps even enabling him to solo a world boss. Suhan patiently continued the slaughter for another half hour, until the mutated enemy players finally logged out and quit the divine realm. There probably won't be another opportunity to enjoy a spree like this during the town phase, Suhan thought to himself. Last time, after the starter village massacre, the enemy players all deleted their accounts and quit the game. I bet the majority will quit again after this. Outside the game, Dasha players and livestream viewers were awestruck. This is incredible. Watching Suhan feels better than taking an elixir. Suhan is our national hero. As long as he keeps taking down the enemy, we'll always stand behind him. Afterward, Suhan turned his attention to clearing out Konoha town. He incinerated all the advanced NPCs and razed the entire city to the ground with nuclear acid rain and the river of yellow springs. Only the temples, protected by divine blessings, remained standing along the main street. Collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground, Suhan was delighted. The 300 enemy players had yielded 20 attribute points, indicating that at least 200 of them had been killed over 10 times each. With these points, his overall attributes increased by 5, roughly equivalent to leveling up 7 or 8 times for an average player. Attribute panel content remains identical to the original text. With his agility stat breaking past the 100-point mark and the bonus from his equipment, Suhan's movement speed had skyrocketed to over 130. He nodded in satisfaction. Such stats were bound to leave a lot of beta testers in awe. As an SS class gaming prodigy, this level of progress didn't surprise him, though he remained humble, fully aware that the world was full of hidden talents and that many others were likely working hard in the shadows. Glancing at the faith points he had accumulated over 50, Suhan decided it was time to visit Linda. Around the ruins of Konoha town, priests from various factions had gathered, silently observing Suhan's actions without expressing approval or disapproval. Meanwhile, Linda, still groggy from sleep, had just stepped out of the eternal shrine, only to freeze in her tracks. Huh, where's the town? Where are the people? Even the red bean mochi vendor is gone? Linda rubbed her sleepy eyes. Guess I woke up too early. Time to head back for a nap. Just as she turned to return to the shrine, a voice called out to her. Hey, you! Who dares to be so rude and tarnish the purity of this priestess? Linda's eyes flared with anger as she turned around, only to see Suhan. Her gaze landed on the string of new titles hovering above his head, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. You. She covered her mouth, her breathing quickened. What did you do? Nothing much, just wiped out a town. Suhan replied nonchalantly, setting his staff aside as he sat down, poured himself some water, and casually grabbed an offering fruit to munch on. Got tired of killing NPCs. Even Linda, with her usually carefree personality, was stunned into silence by his response. It took her a while to process his words. Are you saying you killed the mayor and everyone in the town? Yep, even adventurers. Not a single one left. I doubt they'll be eager to continue adventuring anytime soon, Suhan said, his tone calm. And now the system says the main storyline has changed. What exactly did you change? Of course it changed, Linda exclaimed in shock. You've killed so many people that you're now labeled a traitor. Every city lord in Kansai County will issue a bounty on you. From now on, you'll only be able to take on quests outside the cities. Even entering a city means you'll have to hide your identity carefully. You're officially a rebel now. So that's what traitor means, Suhan mused. So, I guess that means I'll be going against the Imperial Court from now on? Exactly. You'll have to live as a bandit, a wandering warrior, or a mountain thief, gathering forces, raiding cities. Linda trailed off as she noticed Suhan's eyes lighting up with excitement. That actually sounds pretty awesome. As a player aligned with the NPC faction, Suhan had no interest in serving the Imperial Court of the NPC Kingdom. The life of a bandit suited him perfectly, killing as he pleased, with no restraints. Linda hesitated. But you'll have to endure hardships, living rough in the wilderness. It's not easy. No problem. I thrive on challenges like these. Suhan declared boldly, opening his faith interface. The faith interface displayed a detailed list of options and their respective costs. Looking at the updated faith menu, Suhan couldn't help but swallow hard. The items available for exchange were leagues better than before, but their prices had skyrocketed as well. The most notable item was the City Creation Token, a rare item only accessible to players level 50 and above. It allowed a guild to establish its own city in the wilderness and develop its economy through taxation. Without a City Creation Token, a guild wouldn't stand a chance during the beta phase. 500 faith points? That's insane. Suhan complained. How many quests would I have to complete to afford that? Linda chuckled. Want a City Creation Token? About 500 to 600 side quests should do it. Suhan was speechless. Still, he understood the significance of the token during the county level phase of the game. He was confident he could defeat the world boss, secure the top spot on the rookie leaderboard, and establish the first player guild in the county during the public release. If he could acquire the City Creation Token, his guild's strength would soar to new heights. Is there a faster way to get it? Linda's expression turned serious. The gods have an unchanging rule. The more you give, the more you get. If you want to earn a large amount of faith points quickly, you'll need to take on ultra-high difficulty quests. But be warned, these quests often come with penalties. Failing to complete them within the time limit could result in stat reductions or other consequences. Ultra-high difficulty quests? Suhan considered for a moment. What's there to be afraid of? I've already killed a mayor and wiped out a town. What else could scare me? Take your time to think it over, Linda said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder as a faint fragrance wafted by. But keep in mind, you've already chosen to challenge the Frost Queen. You must defeat her and reach level 20 before you can advance to the county level phase. Once you do, come find me, and I'll set you up with some ultra-high difficulty quests. Watching Linda's excited demeanor, Suhan couldn't help but suspect that she secretly approved of his town massacre. She might have even been promoted because of it, but he didn't dwell on it. Turning away, he headed toward the teleportation array. Right now, his top priority was to take down the world boss. Several Japanese players, having narrowly escaped from Konoha town, raced toward neighboring settlements, spreading the news like wildfire. Suhan had annihilated the entire town. The foreign players, who had been gearing up to hunt Suhan down in the world dungeon, were left stunned by the revelation. He really slaughtered every NPC in the town? Even the mayor wasn't spared? A group of Western players exchanged incredulous glances as they listened to the tearful accusations of the Japanese survivors. Hearing the news, players from 10 nearby towns swarmed toward Konoha town, all with a single objective: Suhan. Among them, 3 Japanese players made their way forward, led by Fujimoto Genji, whose body had grotesquely mutated into a giant crab-like form due to nuclear contamination. Speaking in a gravelly voice, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, we need to hold a meeting. We can't let Tsuruo Han claim the world dungeon for himself. Isn't that Fujimoto Genji from the Fujimoto Corporation? I heard Tsuruo Han killed him over 50 times, and this is what he's been reduced to, whispered some Western players nearby, their voices filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. As hesitation lingered among the gathered players, a commanding voice cut through the chatter. Everyone, if we manage to kill Tsuruo Han even once, we Japanese players won't take a single piece of his loot. The speaker was Fujimoto Shiro, a tall and lean player standing beside Genji. An experienced beta tester, he held the rare tire class of Shadow Assassin, which allowed him to enter stealth at will and deal a devastating 500 damage upon breaking stealth. A tire assassin from Japan? That's a natural counter to mages, murmured the crowd, excitement rippling through the group. This might actually work. Among the 500 to 600 players gathered from various countries, while none of the other nations had sent their top-tier players, they had still contributed an arsenal of items to support the effort. Meanwhile, within the walls of a nearby blacksmith shop, a furious roar echoed. I must grow stronger. I will be the one to take down Tsuruo Han. A glowing 5 longbow emerged in the hands of a young man. As he stepped out of the shop, his entire body radiated with divine lithe was clad in a full set of 5 gear. Onlookers stopped in their tracks, gasping in amazement. How much money did he spend for that? A full set of 5 gear with a silverdeer weapon? That must have cost billions. The young man raised his bow, the string drawn taut like a full moon. With a single shot, the arrow pierced through the city wall, causing the entire structure to collapse with a thunderous crash. The falling debris triggered a cascade of effects binding, lightning strikes, and stunning bursts that rippled through the area. Excellent. Qin Hao clapped his hands in satisfaction. 3 billion well spent. Your strength is now unrivaled. At level 16, Luo Tian's stats were staggering. With his new equipment, his physical attack exceeded 2,000, his health surpassed 3,000, and his movement speed reached 120. Combined with carefully selected skills, his power now far exceeded that of ordinary beta testers. Are the torture devices ready? Qin Hao asked with a cold smirk. Everything is in place, replied Aosher Kunstiong, his tone filled with venom. Good. This time, we'll make Su Ruahan wish he were dead. We'll force him to reveal his true identity. Qin Hao then contacted Fujimoto Genji. Genji, what's the situation on your end? Qin Hao-san, everyone has joined us. Perfect. Head to the world dungeon immediately. Su Ruahan has already entered. Make sure every trap is set, don't let him escape. Soon, Frost Cliff was teeming with activity. The desolate tundra was now overrun with players, their footprints dotting the icy terrain. The players from Dasha stood apart from those of other nations, the tension between the two groups palpable. Though they exchanged cold smirks and glares, all of them shared a single purpose: finding Suhan. Rage is my will. A deep, resonant female voice shattered the glacier, sending massive chunks of ice flying in all directions, narrowly missing Suhan and nearly crushing him on the spot. Before him sat a towering woman, 10 zhang tall, with a strikingly graceful figure, perched upon a throne embedded within the glacier. Her skin was an unnatural, inky black, and though encased in layers of ice several zhang thick, it did nothing to hinder her devastating attacks. Razor-sharp icicles rained down on Suhan like a relentless storm, each one carrying lethal intent. Having slain the Frost Witch earlier, Suhan had now maxed out the hostility level of the Frost Queen. Glancing quickly at her attribute panel, he made the only logical decision: immediately withdrew from the fight without hesitation. This boss was clearly the game designer's cruel joke. Any player caught by her attacks would be frozen for 3 seconds, and in most cases, 3 seconds was all it took to meet a swift demise. Worse still, her icy armor could absorb a staggering 300,000 damage points. Even if Suhan could chip away at her health, the effort would likely take days, if not longer. As Suhan lamented the absurd difficulty of the bosses in this realm, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Su Ruahan must be in there. We've got over 800 people this time, he's as good as dead. Once he enters the dungeon, there's no way out but through the glacier. We'll trap him here and kill him 100 times over, until he's back to level 0. Master, be careful. Chisui Riko acted decisively, instantly casting a group invisibility spell that cloaked both herself and Suhan in the shadows near the ice. As an NPC, she possessed a vast array of skills far beyond what players could access, including invisibility, evasion, disguise, and assassination, classic techniques of a ninja assassin. For a mage like Suhan, she was the perfect companion. Through the veil of darkness that now concealed them, Suhan could clearly make out the attributes and equipment of the approaching players. At the forefront was Qin Hao, flanked by Luo Tian, whose gear was fully enhanced to 5. Among the crowd stood the conspicuous figure of Fujimoto Shiro, a level 30 rank assassin player. Quite the elaborate preparation, Suhan sneered. This lineup must have cost an astronomical sum. Not only had the foreign faction sent a rank player, but Qin Hao had also equipped himself with a fully enhanced rank player. Clearly, the Qin family and their foreign allies bore an unrelenting grudge against him. Watching this band of workers deliver themselves to his doorstep, a sly smile played on Suhan's lips. His gaze shifted toward the massive ice bridge leading to the Frost Queen's lair. Constructed entirely of solid ice, the bridge was impervious to ordinary damage. But for Suhan, armed with his nuclear contamination abilities, it was far from indestructible. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suhan sprang into action. First, he unleashed a torrent of nuclear contaminated water onto the ice bridge. Then, he followed up with a barrage of acidic water orbs, each dealing 900 true damage per second. The relentless assault eroded the bridge with alarming speed, producing ominous cracking sounds. In no time, the bridge reached its breaking point and began to collapse violently. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous noise finally alerted the players within the glacier to the unfolding disaster. Su Ruahan is behind us. He's destroying the map. Damn it, we're trapped. You can't teleport out from inside a dungeon. We're stuck here until the dungeon ends, which could take at least 10 days. How did he destroy such a thick bridge so quickly? Even with 100 players attacking it, it'd take hours. The grand assault on Suhan had failed spectacularly before it even began. Fujimoto Genji and Qinhao exchanged grim, furious glances, their eyes practically glowing with rage. Suhan's maneuver was a masterstroke, cutting off their pursuit at its source. Most players at this stage lacked spatial movement skills, and group teleportation scrolls were rare treasures. His move left them stranded, forced to wait for either the dungeon's conclusion or the map's repair, the latter of which would take at least 3 days. At that moment, Luo Tian fixed his gaze on the world boss ahead and spoke coldly. "Boss, there's only one way left." "Then let's take down the world boss first," someone suggested loudly. Deep within the glacier, hundreds of players had gathered before the Ice Queen. Although Su Ruhan had destroyed the suspension bridge to cut off their retreat, it had backfired, putting him in a predicament that couldn't interfere with the others as they fought the boss. Once the boss fell and the dungeon's teleportation portal activated, he'd become easy prey, left at their mercy. Qinhao fixed his gaze on the imposing Ice Queen ahead, his brows furrowing. This boss was incredibly powerful, and defeating it would undoubtedly require significant resources. Resources that were originally reserved for dealing with Suhan now had to be used in the boss fight. However, the rewards for being the first to slay the world boss were bound to be substantial. With so many players gathered here, it was a rare opportunity he couldn't pass up. "If he can't interfere with us, then let him live a little longer," Qinhao decided, quickly strategizing with Fujimoto Genji. Under the cover of Luo Tian and Fujimoto Shiro, a level 30 player, the group began the arduous battle against the boss. The glacier echoed with deafening roars as players fell and respawned directly on the boss map, ensuring the battle never ceased. Meanwhile, Suhan leisurely hunted smaller mobs in other areas of the dungeon, claiming all the experience points for himself. His plan was simple: wait until the Ice Queen's health was nearly depleted before making his move. Thanks to the silent domain skill attached to his archpriest boots, he could teleport within a 50-meter range at will, which was why he had refused to replace the item. More importantly, without the Fire God Priest's brew, Qinhao and his group would likely need 2 to 3 days to take down the Ice Queen. Time was entirely on Suhan's side. "Let Qinhao and his crew do the hard work for me," Suhan smirked coldly. "When the reckoning comes, I'll make sure every Dasha player understands traitors must die." In a secluded corner of the glacier, a seemingly ordinary female player quietly assisted in taking down the mobs. This was Chisui Riko, disguised and acting as Suhan's informant. She was tasked with reporting the Ice Queen's health status in real time, allowing Suhan to stay fully informed about the progression of the battle. Suhan had just defeated a level 22 Frost Demon Guard, and the system notifications flooded his interface. Leveraging the advantage of slaying monsters 5 levels above his own, he went on to eliminate 30 more creatures, inching closer to the threshold of level 18. By this time, he had accumulated 7 instances of super contamination and 7 silver chests. Holding a Starlighter pet egg in his hands, Suhan's lips curled into a smug smile. Without hesitation, he unleashed the first super contamination. A dense surge of contaminating energy poured into the egg, seemingly consuming the starlight within. However, a brilliant beam of starlight descended from the sky, forcefully purifying the contamination inside the egg. "Interesting," Suhan muttered with a cold smirk before initiating the second super contamination. This time, no celestial light came to intervene, as if it had exhausted its power. Without delay, he extracted the essence from the frost demon corpse beneath his feet and dripped it onto the egg. The egg shell began to transform, its attributes skyrocketing by over 1,000 points. The starlight within intensified to an unprecedented level, yet it still fell short of breaking through to the celestial grade. Satisfied, Suhan carefully stored the pet egg. Its incubation progress had reached 65, with 7 attempts remaining. After using 2 instances of super contamination, he still had 5 left. Glancing at the top right corner of his interface, Suhan noted the Frost Queen's health bar. After hours of relentless assault, her attackers had barely managed to chip away at 1/10 of her ice armor, each of them dying 2 or 3 times in the process. As Suhan continued hunting dungeon monsters, he swiftly reached level 19. He spent the better part of the day cutting down enemies, progressing from level 23 creatures to level 25 ones, slaughtering nearly 100 monsters along the way. During this time, the tug-of-war with the star deity led to 2 more incubation attempts, exhausting his remaining chances. However, the number of accumulated super contaminations had surged to 10. Finally, after killing a level 25 Frost Demon General, Suhan was just 1 monster away from breaking through to level 20, the cap for the town zone. Taking out the pet egg once more, he observed its transformation after numerous incubation attempts. The starlight on its surface had become deeply restrained, like a primordial star exuding an unfathomable aura. Just as he prepared to anoint the egg with the Frost Demon General's blood, a flawless jade hand descended from the heavens. radiating an irresistible force of divine law. It gently wiped away the contamination on the egg. Immediately afterward, a bolt of starlight struck down like thunder, obliterating the remaining nuclear contamination. The system notified him that the incubation attempt had been cancelled without counting toward his total. Fuming, Suhan stood rooted to the spot. Is ascending to celestial grade really this difficult? He scoffed bitterly. In a fit of anger, he activated 5 consecutive instances of supercontamination, only to have them all eradicated in turn. His body trembled with frustration. The system then chimed in with a friendly reminder, warning him that his actions might incur the wrath of the gods. Rather than deterring him, this only fueled Suhan's resolve. As the sole disciple of the supreme eternal faith, he opened the faith interface and laid 3 silver chests before him, preparing to offer them as a sacrifice. Pouring his grievances about the injustice he faced to the eternal goddess, a resounding disturbance echoed through the void. A figure emerged, striding across a river of stars. In her jade hand, she clutched 2 humanoid forms, which she hurled to the ground with tremendous force. Their anguished screams reverberated across the heavens. Suhan stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. Suhan stood at a distance, witnessing a silent drama unfold before him. A tall, imposing woman had 2 men pressed under her feet, one with sharp, handsome features, the other exuding a sage-like aura. Both men were pleading for mercy, their hands clasped together, occasionally gesturing toward Suhan as if to signal there was an outsider watching. Yet the woman paid them no mind, delivering a harsh lesson with a fury that left no room for negotiation. Before leaving, she mouthed a threat that Suhan interpreted as, "You dare mess with my only protege?" As the glowing sacrificial orb slowly dissipated, the earlier scene vanished as if it had never occurred. A system notification chimed. The deity has answered your prayer. The sacrifice is complete. Suhan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such a dramatic response. He couldn't help but think the goddess was intentionally flaunting her favor, personally disciplining 2 rule deities on his behalf. One governed the stellar rules, the other presided over celestial rules, yet both had been humiliated by the eternal goddess herself. That was incredible. So domineering. Suhan thought, barely containing his excitement. Choosing this faith was definitely the right call. A goddess who fiercely protects her followers is the best. He bowed deeply in reverence to the goddess, then eagerly began his next round of superpollution and incubation. This time, the incubation process was unusually smooth. Before long, the system chimed again. Superpollution successful. Mutation successful. 16th incubation successful. Your pet egg has mutated to celestial grade. The once dark, star-like egg suddenly radiated dazzling starlight. The light solidified, transforming into wisps of white, cloud-like energy that swirled around the egg's shell. The shell itself turned nearly transparent, emanating an ethereal, majestic aura. Overwhelmed with joy, Suhan immediately checked its attribute panel. Celestial grade mutated pet egg. Will hatch a pet with a minimum celestial grade aptitude. Initial level, 1. Current incubation progress, 80. Gains 1 innate skill upon birth. Stowing the pet egg carefully, Suhan calculated his remaining resources. He still had 4 incubation attempts left. This unprecedented pet would soon emerge during the county city phase of his journey. On top of that, he had 5 superpollution opportunities and 13 silver chests, waiting to be opened. Glancing toward the distant battle, he noted Qin Hao and his team had managed to chip away only 3 of the Frost Queen's shield. It'll take them at least another day or 2 to break through, Suhan sneered. By then, they'll be much stronger. Let's see the look on their faces when I surprise them. Back in Konoha town, the once bustling streets were now desolate, save for the teleportation array, the faction street, and a lone blacksmith shop. Thick smoke billowed into the air, carrying the acrid stench of nuclear pollution. Passing players reacted to Suhan in one of 2 ways. Some trembled and fled toward the teleportation array, while others approached him excitedly, asking for autographs, friend requests, or confirmation on whether he had defeated the world boss. Ignoring these reporter players, Suhan headed straight for the Eternal Shrine. He remembered that Linda still owed him some side quest rewards. Without hesitation, he grabbed the fruit-munching Linda by the collar. Where are my side quest rewards? Linda blinked in confusion for a moment before snapping to attention. Oh, right. The system notifications came flooding in, and Suhan received a wealth of rewards. Kingdom Bounty, 100 gold coins, 50 reputation points. Guangxi County Bounty, 10 gold coins, 10 reputation points. Konoha Town Bounty, 5 gold coins, 5 reputation points. Fire God Cult Reward, permanent 5 fire resistance. Blacksmith Task Reward, 1 free enchantment. Mage Association Task Reward, a custom skill book from Mentor Leon. Jackpot. Suhan grinned. The gold alone amounted to 115 coins, over $1 million in value. The 65 reputation points gave his status another significant boost. Permanent fire resistance? That was always welcome. But the real prize was the skill book. He couldn't wait to check its attributes. The skill book of Leon, the deep-sea summoner, slowly unfolded in Suhan's hands, exuding an air of mystery from its ancient parchment. Leon, a mage specializing in the unique art of deep-sea summoning within the Mage Tower, had dedicated his life to researching the enigmatic races of the ocean depths. His work, though controversial, had drawn both criticism and praise. Some warned that he might unleash the demons of the abyss, while others lauded him for pioneering a new frontier in the arcane arts. This skill book, containing the culmination of his latest research, had yet to be certified by the Mage Tower. Its use came with a warning. It might attract the attention of indescribable entities from the deep. However, for Suhan, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity. A Silverdeer deep-sea summoning skill. Suhan's heart surged with excitement. Isn't this tailor-made for me? As a mage specializing in nuclear contamination within the water element, he could already envision the terror that mutated deep-sea creatures, corrupted by nuclear pollution, would unleash upon his enemies. I'll definitely have to visit Mage Leon in person someday, Suhan mused to himself. Nuclear contamination paired with deep-sea creatures, this is a match made in destiny. Without hesitation, he activated the skill book. A faint yellow, ancient, and mystical sigil emerged from the pages and imprinted itself onto his arm. A system notification promptly followed. You have acquired a Silverdeer summoning skill. Minor Soul-Eating Squid. The skill details unfolded before him. Minor Soul-Eating Squid Level 1. Summons 3 soul-eating squids. Traits. Burrows into the enemy's body, devours internal organs, and releases paralyzing hormones, leaving the target completely unaware. Damage. 50 magic damage per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Ultimate effect. Upon successfully consuming the target's brain matter, the squid can assume the target's identity and actions. 30 seconds for players, 50 seconds for other targets. Mana cost. 50 points. Cooldown. 30 seconds. After obtaining this Silverdeer skill, Suhan was overwhelmed with joy. The ability far exceeded the standard for its rank. Not only could it subject enemies to unimaginable torment, forcing them to witness their own bodies being devoured until nothing but skin remained, but it also granted Suhan the power to assume their identity for a full 30 seconds upon successfully consuming their brain matter. Once this skill evolves to a higher level, I could combine it with a river of nuclear waste and unleash dozens of soul-devouring squids to turn all my enemies into puppets, Suhan thought to himself. The skill was a potent mix of torment, damage, and control, so powerful that even gold-tier abilities paled in comparison. Although he could currently summon only 3 soul-devouring squids, which felt somewhat limited, Suhan was confident that upgrading the skill after his class advancement would unleash its full potential. Thinking of Qin Hao, Suhan's eyes turned cold. When I return to the frozen plains, you'll be the first to experience this skill. I'll broadcast it worldwide, so everyone can see what happens to a traitor. Equipped with his summoning skill, Suhan ignored Linda's playful complaints as he strode out of the temple. Hey, you're so heartless. You just take the reward and leave, she called out after him. His next destination was the blacksmith's shop. Not only did he need to enhance his Silverdeer gear, but he also wanted to make use of the newly acquired free enchantment opportunity. In the divine realm, enchantments were a crucial path to power. Although the success rate for enchantments was 100, obtaining an opportunity to enchant was extremely difficult. Regular players had to complete hundreds of side quests for a single chance, and they would have to start over with new equipment. However, Suhan had earned his opportunity simply by defeating a boss, all thanks to his status as a member of the Supreme Sect and Linda's privileges. In the desolate ruins, only a solitary blacksmith shop remained standing. The moment the blacksmith saw Suhan, he fell to his knees, trembling as he kowtowed repeatedly. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me. The blacksmith had witnessed firsthand how Suhan had slaughtered the patrolling warriors and the mayor, with the apocalyptic torrent of nuclear waste seared into his memory. As one of the last surviving NPCs amidst a wasteland littered with the bones of players and NPCs alike, he was utterly terrified. Suhan wasted no time. You said you'd help me enchant my gear. Well, here I am. Yes, I'll do my best. Whatever effect you desire, I'll make it happen, the blacksmith stammered, bowing repeatedly. But I'm just a novice blacksmith. I can only enchant equipment below Silverdeer. Suhan pulled out the Allen staff. I'm not asking for much. Just enchant it with some luck. The blacksmith's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the Allen staff, momentarily forgetting his fear. Such a high-tier weapon, and you're letting me enchant it? Incredible. Thank you, my lord. I'll give it my absolute best. Handling the staff with utmost care, the blacksmith began his work. He carefully retrieved rare materials from his bag and arranged gems according to the enchantment blueprint. Sweat poured down his face as he worked, clearly inexperienced. But Suhan didn't mind after all. A failed enchantment wouldn't damage the weapon. Moments later, the system notification chimed. Your weapon, Allen Staff, has been successfully enchanted with level 1 luck rune. Luck 1. A faint circle of runes appeared on the staff, and its attributes now included a 1 luck modifier. My lord, the enchantment is complete, the blacksmith said, presenting the staff with both hands and a sigh of relief. Suhan nodded in satisfaction as he equipped the weapon. With the temporary luck bonus from the Divine Realm's compensation, his luck stat now stood at an impressive 16, boosting all success rates by 1.6. As Suhan considered which piece of equipment to enhance next, his gaze inadvertently caused the blacksmith to tremble again. Fearing he might be deemed useless and executed, the blacksmith frantically examined Suhan's gear. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Suhan's boots, which seemed oddly familiar. After a closer look, he exclaimed, "My lord, don't kill me. I know how to lift the curse on your boots." Suhan raised an eyebrow, slightly exasperated, hadn't even thought about killing the blacksmith. But still, can you really lift the curse on the archbishop's boots? A flicker of interest appeared in Suhan's eyes. Breaking the curse on equipment was a rare feat in this world. Even those willing to spend a fortune seeking help from the master craftsmen in the main city often failed. Yet, some lucky individuals stumbled upon a chance to lift curses while hunting monsters in the wild. Yes, my lord. The blacksmith took a deep breath and cautiously pointed at the boots on Suhan's feet. These are a special piece crafted by the Dawn Church at the Royal City's Forge. I saw them back when I was an apprentice there. They're the real deal genuine gold tier equipment. Gold tier? Suhan's eyes lit up. In this world, silver tier gear was the pinnacle of drops from monsters below level 50, while gold tier equipment could only be obtained from a handful of elite monsters. Even in a regional city, a single piece of gold tier gear was worth a fortune, making it the top choice for any serious adventurer. No wonder these boots granted a teleportation skill. If the curse could be removed, their power would undoubtedly rise to an entirely new level. Please, allow me to examine them closely, the blacksmith requested respectfully. Taking the boots in hand, he carefully studied the blood-red markings etched onto their surface, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. My lord, I believe I've identified the issue. Let's hear it, Suhan replied calmly. If you can truly lift the curse, once I establish my city, the position of chief blacksmith will be yours. Really? The blacksmith's heart raced with excitement, barely able to contain his joy. If it were any ordinary adventurer, he wouldn't believe for a second that they could build a city. But this was Suhan, the man who single-handedly razed an entire city to the ground and the sole follower of the Eternal Life sect. Even the level 30 mayor, with all his buffs and reinforcements, couldn't last an hour against him. With such a reputation, the blacksmith couldn't help but believe him. The thought of not only surviving but also securing a stable job filled the blacksmith with determination. He pounded his rough hand against his shoulder and declared, "I'll give it everything I've got." The bishops of the Dawnlight Order were known for their relentless pursuit of blood demons. The blacksmith carefully examined the boots in his hands, his expression grave as he explained to Suhan, "The curse on this equipment must have been left by a blood demon. I can prepare a potion to lift the curse, but it will require a significant amount of silver tier materials." Before the blacksmith could finish his sentence, Suhan decisively placed 13 silver chests in front of him. Using his unique ability, Suhan opened 2 of the chests, revealing 71 silver tier weapons neatly arranged before them. Each piece was worth a fortune, and if auctioned, the starting price for the collection would easily surpass millions. Are these materials sufficient? Suhan asked calmly. More than enough. The blacksmith's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the array of weapons. This is more than sufficient. Breaking down such a large quantity of silver tier equipment into materials would yield an ample supply. Without wasting any time, the blacksmith began dismantling the equipment with meticulous focus. Meanwhile, Suhan calculated in his mind. If he could restore just one piece of gold tier equipment, its value would far surpass that of these silver tier items, perhaps by tenfold. As the potions were prepared in large quantities, the blacksmith carefully poured the concoction over the cursed boots. The liquid quickly enveloped the boots, and the crimson curse began to dissipate, revealing the radiant golden hue beneath. Ding! A system notification chimed at the perfect moment. Your cursed equipment, Bishop's Boots, has been purified. You have obtained gold tier equipment, Bishop's Boots. The equipment's attributes were displayed. Bishop's Boots. Rarity, gold tier. Base attributes. Movement speed 50. Dual defense 500. Health 1000. Evasion 3. Skills. 1. Dawnlight Corridor. Creates a 500-meter-long corridor where you can teleport every 3 seconds. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. 2. Dawnlight Breeze. Grants 2 stacks of Dawnlight Breeze, increasing movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds. 3. Leap of Faith. Jump 500 meters high and glide gently. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown, 1 hour. No way. It can fly? Suhan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight on his face. The power of this equipment far exceeded his expectations. Each skill was unique. The teleportation range was extended to 500 meters with a shorter cooldown, and the final skill, Leap of Faith, was essentially a miniature flight ability. It was no wonder gold-tier equipment was considered treasures. Even ordinary bosses had only a minuscule chance of dropping such items. This single piece of equipment was worth more than hundreds of silver-tier items combined, and Suhan wouldn't trade it for anything. Equipping the bishop's boots, Suhan's stats saw a significant boost. His movement speed surpassed 150, still shy of the agility-focused level 30 beta testers, but leagues ahead of the average open beta players 10 times faster. In fact, his health surged past 4,000, and his defense exceeded 1,000, making it nearly impossible for even the Frost Queen to take him down in one strike. What thrilled Suhan the most was the 3 evasion at the bottom of the equipment's attributes. This wasn't just a gold-tier item, it was a gold-tier item with a supreme stat roll. As an Eternal Steward, Suhan naturally had 20 points of evasion equivalent to a 2 dodge chance. Combined with the 5 from his title and 1 from the Goddess's Blessing, his total evasion rate reached 8. If he could enhance the bishop's boots in the county city, he might even rank on the evasion leaderboard, standing shoulder to shoulder with veteran beta players. Not bad at all, Suhan said, giving the blacksmith a firm pat on the shoulder. From now on, you're with me. What's your name? Thank you, warrior. My name is Kato Taka, the blacksmith replied with excitement. Suhan immediately turned his head, surprised. I didn't expect that, young man. Sharing a name with the legendary Hand of God? No wonder you're so lucky. You've got potential, and I'll make sure you're trained well. For now, stay here in Konoha town. Later, I'll bring you into my city. Yes, sir. The blacksmith, sensing a bright future ahead, nodded fervently, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Suhan raised his head, staring at the Frost Queen's health stats. Thanks to Chisui Riko's real-time monitoring, he could clearly see that the Frost Queen's shield had lost barely a tenth of its durability. Pathetic, he sneered coldly. Over 800 players attacking her, and yet they hadn't even managed to truly breach her defenses. At this point, Suhan had already cleared every monster in the town area, completing both the main and side quests. His level had skyrocketed to 20, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. However, this rapid progress left him in an awkward predicament. Without defeating the Frost Queen, he had nothing left to do. Waiting for Qin Hao's team to chip away at the Frost Queen's health would take at least a day or two, an excruciatingly dull period for Suhan. No monsters left to kill? Then I'll kill people, he muttered, turning toward the teleportation portal. His first target was locked in the nearest Oni town, Wasteland Town. The moment he appeared, an alarm blared across Wasteland Town's public channel, filled with panic. Suhan is here. Everyone, retreat to the city. If you get slaughtered outside, don't blame us. Hundreds of Oni players sprang into action, swiftly switching to peace mode and retreating into the town. They gathered on the streets, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They knew all too well that even the town wouldn't guarantee their safety. Suhan had already proven capable of annihilating patrolling NPC guards. Their only remaining safeguard was the sin value system. What do you want? The Oni players roared in anger. Over 800 people are hunting you down, you're done for. Suhan, you murderous devil, you'll pay for this. Some players, still haunted by the brutal massacres they'd witnessed before, scrambled to log off before combat could start. Retribution? Suhan smirked coldly. I am your retribution. Before his words had even fully landed, a torrential river of the yellow springs surged forth, sweeping through the streets and sending the Oni players staggering in all directions. Without hesitation, Suhan summoned 3 soul-eating squids. These grotesque creatures had oversized heads and small bodies, their 8 crimson tentacles writhing nimbly through the water. One of the squids quickly seized an Oni player in its grasp. The squid dragged the struggling player out of the water and, in a horrifying display, burrowed into the player's body from behind. Despite being subjected to what appeared to be nuclear-level contamination, with his skin festering and peeling, the player's face contorted with an unsettling expression of ecstasy. He moaned incessantly, "Ah, amazing! So good! Don't stop, keep going!" Everyone could see it clearly. The soul-eating squid was using its massive maw to devour the player's internal organs piece by piece. Yet the victim seemed lost in a perverse state of pleasure. The scene was so grotesque and disturbing that it sent chills down the spines of every Oni player present, their fear climbing to unbearable heights. The player's health dropped to 0 instantly, yet instead of disappearing in a flash of white light as per the usual death mechanics, a massive soul-devouring squid emerged, taking control of his limbs. His face twisted into a bizarre, trance-like grin as he staggered toward a nearby Japanese female player. "Yoshiko, come try this, it feels so amazing." His voice was manic, and a tentacle had already pierced deep into his brain, greedily feasting on his cerebral matter. The terrified Japanese female player, unable to bear the horrifying sight, immediately logged out of the game. Her character vanished on the spot. What is that monster? A mutated creature from nuclear pollution. Amaterasu. What kind of horrors has this nuclear contamination unleashed? Master Su, please spare us. The other Japanese players scrambled backward in terror, but Suhan, caught in a wave of euphoric bloodlust, was far from letting them go. He unleashed the river of yellow springs, trapping the players in combat status. Those not caught fled the game in panic, but their escape did little to satisfy Suhan's twisted joy. After inspecting the soul-devouring squid stats, Suhan let out a cold laugh. While the creature's base stats were mediocre, the nuclear pollution had grotesquely amplified its soul-devouring trait. Any target whose organs it consumed would experience an overwhelming sensation of ecstasy. Taste the horrors you've created with your nuclear pollution. Suhan blocked their escape routes and unleashed more soul-devouring squids. These grotesque, tentacled creatures wreaked havoc among the trapped players, burrowing into their bodies and consuming them from within. Without exception, the infected players were plunged into a depraved state of pleasure, convulsing on the ground with eerie grins plastered on their faces, until their hollowed-out bodies became vessels for the squids to spread and hunt new victims. Screams echoed throughout the town as chaos erupted. The town's samurai guards rushed to intervene, only to be effortlessly eliminated by Suhan's water-based attacks. Shortly after, the system notified him that he had entered the highest red name status for killing over 100 peaceful players, with the nuclear contamination timer extended by another 10 seconds. Surveying the piles of loot littering the ground, Suhan couldn't be bothered to pick up each item individually. Instead, he contacted Li Qingmei, in Wild Plains Town. Come and gather the loot. Li Qingmei and Chen Shuheng quickly arrived with a group of Dasha players, only to be stunned by the hellish scene before them. The lower-tier equipment meant nothing to Suhan, so he instructed the duo to handle the transactions. They dared not show any hesitation, even including the spoils from the earlier battle in Konoha Town in the settlement. These items are yours too, Suhan said, tossing over the equipment he had replaced along with some remaining silverdeer gear. You have enough funds, don't you? The two were trembling with excitement. Chen Shuheng immediately assured him, don't worry, Master Su. Even if our Chen Corporation has to sell everything, we'll make it happen. These items are worth 5,000 gold coins, roughly 5 million Huaxia yuan. Li Qingmei hesitated, nervously counting on her fingers, and asked pitifully, Master, could I keep a few of the items with hidden attributes? Even Suhan was momentarily taken aback by the staggering amount, but considering he had single-handedly driven away the players from 2 towns, the haul seemed justified. Waving dismissively, he said, I don't care how you split it. Just give me the cash. Chen Shuheng calmly suggested using an anonymous Cayman Islands bank account to avoid suspicion. Unfamiliar with this, Suhan looked puzzled, but Li Qingmei eagerly volunteered to handle the arrangements, explaining that they would need to meet in person to finalize the deal. Since she already knew his identity, Suhan agreed to meet her in Hong Kong that afternoon, setting the time for 8 p.m. at the top of the Central Plaza building. Meanwhile, in the Frost Cliff dungeon, hundreds of players were locked in an intense battle against the Frost Queen. Fujimoto Shiro and Luo Tianding led their teams of various classes, painstakingly chipping away at the Queen's shield. Midway through the fight, Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji received the shocking news. During their absence, Su Ruhan had massacred an entire Japanese town, resulting in hundreds of player deaths and forcing dozens to permanently quit the game due to the trauma. Qin Hao's face darkened as he pondered the situation, eventually shaking his head grimly. No, this guy is too powerful in God's domain. We need to find a way to deal with him in the real world. Fujimoto Genji's face twisted into a menacing grimace as he turned to Qin Hao and demanded, do you have any good ideas? If we can uncover Su Ruhan's identity in the real world, the people of our empire will make sure he's torn to pieces. Qin Hao crossed his arms and sank into deep thought. It's difficult to confront him directly, but we can target the people around him. According to the intel, there are only 2 players closely associated with Su Ruhan. One is Li Qingmei from the Li Corporation, but she's off-limits. Her father, Li Qingjing, wields too much power. The other is Chen Shuang. The Chen family is weaker, which makes him a viable point of entry. I see. Fujimoto's eyes narrowed into slits. If we capture Chen Shuheng, we can force him to reveal Su Ruhan's true identity? Exactly. Qin Hao nodded coldly, pulling out his phone to make a series of calls. Fujimoto, too, began rallying his forces. While their main team was trapped in the dungeon, there were plenty of others in the real world who harbored deep hatred for Su Ruhan. Meanwhile, Chen Shuheng remained blissfully unaware of the danger closing in on him. Inside the Eternal Shrine, Su Ruhan glanced at Linda, who was sound asleep, and then at his empty quest log. He looked up at the Frost Queen's health bar. Her shield was still more than halfway intact, and her health remained untouched. It was clear that Qin Hao and his team wouldn't be able to defeat her in less than a day or two. as Su Ruhan idly passed the time. The ringing of a phone broke through the soundproof confines of his gaming pod. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw the name, Han Jinlong. A moment later, a text message popped up. Ruhan, tomorrow's our old coach's 40th birthday. The class is throwing a reunion banquet. It's been years since we've all gotten together, so you have to come. I've already booked your plane ticket. Su Ruhan froze for a moment as memories surged back. Before becoming a professional gamer, he had been a prodigy in an elite esports training camp. Han Jinlong had been his closest brother-in-arms, now a celebrated streamer and top-tier instructor. When Su Ruhan was blacklisted, Han Jinlong had even risked his career by severing ties with the Qin Corporation and joining a rival esports company. Their coach, Li Kong, had also staked his reputation to vouch for Su Ruhan, though his efforts were ultimately crushed by Qin's overwhelming influence. An idea suddenly struck Su Ruhan like lightning. His former classmates were all top-tier gaming talents. Since the release of God's Domain, they had likely unlocked powerful advanced classes. If he could recruit them into his guild and form an elite, multi-class team, they could potentially dominate the upcoming national war, even storming the enemy capital. However, the plan carried a significant risk. His identity could be exposed. These old friends knew his gaming style far too well. After some deliberation, Su Ruhan decided to use another player's account as cover. He called Chen Shuheng and requested to borrow an account belonging to an A-rank class player. Without hesitation, Chen Shuheng sent over the details for an account name, Chu Tianshu, a bloodthirsty warrior. But just as Chen Shuheng relinquished the account, he found himself in grave danger. While grinding monsters in the wilderness, he was suddenly ambushed by a group of ferocious players from the enemy faction. A system notification flashed. You have been affected by an anti-teleportation item. You cannot return to town for the next 3 hours. What do you want from me? Chen Shuheng asked nervously. Bakayaro, tell us everything you know about Su Ruhan. One of the attackers snarled, closing in with a murderous glare. Back in the real world, Su Ruhan was adjusting his tie when his younger sister, Su Li, teased him. Wow, it's been ages since I've seen you put this much effort into your appearance. Who are you trying to impress? I'm heading to a class reunion, Su Ruhan replied, running a razor along his jawline. You're coming with me. A class reunion? Su Li's expression darkened as she recalled the past. Her delicate features twisted with anger. Have you forgotten about Sun Mao? He's the one who was bribed by Qin how to plant that cheat program on your computer. It ruined your entire career. I haven't forgotten. Su Ruhan's voice was calm, his expression unreadable. But this time, it's about celebrating Coach Li's birthday. Hearing this, Su Li reluctantly nodded, though her tone remained wary. Fine, but be careful. The Qin family never plays fair. Su Ruhan smiled and patted her shoulder reassuringly. The reunion was set to take place in Hong Kong, which also gave him the perfect opportunity to meet with Li Qingmei and collect the funds she owed him. On the Li family's turf, he felt confident that no one would dare try anything. After stepping out of the gaming center, Suhan and Su Li took turns showering. Suhan donned a dark suit paired with gold-rimmed glasses, accentuating his tall, lean frame that stood at 6 feet 0 inches. His already sharp and striking features now carried an added touch of suave charisma, with a hint of roguish charm. Su Li opted for a red evening gown, complemented by meticulously applied makeup, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. Their carefully chosen outfits were all in honor of their old coach. Dragging their suitcases behind them, the two got into a car and headed for the airport. Upon reaching their private boarding gate, Su Li grinned at Suhan and said, Han Jinlong is doing pretty well these days, huh? He even got us first-class tickets. Of course, Suhan replied with a smile. The guy's a top-tier streamer earning tens of millions annually. He's got the skills to back it up just a notch below Sun Mao. Sun Mao? That guy's only where he is because he clings to the Qin group, Su Li scoffed. If he hadn't screwed you over and become Qin Hao's lapdog, there's no way he'd have achieved anything with his mediocre skills. It's all in the past, Suhan said calmly, though a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Today, we're just here to celebrate the coach's birthday. The flight from Pingcheng to Hong Kong Island took just half an hour, and they landed shortly before 6. As they exited the airport, they spotted 2 young men waiting in the VIP lounge. The moment they saw Suhan, they jumped up excitedly and rushed over. Han bro, I've missed you, man. You've got some nerve, not even sending a text all these years, exclaimed a blonde-haired youth in black sunglasses, giving Suhan an enthusiastic slap on the back. Though he was dressed casually in a shirt, it was clearly from a high-end foreign brand. Finally, you're here. You're harder to invite than a celebrity, joked the Othera burly man weighing at least 180 pounds before turning to Su Li with a wide grin. Su Li, little sis. It's been ages. How's life studying abroad? Lu Mao, you fat oaf, you're still as sleazy as ever. Suhan retorted, kicking the hefty man lightly. Lu Mao, unfazed, dramatically hugged Suhan, pretending to cry. Han bro, you have no idea. After you left, our team got wrecked by those guys from Korea. Without you, we couldn't hold the line on the battlefield. Alright, alright. Didn't you retire anyway? Suhan brushed him off and sat down on the lounge sofa with the two of them. Meanwhile, Su Li strolled over to the nearby bar for a drink. Han Jinlong and Lu Mao had been Su Han's closest comrades back in the day, brothers who had fought tooth and nail to protect him. Though both were now multimillionaire streamers, they still treated Su Han with the same sense of loyalty and respect as before. Han bro, you wouldn't believe how arrogant the teams from Japan and the US became after you left. Lu Mao clenched his fists in frustration, and Sun Mao, as the team captain, even sold out to them. The Qing group not only suppressed our country's best players, but also rigged matches behind the scenes. That traitor Sun Mao intentionally threw key games to the Japanese team. It was infuriating. I couldn't take it anymore, so I retired the year after you left. Han Jinlong added with a cold laugh. I was coaching at the EDB youth training camp, and Sun Mao had the audacity to recruit students from my class, ruining the careers of so many young talents. The domestic esports scene is in shambles because of him. It's mainly because of the Qing group backing him, isn't it? Suhan took a sip of his soda and said slowly, unless we bring down the Qing group, a company that betrays its own country, it'll be hard for our players to rise again. Just then, Han Jinlong's phone rang. After answering, his expression turned dark. What? Who gave Sun Mao the authority to change the venue? Coach Lee never even invited him. Central Plaza? He let out a cold laugh. Is this his way of showing off? Think I'm scared of him? With that, he angrily hung up and slammed his phone onto the coffee table. That guy Sun Mao took it upon himself to change the venue to Central Plaza. He even sent out invitations to all his fans, claiming it's for his teacher's birthday. But Coach Lee never invited him. This is just him trying to flaunt his connections. Han Jinlong fumed. Central Plaza, being the most luxurious venue in Hong Kong Island, required millions just to reserve a single floor. Sun Mao's move was clearly an ostentatious display of wealth and influence. Lu Mao's face darkened as he added, a bunch of our classmates are under contract with the Qing group now. Sun Mao is their golden boy, calls the shots. The previously light-hearted reunion took on a tense atmosphere. However, upon hearing this, Su Han's eyes glimmered with thought. Central Plaza was exactly where had arranged to meet Li Qingmei later that evening, and coincidentally, it was also owned by the Li family. Sun Mao's actions had, in a way, saved him some trouble. Let's just go there directly, Suhan said calmly. Seeing Suhan's composure, the two nodded and left the airport with him. The three walked shoulder to shoulder, reminiscing about old times, and the mood gradually lightened again. Before long, they reached the parking lot. Han Jinlong's reserved demeanor stood in stark contrast to Lu Mao's flamboyance. Han Jinlong drove a modest Porsche 911, while the slightly overweight Lu Mao opted for a limited edition Ferrari supercar. Its striking red paintwork made it impossible to miss on the streets, drawing countless glances from passers-by. Lu Mao skillfully opened the door of the Porsche and slid inside, casually tossing the Ferrari keys to Suhan. Hang, take it for a spin and show them what real style looks like. I practically sold my soul to get this car just to outshine that punk Sun Mao today. Suhan shook his head slightly, a hint of exasperation in his expression. To him, competing with someone like Sun Mao was utterly unnecessary. His ambitions were far greater, intended to bring down the Qing Corporation entirely. He opened the car door for Su Li to get in before following closely behind Han Jinlong's vehicle. As one of the world's financial capitals, Hong Kong Island dazzled with its unparalleled vibrancy. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, luxury cars wove through the bustling traffic, and it wasn't uncommon to spot global celebrities and influential figures. The city exuded an air of opulence. Their destination Central Tower was situated in the very heart of this thriving metropolis. The congested traffic kept them stuck on the road for half an hour. As they approached, a towering complex of bamboo-shaped buildings came into view. Comprising over a dozen interconnected structures, the cluster soared more than 60 stories high, dwarfing the surrounding skyline. Designed with feng shui principles in mind, the architecture symbolized continuous growth and prosperity, making it one of the most auspicious landmarks in Hong Kong. Outside the building, the streets were packed with a dense crowd of young people dressed in coordinated outfits, black t-shirts paired with loafers. They held up signs proclaiming, "I love Sun Mao," their numbers easily reaching tens of thousands. Are all these people Sun Mao's fans? Suhan asked. Han Jinlong rolled down the window and smirked. Apparently, Sun Mao rallied his fanbase to celebrate Coach Lee's birthday in style. Show off, Lu Mao scoffed, then added in a more subdued tone. But let's be real, me fans and Han Jinlong's fans combined wouldn't lose to this crowd. Still, no one's fanbase could ever rival Hang's back in the day. That's ancient history, Suhan replied dismissively, waving his hand. He handed his car keys to the valet at the building entrance and walked inside without looking back. As soon as Suhan stepped into the building's lobby, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Qingmei. On the other end, her flustered voice came through. Suhan, why are you here so early? I haven't even finished my makeup yet. Li Qingmei stood in an opulent dressing room, staring anxiously at her unfinished reflection in the mirror. She had meticulously arranged for her staff to monitor Suhan's movements, intending to give this top-tier Shinyu player the grandest reception. Yet his early arrival had thrown all her plans into disarray. Take your time, no rush. I'm just here for a class reunion happening in the same building, Suhan replied casually. He thought to himself, who would have guessed that Sun Mao would choose Central Tower to show off? A class reunion? Li Qingmei was momentarily stunned, then turned to glare at the building's executive director, who stood nearby, trembling. Didn't I say no outsiders were allowed here today because of our important guest? To the Li family, someone like Suhan, a Shinyu player capable of influencing global dynamics, was of utmost importance. Naturally, she expected her staff to treat him with the highest level of care. The executive director wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he explained, Miss Li, the other party only booked a low-level area in Zone C. It doesn't interfere with your arrangements at all, but we can have them removed immediately if you wish. Although frustrated, Li Qingmei softened her tone, mindful of Suhan's presence. Forget it. Just move them to the top floor of Building Tian number 1. That's not necessary, Suhan interjected directly. It's just a simple gathering. This spot is fine. Han Jinlong, overhearing Suhan's conversation, asked curiously, Brother Han, you know someone here? A friend from Shenyu, Suhan replied calmly. Lu Mao immediately perked up. Speaking of Shenyu, the strongest player right now is Su Ruhan. Her slaughtering of the ghosts was so satisfying to watch. She's truly the pride of our Dasha players. With Brother Han's skills, he's definitely on par with Su Ruhan. Han Jinlong chimed in. We brothers should team up in Shenyu sometime. Let's talk about Shenyu later. For now, let's go meet our old coach, Suhan said, cutting off the increasingly off-track conversation. The three of them entered the elevator and arrived on the 5th floor, which Sun Mao had reserved. The area was filled with his followers, who cast unfriendly glances their way. Inside the lavishly decorated private room, many people were already seated. At the center of attention was a blonde-haired man with a flushed face, laughing and chatting with a voluptuous female streamer in his arms. The attendees were all former training camp classmates, now thriving in various ways, with the least successful among them earning hundreds of thousands annually as streamers. In the corner sat a woman in a black dress, the former class beauty, and now an esports commentary goddess, Lin Shi, with tens of millions of fans across the internet. Well, if it isn't Brother Han. Sun Mao exclaimed the moment he saw Suhan. He pushed the woman in his arms aside and eagerly approached, extending a warm handshake. It's been ages. I've missed you so much. He turned to his subordinates and announced, do you guys know? Back in the day, I couldn't even step onto the professional stage without Brother Han holding down the fort. Hearing this insincere remark, Su Li snorted and walked away. Just a day before planting a USB drive into Suhan's computer, Sun Mao had been calling him brother. Now he acted as if he'd forgotten all about it. Han Jinlong and Lu Mao also looked displeased, silently stepping aside. The other classmates, seeing Suhan's arrival, showed hints of guilt in their eyes as they awkwardly stood and greeted him. Back then, under pressure from the Qin Corporation, they had been forced to badmouth Suhan. Only Lin's eyes gaze towards Suhan carried a subtle sadness. She had pursued him for 3 years, only to leave under the weight of external pressures. She had remained single all these years, unable to move on from him. Faced with Sun Mao's over-the-top enthusiasm, Suhan merely cast a cold glance his way, not bothering to respond. Sun Mao's smile froze on his face. In his eyes, his former rival, Suhan, was now nothing more than an insignificant figure, someone he considered it a favor to even acknowledge. Seeing Suhan's indifferent attitude toward him, he quickly switched to a tone of mockery, laced with insincerity. Hang, still as stubborn as ever? Huh? Shut your damn mouth if you can't speak properly. Han Jinlong slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, and everyone fell silent. Sun Mao's words had crossed the line after all. It was his scheming with the Qin Corporation that had driven Suhan into such a corner, and now he had the audacity to provoke him. Sun Mao glanced at Han Jinlong and Lu Mao, who were seated beside Suhan, with a fake smile plastered on his face. No offense, just catching up with Hang, that's all. On a day as festive as our old coach's birthday, why ruin the mood, old Han? Who gave you the right to call me old Han? Han Jinlong was about to explode when a fan suddenly burst into the private room. Mauga, Coach Li has arrived. Finally, old Han. Hurry up and welcome the coach. Everyone quickly seized the opportunity to ease the tension, patting both men on the shoulder before standing to greet the coach. Walking in was a middle-aged man dressed in a simple, worn-out jacket. His temples were streaked with gray, his brows furrowed, and his expression dark and somber. Coach, happy birthday. Coach Li, it's so great to see you today. Without you back then, I wouldn't be where I am now. Please, coach, have a seat. Everyone surrounded Li Kong, ushering him to the seat of honor. Despite their current success, they still held a measure of respect for the man who had once mentored them. Sun Mao casually took the seat beside him, acting as the main host. Outside the private room, a crowd of Sun Mao's fans had gathered, their sheer number hundreds creating a suffocating atmosphere. Happy birthday, coach! The synchronized shout shook the floor, and a massive banner was unfurled in his honor. The scene was lively and grand, yet Li Kang's expression remained grim, as if he was reluctantly enduring it all. Only when his gaze landed on Suhan did his demeanor soften slightly, offering Suhan a small nod. Suhan returned the gesture in silence. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew livelier, Sun Mao raised his glass and smiled at Li Kang. Coach, for your 40th birthday, I spared no expense 3 million to book this place and invited all my fans to celebrate with you. Just to show you my gratitude. His tone shifted as he leaned in, lowering his voice in feigned curiosity. I heard you awakened and shrank profession in the divine realm? An S-class profession. The explosive news reverberated through the restaurant, instantly drawing all eyes to Coach Li. It was then that everyone realized Sun Mao's grand banquet wasn't about filial piety at all. It was a calculated move to poach talent for the Qin Corporation. The value of an S-class player far surpassed that of an A-class powerhouse. This was common knowledge. Crossing the chasm from A to S-class meant ascending to the rank of a true national-level player. For veteran esports coach Li Kang to awaken an S-class profession was nothing short of astonishing. The room erupted as former classmates stood to toast Li Kang, their voices brimming with admiration. Coach Li, congratulations. Your strength truly lives up to your reputation. Having you is a blessing for the esports scene in Dasha. Li Kang's brows furrowed as he turned to Sun Mao. Your Qin Corporation has its ear to the ground, it seems. But what does this have to do with today's gathering? Of course, it's to invite you to lead our Qin Corporation's team to bring glory to the nation. Sun Mao replied with a wide grin. Bring glory to the nation? More like selling out the country. Li Kang scoffed, his voice sharp and unwavering. Your Qin Corporation's collusion with the enemy is no secret. I don't eat sushi, and I certainly have no desire to adopt their nationality or become a traitor. Don't bother asking. As a veteran of his generation, Li Kang's patriotism ran deep. He harbored a strong disdain for enterprises like Qin Corporation, which he viewed as traitorous. Had he known this was a trap set by Sun Mao, he would never have attended. Sun Mao's smile froze in place. Those are baseless rumors, slander against our corporation. Whether it's a rumor or not, you know best, Li Kang interrupted coldly. Rising from his seat, he motioned to Suhan and Han Jinlong. Let's go. I've lost my appetite. The three prepared to leave, but their classmates hurriedly tried to intervene. Coach Li, don't go. Sun Mao, apologize. Drink 3 rounds as punishment. Sun Mao downed 3 glasses of Mao Tai in quick succession, attempting to ease the tension. But Li Kang surveyed the crowd with a calm, yet resolute expression. You're all my students, and I'd be glad to meet for a genuine reunion. But if there are ulterior motives involved, count me out. Seeing Li Kang about to leave, Sun Mao's facade finally cracked. His expression darkened. Coach Li, disrespecting me is one thing, but crossing the Qin Corporation never ends well. His gaze shifted meaningfully to Suhan. Before the words had fully settled, a swarm of fans surged into the restaurant, blocking the trio's path. Suhan had anticipated Sun Mao's ploy to pressure Coach Li into signing. Let me make this clear, Suhan said evenly, his voice calm but carrying a weight that silenced the room. Sun Mao, you won't be walking out of this building today. Sun Mao burst into laughter, as if he just heard the most absurd joke. I spent 30 million to book out this venue, and you think I can't leave? He waved his hand dismissively. Throw Suhan out. I never invited him in the first place. Immediately, a dozen fans closed in on Suhan, and the atmosphere turned icy. Just then, a sharp, commanding voice rang out. Sun Mao, don't push things too far. All eyes turned toward the sound. She strode quickly to Suhan's side, her expression a mix of emotions as she stood between him and the encroaching chaos. Today was supposed to be a day of celebration for the old coach, but Sun Mao managed to turn it into utter chaos. In the banquet hall, Sun Mao stood in the center of the crowd, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Suhan on the opposite side. Among everyone present, only the esports goddess She had the strength to stand on equal footing with Sun Mao. Sun Mao was seething with rage. Over the years, he had poured countless resources, both openly and secretly, in his pursuit of Shi, trying to win her favor. Yet, he had never been able to move this ice-cold goddess in the slightest. And today, this despicable woman in his eyes had actually spoken up in defense of Suhan, igniting his fury even further. Stay out of this, Sun Mao roared, pointing at Suhan. I'm going to see who's not walking out of here today. Before his words had fully settled, a mob of crazed fans surged forward, reaching out to grab at Suhan. Though Han Jinlong and Lu Mao stood protectively by Suhan's side, the overwhelming numbers of their opponents quickly left them struggling to hold their ground. At that moment, Suhan remained calm, his expression indifferent as he casually waved a hand. The crowd was puzzled by his gesture, but in the next second, the situation took a dramatic turn. With a loud clang, the fire doors in every direction burst open simultaneously. A team of fully armed security personnel from Zhonghuan Tower stormed in. They were equipped with electric batons, riot shields, and even firearms, exuding an aura of precision and professionalism. The crackling blue arcs of the electric batons lit up the air, and within moments, several crazed fans were subdued on the ground. Against this elite security team, the disorganized mob stood no chance and was swiftly taken down, groaning in pain. The rest, terrified by the brutal scene, screamed and fled through the fire exits. Even Sun Mao's bodyguards were pinned to the ground and mercilessly dealt with. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was paralyzed with shock, too afraid to make a move. All eyes turned towards Suhan. How could someone who was supposedly blacklisted still wield the power to mobilize Zhonghuan Tower's forces? By now, Sun Mao was trembling, pinned down with several electric batons pressed against his neck. His face was pale, and he had wet himself in fear. I am Sun Mao from the Qin Group. I paid to book this venue, he stammered, desperate to explain. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed through the hall. A silver-haired young woman with an elegant and noble demeanor approached gracefully. Every gesture radiated sophistication as she walked up and affectionately linked her arm with Suhan's. The surrounding security personnel immediately stood at attention and bowed respectfully. Miss Li, the situation has been handled. Oh dear, hubby, I just want to touch up my makeup, and look what I came back to. Li Qingmei clung to Suhan's arm, her voice honeyed and playful. Her flawless makeup accentuated her stunning beauty, and their intimate demeanor immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. Suhan sighed inwardly. This mischievous girl was stirring up trouble again. He recalled how Li Qingmei had warned him earlier that Sun Mao was bound to cause trouble today. To be prepared, she had already arranged for a team of security personnel to stand by. Isn't that Li Qingmei, the heiress of the Li Corporation? Whispers rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the couple. Shock was written across everyone's faces. No one had expected Suhan to have such a connection with the Li family's heiress. Sun Mao's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Suhan. He had thought he had everything under control, but now he found himself utterly outmatched. Just the title of boyfriend of the Li Corporation heiress was enough to crush him into irrelevance. Standing nearby, Lin Shi watched the closeness between Suhan and Li Qingmei, her gaze dimming with a hint of sorrow. In terms of charm, beauty, and family background, Li Qingmei far outshone her. Of course, a man like him deserves someone better, Lin Shi thought bitterly. If only she had stood by his side back then, perhaps the story would have ended differently. But it was too late for regrets now. Clear this place up, Li Qingmei instructed the security personnel with a wave of her hand, then turned to Suhan with a coquettish tone. It's so lively today, and you didn't think to call me sooner. I didn't plan on having you come at all, Suhan replied in a low voice. He wasn't one to flaunt his connections like Sun Mao, but now that they were putting on a show, he figured they might as well see it through. Well, then let me treat everyone tonight, Suhan said with a smile to the crowd, before turning to Li Kong and speaking quietly. Teacher, now that the unnecessary guests are gone, shall we move to a private room to continue the celebration? After all, it was Li Kang's birthday, and Suhan didn't want Sun Mao's antics to ruin the mood. Li Kong, still reeling from the revelation of Suhan's connections, quickly agreed. Of course, let's do that. Tonight, we won't stop until we're all drunk. The crowd's attitude shifted dramatically as they clamored to curry favor with Suhan. Sun Mao, on the other hand, was visibly shaken, his legs trembling as he trailed closely behind Li Kong, terrified that he might truly vanish without a trace on the Li family's turf. The group boarded a gilded elevator adorned with intricate gold patterns, ascending to the most exclusive floor of the Zhonghuan Tower. The luxurious interior was a sight to behold, with lush greenery accentuating the opulence. Every step was accompanied by attentive servants, making the place feel almost otherworldly. Han, you're way too modest. Lu Mao and Han Jinlong laughed uproariously as they teased. That fool Sun Mao wasted 30 million trying to show off on your turf. Nearby, Su Li puffed her cheeks indignantly. Brother, you actually kept your relationship with sister-in-law a secret from me? You're such a big, sneaky oaf. When they entered the private room, everyone was stunned by its grandeur. While there wasn't an excessive use of gold, genuine diamonds sparkled in every corner, and priceless antique paintings adorned the walls. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew livelier, Li Kong, now tipsy, slapped the table and proposed enthusiastically. Come on, everyone, no need to hold back anymore. We're all classmates, let's show off the professions we awakened in the divine realm. One by one, people began pulling out their phones to display their divine realm classes. I'm a grade fire mage. I'm AB Thunder Knight. I'm an a grade speed assassin. On the phone screen, the linked divine realm accounts of everyone were displayed, with each individual's profession information clearly visible. Suhan quickly scanned the list and was astonished to find that not a single profession ranked below tier. It was truly a gathering of 9 million talents. Hang, why are you looking at me like that? Han Jinlong chuckled, pulling out his phone to show off his account. I just went with something simply an A-tier profession. Suhan focused on the screen. A tier profession, hunter, archer-type profession, abilities, unlimited tracking, speed boost, berserk mode, and more. Starting with a 30 critical hit rate. Starting with a 30 crit rate? Li Kang's eyes lit up. Jinlong, you'll easily max out your crit rate later on. Pair that with a few powerful skills, and you could specialize in taking out key backline targets during national battles. You've got some serious potential. It's all thanks to the excellent training from our coach, Han Jinlong said humbly, raising his glass. A toast to you. Everyone watched this interaction with a mix of awe and admiration. After all, steer professions were unique and unparalleled, and a tier was the strongest right below that. And me. Lu Mao couldn't wait to show off his account. A tier profession, Aura Warrior. Warrior-type profession. All skills convert into aura-based abilities. Starts with 3 auras, mana regen, health regen, and damage boost. All aura effects are 50 stronger on the user. Auras. The crowd erupted in excitement. Aura warriors were known to be the most powerful support class in team battles, capable of providing tremendous boosts to the entire team. During beta testing, there were players who activated hundreds of auras, leading their guilds to dominate battlefields. Lu Mao stood proudly and raised his glass. With me in the team, everyone gets aura buffs. Li Kang nodded with satisfaction, then turned expectantly towards Suhan. Suhan noticed the hopeful look in his old coach's eyes and sighed inwardly. Although he wanted to make the coach proud, there were too many outsiders present. Reluctantly, he presented the account of Chu Tianshu instead, a tier profession, bloodthirsty warrior. The room fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. While the profession wasn't weak, it was clearly overshadowed by the A-tier professions shown earlier. Hang is still amazing. Bloodthirsty warriors are top-tier damage dealers in the late game. They're unbeatable in unknown duels. Everyone chimed in to show their support. Come on, Divine Realm must be glitching. Han Jinlong and Lu Mao exclaimed in disbelief. With Hang's skills, how could it only be a tier? Maybe it's because I've been banned from professional matches for so long, and my performance has dropped significantly, Suhan replied with a self-deprecating sigh. This excuse seemed to convince most of the crowd. Afterward, others began revealing their professions. The most impressive was the A-tier nature mage of the esports goddess Lin Shi, whose abilities allowed her to convert magical attacks into Hilinga, true game-changer in team battles. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew livelier, Li Kang suddenly stood up. His gaze swept across the room as he spoke. Since everyone has been so open and honest, it's only fair that I, as your coach, do the same. Li Kang slowly revealed his professional information. In the golden glow, the words S-class profession, Master Builder, appeared. Master Builder. All skills are replaced with construction-related abilities. Possesses the capability to independently develop blueprints and create unique structures, providing permanent and exclusive enhancements for guilds, cities, and nations. Initial attributes. Intelligence 100, Luck 100. The banquet hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, utterly stunned and speechless. No one had anticipated that Li Kang would awaken such a rare S-class profession. Although the Master Builder profession isn't particularly strong in combat, it is one of the most powerful support professions. Any nation fortunate enough to have someone with this profession would treat them with the highest honor. At this pivotal moment, as the Divine Realm transitions from the county-level stage to the era of factional dominance, the strength of a nation's structures directly determines its overall power. It's important to note that in the Divine Realm, creating a building with unique functionalities often requires a nation to invest millions of gold coins. However, a master builder can construct special buildings that nurture players, barracks for training specific troop types, and even powerful war machines capable of defending entire cities. Such advantages are enough to sway the outcome of a national war and determine the rise or fall of a nation. This is the weight of an S-class profession, rightfully a nation-stabilizing player. Even the always composed Suhan and Li Qingmei momentarily lost their composure. They both understood that Li Kang's value extended far beyond their guild. He was an irreplaceable asset to the entire Great Xia nation. Realizing this, Suhan felt a chill down his spine. The Qin Corporation's grand celebration of Li Kang's birthday was likely a ploy to gain control over him and hand him over to their adversaries in the Oni nation. If Suhan hadn't shown up today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Clenching his fists tightly, Suhan felt cold sweat seeping into his palms. With this teacher's support, he felt more confident about the upcoming county-level stage. He silently vowed to himself. He would build a true national treasure for Great Xia, and on the battlefield of national wars, reclaim the honor they had lost. Li Kong stood at the front of the classroom, his gaze sweeping over each student seated before him. With a heavy tone, he said, "Back in those days, I told you in class. Representing our country in competition means every professional player must carry a sense of national pride and responsibility. If our nation is weak, no matter how strong you are as an individual, you will still be oppressed." The room fell silent, as if everyone had been transported back to their younger selves. Li Kong continued, "Now, in the era of the divine realm, our mission as professional esports players has become even more critical. Our strength directly determines the fate of our nation. But looking at your current performances, I am deeply disappointed." His words, though not harsh, struck each student like a heavy blow to the heart. Heads bowed one by one as they reflected on the dreams of serving their country they once held upon graduation. A few female students discreetly wiped away tears, ashamed of how they had spent years chasing profits for corporations, betraying the principles their teacher had instilled in them. "The only one who has remained true to his convictions is Suhan," Li Kong said, gesturing toward him. "Despite having fallen to rock bottom at one point, he achieved something that truly makes this class proud." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but question themselves. If they were in Suhan's shoes, would they have had the courage to stand against the rival nation? This thought deepened their respect for him. Li Kong spoke calmly. "I hope all of you can reunite and form a guild together. Let your goal be to bring glory to our nation and right the wrongs done to it. I will personally lead you and guide us to conquer the peak of the divine realm once again." The room was enveloped in stunned silence. Everyone was shaken by his words. But soon, their expressions dimmed. They were bound by contracts to major corporate powers, each carrying exorbitant penalty clauses that made breaking free seem impossible. Standing nearby, Sun Mao appeared moved on the surface, but inside, he was sneering. He believed that no amount of Li Kang's passionate speeches could compete with the lucrative offers provided by the Qin group. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with despair, Su Han exchanged a glance with Li Qingmei. Catching his cue, Li Qingmei stood up and declared with fervor, "If you're willing to sign with the Li group, not only will we cover your penalty fees, but we'll also provide double the resources." This proposal instantly reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. An entire female player, whose penalty fees exceeded millions, was the first to speak up. "If the Li family can ensure my safety, I'm willing to leave the Qin group." "There's no need to worry," Li Qingmei said confidently. "The Li family will take full responsibility, including any legal disputes that arise. You can stay right here in Hong Kong. We'll provide gaming pods and everything else you need for daily life." This promise completely won over the room. "All right, count me in. With Suhan and Coach Li leading us, this guild has limitless potential. I'm sticking with Suhan. Let's sign tonight." The students surged towards Suhan, their excitement palpable. Although it was the Li family footing the bill, it was clear from Li Qingmei's deference to Suhan that he was the true mastermind behind it all. Now that their fears had been alleviated, everyone was eager to follow Suhan's lead. "Cheers." Suhan raised his glass, a confident smile lighting up his face. "Leave the contract negotiations to the Li family. Tonight, my only job is to drink." Li Kong stared at Suhan, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. In that moment, it was as if he were gazing upon a divine being descended to earth. Tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down his face uncontrollably. The greatest dream buried in his heart for years had been so effortlessly realized by this young man. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Taking Suhan as his disciple was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of his life. Meanwhile, Sun Mao stood frozen in shock at Suhan's actions, cold sweat dripping down his back until he resembled someone pulled straight out of water. He was painfully aware of the consequences if Qin Hao discovered that he had spent millions, not only failing to win over Li Kong but also allowing Suhan to poach most of the group's key members. The aftermath would be unimaginable. "How dare you betray the Qin family?" Sun Mao could no longer contain his emotions and erupted in fury. "Don't forget that the Li family's beta testers once suffered devastating losses, while the Qin family's beta players are overwhelmingly strong. Once we reach the county city phase, we'll immediately summon our beta experts to crush you all back to level 0. Before he could finish his rant, Suhan shot a glance at Li Qingmei. Taking the cue, Li Qingmei stepped forward and announced in a clear, confident voice, "Everyone has heard of Su Ruhan, right? He has already partnered with the Li family. Su Ruhan's record of defeating beta players speaks for itself. He will ensure the safety of everyone here." "Su Ruhan? The mysterious top-ranked player? Oh my god, he's on our side. Teaming up with the legendary Su Ruhan? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm joining this guild no matter what." The room erupted in excitement. Su Ruhan's name not only rendered Sun Mao's threats meaningless, but also reinforced everyone's determination to leave the Qin Corporation. The crowd was eager to meet this legendary figure, willing to pay out of their own pockets if it meant following in his footsteps. Suhan couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed these classmates of his had good judgment after all. However, now was not the right time to reveal his true identity. Sun Mao, on the other hand, stood there utterly stunned, knew some inside information, and was aware of the unusual relationship between Li Qingmei and Su Ruhan. But he had never imagined Su Ruhan's reputation among the players of Divine Realm was this formidable. At this moment, he finally realized he was out of options. His face turned deathly pale, as if all hope had drained from him. Halfway through the banquet, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Everyone eagerly pressured Li Qingmei to terminate her contract with the Qin Group, and the scene quickly shifted to the conference hall. Late at night, lawyers worked overtime to draft emergency documents, while Sun Mao stood by, helplessly watching as the elite player team of the Qin Group crumbled in his hands. The loss cut him to the core, leaving him nearly unable to fathom how he would explain this to Qin Hao. The penalty fees for the breach of contract by over a dozen elite members totaled in the billions. Although the Li family would bear the cost, Suhan still made his stance clear to Li Qingmei. Consider this debt as something our guild owes the Li family. We'll repay it slowly over time. I owe you for this. Li Qingmei leaned into Suhan's arms, puzzled. Why? To her, this amount of money seemed trivial compared to the benefits they had gained. After all, over a dozen professional players were invaluable resources to any major company, and given her close relationship with Suhan, why make such a fuss? My guild cannot be controlled by any external forces, Suhan replied calmly. He understood all too well that accepting financial support would inevitably lead to obligations. With his earning potential and the presence of Li Kong, an austere professional, maintaining the guild's operations was entirely feasible without relying on the Li family's funds. Li Qingmei readily agreed. After all, given her special relationship with Suhan, the Li family wouldn't end up at a loss. Shortly thereafter, Suhan signed a massive contract worth 580 million yuan with the Li family. Brother, are you crazy? 5 billion in debt. Su Li exclaimed, utterly stunned. Suhan gently patted his sister's head and smiled faintly. Think bigger. With the strength of our guild, it won't take long to earn back this small amount. 5 billion is just like 50,000 gold coins to us. Li Kong nodded in approval. Suhan, you did the right thing. You've really matured a lot over the past few years. Suhan's approach left him increasingly satisfied, needing no further words. Just a lesson learned, Suhan responded simply. The remaining matters were handled by the Li group, creating a mutually beneficial situation for both parties. That night, everyone rested in a luxurious suite at Central Tower. The Li family elders remained absent, which Suhan understood as a deliberate move to avoid interfering in his relationship with Li Qingmei. After all, friendship meant far more than business dealings. Later that evening, Suhan's classmates and Li Kong held a brief meeting, agreeing to gather the next day in the town of Konoha within the virtual realm of Shunyu. Since the county-level stage of the game had not yet launched, establishing a guild was temporarily impossible unless they joined a beta testers guild, which would leave them constrained. They decided to travel together for the time being and join Su Ruin's guild once it was established. Everyone was thrilled at the prospect of meeting the legendary Su God. That night, they each returned to their rooms. Suhan, along with his close friends Han Jinlong and Lu Mao, reminisced about their academy days, pulling an all-nighter to dominate multiple national server leaderboards in various games before finally logging into Xinyu at dawn. Meanwhile, Sun Mao, who had been expelled from Central Tower, stood despondently on a pedestrian bridge, dialing Qin Hao's number. Qin President, he stammered. Qin Hao's voice on the other end sounded cheerful, as he was anticipating the capture of Chen Shuheng by his ghost faction players. What's the matter? Did that old man Li Kong refuse to cooperate? Didn't I tell you to just drag him onto a plane and take him to the ghost faction's territory? It's not that. Sun Mao's voice trembled. The Li group got involved. Not only did we fail to capture Li Kong, but all our contracted players have been poached by the Li family. What? There was a long silence on the other end of the line, as if Qin Hao couldn't believe what he had just heard. Say that again? President Qin, I don't know how the Li group found out about this. That Suhan, you remember him, right? He somehow connected with the Li group and convinced everyone to jump ship. The Li family even brought out Su Ruin. Suhan? Qin Hao paused for a moment, recalling the name, before his rage erupted. He sat up abruptly from his gaming pod, shouting into the phone. What did you say? Suhan? Didn't I blacklist him for 3 years? How does this useless nobody still have this kind of influence? To Qin Hao, Suhan was nothing more than a washed-up failure. After suffering such a significant setback at Suhan's hands, Qin Hao's expression was dark and terrifying. In the office, Sun Mao stood to the side, trembling with fear, and cautiously asked, Mr. Qin, what should we do now? Damn it, my luck is terrible. Qin Hao kicked over the coffee table in frustration, sending the tea set crashing to the ground. Just as I was about to deal with Su Ruhan, another Suhan shows up. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, "Don't make any rash moves on your end for now. Let me figure something out." Before long, Qin Hao dialed a senior family member and briefly reported the situation. After hanging up, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Did the insignificantly family really think they could challenge the mighty Qin family? Little did they know, the Qin family had the backing of one of the 6 major conglomerates in Japan, the Miyazaki Consortium. The next morning, the gaming industry was in an uproar. News of dozens of professional players joining the League group spread like wildfire, dominating major headlines. Media outlets scrambled to report. Mass exodus of Qin Group's professional players causes stock plunge of 50. Is the Qin Group's alleged collusion with Japan its downfall? Will the Miyazaki Consortium intervene? In his office, the Qin Group CEO slammed the table in fury, roaring at Sun Mao, "Explain this to me. How could everyone terminate their contracts after attending just one gathering? Do you have any idea how much market value we've lost?" Meanwhile, the Lee Group was riding high on success. Within 2 hours of market opening, their stock hit the upper limit, with trading volume reaching a record high and shares surging by 20. The group CEO beamed with satisfaction and immediately announced plans for a full-scale expansion into the entertainment industry, emphasizing the importance of strengthening their partnership with Su Ruhan. Early the next morning, Suhan woke up to find Li Qingmei sound asleep in his arms. "Damn, drank too much last night." He rubbed his temples in relief upon seeing that they were both fully clothed. As he got up, he noticed Han Jinlong and Lu Mao already waiting outside. "Bro, you're up so late. Hurry, log into Divine Realm." Just as Suhan was about to contact Chen Shuheng to discuss account rebindings, he powered on his phone and saw over a dozen missed calls and an urgent voice message. "Su God, something's happened. Japan's targeting us. We're hiding out in a town, but we can't hold on much longer." Suhan's pupils contracted sharply. Without explaining to Han Jinlong and the others, he threw on his jacket and rushed to the gaming pod in the suite. Logging into his main account, the system notification chimed. "Ding! Welcome to Divine Realm, Su Ruhan." Divine Realm, Haishur Town. An unprecedented siege unfolded in this small town. Before the teleportation array, a swarm of ghost faction players surged forward like a relentless tide. Under the cover of veteran players from the Descent beta test, they relentlessly assaulted the defenses. The defenders, consisting of only about 300 Dasha players, struggled to hold the line against nearly 1,000 attackers, their position growing increasingly precarious. The entrance to the teleportation array was packed with players. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was shocking. In the distance, ghost faction players even carried rations with them, all for one singular purpose: to eliminate Chen Shuheng. Their numbers had swelled to nearly 1,000, a force capable of overwhelming an entire town. For the Emperor, charge! The ghost faction players abandoned all tactical coordination. Every melee class player formed into tight triangular formations and launched a frenzied charge toward the teleportation array. The tide of players surged forward like a zombie apocalypse. "Haha, I can't believe so many showed up." A ghost faction mage with the ID Yamamoto Taro laughed maniacally from a distance. "Even if Su Ruhan himself comes, we're confident we can take him down." Among the crowd, members of the Fujimoto family issued orders from the shadows. "Don't get cocky. We've prepared special items. The moment Su Ruhan appears, use them immediately." Their plan was to use Chen Shuheng as bait to draw out their true target. "Hey, you little brats. Your grandpa's here." A thunderous shout rang out as a player with the ID Chu Tianshu suddenly came online. Clad in a full set of 3 gear and wielding a blood-red broadsword, his presence was commanding. He activated a skill, and his blade extended to 100 meters in length. With one mighty swing, over a dozen fragile ghost faction players were reduced to white light, vanishing into nothingness. Chu Tianshu charged into the enemy ranks like a whirlwind. The battle hymn, the broadsword marched, blasting in the background. In a blood-rage state, he cut down enemies with a single strike, each slash more satisfying than the last. However, the Fujimoto family had anticipated his arrival. Hundreds of glowing projectiles, mixed with specially prepared items, shot toward him. At this critical moment, Chu Tianshu pulled out a scroll. "Not playing with you anymore," he exclaimed. A portal opened, releasing a torrent of dense yellow smoke that poured out like a river, engulfing all nearby players. Amid the chaos, dozens of soul-devouring squids emerged, ravenously consuming everything in their path. Acid rain began to fall from the sky, and rivers of toxic sludge flowed across the ground, painting a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Amid the stunned gazes of everyone present, a figure holding a silver staff with eagle wings stepped out of the glowing portal. Shrouded in the yellow haze of nuclear fallout, he stood like a harbinger of doom, calm and unshaken amidst the chaos of thousands. He uttered 4 words with a calm demeanor: and immediately, a torrent of nuclear-polluted water erupted with even greater ferocity than before. The boiling, contaminated waters surged forward, scattering the dense crowd of enemy players. Wave after wave swept through, leaving the once packed throng in utter disarray, like a colony of ants obliterated by a flood. Screams and wails echoed across the battlefield. "Mom, help me. It hurts so much," someone cried out in agony. Players watched in horror as their health dropped by 900 points per second, with no way to purify the nuclear contamination. The effect persisted for a full minute, leaving them helpless. The most horrifying sight was that of players caught under the acid nuclear rain. As they fled, they could only watch in despair as their flesh melted away, leaving behind charred, foul-smelling skeletons. The Dasha players within the city, witnessing this hellish scene, shrank back behind the city walls, too terrified to intervene. Suhan's figure darted across the battlefield like a gale. Whenever any enemy player managed to escape the polluted waters, he would teleport instantly to their side and unleash another wave of nuclear acid rain. At the same time, the swarm of soul-devouring squids he had summoned wreaked havoc among the crowd. These grotesque creatures, wearing human skin masks, voraciously consumed the lives of the players. The system notifications rang out incessantly. First kill of a player, nuclear contamination duration 0.1 seconds. With each successive kill, the duration of the nuclear contamination extended further, eventually reaching 2.5 minutes. For enemy players still in the town phase, this was essentially a death sentence. No amount of healing items could counter the 900 points of true damage per second. Since everyone had their PK mode activated, Suhan's infamy points did not increase. The slain players could only respawn on the wilderness map, but even there, they could not escape his relentless pursuit. The massacre showed no signs of stopping, and no one could survive the lethal nuclear contamination. The scene could be summed up with one chilling phrase: poisoned? You're doomed. At the entrance to the town's teleportation array, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before Suhan and the players from Dasha. The once crowded wilderness was now littered with the corpses of enemy players from the Oni nation. The ground was piled with the equipment and items they had dropped upon death, roughly estimated to be worth tens of millions. Suhan was in the midst of a brutal massacre. Each time an Oni player emerged from the respawn point, they were instantly killed by his nuclear contamination skill. Desperate, the Oni players fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, claiming, "I'm not from the Oni nation," or "My ancestors never joined the Imperial Army." But Suhan remained indifferent, relentlessly unleashing torrents of water. Out of the 800 Oni players, some managed to escape from the respawn point in time, but around 200 were trapped within the teleportation array, repeatedly killed. Over the course of an hour of slaughter, their expressions grew increasingly vacant, and they could only silently beg for mercy. It wasn't until they were finally able to return to their city that they vanished into white light, their faces showing a sense of release. Suhan collected 16 attribute points from the dropped items on the ground, boosting all his attributes by another 4 points. Although his level was only 20, his base stats were already sufficient to overpower level 30 players. His movement speed, in particular, left most players unable to even catch up to him. Turning to Suhan, he said, "Pick up these items and deal with them." He gestured at the scattered loot on the ground. Shortly after, Chu Tianshu arrived and discussed borrowing Suhan's identity for a plan. He eagerly agreed to play the role of Su the Great's alt account. Suhan, however, didn't stop there. He headed straight for another Oni town to continue his rampage. Soon, the sound of rushing water and agonized screams echoed outside that town. At that moment, a group of powerful players arrived through the teleportation array. All of them were at least class professions, with levels above 15. Leading the group were 2A class players, Jinpai Jiangshi and Lu Morin. When they saw the field of corpses and the glittering dropped loot, they were left speechless with shock. These players were Suhan's classmates, and upon learning that Suhan was the legendary Su Ruhan, their admiration reached new heights. "Hang is actually Su Ruhan," they exclaimed in awe. "No wonder he's so ruthless toward the Oni nation." To them, following such a formidable figure was undoubtedly a great fortune. Early in the morning, an unexpected scene unfolded when Suhan was seen by everyone as he entered the game pod. Fortunately, his wife acted decisively and came up with a solution. Han Jinlong immediately produced an agreed profession contract, a tool that required loyalty points to exchange and was used for voluntary agreements between players. The contract carried a great enforcement power, and any violation would result in the deletion of the violator's account and a permanent ban from entering the divine realm. After everyone signed the contract, Suhan's identity was securely protected. Chen Shuheng pondered for a moment before turning to Chu Tianshu. The latter stepped forward without hesitation, pointing ahead. "Su Ruahan is up ahead, taking down the enemy. Follow me." The group quickly made their way in Suhan's direction. Upon arrival, the sight before them was shocking. The entire town had been razed to the ground, leaving only ruins and the anguished cries of enemy players. Suhan, however, had already moved on to the next town to continue his campaign of destruction. The corpses floating in the nuclear-contaminated water and the apocalyptic scene left Han Jinlong, Lu Mao, and others speechless. Even Li Kong, who arrived late, was stunned by the sight. His graying hair trembled slightly as his mind raced with questions. What kind of profession had Suhan awakened? Even for grade profession players, such devastating power was unheard of, especially since Suhan had reached this level entirely on his own. As Suhan's mentor, Li Kong felt an immense sense of pride, firmly believing that with Suhan, Dasha would undoubtedly rise to prominence in future national wars. The group continued to follow in Suhan's footsteps, while Chen Shuheng led the players in clearing the battlefield. The spoils from the previous town weren't even fully collected before the next town was emptied, a pace that left everyone in awe. Finally, after Suhan swept through 2 towns, they caught up to him. Atop the city wall stood a young man in yellow robes, holding an eagle-head staff, looking down at the scene below. In the nuclear-contaminated waters, the enemy players wailed like tormented spirits. One of them shouted angrily, "Su Rua Han! We, the great nuclear nation, will never surrender. One day, we will conquer your divine capital. You people of Dasha are nothing but an inferior race. Do you know how many of your own are aiding us? You are doomed to die." Suhan's tone remained calm. "I know, but whether it's you or traitors, you'll all die." With that, another torrent of nuclear-contaminated water poured down. A town leader wielding a katana barely got close before being disintegrated by the toxic rain, leaving only a skeleton that fell into the contaminated water below. This time, Suhan was even more ruthless, sealing the city gates and flooding the entire town with water a yard deep. Enemy players, upon respawning, immediately struggled to swim to the surface, only to meet death once more. At that moment, a great assassin with aquatic abilities stealthily approached Suhan. Leaping out of the water, he unleashed a deadly strike, dealing thousands of points of damage. "Baka! Die, Su Ruahan!" The crowd held their breath, but in an instant, Suhan casually waved his staff, releasing a barrage of high-speed nuclear water orbs that incinerated the assassin into a skeleton before he could even get close. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence, especially the A-grade marksmen among the group. Compared to Suhan's attack speed, their own felt pitifully slow. For a mage to instantly kill an A-grade assassin, the power gap was staggering. Many of his classmates couldn't help but reflect on how, from the professional league to the divine realm, Suhan had always been leagues ahead of them. "You're here," Suhan said, turning to Li Kong and the others with a slight nod. As soon as Li Kong saw Suhan, he rushed forward excitedly, grabbing his wrist tightly. "Suhan, what profession did you awaken?" It was only then that Suhan realized they had already uncovered his identity. After Han Jinlong's detailed explanation, he couldn't help but marvel. Li Qingmei's contract knight profession, while not particularly powerful in combat, possessed a rare and invaluable ability: the power to freely establish contracts recognized by the divine realm. Once a contract was signed willingly by both parties, it had to be strictly adhered to. Breaking it would mean forfeiting one's standing in the divine realm. Considering that the divine realm would eventually merge with reality, losing one's foothold in the divine realm would render one as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed even by a 3-year-old child. Because of this, no one dared to violate Li Qingmei's contracts. The value of this profession had been magnified immensely, with potential applications in signing peace treaties, trade agreements, wagers, and more. Its versatility was unparalleled. "Impressive," Suhan silently praised, then turned to Li Kong with a smile. "Coach, let's talk about it later when we get back." His SS-level profession was far too shocking. If word got out, it would undoubtedly draw the attention and hostility of various nations toward Dasha. The fewer people who knew, the better. Li Kong immediately understood, nodding with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Got it." Just then, Suhan received a system notification. Due to killing 100 white name players, he had entered a severe red name status. Suhan sighed helplessly. Although most of the players he had taken down in the towns were those who had previously besieged him, players from the enemy faction, many of them had switched their PK status, resulting in him unintentionally killing several white name players. Moreover, he had been entirely focused on his rampage through the towns, without specifically targeting the same enemy players repeatedly, which meant he hadn't gained any attribute points from his kills. Even so, Suhan decided to temporarily halt the slaughter. The spoils from his conquest of the 4 towns had already reached an astonishing amount. He planned to have Chen Shuheng and the others meticulously sort through the loot, and then auction it off on the market. The total value of this haul was unlikely to be any less than the previous one, and was estimated to be worth tens of millions. Suhan was carefully calculating how to allocate his recent earnings. With these tens of millions added to the 50 million he had previously earned, part of the funds would go toward repaying the debt owed to the Li family, while the remainder would be invested in the development of the guild. Yet, his situation remained dire. Not only was he burdened by massive debt, but the guild's growth was also a bottomless pit. Just applying for a guild base required 10,000 gold coins, and securing a strategic, easily defensible location from the kingdom could cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of gold coins. As he was preparing to lead his team back to Konoha town, an urgent voice came through his communicator. It was Li Qingmei. Master, have you heard about the stock market turmoil today? The Qin family has struck back. The Miyazaki Consortium from Japan not only repurchased a large number of shares to stabilize their stock prices, but also fully supported the Qin group in targeting our assets. Many of the smaller companies under our group are on the verge of being acquired by the Qin family. If this continues, our losses will be catastrophic. Suhan's brows furrowed deeply. He had anticipated that things wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected the Miyazaki Consortium to act so decisively. As one of Japan's 6 major conglomerates, the Miyazaki Consortium had industries across the globe and overseas capital in the billions, making their resources nearly unfathomable. With just a slight intervention, they had revived the Qin family. After all, the Qin family served as the Miyazaki Consortium's representative in Dasha. There was no way they would allow the Qin family to collapse so easily. What is the Li family's stance on this? Suhan asked calmly. Rest assured, Li Qingmei replied with firm resolve. Although the days ahead will be tough for the Li family, we will never abandon you. Grandfather said that as long as you can rise in the divine realm, the Li family will have a future. Suhan nodded, inwardly praising Li Qingmei's clarity and foresight. From a business perspective, if the Li family wanted to secure a foothold in the divine realm, they couldn't afford to give up on him. With that thought, a cold smile appeared on Suhan's face. Qin Hao, why bother playing by real-world business rules? I might as well settle this with you directly in the divine realm. With a powerful leap, Suhan's golden boots emitted a radiant, holy glow, propelling him into the sky as if he had grown wings. He descended slowly in the direction of Konoha town, leaving everyone around him stunned. Whoa, Brother Han can fly now? What kind of gear is that? Flying at the town stage? The onlookers were awestruck. Suhan left them with only a curt remark. Wait for me in Konoha town, I'm off to slay a dungeon boss. Then he disappeared, leaving the crowd speechless. To him, taking down a world boss seemed as casual as going grocery shopping. Upon entering the world dungeon, Suhan landed in the Frost Cliff map. Under the watchful eyes of Chinsui Riko, the Frost Queen's health had already dropped below 30, the perfect moment to strike. With his golden boots, Suhan crossed the crumbling suspension bridge and entered the boss arena. Inside, the Frost Queen's furious roars mingled with the triumphant laughter of Qin Hao and his team. Su Rohan is done for. Does he really think he can swoop in and steal the boss? If he dares show up, he's dead for sure. If he doesn't, he'll just have to watch us take down the world boss. Honestly, I hope he does show up. Qin Hao's voice was filled with disdain. Suhan remained silent, using the heightened auditory perception granted by his immense agility to eavesdrop on the conversation from dozens of meters away. He saw the group of players relentlessly attacking the Frost Queen, while Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji stood atop an icy peak. Beside them was a cold, imposing player from Japan, radiating an aura of strength. Even Fujimoto Genji treated him with utmost respect. Mr. Suzuki-sano, I deeply apologize for asking you to lower your level and handle this matter, Qin Hao said deferentially. You've caused a lot of trouble for the consortium. The Japanese player, who had been forced to lower his level to enter the town zone, looked visibly displeased. The higher-ups are losing patience with this Su Rohan. He must be dealt with immediately. I've brought the height ear items and scroll this time. As long as his rename count is high enough, his death will result in severe penalties, possibly even resetting his attributes to 0. Killing him once will be enough to eliminate him as a threat. I've sacrificed my future for this mission, so I expect the consortium to compensate me adequately. Both Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji nodded in agreement, recognizing the cost of such a move. Suzuki-sano was a rank player from the beta testing phase, renowned among the strongest players. Lowering his level just to deal with Su Rohan seemed like an outrageous waste of talent. Thank you truly. I'll make sure you're compensated. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, bowing his head. Suzuki-sano was someone he had specifically requested from the Miyazaki Consortium. To eliminate Suhan, he was willing to pay any price. Only by removing Suhan could the Qin group regain dominance over Dasha's esports industry, perhaps even crush the Li family entirely. With the combined forces of a fully equipped rank player, Luo Tian, a rank beta player Fujimoto Shiro, and the rank beta player Suzuki-sano, not even Divine Realms, Chosen One could escape death this time. Feel my wrath, Frost. The Frost Queen roared, unleashing a devastating ultimate ability that caused the ice layers to collapse, further complicating the terrain. Her health had dropped to just above 20, marking the critical moment. Fujimoto Shiro and Luo Tian coordinated seamlessly, dealing over 10,000 damage to the boss every minute as long as the frontline players held their ground. Suhan observed the scene quietly, biding his time. He could see that Qin Hao had spared no expense to ensure his downfall. At that moment, a system notification sounded. This map is now under the effects of the Sin Scroll. Death penalties will increase based on red name counts, including higher item drop rates. If no items remain, attributes and levels will be deducted. Hearing this, Suhan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Given his red name count, dying under the influence of this item would likely reset him straight to level 0. Suhan stood in the shadows, his mind a tumult of inner conflict. If he didn't act, his path to enlightenment would be obstructed. If he did act, it required meticulous precision. He waited patiently, biding his time until he had amassed a swarm of over a dozen soul-eating squids. Only then did he unleash them all at once. These eerie creatures could only survive for 5 minutes, and summoning so many at once pushed his cooldown abilities to their absolute limit. With a loud whoosh, the squids surged forward like an inky tide, swarming Fujimoto Shiro and Luo Tian in an instant, wrapping around them like living shadows. What the hell are these things? Someone exclaimed in shock before quickly realizing, it's a player's skill. Su Ruahan is here. Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji's faces lit up with excitement, but Suzuki Sano gestured for them to hold their positions, his eyes scanning the area coldly, searching for Suhan's location. Luo Tian was the first to break free from the squid's grasp. With 3 rapid shots, he pinned down the squids, entangling him. As an rank player equipped with a full set of 5 gear, he dispatched the low health summons with ease. Fujimoto Shiro, however, wasn't as fortunate. As an assassin, he was particularly vulnerable to control-type skills. To make matters worse, one of the squids burrowed directly into his body, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. Fortunately, Luo Tian intervened in time, freeing him from the dire situation. You coward, Su Ruahan. If you've got any guts, come out and fight me unknown. Fujimoto Shiro roared in fury, but his shouts were met with silence. By now, 3 layers of nuclear contamination had stacked on the 2 of them, dealing 900 points of damage per second. This was Suhan's unique ability. His summons carried a nuclear mutation attribute that inflicted devastating effects. Desperately, they chugged health potions to stay alive. Just as they survived the 2.5-minute duration of the contamination, another wave of squids descended upon them. These new arrivals reapplied the nuclear contamination effect, relentlessly burrowing into their bodies once more. Is this even a legit strategy? The 2 of them exclaimed in horror. From atop the icy cliff, Qin Hao sensed the growing danger. Despite their meticulous preparations, a battle of attrition like this would eventually drain their supply of health potions. Suzuki Sano smirked coldly. Hiding in front of me? Foolish. Swinging his long blade, he unleashed a massive wave of dark energy, plunging the entire ice cavern into pitch-black darkness. In this reverse illumination, Suhan and Chisui Riko, who had been cloaked in stealth, were now glaringly visible. There. Kill him. Hundreds of enemy players erupted in excitement, their voices echoing through the cavern. Luo Tian immediately sprang into action, activating a gale scroll to boost his speed, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Fujimoto Shiro used his Brank Assassin's stealth ability to close in silently. Suhan was struck by an arrow, his body instantly freezing over. Each of Luo Tian's arrows carried a control effect, effectively turning him into a crowd control mage with no cooldown. With consecutive hits, Suhan's movement speed was drastically reduced. Looks like we won't even need Master Suzuki to intervene. Fujimoto Genji sneered with a twisted grin. Seizing the opportunity, the players unleashed a barrage of control items they had been saving. These costly tools, worth tens of millions, took immediate effect, rendering Suhan completely immobilized like a lifeless puppet. Fujimoto Shiro emerged from the shadows, his dagger glinting with poison as he aimed directly for Suhan's heart. Die, you wretched Xia scum. In this critical moment, Suhan's mind entered overdrive, pushing itself to its absolute limits. A single misstep would mean not only death but the devastating loss of power due to the effects of the Sin Scroll in his possession. The enemy players erupted into cheers, already envisioning the rare loot that would drop upon Suhan's demise. Prepare the torture tools, Qin Hao snarled with a sinister grin. I want to personally dismantle this guy piece by piece. Someone, camp the respawn point. But in the very next instant, every enemy player froze in stunned silence. Suhan's golden battle boots suddenly activated in the 0.001 second gap of control. His figure shot into the air, as if invisible wings had sprouted from his back, allowing him to glide effortlessly through the void. His movements were so fast they were nearly impossible to track. From every direction, spells erupted from his hands in rapid succession. In an instant, torrential streams of water burst forth from both sides of the icy cavern. These were the result of his accelerated cooldowns, enabling him to repeatedly cast small-scale river spells. The radioactive torrents flooded the area, engulfing all the enemy players, including the Frost Queen, who had been hiding to recover her health. Her furious attacks against the ice walls were futile. The cavern echoed with the agonized screams of the enemy players. Although Suhan was still under control effects, his opponents were now mired in the torment of radioactive contamination. He didn't relent. Wave after wave of nuclear acid rain followed, saturating the ice cavern. With no drainage system, the water level quickly rose, submerging everything. The combined damage from the radioactive water, river spells, and acid rain exceeded 1,000 points per second. Even the tankiest players, who consumed healing potions like water, could barely hold on. Immobilized, they were forced to rely on health potions to survive. Any attempt to move resulted in instant death from the searing nuclear heat. Minutes later, most of the control effects on Suhan wore off. Gliding gracefully through the air, he wielded his eagle-head staff, conjuring water orbs and striking down the desperate survivors in the water with surgical precision. The strongest among them, Luotian, was killed outright by several water orbs, while the heavily armored Fujimoto Shiro made multiple attempts to ambush Suhan midair. But each time, he was ensnared and tormented by the summoned soul-devouring squid until his death. To make matters worse, his lifeless body, hollowed out by the creature, was now puppet and made to stagger toward Qin Hao on the icy platform. "You? What are you doing?" Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji were paralyzed with terror as the grotesque, tentaclaridan corpse of Fujimoto Shiro, its skin pale and bloated, shambled closer. "I'm here to see you," Suhan said in a chilling voice, using the corpse as his mouthpiece. The once mighty Fujimoto Shiro, in whom they had placed all their hopes, was now nothing more than Suhan's tool for intimidation. The two privileged heirs collapsed to the ground in abject fear. At that moment, an arrow whizzed through the air. "Run, boss." Luotian, having resurrected, arrived just in time to create an opening for his masters to flee. Taking advantage of Suhan's brief paralysis, Qin Hao and Fujimoto Genji bolted in panic. But such feeble resistance was meaningless to Suhan. He sneered and conjured a single water orb, effortlessly taking down Luotian, who had already depleted his supply of health potions. The other resurrected enemy players were too preoccupied scrounging for their lost gear in the water to offer any help. With intermittent river spells, Suhan ensured they remained trapped in an endless cycle of death and revival. It was then that Suzuki Sano, who had been sitting silently with his eyes closed, finally stood and opened them. "This farce ends now," he declared. Taking a few measured steps forward, he confronted Suhan. Despite being downgraded to a mere 3 silver armor set, he radiated an overwhelming sense of dominance. Suhan quickly scanned Suzuki Sano's stats, and his pupils contracted sharply in a rank, mindful dual-blade samurai, level 30. This wasn't an ordinary class. It was an exclusive profession of the enemy nation. During the beta phase, samurai of this archetype had achieved legendary feats, including slaying 1,000 players and climbing to the top of the power rankings. No wonder Qin Hao had saved this man as his ultimate trump card. A flash of blade streaked past Suhan's face like lightning. Even with his remarkable reflexes, he couldn't evade in time. The razor-sharp edge pierced through his neck, blood gushing out violently as his health plummeted by 2,000 points. The strike completely bypassed Suhan's defenses, showcasing the devastating power of Suzuki's attack, which inflicted a staggering 3,000 damage. Still alive?" Suzuki sneered, glancing back with a twisted grin. "Not bad. Surviving my strike means you might have some potential after all." Clutching a silverdeer longsword in each hand, Suzuki's dual-wielding warrior class allowed him to equip 2 weapons simultaneously, explaining his terrifying damage output. What was even more alarming was the special effect tied to Suzuki's attack's mind seal. Each stack of this effect made the attacker more adept at identifying their opponent's weaknesses, doubling the damage dealt on the next strike. The effect could stack up to 3 times, meaning that if Suzuki landed 3 consecutive hits, his damage would skyrocket to a staggering 300 multiplier. The spectators erupted in frenzied cheers as they witnessed Suzuki's single strike, reducing Suhan's health by more than half. "It's Lord Suzuki. He's personally taking down Suhan." Some overly excited players from Suzuki's faction shouted in admiration, but their celebration was cut short as they accidentally ingested contaminated water, disintegrating into piles of bones that sank into the depths. "How do you want to die, kid?" Suzuki taunted, circling Suhan with his dual blades, his expression one of a predator toying with its prey. Behind him, Qin Hao roared impatiently, "Finish him off. Then interrogate him." Just then, Suhan raised his hand, summoning a swarm of soul-devouring squid. Suzuki scoffed, effortlessly cutting down most of the creatures with casual swipes of his blades. But this was exactly what Suhan had anticipated. As Suzuki moved to dispatch the last of the squids, Chisato Riko emerged from the crowd of enemy players, unleashing a ninja shadow mist that obscured Suzuki's vision. Cheap tricks. Suzuki snorted, his eyes glowing with a golden light as he dispelled the mist. But as the haze cleared, he was met with Suhan's calm, calculating gaze. In an instant, two skills were unleashed in rapid succession: knockback and minor river flow. These weren't intended to deal damage, but to shove Suzuki toward the radioactive water pool behind him. Caught off guard, Suzuki tumbled into the contaminated waters. Each time he tried to climb out, Suhan would flash step to his position and knock him back in. Before long, Suzuki was afflicted with 3 stacks of nuclear contamination, suffering 900 true damage per second. Even with his immense strength, he couldn't outlast the relentless damage once his healing items were depleted. As Suzuki's body dissolved into a burst of white light, a treasure trove of rare items spilled forth. A full set of 3 silverware equipment, dual weapons, and various guild-related items, including a land upgrade token, an air quality enhancement token, a war declaration token, and 3 NPC recruitment tokens. There was also a territory badge, a guild battle summoning token, and even a transferable certificate for switching to the coveted Mind Seal Dual Blade Warrior class. The sheer value of these rewards left Suhan elated. Defeating Suzuki once had yielded the equivalent of slaying 10 high-level bosses. These items were undoubtedly resources that the Miyazaki Corporation had intended to provide Qin Hao for establishing a guild. Now, every last piece of it had fallen into Suhan's hands. Suhan stared at the items that had just dropped, his heart racing with excitement. The Miyazaki Corporation certainly didn't hold back when it came to their golden child, Qin Hao, the highest-tier guild territory emblem, which allowed the guild to claim land anywhere in the kingdom if the lord's manor in a county or the entrance to a dungeon was already an extraordinary find. And the guild war summoning token? Its strategic importance in battles was immense. But what thrilled him the most was Suzuki-sama's class transfer certificate. Normally, this type of item was soulbound and couldn't be dropped. Yet, under the effects of the Sin Scroll, it had actually been looted. Since Suzuki had already undergone a class transfer, his certificate was tangible and droppable, unlike initial classes that lacked physical certificates. This is insane. The Sin Scroll is a godsend. Suhan couldn't help but exclaim. He even found himself looking forward to more clashes with players from the island nation. Even if he suffered a miserable defeat, the possibility of looting their class transfer certificates made it all worthwhile. Sensing there could be even more valuable items on Suzuki, Suhan quickly poured more of the radioactive water into the contaminated pool. As soon as Suzuki revived, his power significantly diminished without the class transfer certificate. Suhan wasted no time and struck him down again. This time, the loot was even more astonishing. A pet upgrade scroll providing 5,000 experience points. Sacrificial blood food crafted by a special class priest. An omnipotent scroll that boosted all attributes by 100. A group teleportation scroll that could create a portal interface. 20 silver grade and 30 gold grade enhancement crystals. A fortified loot box capable of generating 3 lucky items. Each of these items was incredibly rare, treasures that even veteran beta testers could only dream of obtaining. Every single one was worth a fortune. By the 3rd revival, Suzuki was utterly panicked. He tried to log out, but discovered that actions within the dungeon were restricted. Desperate, he used a teleportation item to escape. The other island nation players, witnessing their guild's cornerstone Suzuki, who had once taken down the leader of the Dasha guild during a national warfall so utterly, were plunged into despair. With Suzuki out of the way, Suhan turned his attention to Qin Hao. Using the torture ring, he subjected him to relentless torment, forcing him to writhe in agony within the radioactive pool. Each time Qin Hao was killed and revived, Chisato Riko would drag him back to continue the punishment. To make matters worse, Suhan initiated a Divine Realm livestream, titled The Fate of a Traitor, broadcasting the entire spectacle to the server. The livestream quickly exploded in popularity, attracting millions of viewers. From casual players to the leaders of major factions, and even foreign powers, everyone tuned in to witness the scene. On screen, Qin Hao was repeatedly killed and revived, begging for mercy on his knees, yet receiving none. The gruesome display left an indelible mark on all who watched. In the realm of the divine domain, Suhan stood like a cold and unyielding arbiter of judgment. His expression was emotionless as he wielded the Ring of Torment, commanding the soul-devouring squid and the nuclear-tainted water to take turns in their relentless assault. Chisui Riko's ninja swordsmanship gleamed with a deadly chill in the virtual space, striking her target repeatedly. Suhan's focused demeanor resembled that of a surgeon performing a meticulous operation, remaining silent throughout as he carried out the punishment with precision. The brutal spectacle in the divine domain left the audience utterly stunned. Discussions erupted among the viewers. This kind of psychological torment is beyond imagination. Someone revealed, lately, the Qin family and the Miyazaki conglomerate have been suppressing the Li group. This is clearly Suruo Han's way of retaliating. Warnings echoed through the crowd. Whatever you do, Don't provoke Suhan. Suhan had set a chilling precedent for executions within the divine domain. He had previously obliterated Qin Yun, leaving him mentally broken and a shell of his former self. Now, everyone speculated about the fate awaiting Qin Hao. However, in the live stream, there was no sympathy for the brothers. Instead, cheers erupted. Well done, God Su. Don't let this traitor off too easily. After all, the Qin group's betrayal of the nation was no longer a secret. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's mountaintop villa, a frail old man leaning on a cane stared at the live broadcast with bloodshot eyes. His fury was palpable as he ground his dentures to pieces, his cane pounding furiously against the floor. Su Ruahan. Who the hell is this Su Ruahan? The old man roared. They'll make sure he dies the most horrible death. The people around him were silent, frozen in fear. They were all too aware that Su Ruahan's recent actions had left the Qin group in shambles. Key players had been poached, stock prices were plummeting, and now even the Qin brothers were being publicly tormented. This audacious figure was bound to unleash a storm of chaos. Tears streaming down his face, the old man trembled as he dialed a number. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Miyazaki? You must be aware of Su Ruahan's actions by now. This man has become a sworn enemy of our great nation. If we don't eliminate him, the Heaven's Wrath plan will never succeed. A terse response came from the other end of the line, and the old man lowered his voice. Yes, I understand. Inside a traditional Japanese-style building in Kyoto, an elderly man with a carefully maintained mustache and dressed in an impeccable kimono hung up the phone. His sharp gaze swept across the suited subordinates standing before him. Su Ruhan's appearance has disrupted our plans. The Heaven's Wrath operation must commence immediately. Hi. The subordinates responded with enthusiasm. Rest assured, once the Heaven's Wrath operation is complete, the overall strength of the players in Dasha's open beta will be reduced by 50. We can seize their territories during the chaos, and in the next national war, directly annex the lands of Dasha. The great coronation is poised to rise. Yoshi. The elderly man nodded solemnly. But do not underestimate the players of Dasha, especially Su Ruhan. The key to this operation is to eliminate or contain him, ensuring he cannot interfere with our plans. At that very moment, Suhan was oblivious to the storm he had already unleashed. Inside a dungeon, he had been slaughtering enemy players for a full hour, forcing them all to log off in defeat. After a cursory search of the battlefield, he had collected over 30 attribute points, boosting each of his stats by an average of 8 points. His attributes had reached astonishing levels comparable to level 30 players, and even surpassing most players of his rank, rivaling those in major cities. Meanwhile, Qin Hao logged off in a state of mental collapse, the trauma he endured far exceeding that of Qin Yun by tenfold. In the virtual realm of Shunyu, damage was fully mirrored in reality. Excessive psychological stress could cause irreversible brain damage, as evidenced by Qin Yun's case. Inside the Qin family mansion, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Young master, what's wrong? Amid the sounds of crashing, Qin Hao stumbled out of his gaming pod, frantically slamming himself into walls, tables, and anything in his path. The household staff struggled to restrain him. Let me die. Let me die. Qin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling violently, consumed by despair and terror. After several brutal impacts, his skull fractured, and he collapsed, convulsing on the floor. Nearby, Qin Yun sat in a daze, laughing vacantly as he clapped at his brother like a child. Their father, the elderly Qin Yuntian, watched the horrifying scene unfold. Overcome with anguish, he threw his head back and roared, Howard, Yuner, I will avenge you. Moments later, he coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Doctors later diagnosed Qin Hao with severe brain damage, though recovery was possible. However, he might never walk again. This devastating news caused Qin Yuntian to faint once more, and all three were rushed to the ICU. The news sent shockwaves through the business world. Qin Corporation's stock plummeted, losing half its value. A previously aggressive acquisition of the Li Corporation had to be abandoned, and Li Qingmei seized the opportunity to acquire several of Qin Corporation's subsidiaries. Li Qingmei was astonished by this straightforward yet ruthless business tactic, destroying an opponent's foundation outright. This is only the appetizer, Suhan responded calmly when Li Qingmei shared the good news with him. He knew that retaliation from the Miyazaki financial group, as well as the Qin family's counterattack once they recovered, was inevitable. But he was no matter who came, he would face them heeding. The dungeon was now deserted, with all enemy players having fled. Suhan gathered Chen Shuheng and others to collect the spoils while he focused on taking down the Frost Queen. Even though the boss had regenerated 100,000 HP, she was no match for Suhan's relentless river spell and acid rain attacks. When Chen Shuheng arrived, he witnessed the Frost Queen's final moments as she roared in defiance before collapsing. Cursed humans, your doom is inevitable. Suhan emerged from the shadows, his tone calm. You're here? The scene left everyone stunned once again. Qin Shuheng stared at the piles of loot on the ground, marveling at how Suhan had turned a multiplayer online game into a single-player experience. In the end, aside from some ordinary equipment, Suhan secured a 5 equipment set dropped by Luo Tian and guild items looted from Fujimoto Shiro. Suhan swiftly handed over the 5 archer gear to Han Jinlong. For an archer, this set of equipment was a perfect match, instantly skyrocketing Han Jinlong's combat prowess. To put things into perspective, crafting a full set of 5 gear required not only 8 rounds of super refinement, but also a hefty investment of over 1,000 gold coins, countless silverware equipment, and a fair amount of luck. Without good fortune, the cost could be even greater. And now, Qin Hao had delivered an entire set as a Jifdan unexpected windfall, to say the least. But the allure didn't stop at the gear. The guild items were equally tantalizing. The guild support card allowed members to instantly teleport to a designated map. The guild marking token enabled members to place markers visible to the entire guild. Meanwhile, the guild challenge token granted members the ability to initiate challenge matches, unlocking additional guild resources. Typically, these items demanded a significant number of guild contribution points to redeem, and such points could only be earned through completing guild quests or achieving victories in guild wars. After sorting through the spoils, Suhan's attention was drawn to the massive Frost Queen's ice chest. The chest was colossal, so large it would take 10 people linking arms to encircle it. Scattered around it were several guaranteed drops from the world boss, catching the envious eyes of the Dasha guild members. After all, this was the ultimate boss reward. Just then, a world announcement echoed across the server. World announcement. Beta player Su Ruhan has single-handedly defeated the ultimate boss, Frost Queen, earning the exclusive title Conqueror of the Demon Realm. All attributes 10, 50 gold coins, 500 fame points. Congratulations. The announcement repeated dozens of times across the Dasha server and continued to flood the world chat for several minutes. Su Ruhan's name reverberated throughout the Divine Realm, making him the hottest topic of discussion in recent memory. International media outlets quickly picked up the story. The Times hailed him as a mysterious prodigy from Dasha. British tabloids labeled him both a genius and a killing demon, highlighting his feat of slaying over 10,000 players before reaching level 20. Meanwhile, Time magazine took a harsher stance, calling him ruthless and attributing hundreds of players' lingering psychological trauma to his actions. These polarizing reports only solidified Suhan's growing reputation as the Demon King. The news sent ripples through the ranks of the Divine Realm's top-tier players. In a meditation chamber within the Lighthouse Nation, a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed man emerged, instructing his subordinates to gather every piece of information on Suhan. Meanwhile, under the shadow of Mount Fuji, in a traditional Japanese house, Yamamoto Ikairoa, a descendant of infamous war criminals, began devising strategies to counter Suhan once he reached the city-level stage of the game. Yet, the commotion in the outside world had no effect on Suhan. His full attention was locked on the mutated ice chest before him. After undergoing 30 transformations, the chest had taken on a grotesque, bottle-like shape and boasted an astonishing 3,000 drop rate boost. Moments later, a dazzling beam of light burst forth from the chest, illuminating the entire dungeon space with its brilliance. Suhan's gaze first landed on 3 items radiating an unprecedented brilliance, followed by 3 pieces of equipment, and finally, 3 skill books. A total of 9 rewards, each emanating an extraordinary glow, clearly showcasing the pinnacle of the 30-fold drop rate. The first item, marked as F grade, was called Howling Moon Radiance, and it immediately caught his attention. This item could release a radiant orb that illuminated a 500x 500 meter area. Within this range, all allied players who died would instantly revive and gain a boost of doubled attributes for 50 minutes. Unlike the ordinary items he had encountered before, these items were assigned quality grades. This meant that only items of equal or higher grade could counter their effects. Additionally, such items could not be purchased or exchanged in the marketplace, making them exceedingly rare worldwide. Suhan realized that the Howling Moon Radiance would grant his allied warriors an unbeatable advantage in team battles and could potentially turn the tide in the upcoming national war. The second item, an A-grade artifact called Boundless Wilderness, was even more astonishing. Upon use, it could transport the player to an alternate world map corresponding to their current level. Completing the tasks in this world not only allowed the player to return but also awarded them with a grade or higher exclusive profession certificate based on their completion rate. For players with existing professions, this could unlock a second profession. Among the 300 million beta testers, only 30,000 players had managed to obtain exclusive professions, a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. The exclusive professions of the Great Xia Kingdom were particularly remarkable. From historical figures like Zhang Sanfeng and Li Yuanba to legendary warriors like Lu Bu and iconic characters like Chu Liuxiang, these exclusive roles stood head and shoulders above those offered by other nations. This was one of the key reasons why the Great Xia Kingdom had managed to stand firm despite being besieged by other nations. The third item, another A-grade artifact named dominance over the sky, was, without a doubt, the most powerful single-use item Suhan had ever seen. Activating it would grant a tenfold increase in damage output and a 100 lifesteal effect for 5 minutes. Though using it permanently reduced all attributes by 1 point. This cost was negligible for Suhan, who could gain attribute points through kills. 5 minutes of invincibility was more than enough to turn the tide of any battle, whether it was defeating a world boss or annihilating an entire guild. Lastly, Suhan's eyes fell on 3 unique accessory pieces. The Tainted Goddess's Bracelet, the Fractured Crown of Kings, and the Cursed Eye of the Ice Demon. The aura emanating from these items was unlike anything he had encountered before, clearly marking them as top-tier rewards from the ultimate treasure chest. Suhan picked up the first artifact, the Goddess's Bracelet. This tainted relic from the divine realm radiated immense energy. Despite its corruption, its attributes were astounding. 500 health and a skill called Compassion, which allowed any ability to instantly refresh. The skill could be used up to 5 times within a minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The sheer power of this artifact left Suhan in awe. Compared to his previous accessory, an earring that granted only a 5-second speed boost, this was a monumental upgrade. With this bracelet, he could unleash 5 abilities in rapid succession, stacking damage exponentially. Hell's Barricade, Acid Rain, Rampaging Beasts. These apocalyptic scenarios could now unfold in an instant. As one of the rarest cooldown-reducing items, this bracelet was a game-changer for a mage's burst potential. The second artifact was the Crown of Kings. Though tarnished and incomplete, it still emitted a faint, regal glow. The crown granted 300 mana, 100 mana regeneration per second, and a skill called Glory. When activated, this skill restored 100 of health and negated all damage for 5 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Without hesitation, Suhan donned the crown, relishing the thought of 5 seconds of invincibility. While it couldn't counter crowd control effects, he imagined its full potential if it could one day be restored to its original state, true, unbreakable invulnerability for 5 seconds. The third artifact was the Frost Demon's Eye. This cursed relic of the Frost Demon clan floated in midair, resting like a third eye on his forehead. It provided 1,000 health and a skill called Silence, which could scan a 500x 500-meter radius, freezing enemies for up to 30 seconds. However, the curse was severe. Directly gazing at the sun would cause the artifact to melt, inflicting damage equal to Suhan's total health. After equipping these 3 formidable artifacts, Suhan decided to pass down his old gear to Han Jinlong. He then turned his attention to 3 mysterious skill books. One focused on growth, another on curses, and the last on spatial magic. The first skill book revealed a silver-tier ability called Attack Morph. It allowed normal attacks to transform into any desired form, delivering up to 120 adaptive damage. Testing the skill, Suhan effortlessly turned a water sphere into a towering wall to shatter an icy surface, then morphed it into a blade to cleave through frozen shards. Each use of the skill accumulated growth points, promising even greater power with continued mastery. The second skill book unveiled a passive ability called Illicit Seizure. This curse-based skill had a 5 chance to drop soulbound items from a player after defeating them 10 times. The unique effect left Suhan astonished, as it meant he could potentially acquire items that were otherwise untradeable. Suhan recalled the unique loot event from before. It happened when Qin Hao used the Sin Scroll, and a level profession certificate dropped from the opponent. The Sin Scroll, a rare item that could only be exchanged in the temple for 500 faith points, had revealed the possibility of even soulbound items being dropped. Now, the curse effect granted by this ultimate boss was even more astonishing. It required killing a player 10 times to have a chance of obtaining their soulbound items, including equipment, profession certificates, and other items. A gleam flashed in Suhan's eyes as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Once the Japanese players completed their job transitions, he could select his targets and repeatedly take them down to acquire the desired profession certificates. This way, even if Han Jinlong, Lu Mao, or Su Li failed their transitions, he could borrow profession certificates from opposing players for them. He immediately turned his attention to the spatial skill book he had obtained. The system notification chimed, "Ding! You have acquired the gold-tier spatial skill Phantom Mist Domain." The level 1 effect of Phantom Mist Domain was displayed before him. A dense mist materialized out of thin air, covering an area of 50 by 50 meters. Suhan lightly waved his staff and stepped into the mist. Within this distorted space, he could move freely, while those outside could only see a cloud of mist, unable to detect his presence. This skill far surpassed ordinary illusion effects. As a true spatial skill, it was immune to any barrier-breaking abilities. When Suhan suddenly emerged from the mist, Chen Shuheng and the others were dumbfounded. The system had clearly indicated that Suhan had left the map, yet he reappeared without a trace of warning. It was only then that the group realized Zeta level 20 player had already mastered a spatial skill. The final piece of Luda No Restriction Mount scroll caught Suhan's attention with its description. This permanent item allowed him to tame any creature with primary attributes lower than his own and health below 10 as a mount, including bosses, NPCs, and even players. Although he could own only one mount at a time, being mounted would grant him some of the mount's attributes. After organizing all the rewards, Suhan opened his attribute panel to examine the effects of the Conqueror of the Demon Realm title. Suhan opened the attribute panel and carefully examined his current status. Name: Suhan. Initial class: SSS level Nuclear Pollution Mage. Hidden level: 200, 100000. Base attributes: HP: 5535 equipment bonus 1000. Mana: 1010 equipment bonus 510. Strength: 40 physical attack 20. Endurance: 20. Agility: 131 movement speed 98. Attack speed 65. Spirit: 50 magic attack 2, 5810. Mana 500. Constitution: 59 dual defense 59700. HP 590. Equipment: Allen's staff 5. Bishop's boots. Frost fairy armor 5. Torture ring. Goddess bracelet. King's crown. Ice demon's eye. Skills: basic attack transformation LV.1. Minor rainstorm LV.1. Minor river flow LV.1. Minor soul devouring squid LV.1. Illegal suppression passive. Misty growth LV.1. Special status: SSS level hidden class effect. Can apply nuclear pollution, lasting 3 minutes and 30 seconds, up to 3 stacks. Evasion rate: 8. Critical rate: 25. Temporary luck value: 20. Faith value: 2. Reputation: 1000. Sin value: 95. Titles: Kingslayer 500 HP. Hero of the Novice Village 5 Evasion. Nightmare of the Witch 500 HP. Rebel. Ripper 5 Critical rate. Conqueror of the Demon Realm 100 Resistance. Closing the attribute panel, Suhan pondered the effect of the Conqueror of the Demon Realm title. That 10 resistance was indeed useful, reducing the duration of control skills by 10. While it was a pity not to gain a supreme stat boost, his agility was already far ahead of players at the same level. Just from looting foreign players, he had gained over 20 agility points. He decided to find Old Han and the others, handing over the archer equipment and the A-rank warrior class certificate he had obtained to Old Han and Lu Mao respectively. This would significantly boost their combat power. Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, a world announcement suddenly rang out. The town stage hidden ultimate boss, Frost Queen, has been slain by player Suhan. The world dungeon is permanently closed. County stage is now unlocked ahead of schedule. All players above level 20 can enter the county to change classes and unlock new mainline quests. This announcement caused an uproar throughout the game world. Suhan returned to Konoha town alone, leaving Qin Shuheng and the others to sort through the spoils of war. What lay before him was a town reduced to rubble, every living thing cleared out by his hand. Han Jinlong and Lu Mao sat amidst the ruins, their expressions filled with awe. This was the true display of Suhan's power. The road to the county city is open now. We can start farming guild tokens, Suhan announced, getting straight to the point as soon as he arrived. That's amazing. With our team, farming tokens will be a breeze. The group nodded excitedly. They all knew Suhan had just wiped out Qin Hao's entire clan and even taken down the ultimate boss without breaking a sweat. Now, standing before them as if nothing had happened, his presence alone gave them a deep sense of reassurance. Han Jinlong pondered aloud. Suhan, creating a guild requires at least 10 tokens, meaning every one of us has to get one? Exactly, Suhan confirmed. To establish a guild, at least 10 players needed to contribute tokens, which could only be obtained by defeating monsters a level higher than themselves. But for this group of classmates, taking on higher level challenges was hardly an issue. Now's the perfect time to level up while everyone's still under level 20, Suhan continued, pulling out a set of 5 archer gear and handing it to Han Jinlong. Here, Lao Han, use this to lead the team and level up. A full set of 5 gear? This is worth billions. Han Jinlong accepted the equipment with trembling hands, as if he were holding a priceless treasure. The others were equally stunned. Joining Suhan's guild clearly came with extraordinary perks. Suhan then took out another item and handed it to Lu Mao. Fatty, this profession certificate is for you. Your Aura Warrior class is great for group support but lacks individual combat power. This will help balance it out. An entire profession certificate? And it's for an exclusive class from the Ghost Nation. The group gathered around in amazement. Lu Mao hesitated, reluctant to accept such a valuable gift, but Suhan stopped him. Take it. Suhan patted him on the shoulder, then looked around at everyone. This is just the beginning. Don't forget the goal Coach Li gave us. The group immediately thought of Li Kang's words and shouted in unison. Conquer the outer realms, revive Dasha. Li Kang happened to return just in time to witness the scene. His eyes grew misty. Having a student like Suhan was the greatest honor of his life. Shortly after, Chen Shuheng arrived, reporting the results of the loot inventory. Suhan, the total value this time is 1 billion. He explained that due to falling market prices and the opening of the county city, demand for town-level equipment among high-end players had decreased. Good. Use 1 billion to pay back the Li Corporation and keep the rest as guild reserves, Suhan instructed. To him, gold coins had lost much of their significance. His growth came from defeating monsters and players, and his current equipment was so rare it couldn't even be bought on the market. In the game Divine Realm, gold serves not only to improve daily life but is also a crucial resource for developing guilds. Suhan understood this deeply. If he wanted to claim the top spot on the guild leaderboard during the county city phase, he had to utilize every coin wisely. He had long grasped this principle. Each phase in Divine Realm is interconnected, and falling behind in the county city phase would have devastating consequences during the subsequent national wars. Chen Shuheng nodded earnestly in agreement. After handling these matters, Suhan opened the rookie leaderboard and discovered that his feat of defeating the Frost Queen had secured him the permanent first-place position. This meant that no matter how other players progressed in the coming month, the top reward on the rookie leaderboard was already his. Just as Suhan was about to head to the Eternal Temple to discuss entering the county city with Linda, a sinister plot was unfolding within the city of Dasha. Meanwhile, Zhou Qinyu was out in the wild, slashing through monsters one after another. Watching them fall, he felt an immense sense of pride. Who would have thought that an ordinary high school student like me would be detected with class talent by Divine Realm, he thought to himself with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Standing beside him was a sultry female player dressed in leopard print attire, leaning close to him. Surrounding them were a few fawning lackeys. Brother Zhou's strength is undeniable, the female player said in a flirtatious tone. Following Brother Zhou is the path to greatness. The lackeys chimed in enthusiastically. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhou Qinyu reassured them, "Don't worry. Since fate brought us together in this game, once I join a major guild, I'll make sure to bring you all along." Suddenly, a large group of players with stern expressions emerged from the shadows. One of them shouted, "Operation Heavenly Retribution begins, regroup." In an instant, the female player in leopard print and the lackeys around Zhou Qinyu dropped their facades and adopted cold, stoic expressions. They responded in perfect Japanese, "Hi." Before Zhou Qinyu could react, system notifications began flashing one after another. "You have been marked by the Scroll of Sin. Your return scroll has been disabled. You have been killed by player Kalba Shota." The once friendly lackeys revealed their true colors, their faces twisted with malice as they quickly used pre-prepared items and scrolls to attack Zhou Qinyu. After being killed, he respawned at a wilderness revival point, only to be repeatedly hunted down. His attributes plummeted, and all his equipment was looted. The leopard print female player sneered as she patted his face mockingly. "Foolish Dasha player, so easy to deceive." She then turned and issued a cold command: "Eliminate all targets. Proceed with the city massacre plan." It was only then that Zhou Qinyu realized the truth. These people were ghost players who had infiltrated Daxia's towns. No wonder their accents had always sounded off. Similar tragedies were unfolding simultaneously across various cities in Dasha. The ghost players first used their undercover agents to eliminate solo players, then launched large-scale assaults on cities. In an instant, the entire Dasha region was engulfed in chaos and flames. It became clear that this was a meticulously planned operation by the Ghost Nation, which had planted numerous spies within Daxia's cities in advance. Blue Sky Town is under attack. Phoenix Eye Town is under attack. Yunlan Town is under attack. The public channel of the Great Xia server erupted instantly. Urgent messages flooded the chat like a relentless tide, exposing a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Enemy players had already planted numerous spies across various towns, targeting the elite players of the Great Xia faction. Their tactics were cunning: isolate and eliminate top players, then launch an all-out assault on the towns. "Attention, everyone. Provide reinforcements to the other towns immediately," came a desperate command through the strategy channel. The scale of this surprise attack was massive, almost resembling a miniature national war, drawing the attention of players worldwide. Despite Great Xia's precautions to protect most of its elite players, the number of enemy spies far exceeded expectations. During the town defenses, these spies could appear at any moment, activate teleportation arrays, and utterly dismantle the defensive efforts. Wang Kong, leading the most elite units, rushed to provide support wherever needed, but the scattered nature of the attacks made it nearly impossible to counter effectively. The inability to regroup high-level players left the situation on the brink of collapse. "Damn it!" Wang Kong exclaimed furiously, his face filled with frustration. Beside him, Ruo Feng wore a grim expression. "There's only one person who can turn this around now," Ruo Feng said in a low, serious voice. Both of them thought of the same name, Su Ruhan. Just then, a provocative message appeared in the global channel. The sender, Fujimoto Genji, brazenly declared, "Su Ruhan, on behalf of all players from my country, I officially announce this. We've used an item to seal off Konoha Town's county capital. If you dare interfere with this operation, every level 50 player in the capital will surround and kill you the moment you step in. It was an outright threat. Since Suhan had chosen Konoha Town as his base, he would have to pass through the enemy's county capital. With the teleportation arrays sealed, his retreat was effectively cut off. The public channel of the Great Xia faction exploded with concern. Su God, please don't get involved. As long as Su God is still here, we have hope. Let Su God develop safely into the end game. That's the priority. Meanwhile, the battles across various towns continued to worsen. Yunlan Town had fallen, and an rank player, Tianfeng, had been reduced to below level 10. Firecloud Town was also on the verge of collapse. Great Xia players fought tirelessly to defend the gates, but the enemy's carefully prepared tools and intelligence made holding the line increasingly difficult, with casualties mounting. At this moment, inside the eternal shrine of Konoha Town, Su Ruhan sat calmly, his expression serene, facing the sinister smirk of Fujimoto Genji. Su Ruhan, if you still want to survive in the county capital phase, if you don't want to be reduced to level 0 the instant you step into the city, you'd better stay out of this. Fujimoto Genji threatened darkly. Although Fujimoto Genji's actions caused significant losses for Oni country, from a broader perspective, as long as the Tenchu plan proceeds smoothly, Oni country might actually gain the upper hand. This long-planned conspiracy aims to ensure that players from Dasha fall behind other nations during the town phase, making it nearly impossible for them to recover by the time the national war phase begins. Suhan listened to these words quietly, then slowly stood up. He walked over to Fujimoto Genji, his gaze as cold as a butcher sizing up a piece of meat ready for slaughter. I was careless last time. Letting your brain remain intact, he said, his voice chillingly calm. In the 100 realism setting of the divine realm, if anyone exuded the aura of a cold-blooded killer, it was undoubtedly Suhan. What are you doing? Fujimoto Genji's face turned deathly pale in an instant, memories of past torment surging back like a tidal wave. But recalling the support behind him, he straightened his back with forced bravado. Do you even understand what 50-level players mean in County City? Every level 50 player with a second job advancement has triple class bonuses and is fully equipped with golden gear. No matter how strong you are, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Su Ruhan, do you dare lay a hand on me? Oh. Suhan nodded slightly, a soul-eating squid already materializing in his hand. He methodically slipped on a torture ring, followed by a pair of latex gloves, as if preparing for a precise surgical procedure. I've never tried letting the squid consume half a brain first, then savor each sensory area one by one. This will be my first attempt, please bear with me. Fujimoto Genji's earlier confidence vanished in an instant. His eyes trembled violently with sheer terror. You're insane. A madman. Stay away from me. Two nations at war don't harm invoice. This is what you Dasha people always say. That applies to nations at war, Suhan corrected him calmly, stepping closer with each word. But you don't qualify as a nation. You're beasts. The air quickly filled with agonized screams, echoing throughout the eternal shrine. Suhan used special tools to repeatedly revive Fujimoto Genji within the shrine, trapping him in an endless cycle of torment. Nearby, Linda watched the scene with a cold expression, silently observing the brutal punishment without uttering a word. No. How dare you? Su Ruahan, the great coronation will never forgive you. Aya! Fujimoto's screams echoed far and wide. The next day, Oni country's media published a headline. A Divine Realm player subjected to severe mental and brain damage by Su Ruahan, now in psychiatric care. The article labeled Su Ruahan as a murderous sociopath with antisocial tendencies, calling for worldwide condemnation. Suhan wiped the blood from his hands and walked out of the shrine at a leisurely pace. Behind him, Linda watched his departing figure and sighed softly. War. Slaughter. This is the fate of adventurers. Within the walls of Shayu City, a brutal battle was unfolding. A swarm of enemy players, like an endless tide of ants, surged into the city. Their attacks were precise, striking every weak point in the defenses. The Dasha players, caught off guard, fell one by one, disintegrating into white light. Among them was Duan Yun, the city's solar rank player, who charged into the enemy ranks alone. Though his body was riddled with wounds, he fought valiantly until the last enemy fell. Only then did his own life force deplete, and he disappeared into a beam of white light. The battle cry, "Kill the invaders!" echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield, lingering in the air. The enemy players, as disciplined as a shadowy storm cloud, quickly formed a well-trained 3-3 formation and took control of the city. They surrounded the newly revived Dasha players, leaving no room for escape. This massacre had been meticulously planned. The attacking forces in every city outnumbered the defenders several times over, with spies planted within their ranks. The outcome of the battle was already sealed. Despite being surrounded, The Dasha players stood tall, their faces unyielding. Come on, you bastards. I'll take you down with me. With fearless resolve, they charged into the enemy formation, determined to drag their foes to the grave. But without reinforcements, the city was doomed to fall. The nearest allied forces were still 10 cities away. Just as despair blanketed the city, the gates suddenly burst open with a thunderous crash. A massive torrent of water, wider than the gate itself, surged into the city, scattering the enemy players like helpless fish caught in a flood. Screams pierced the air. What is this? Yellow river water poured in, followed by acidic rain that fell from the heavens. The ground was littered with the smoking, corroded remains of enemy players. In that moment, one name surfaced in everyone's mind: Suhan. A figure clad in white strode calmly into the city. With a single strike, he had annihilated all the enemy players within the walls. Those who revived at the respawn point were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with terror. Suhan, how dare you interfere? You're dead meat, an enemy player roared. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant axe formed of water materialized and swiftly severed his head. Suhan surveyed the battlefield with a calm, indifferent gaze. Leaving behind a torrent of radioactive water, he said, the rest is up to you. With that, he leapt into the air and disappeared. The news spread like wildfire across the global chat. Suhan had already saved 5 cities, wiping out every enemy in his path. In a matter of days, he had slain nearly 1,000 enemy players. Media outlets worldwide hailed him as the hero who saved Dasha from crisis, while others questioned whether he was a ruthless killer, as his actions had left hundreds of players with brain damage. In the top floor office of the Miyazaki Corporation building in Dongjing, an elderly man smashed a tea table in fury. How dare he? How dare he do this? Suhan had been declared the #1 enemy of their nation. If his real identity were uncovered, countless spies would be deployed to assassinate him. Seal off the gates of June City. Make sure he's killed back to level 0. He's become the hope of the Dasha players. Once we eliminate him, they'll have no fight left in them. Meanwhile, Suhan darted through the skies, liberating city after city. Though he had no time to farm attribute points, the slaughter of thousands of enemy players had extended his nuclear pollution ability to its maximum duration of 10 minutes. When the system notification chimed, he nodded in preparation. A single layer of nuclear pollution could last 10 minutes, the current limit. What came next would depend on his performance after his class advancement. As Suhan's kill count grew, the enemy's Heaven's Wrath plan crumbled entirely. However, Dasha players began to worry. June City was surrounded by level 50 enemy players. How would Suhan handle this? On the forums, enemy players taunted, Suhan, you'll never step foot in June City. If you dare, we'll make sure you experience brain damage firsthand. To everyone's shock, Suhan didn't linger in the cities he had saved. Instead, he went straight to the teleportation array leading to June City and stepped through without hesitation. The news left all Dasha players stunned. Suhan had actually entered June City. He hadn't even waited a day. He was heading straight into battle against the level 50 enemy players. The teleportation array in the novice village was nothing more than a simple glowing ring, but the one in the county city was awe-inspiring. 2 imposing tiger sculptures, each 10 meters tall, stood guard over the glowing circle, their presence exuding a sense of majesty. Whenever someone passed through, the tiger's eyes would gleam with a blood-red light. As Suhan stepped into the circle, the tiger heads instantly locked onto him. The system interface popped up, displaying the available teleportation destinations. Seeing the names of 2 county cities, Suhan was momentarily stunned before a knowing smile spread across his face. Just the names alone evoked thoughts of nuclear energy's transformative power. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose Nagasaki County as his training ground. As a Dacia player infiltrating the enemy ranks, Suhan's situation was rather unique. Unlike other spies who carefully concealed their identities, he took a completely different path, revealing his identity and facing his enemies hidden. A flash of white light later, the view before him gradually became clear. Towering taikaka-style buildings rose skyward, their grandeur breathtaking. Samurai and ninjas moved effortlessly along the eaves and rooftops. In the distance stood a majestic mountain known as Tenkan Cloud Mountain, crowned by a towering torii gate over 100 meters high, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Along the mountain path were densely packed NPC residences, their owners calling out their wares in a lively chorus. At the mountain's summit stood a magnificent shrine surrounded by numerous guild halls, their sheer scale at least 10 times that of an ordinary town. At the very top was the Lord's Manor, the residence of the Nagasaki County Governor. The patrolling samurai and ninjas were formidable, with even the weakest among them being level 40. Fully equipped, their stats were intimidating. 120,000 points of physical attack, 4,000 points of magical attack, and 50 armor penetration capability. Suhan quickly realized that with his current strength, Directly confronting these county city warriors would be tantamount to suicide. Even level 50 players would struggle to match their power. To quickly enhance his abilities, his top priority was to undergo a class change. The system promptly issued his first class change quest, instructing him to find the Mage Conlin at the Mage Tower to test his magical aptitude. Completing this class change was crucial for unlocking the county city teleportation array and participating in guild wars. The guild wars, held every 3 days, not only determined guild rankings and rewards, but were also integral to the main storyline. Suhan contacted Han Jinlong to confirm that the guild emblem had been prepared. Once they reached level 20, they could establish their guild in the county city. Surprisingly, the anticipated ambush by beta players did not occur. Suhan's first hour in the county city was unexpectedly quiet. Suhan strode towards the temple, his mind calculating the upcoming meeting with Linda. As a standout performer in completing the main storyline quest, Linda had been promoted to a position in the county capital, adding an air of anticipation to their collaboration. The immediate priority, however, was to exchange for the city-building order without the protection of a stronghold in this world where guilds could be destroyed at any moment. There was always an underlying sense of unease. Just as he stepped out of the teleportation array and prepared to pass through the towering Torii Gate, a sudden, piercing system alert rang in his ears. You are now restricted by the item Void Shackles. In an instant, the surroundings dissolved into emptiness. The patrolling samurai and passing NPCs remained visible, yet they seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he had been exiled to another dimension. A space-type item. Suhan's brows furrowed as realization dawned. Players from the Ghost Nation's level 50 beta testers had finally come for him. Pathetic insect, have you decided how you want to die? A cold and elegant woman's voice echoed near his ears. Looking up, Suhan saw a strikingly unique figure emerging from the void. She resembled Chun-Li in appearance, but possessed terrifyingly powerful muscles capable of crushing a skull with ease. Clad in a tight combat outfit and sporting razor-sharp golden high-heeled battle boots, each of her steps resonated with a chilling, deliberate cadence. As she approached, Suhan immediately felt an invisible pressure envelop him. This was the phenomenon of suppression that occurred only when a player's strength and constitution attributes both exceeded 500, a form of absolute domination by higher-level players over lower-level ones. Under the force of this oppressive field, Suhan was forced to his knees. The system promptly displayed her information. Player, Miyamoto Eri. Level, 50. Class, Overlord Fistmaster 3rd Advancement. Guild, Miyamoto Corporation. So, the Little Ghost Nation players don't keep their word, huh? Weren't all the level 50 players supposed to show up? Why is it just one Chun-Li? Despite the immense pressure making his bones creak, Suhan managed to muster a mocking tone. Filthy trash. Miyamoto Eri sneered, raising her hand as the oppressive force instantly multiplied tenfold. Suhan could barely support himself on all fours, straining to avoid collapsing entirely. Gracefully, she stepped closer, producing a golden whip from her inventory and pressing its tip against his body with the toe of her boot. Disobedient children must be punished. Don't even think about escaping within this space. Every death of yours will be delayed. They'll kill you over and over until you're reduced to level 0. Suhan smirked inwardly, vowing that this sadistic woman would pay for her arrogance. But the situation was dire. It was clear she had acted alone, taking advantage of the distraction caused by her fellow Ghost Nation high-level players battling the Great Xia players. Worse still, her attributes were at least several times his own, and her 3rd advancement warrior class made her nearly unbeatable in close combat. The spatial item she wielded completely nullified his abilities as a mage. Crack! The deafening sound of a whip shattered the silence within the spatial artifact. With a single strike, Miyamoto Eri had drained over 4,000 points from Suhan's health bar. And this was despite his formidable defense stat of over 1,000. She hadn't even used a single skill. This was just a basic attack. The power of a 3rd-tier player was truly terrifying. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Suhan's ears. Su Ruahan, this is Wang Yun from the Wang Corporation level 50 beta tester. We're currently focusing fire on Nagasaki County. We weren't sure where you'd spawn, so we're late. Hold on for just 30 more minutes, we'll be there. A wave of warmth surged through Suhan's chest. The beta players from Dasha were finally stepping in. No matter how dire the situation, high-level players always held their homeland close to their hearts. Wang Yun's voice continued, resolute and unwavering. I've activated the sensory nexus for you. Everything happening to you now can be live-streamed directly to the Dasha player base. If you're unsure about anything, just ask me. His tone left no room for doubt. There was no need for explanations. Rescuing Su Ruahan was a given for Dasha's elite players. A system prompt immediately appeared. You have been granted access to the sensory nexus tool. Activating it will broadcast your current status to the players of your nation. Activate now? Yes. Suhan confirmed without hesitation. While he might not need the assistance, there was no reason to reject the goodwill of high-level players. In an instant, the Dasha faction's public chat erupted with a live feed of Suhan's current predicament within the spatial artifact. The long-anticipating players burst into a frenzy. Finally, what happened to Suhan after he entered the county's capital? Those bastards actually used a spatial artifact just for one person? Damn it, they even sent a third-tier player to block him. In the world of Divine Realm, tier advancement was the key to growing stronger. Each tier significantly enhanced the abilities of a player's initial class, creating an insurmountable gap between tiers. Miyamoto Eri, already at second tier and wielding the strength of a third-tier player, stood leagues above Suhan, who was still in his base class. No amount of skill could bridge such a divide. Glory. In the midst of danger, Suhan activated the Crown of Glory skill, entering a brief invincible state while rapidly regenerating health. With his current infamy points, being killed would result in a massive loss of items, something he couldn't afford. Humph. An invincibility skill? Miyamoto Eri sneered, her whip lashing out repeatedly. The word miss flashed over Suhan's body as her attacks failed to connect. These precious 5 seconds of invincibility had become his lifeline. Seizing the opportunity, Suhan unleashed a barrage of water ball projectiles, each landing with precision and stacking 3 layers of nuclear contamination on his opponent. This was the very skill that gave him the confidence to reveal himself in the county capital. Hiss! Miyamoto Eri hissed as the toxic smoke of nuclear contamination enveloped her, but instead of despair, her expression twisted into a grotesque euphoria. Ah, it's been so long since I felt pain this pure. Such exquisite agony. Even as the contamination ate away at her health, her unique class trait allowed her to recover 200 HP per second. Combined with her constant use of healing potions, the debuff's effects were largely neutralized. Exquisite? Women from your country really are twisted. Suhan sneered. With a flick of his hand, his Allen's staff transformed, condensing into a 3-meter-long blade of water. He swung it down with ferocious force. This was his basic attack morph skill, allowing him to deal magical damage in close combat. Clang! The strike left a deep gash in Miyamoto Eri's shoulder. Paired with the lingering effects of the contamination, her health bar visibly dropped. A mere insect dares fight back? She spat, her voice dripping with disdain even as she reveled in the pain. With a casual wave of her arm, she muttered, "Bloodline suppression." Suddenly, Suhan's body froze in place. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have been affected by a special bloodline suppression. The opponent possesses privileges to control Dasha players. You have lost control of your body for 1 second. Control privileges over Dasha players? Suhan was stunned. His gaze locked onto the sinister crimson glow emanating from the bone necklace around her neck. Miyamoto Eri ran her blood-red nails across the necklace, her smile twisted and eerie. Surprised? Aren't you, little rookie? Do you know why we're so eager to crush Dasha's faction? From the very beginning, our nation's exclusive building, the Soul Summoning Tower, was designed for one purpose: to extract Dasha's heroic spirits. The more of your top-tier players we kill, the more of your historical souls we can harvest. With them, our players grow stronger. The Soul Summoning Tower even produces equipment specifically designed to suppress Dasha players. Your nation's ancestral spirits, Thyre, nothing but fuel for our power. Her words left Suhan momentarily dazed. He couldn't help but recall the real-world Yasukuni Shrine, which housed bricks taken from Dasha's sacred mountains. Now, he could clearly see the faces of soldiers etched into the bone necklace around her neck. They wore military caps and uniforms, their expressions twisted in agony, their wails echoing with despair. These were the heroic spirits of Dasha's martyrs, warriors who had given their lives for their homeland. Now, they were being extracted, imprisoned within the Soul Summoning Tower, and turned into tools to suppress Dasha's players. An all-consuming rage ignited within Suhan, his mind ablaze. Every single one of them deserved to die, 1,000 times over. Taking advantage of Suhan's 1-second paralysis, Miyamoto Eri delivered a brutal kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. In combat, even a single second of lost control could prove fatal. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Miyamoto Eri's voice dripped with malice as she let out a chilling laugh. Because you're about to join the Soul Summoning Tower. The more we kill you, the more we'll extract from you, and the stronger our tower will become. You and the historical souls you carry will be ours. Suhan gritted his teeth, his fury threatening to consume him. He had long suspected that Divine Realm would have real-world implications, which was why nations had rushed to stake their claim in this virtual landscape. But he had never imagined that the exclusive building of their sworn enemies would be this vile a tool for harvesting the souls of Dasha's ancestors. To see the spirits of his nation's heroes reduced to mere resources for their enemies was a humiliation beyond words. His ancestors' spirits desecrated by their hands. His rage boiled over. Every fiber of his being screamed for vengeance. Suhan finally understood the true reason why the Oni nation had targeted players from Dasha since the beta testing phase. He also realized why the Miyazaki Corporation invested billions every year to support the Qin Group in suppressing Dasha's esports industry. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. Just as he was contemplating the secret behind Dasha's exclusive structures and the importance of protecting Li Kang's growth, a sharp whip shadow suddenly lashed out, wrapping around him and hurling him high into the air. The aura of glory dissipated, and Suhan's health plummeted to a critical level, leaving him hanging by a thread. The faces of the Dasha players watching the scene turned ashen. The true function of the Oni nation's exclusive building was finally revealed. It absorbed the heroic spirits of Dasha's ancestors. The horrifying truth ignited their fury. All those ambushes targeting Dasha players had been for this despicable purpose. Su Ruahan, retreat now? Wang Yun frantically spammed messages. She's provoking you. Don't take the bait. Wait for us to rescue you. Suhan remained silent for a long moment before calmly replying. No need. Every Oni deserves to die. Wang Yun's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Before he could respond, Suhan had already cut off communication. His eyes burned with unrelenting rage as he locked his gaze on Miyamoto Hueli. In your eyes, the heroic spirits of Dasha's fallen warriors are nothing but fodder? Crack. Another whip lashed out toward him. Miyamoto Hueli chuckled seductively. What can your defiance achieve? In the face of absolute power, everything is meaningless. Suhan caught the whip with one hand, his bones snapping and flesh tearing, yet he refused to let go. With his other hand, he pulled out a scroll and bit into it without hesitation. A system notification echoed in his mind. You have used the item. Overlord's Ascension? All attribute damage increased by 1000. Lifesteal increased by 100. Nuclear contamination intensified tenfold, triggering a mutation. You have partially mastered particle primal energy. Miyamoto Hueli sneered dismissively. Using an item? Even if your strength multiplies several times over, it won't. Before she could finish, Suhan cut her off coldly. Have you ever heard of a god's descent? In an instant, the world was engulfed by a tidal wave of blood. The yellow nuclear contamination transformed into crimson mist and liquid, surging and boiling in midair. The immense friction of particles lifted Suhan into the air, making him appear like a true god descending upon the battlefield. Miyamoto Hueli was struck speechless, her confidence shattered. This wasn't just a tenfold enhancement, it was the power of a legendary tier item. But her shock was far from over. With a mere wave of Suhan's hand, the violent nuclear particles coalesced and gripped her throat, hoisting her into the air. The tenfold intensified nuclear contamination immediately corroded her body, draining 9,000 health points per second. Gamma rays, beta rays, and the piercing E-rays materialized into tangible blades, tearing her apart. Against this apocalyptic force derived from the primal essence of the world, Miyamoto Hueli was as fragile as a mortal, completely powerless to resist. The violent friction between particles generated a terrifying nuclear heat, turning the void into boiling magma. Miyamoto Mei's body quickly melted in the face of this horrifying temperature, her face frozen in an expression of utter disbelief. Suhan hadn't even made a move. The sheer power of Bakong alone amplified his output tenfold, granting him 100 lifesteal capability. Even more fearsome was the nuclear contamination, enhanced tenfold, which had now undergone a qualitative transformation. So this is the ultimate power of nuclear contamination? Suhan murmured as he extended his hand. In an instant, waves of crimson energy erupted into the sky. He could feel the surge of power coursing through him. This was no longer mere energy. It was the very essence of particle matter itself. Within a 10-meter radius around him, particle energy formed an absolute domain. In this domain, he was a supreme, omnipotent being. With the slightest motion, the violent particles tore through space itself. Hovering midair, he gazed down upon the entirety of Nagasaki County. His mere presence caused the entire Nagasaki County to collapse. The earth beneath his feet turned into magma under the nuclear heat, creating a massive crater. Wherever he passed, the magma raged, consuming all living beings in its path. NPCs screamed in despair, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Help! What kind of monster is this? A calamity. This is a calamity. Patrolling samurai NPCs melted before they could even approach. Miyamoto Mei, who had just respawned at the teleportation array, instantly disintegrated into nothingness once again. With true damage of 9,000 points per second, even someone like Miyamoto Mei could only survive for a few seconds, let alone other creatures. Suhan slowly floated towards the peak of Nagasaki County's mountain, casually unleashing waves of blood mixed with magma that obliterated the entire region. The proud Tenkan Divine Mountain of Oni country melted under the nuclear heat like ice cream, flowing down the mountainside. At the mountain's summit, a group of Oni country third-tier beta players were blocking Dasha players from entering the city. When they saw Suhan's figure, they were struck speechless, staring in shock at this unfathomable powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere. I say, let there be rivers. He pointed lightly, his words like divine decrees. The violent particles instantly reassembled, forming two rivers of crimson blood that stretched across the sky. These rivers surged upstream, instantly engulfing all the Oni NPCs and third-tier players on the mountain. What is this? An 80-level player descending to the mortal realm? The pain. Even my soul is burning. This is nuclear contamination? The screams echoed through the global communication channels via sensory nodes, leaving everyone in shock. Players didn't even dare to look directly at Suhan, fearing that the terrifying particle power might harm them through the divine realm like mortals, averting their gaze from a deity. After unleashing the rivers, Suhan, expressionless, floated towards the outskirts of the city. There lay the guild base of Oni beta players, each base marked by a towering soul-summoning tower. Everyone knew that today, rivers of blood would flow. The scene shifts back to the moment just before Suhan shattered the spatial artifact atop the sacred Tianjian mountain. A thin, yellowish barrier enveloped the entire peak. At the summit, a group of over a dozen Japanese players stood arrogantly, their cold gazes fixed on the barrier's edge. Smirks of disdain played across their faces. Today, this Suruahan is as good as dead. Not even the King of Heaven can save him now. Outside the barrier, a crowd of Dasha players furiously assaulted the thin membrane. Damn you bastards! I'll skin you alive today. If you dare kill Suruahan again, I'll make sure to grind that Iraqi shin of yours down to level 0. Amidst the enraged roars, they relentlessly bombarded the barrier. Hurry! Use the boundary piercer. Damn it! These bastards set up multiple barrier artifacts days in advance. It'll take at least 10 minutes just to break through each layer. Frustration was evident on their faces. Adding to their fury, the players outside couldn't attack into Nagasaki Prefecture, but those inside the prefecture could freely retaliate. Waves of battle energy, sword auras, and magical blasts continuously rained down on the Dasha players. At the forefront, Wang Yun of the Wang Corporation braced himself against the onslaught of attacks, shielding his comrades. He barked orders amidst the chaos. Quick! Use the sensory nexus to check on Su Ruahan's status. The battlefield outside the prefecture had become a scorched wasteland. Despite enduring heavy damage, Wang Yun's mind was solely focused on Suhan. Don't you dare die on me, kid. You better hold on. Inside the barrier, a man cloaked in black stood with his arms crossed. Beside him, a red-haired boy, Iraqi Shin, laughed maniacally. Ha ha, that Su Ruahan walked right into our trap. He's practically begging to die. The black-cloaked man spoke in a low, gravelly voice, like rust scraping against metal. Iraqi, I brought you here to show you what happens to those who disobey us. Got it, got it. Iraqi Shin scratched his head with a grin. Disobey you, and you die, right? Suddenly, in the distance, a massive crimson wave erupted into the sky, resembling an enormous red mushroom cloud. The apocalyptic scene darkened the heavens, staining the sky with a blood-red hue. Miyamoto Eri, who had just arrived through a teleportation array, disintegrated into a pile of charred bones in an instant. What the hell? The black-cloaked man's pupils dilated in shock. From within the scarlet glow, a figure began to rise, radiating an aura akin to a deity descending upon the mortal world. Fear overtook the faces of every Japanese player, while Iraqi Shin broke into hysterical laughter. Disaster! I see it. A cataclysmic disaster. The figure raised a hand slowly, his voice ringing out like a divine proclamation. Let there be rivers. In an instant, two crimson rivers materialized, one snaking through the mountains, the other suspended in the air. As the Japanese players gazed upward in terror, the rivers surged downward with devastating force. Agony filled the air as their flesh was torn from their bones, leaving only Iraqi Shin's deranged laughter echoing amidst the carnage. The Dasha players watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with awe. Is this Su Ruahan? Is this really Su Ruahan? Their shock quickly turned to elation as they witnessed the crimson tide obliterate every Japanese player, leaving only skeletal remains floating in its wake. Even more astonishing, Suhan's figure began moving toward other Japanese guild strongholds. These were no ordinary outposts. They were core locations for Japan's guilds in the prefecture, complete with fortified cities and stationed guild armies. Holding his breath, Wang Yun muttered in disbelief. He's not seriously planning to attack their cities all by himself, is he? Beyond the county city lies a vast wilderness. On this expansive continent of divine realms, three great empires stand as equals in a delicate balance of power. Each empire's territory rivals the size of an entire continent on Earth. Beneath the empires are kingdoms, each with lands comparable to the entirety of China. Further down the hierarchy are the duchies, where the player factions reside, each spanning an area equivalent to over 10 provinces of China. Even the scope of a single county is comparable to that of 2 provinces. At this moment, Suhan hovered in the void, gazing at the endless rolling mountains in the distance. His ability to dominate the skies would only last for 5 minutes, but for someone like him, who had been enhanced to the peak, this brief period was more than enough to stir up a storm of unimaginable proportions. The transformations brought by nuclear pollution had granted him power akin to that of a deity. With just a thought, the dense nuclear particles surrounding him propelled him hundreds of miles away, bringing him to the gates of a city. This guild city was teeming with players from the 3rd and 4th testing phases, all around level 30 to 40. The beta test was divided into 4 eras, and those remaining in the county city now were players selected during the 4th era to enter the divine realm, with most of them below level 50. These players had been descending to the mortal world to harass towns and villages. Bakayaro, how dare you trespass on our guild's territory? A dozen beta players charged out of the city gates. Initially intimidated by Suhan's overwhelming aura, they quickly regained their arrogance upon noticing he was only level 20, brandishing their katanas as they rushed towards him. Suhan, however, paid no attention to the airborne players, his gaze fixed on the towering soul-summoning tower within the city. The system immediately displayed information about the level 3 soul-summoning tower, a structure exclusive to the Oni Nation's guild. Not only did it grant attribute boosts to guild members, but defeating players from Dasha also provided additional enhancements. What was even more appalling was that the tower's foundation was built upon 23 stones engraved with the names of Dasha's provinces. The tower's exterior was adorned with the skulls of fallen Dasha soldiers, and inside, portraits of Oni war criminals were enshrined. Seeing this, Suhan's eyes burned crimson as if he could hear the anguished cries of countless Dasha souls. A towering rage ignited the nuclear elements within him, unleashing waves of violent particle radiation that surged outward like blood-red tsunamis, instantly shredding the charging Oni players into fragments. What kind of monster is this? The players inside the city were alarmed, but when they caught sight of the young man in the void, his body covered in glowing red fissures, they were paralyzed with fear. In this moment, Suhan resembled a god descending upon the mortal world. Nuclear energy raged around him, tearing apart the clouds and scorching the heavens. His blood-red eyes brimmed with boundless fury, and every syllable he uttered reverberated like divine judgment, distorted by the nuclear particles, echoing across the sky with an overwhelming sense of dread and awe. Ungrateful descendants, today I have come to reclaim the heroic spirits of our great Xia. Suhan's voice echoed across the skies. In an instant, the acid rain in the heavens transformed, morphing into countless orbs of crimson nuclear energy. These fiery spheres, carried by storm clouds, plummeted down like meteors toward the enemy's stronghold. Each meteor, roughly the size of a human head, grew larger in the terrified eyes of the players within the ghostly city. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another as the city was reduced to rubble in mere moments. Buildings crumbled like fragile paper, and even the ground itself became saturated with nuclear contamination, turning into a barren wasteland devoid of life. The area permanently altered the map's attributes, becoming a desolate zone. He's a demon. Who is this great Xia player, and where did he come from? Could he be a beta tester from the 3rd era? The ghostly city's players screamed in panic under the meteor shower. What made it even more horrifying was that the meteors birthed grotesque alien creatures. These monstrosities drained players' lives in an instant, then donned their victims' skins to hunt others. The scene was more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Find the guild leader. Where's the guild master? Amid the chaos, a middle-aged man with a bushy mustache and a stout figure stepped forward. He was the leader of the Tojo Guild. With a cold glare directed at Suhan in the sky, he demanded, "Which country's player are you? Why have you invaded the Tojo Guild? What is Tojo Hideki to you?" Suhan's voice was as chilling as the winter wind. "He is my grandfather. Then I shall kill you." A streak of crimson light shot toward the mustached man in an instant. The guild leader, also a level 53rd beta tester, quickly drew the katana at his waist. With a stomp of his wooden sandals, he roared and charged at Suhan. "Bastard! How dare you insult the ancestor of the Tojo family? Unforgivable!" His blade slashed through the air, transforming into a crimson serpent that hissed with an ear-piercing screech. This was his prized technique, the flying viper sword style, which had once claimed the lives of over a dozen great Xia warriors on the battlefield. The surrounding players from the ghostly city watched in awe, shouting their admiration. But in the next moment, Suhan casually conjured a sphere of crimson energy, enveloping the charging guild leader entirely. No matter how much the man struggled or roared in fury, it was futile. When Suhan finally opened his hand, all that remained was a pool of blood trickling through his fingers. A deathly silence blanketed the scene. Suhan turned to the stunned ghostly city players and offered a faint smile. Your guild leader is no more. Amid the deafening roar, one after another, the cities of the Oni Guild crumbled into ruins. Across the desolate wasteland, cries of despair and furious roars echoed. Without the shelter of their fortresses, Oni players were instantly exposed to danger, mercilessly besieged by the ferocious red-named beasts outside the city walls. Every respawn only led to the same grim fate, being torn apart. Outside the Nagasaki region, an apocalyptic scene unfolded. An Oni NPC apothecary, clutching her child, had just fled beyond the reach of the meteor shower when a pack of savage wasteland wolves pounced on her. Helplessly, she watched as her child was ripped apart, collapsing to her knees in despair, crying, "Why is this happening?" "Retreat. The calamity is coming," cried an Oni player from the city ahead, trembling uncontrollably as a crimson light in the sky drew closer. 5 cities had already been reduced to rubble beneath that ominous glow, their defenses crumbling in less than 3 seconds. Rivers of red flooded the gates, meteoric acid rain poured relentlessly, and the painstaking efforts of 4th era beta players were obliterated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, most of the Oni Guild cities in the Nagasaki region were destroyed. The land was scarred with craters from meteor strikes, rivers of acid rain carved deep wounds into the earth, and the air was filled with anguished screams. This was a one-man Warren national battle initiated by a single player. Arriving at the scene with the players from Dasha, Wang Yun gasped at the apocalyptic devastation. The Oni players in Nagasaki were utterly decimated, with no one left capable of stopping Su Ruhan's meteoric rise. While the group marveled at Su Ruhan's overwhelming power, far surpassing that of 3rd era players, they instinctively began collecting spoils of war on his behalf. It wasn't until someone finally realized, "Wait a minute, weren't we supposed to rescue him? How did we end up working for him?" Suddenly, the sky erupted with a surge of purple-black light that overpowered the crimson glow. A massive 8-headed serpent materialized, one of its heads severed and bleeding, with each remaining head linked to a soul-summoning tower. "Su Ruhan, since you dare to wage a national war, then face me in the same way. Yamata no Orochi, descend." Seeing this, Wang Yun urgently transmitted a warning through the sensory nexus. "Su Ruhan, this is the Oni Guild's national skill. Yamata no Orochi is unimaginably powerful. Retreat now." At that moment, Su Ruhan stood atop the ruins of a soul-summoning tower he had just destroyed, oblivious to the system notifications flooding in. Skyrocketing renown, soaring military achievements, the title of Tyrant unlocked, increased damage to the Oni faction. But he was too consumed by bloodlust to notice any of it. Back in the remaining cities, the Oni Guild leaders frantically debated their next move. Among them, Araki Shin, freshly respawned, erupted into manic laughter. "Fools! You wanted to bully a newcomer, and now you're being slaughtered at your own doorstep. Ha ha ha." The man in the black robe, his expression dark and brooding, proposed summoning Yamata no Orochi, triggering heated arguments. But as Su Ruhan relentlessly closed in, the leaders finally gritted their teeth and agreed. "Fine. Summon Yamata no Orochi. We'll split the resources required equally. That Su Ruhan must be destroyed at all costs." Suhan was completely consumed by the frenzy of battle, oblivious to the colossal figure that suddenly loomed ahead. His form, wreathed in a storm of crimson light, left a trail of shattered soul-summoning towers in its wake. Then, in an instant, he collided head-on with an enormous Yamata no Orochi. The system immediately displayed the stats of the guild boss. Level: 50. Health: 5 million. Natural regeneration: 5,000 HP per second. Magic attack: 50,000. Defense: 8,000. Attack speed: 500. Movement speed: 500. Casting range: 3,000 meters. The sheer size of the Yamata no Orochi dwarfed the surrounding mountains. Its 8 massive snake heads pierced the clouds, each as large as a hill. Its cold, merciless eyes locked onto Suhan, and the flickering tongues it extended carried an oppressive, suffocating aura. Suhan furrowed his brow and unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy. The attack left only a shallow wound on one of the serpent's heads, accompanied by 3 layers of nuclear contamination. The calculated damage: 4,000 HP per second, 9,000 from the contamination minus the 5,000 natural regeneration. At this rate, it would take over 20 minutes to deplete the serpent's massive 5 million health pool through poison alone. The wounded Yamata no Orochi roared in fury, one of its heads striking at Suhan with lightning speed. The 50,000 magic attack instantly drained Suhan's health bar to 0. But thanks to his 100 lifesteal ability, the 9,000 damage per second from the nuclear contamination was fully converted into health, keeping him locked in a continuous cycle of near-death to full recovery. "Huh. Su Ruhan is as good as dead." The guild leaders from the Oni Guild burst into mocking laughter. "Kill him and loot his gear." But Suhan's lips curled into a faint, mocking smirk. Wasn't this Yamada no Orochi the perfect opportunity to grow stronger? With the Guild War mode active, slaying this boss would not only drop rare items but also grant exclusive rewards. He raised the Allen staff slowly, a water sphere forming at its tip before transforming into a 50-meter-long blade under the weapon's passive effect. All his damage was now amplified tenfold, with each strike dealing over 10,000 points of damage. Even against the serpent's formidable defenses, critical hits caused its health to plummet. In just a minute, Suhan severed one of the serpent's heads, cutting down nearly 2 million of its health. The Yamada no Orochi let out an earth-shaking roar of pain before launching its ultimate move. Its remaining 7 heads lunged at Suhan simultaneously, trapping him midair. Though he managed to dodge one, the rest of the attacks landed, causing his health to plummet further. Meanwhile, the lifesteal effect of the nuclear contamination began to weaken. Give it up, Suruhan. A black-robed man on the city walls sneered. Even if you have an artifact-tier item, you can't possibly stand against so many guilds. Suhan didn't reply. Instead, he glanced downward, his expression one of detached amusement. To him, these people were nothing more than a collection of ignorant bloodbags. In the next moment, the mist-filled sky was heavy with tension as Suhan instantly activated his spatial ability, harnessing the power of the nuclear contamination particles within his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop the city walls below. The man in the black robe stared at Suhan with wide, shocked eyes. Before he could utter a word, a cold voice interrupted. You talk too much. Suhan's tone was icy, and he moved like lightning. In a flurry of slaps, he sent the man flying. As the black-robed man struggled to rise, he realized that Suhan's strikes carried the power of nuclear contamination, draining 9,000 health points per second. No, Suruhan, I will make sure you die. The man screamed his final words before his body crumbled into a charred skeleton. Witnessing this, the other guild leaders from the Oni faction were overcome with fear. They began retreating, shouting in panic, Run! Suruhan's gone mad. He's attacking us directly. Don't try to fight him, Hedon. With a deafening crash, Suhan obliterated the soul summoning tower in the city, scattering the portraits and ashes of the Oni war criminals into the air. Surveying the remaining Oni forces, Suhan noticed the timer on his overlord skill showing only 3 minutes left. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Within these 3 minutes, not only would he kill Yamada no Orochi, but he would also destroy every Oni city in the region. Either way, this Oni city is going down today. Suhan sneered coldly. If I don't have a city, neither will you. And even if I build one in the future, you still won't be allowed to have one. He was utterly disgusted by the soul summoning towers erected in the Oni cities. The best solution, he thought, was to wipe out every last one of their cities. Without hesitation, Suhan unleashed 2 devastating skills on the city before soaring skyward. His staff transformed into a massive blade, which he brought down fiercely on Yamada no Orochi's head. Then, he turned and dashed away, hurling water spheres behind him as he fled, pushing his damage output to the limit. Amid thunderous crashes, Yamada no Orochi let out an earth-shaking roar and gave chase. Its massive body crushed city after city as it advanced. Though Oni players from the same faction were unharmed, the city's structures crumbled under the immense pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Suhan scattered red rivers and crimson meteors, accelerating the destruction of the Oni cities tenfold. From a distance, Wang Yun and the other players from the Great Xiao faction arrived, only to gape in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Suhan was using himself as bait, luring Yamada no Orochi to obliterate every Oni city in its path. Is this even possible? They exclaimed in awe. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the Yamada no Orochi passed, cities were reduced to ruins. The players from Nagasaki County stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. The massive beast they had summoned had turned into a tool of destruction for their own cities. The immersive realism of the divine realm far exceeded their expectations. In this game, which was almost indistinguishable from another world, every skill could yield unexpected consequences. What was intended to target their enemies had instead obliterated their own strategic strongholds. The guild leaders of Nagasaki County had made a grave mistake. Overwhelmed by the terrifying power of Suhan, they hastily summoned the Yamada no Orochi in a panic. This wasn't a national war at all, it was a self-destructive battle within their own territory. No matter how the battle unfolded, the facilities of Nagasaki County were the ones to suffer. The Yamada no Orochi was supposed to be their ultimate trump card in national warfare, a superweapon designed for conquering cities and territories. But now, this colossal beast was being toyed with by Suhan. Darting through the air with agility, he rained down nuclear contamination on the cities below before swiftly pulling away. The cumbersome Yamada no Orochi could only chase after him in fury, never even coming close to touching him. After a devastating circuit, The players of Nagasaki County were heartbroken. Their painstakingly built homes and heavily invested workshops were reduced to rubble in an instant. Months of effort were wiped out, leaving devastation even worse than during wartime. It's about time, Suhan murmured as he surveyed the ravaged land and the crumbled soul-summoning tower with satisfaction. His aerial dominance skill had just over a minute left, and the Yamata no Orochi still had over 1,000,000 health points. The timing was perfect to poison the beast to death. At that moment, Abe Taisho, freshly revived at the spawn point, witnessed the scene. Watching his meticulously managed Nagasaki County turn into ruins, he spat out a mouthful of blood in fury and swore through gritted teeth to make Suhan pay. Reinforcements soon arrived from Hiroshima County, but they froze in shock at the devastation along the border, too afraid to advance. Suhan, however, lit up with excitement at the sight of them. "Ah, perfect timing, my little fools," he exclaimed with a grin. Flashing into the midst of the reinforcements, he unleashed another wave of nuclear contamination before leading the Yamata no Orochi straight toward Hiroshima County. Wang Yun and the others followed closely behind Suhan, collecting loot while marveling at the unprecedented spectacle unfolding before them. In the biting wind, they couldn't help but sigh in unison. The divine realm is truly incredible. With that, they trailed after Suhan's figure, heading straight for Hiroshima County. At this moment in Hiroshima County, the enemy players were engrossed in their daily routines, completely unaware of the impending disaster. In the mere 5 minutes it took Suhan to go from being surrounded to obliterating Nagasaki County, the players of Nagasaki didn't even have time to send a warning on the public chat. Inside a guild city, a few enemy players were leisurely crafting items. A frail-looking player, Bino, nervously asked his team leader, Matsushita-san, "How about we have grilled mackerel tonight?" "Sure, bring your wife, Miko, along. This time, they'll even let you hide in the closet and watch," Matsushita replied with a grin. At that moment, a chubby team leader stormed over, grabbing Bino by the collar and yelling, "You useless fool, why does Matsushita get to enjoy your wife first? What about me?" Bino swallowed hard, intimidated by the man's large frame. Matsushita chuckled and said, "Fine, let's all join in. Let Miko have some real fun." The two burst into lewd laughter. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the direction of Nagasaki County. The group looked up briefly but continued their idle chatter. "Something's happening over in Nagasaki? Yeah, I heard Rohan from Dasha is being hunted down by all the guild leaders in Nagasaki County. Ha, those Dasha fools never learn. How dare they challenge the Yamato people? They deserve to be killed over and over again." The chubby man sneered. "I heard Rohan is pretty strong, but he's probably headed to the Soul Tower this time too, right? No matter how many strong players Dasha produces, they're just food for us." Before they could finish their conversation, the sky suddenly darkened. When they looked up, they saw countless massive scales blocking out the sun, each one larger than a person. Panic set in as they tried to flee, but it was too late. In an instant, they were reduced to nothing but blood and flesh. The city collapsed in a flash, and the air was filled with screams of terror. Players who managed to escape the city were swept away by a sudden flood, only to be met by a rain of meteors. Those who survived the initial chaos were devoured by relentless beasts outside the city. "Help! Is that the Yamata no Orochi? How is this possible? Isn't that supposed to be our nation's exclusive summon?" One city after another was reduced to rubble under the rampage of the Yamata no Orochi. Suhan, controlling the enormous serpent, grew more ferocious with every passing moment. Even Wang Yun and the others struggled to keep up with him as he swiftly collected loot. In mere moments, Hiroshima County was engulfed in chaos and flames. The players from Dasha, watching through their sensory orbs, were left speechless in shock. The 5 minutes they had just witnessed would forever be etched into their memories. The public chat exploded with heated discussion. "Holy crap! Su the Great just wiped out both Hiroshima and Nagasaki counties? This is like winning a national war ahead of time. They tried to gang up on one guy and ended up getting annihilated. How humiliating. Sure, he used high-tier items, but who's to say Su the Great doesn't have even more tricks up his sleeve?" At this point, the Yamata no Orochi's health had dropped to just a few thousand points, and Suhan's overlord state had only a few seconds left. Yet, instead of finishing off the serpent, he seized the moment to hunt wild creatures, pushing his level to 21. His profession allowed him to increase his nuclear pollution stack every 10 levels, so failing to reach level 21 before killing the Yamata no Orochi would mean missing out on an extra stack. With a series of rapid skill attacks, wild creatures fell one after another. The system notification chimed. "You have killed and leveled up to 21. Phew. Suhan let out a long breath. Almost forgot to level up. Missing out on a nuclear pollution stack would have been a huge loss. Just then, in the void, the last gigantic serpent head finally succumbed to the devastating flames of nuclear contamination, plummeting from the sky with a thunderous crash. with a sound akin to mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. The head of the Yamata no Orochi smashed heavily into the ground, leaving behind a massive, bottomless crater. A system notification promptly echoed in Suhan's ears. You have slain the guild boss Yamada no Orochi. Earned 1,000 battle points. Achieved the world's first guild beast kill, gaining 500 reputation points. Class trait activated. Nuclear contamination stack limit increased to 4. Yes. Suhan felt an overwhelming surge of joy. The duration of his dominant skill had ended just in time, and the crimson glow surrounding him gradually faded as he descended slowly to the ground. The surrounding beasts were still charging at him with furious roars. Although they still posed a significant threat, Wang Yun and the others had quickly surrounded him in a protective formation. Nicely done, kid. That was incredible. The group looked at Suhan with excitement. This time, our great Xia faction has to credit you as the lead contributor. You just arrived in the county city and already wiped out 2 territories. When you head to the royal capital, are you planning to take down an entire nation? These great Xia beta testers were all formidable level 50, third-year players, hailing from the nearest county city bordering Nagasaki County. Now, with the enemy players overwhelmed and unable to retaliate in the short term, Suhan had nothing to fear. Even if they dared to come after him, with this many third-year players guarding him, Suhan was practically untouchable. Suhan gave the group a polite smile of acknowledgement before checking his spoils from the battle. His reputation and battle points had skyrocketed to 5,000, and the nuclear contamination stack limit had increased to 4 layers, allowing him to inflict a staggering 1,200 damage per second at full stacks. In addition to the loot collected by the others, Yamata no Orochi had also dropped a colossal treasure chest, as large as a small mountain. The system displayed, Guild Boss Treasure Chest. Upon opening, in addition to standard boss rewards, it is guaranteed to drop 1 guild-exclusive item. Suhan gazed at the treasure chest before him, a flicker of delight crossing his mind. However, he refrained from using his super contamination ability to mutate the chest on the spot. Unlike Qin Shuheng, Wang Yun and the others were merely allies. Not trusted confidants, his secret had to remain hidden. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored the Orochi treasure chest in his inventory. Wang Yun and his companions watched this scene with envy in their eyes. The 8-headed serpent was Suhan's solo kill, a trophy earned entirely by his own strength. To take down a guild boss upon first entering the county city, such prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Quietly, they began scheming. If they could follow Suhan's lead and dominate the county city alongside him, perhaps they could share in the spoils of his success. Suruhan, Wang Yun stepped forward and suggested, our Jingyang County is only a few dozen miles from Nagasaki County, with their borders adjacent. I recommend you choose a location near us as your guild headquarters. This way, we can support each other when needed. Suhan nodded in agreement. He had no desire to be neighbors with the ghosts, a derogatory term for the enemy faction. Wang Yun's guild territory, conveniently located, could serve as a strategic fallback position. Forming an alliance was indeed the smart move. Wang Yun continued, the county city phase is vastly different from the town phase. The divine realm has shifted from a solo game to a team-based war mode. Of course, for someone like you, he trailed off, and the group chuckled knowingly. With Suhan's strength, even conquering 2 counties single-handedly seemed as easy as playing on the lowest difficulty. That said, the first 10 days in the county city are brutal, Wang Yun warned. It's a chaotic period of survival of the fittest, where large guilds swallow smaller ones. Many guilds will be eliminated, forced to become vassals. And given your history with the Ghost faction, you need to be extra cautious. The Ghost players from both Nagasaki and Hiroshima counties will surely seek revenge. The group nodded silently. Suhan had thoroughly antagonized the Ghost faction in 2 counties. Even with the backing of the Great Xia faction, it would be difficult to avoid underhanded retaliation. But Suhan seemed utterly unconcerned. Thinking of his classmates' abilities, he chuckled lightly. It's the Ghosts who should be worried. Nagasaki and Hiroshima counties are in for a nightmare this time. A guild composed entirely of professional players, even with just a dozen members, is an overwhelming force. Wang Yun and the others exchanged doubtful glances, but seeing Suhan's confidence, they chose not to argue further. Let's go. I'll escort you back to the county city so you can complete your class advancement quest, Wang Yun said, summoning a crimson cloud rock with fiery wings. He invited Suhan to ride. The majestic flying mount, with its ruby-like feathers and commanding presence, drew gasps of admiration from nearby players. As they soared through the sky, Suhan looked down and saw ghost players repairing towns and fending off beast hordes. Despite the destruction of their cities, they were steadfastly rebuilding, a testament to the resilience characteristic of East Asian cultures. When they noticed Suhan, fear and hatred flickered across their faces. Some trembled in terror, while others stood rooted to the spot, gazes filled with a complicated mix of vengefulness and apprehension. Before long, the group arrived at Nagasaki County City. The scene below was one of devastation. The city lay in ruins, with most NPCs either dead or gravely injured. The survivors, battered and numb, were painstakingly clearing the debris. Only essential buildings and the temple had been spared. Wang Yun used a special item to mark a teleportation point and turned to Suhan. We can now teleport here at any time. Focus on your quest without worry. After suffering such heavy losses, the ghosts won't dare act rashly for a while. Finally, Wang Yun retrieved a storage item and handed over hundreds of pieces of loot to Suhan, treasures they had collected from the fallen ghost players during the siege. These premium items, plundered from the enemy, were now in Suhan's possession. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Suhan surveyed the ground littered with hundreds of spoils of war. Most of the items were of little value, but nestled among them were a few treasures that would make anyone envious. After some careful thought, he selected only the most precious pieces and handed the rest over to Wang Yun. The rest is yours, Suhan declared generously. After all, these players were all level 50, third-year beta testers who had sacrificed significant time and over a dozen valuable items to come to his rescue. It would be ungrateful not to show some appreciation. Suhan understood well that relationships were built on mutual benefit. Even with the larger cause of national unity in mind, people might help once or twice, but a third time? That would require true goodwill. Wait, seriously? Suhan is this generous with loot? The players around him gasped in astonishment, knowing full well the value of these items. Wang Yun quickly tried to decline. Suhan, these are your rightful spoils. I can't possibly take them. He attempted to return the storage bag, but Suhan firmly pushed it back. Enough. We're allies now, and we need to stick together. This little bit of gain is nothing in the grand scheme of things. You get what I mean, right? Suhan said with a meaningful smile. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the terrifying speed at which he had taken down the enemy earlier. Got it loud and clear. If you ever need help, just say the word, and we'll be there. That's right. From now on, we're as solid as steel. With that, Suhan effortlessly united several dozen beta guilds in the area, showcasing his remarkable leadership and foresight. After Wang Yun and the others returned to the county city, Suhan remained alone in Nagasaki County to sort through the spoils. From the loot, he carefully picked out 9 of the most valuable items: 3-year rank city cores, capable of granting random city skills, 3-year rank building cores, which enhance city functions, and 3-year rank unit cores, used to train auxiliary troops in barracks. These were the prized possessions of the enemy guild leaders, originally reserved for critical moments in their territory's advancement. Now, they belonged to Suhan. Guild development, at its core, was all about resource management, building cities, recruiting NPCs, summoning generals, and producing troops. Specialized buildings could enhance player power, while the territory's farming, crafting, and breeding industries could generate massive wealth. This was why players in county cities always outperformed those in smaller towns. Suhan's rampage this time was largely thanks to his Barren Sky skill. Its nuclear contamination effect not only amplified damage tenfold, but also fundamentally transformed its nature, elevating his combat power to rival that of level 80 players. But this didn't mean he was invincible. In his normal state, attacking any guild base would be suicidal. The NPC troops stationed there alone could crush him, not to mention the devastating skills that city structures could unleash or the overwhelming strength of second and third-year players. Thus, developing his own guild was imperative. After raising 2 counties, the enemy players were temporarily too intimidated to retaliate, giving Suhan a much-needed window to expand. Moreover, his future troops and buildings would carry the nuclear contamination effect, making their combat power truly terrifying. The thought of all his units inflicting 1,200 points of contamination damage per second was exhilarating. Against county-level players, it might not be overwhelming individually, but as a collective force, the results would be devastating. With this in mind, Suhan felt a surge of excitement. He carefully stored away the 9-rank guild items, planning to use them after establishing his city. Starting with such high-tier resources would make his city unparalleled in strength. Next, he retrieved the Orochi treasure chest, anticipation building in his heart. It was time to use his final super contamination ability. In an instant, thick, yellow-green nuclear mist poured from his palm, enveloping the chest as it began to mutate at a frenzied pace. However, the mutation process abruptly halted after just 30 cycles. Your super contamination ability has reached the limit of your current class, allowing a maximum of 30 mutations. So, even super contamination had its ceiling. Suhan sighed, feeling an even stronger desire to advance his class. No matter how powerful a starting class was, it had its limits. Without progressing to second or third tier, further growth would be nearly impossible. Still, a 3,000 drop rate was nothing to scoff at. To his surprise, the chest yielded only 1 item despite the astronomical drop rate. Just as Suhan was about to question his luck, he froze upon seeing what it was. His heart raced, and he nearly leapt for joy. Summoning card, Zhao Yun. The rarest item in the loot pool, with a drop rate of less than 1 in 100,000. Allows the summoning of the legendary Zhao Yun, a historical general of the Xia dynasty. Starts with 100 loyalty and a unique historical bonus. Initial level, 1. Initial class, rank Invincible General. This was a treasure that normally only appeared during the national war phase. Historical generals like Zhao Yun were the cornerstone of any city, capable of increasing its combat power hundreds of times over. They were even rarer than rank players. And this wasn't just any general, it was Zhao Zilong himself, the dream of countless players. Suhan's hands trembled with excitement. The game had just handed him a monumental advantage. Historical generals were game changers in national wars, often rivaling or surpassing rank players in importance. During the last national war, the enemy had unleashed an ranked general, Oda Nobunaga, who dealt catastrophic losses to the Monkey Nation players, even capturing their capital. With Zhao Yun on his side, Suhan's potential power was unimaginable. Overwhelmed with excitement, Suhan unleashed another wave of nuclear contamination across Nagasaki County, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. He then carefully stored the summoning card, eager to complete his class advancement quest. Once Han Jinlong and the others arrived, they'd establish the guild together, and Suhan would summon this legendary general. After all, this was Zhao Yun. It's him, that demon, the harbinger of disaster. Along the way, the surviving NPCs of the county city recoiled in terror at the sight of Suhan, trembling as they frantically backed away. The once bustling Nagasaki County had now become a ghost town. All the warriors and strongmen had been slaughtered by Suhan, leaving the city defenseless. A system notification sounded at just the right moment. You have massacred the county city. All NPCs' fear level toward you has reached 100. Relax, I don't eat people, Suhan said with a friendly smile to the Japanese NPCs. But his attempt at reassurance only caused them to scatter in greater panic. Not a single NPC dared to approach him. Why does no one believe that I'm actually a good guy? He sighed wistfully, reminiscing. Back in the starter village, I made sure everyone had their fill of the hometown spring water before I left. As he ascended the mountain, Suhan noticed that Tenkin Shrine Mountain was now a desolate wasteland, its terrain scarred by dried lava flows and dangerous paths. He carefully navigated around the hazards for half a day until he finally reached the Sect Street. Under the divine protection of the gods, the Sect Street remained intact. At its heart, the Eternal Life Temple still exuded its former grandeur, though it was eerily empty. All the devotees had perished. Linda, Linda, Suhan called boisterously as he strode into the temple, savoring the rare tranquility. Hey, I'm here, you troublemaker. After shouting for a while without response, he ventured deeper into the temple and found Linda engrossed in recording a list of the deceased. Upon seeing Suhan, she lit up with excitement. You wiped out an entire county this time, creating so many unclaimed souls. The temples are fighting like crazy over them. What? Gods need unclaimed souls? Suhan asked, puzzled. Linda nodded, explaining, souls are the premium offering for sacrifices. That's the main reason for the wars between nations. Unfortunately, adventurers like you don't have souls yet. Otherwise, the souls from the people you've killed could have easily promoted you to Grand Archbishop. Adventurers don't have souls? Suhan mused aloud. Maybe it's because the divine realm hasn't fully merged with reality yet. Once that happens, we probably will. A sudden thought excited him. Wait, since I killed all those NPCs, do I get faith points from them? You do? Linda confirmed, pulling out a ledger. If you help the temple collect all these unclaimed souls, the goddess will surely reward you with faith points. A system notification promptly appeared. Hidden Sect Quest. Collect unclaimed souls. Quest description. A mass slaughter by a certain murderous overlord has left countless unclaimed souls in the county city. Collect and sacrifice them to the goddess to gain faith points. Progress, 0500. A new quest. And that murderous overlord is obviously me. Suhan grinned, thrilled by the hidden task. What a deal. So the gods have been inciting wars among the races just for this? If you need souls, just say Soy can deliver them in no time. How do I collect souls? He asked. You'll need a special tool to store them, Linda responded after a moment of thought. She knew Suhan currently lacked the faith points required to exchange for a soul jar, which cost over 100 points. Not wanting to miss an opportunity, she immediately issued a new task. Quest. Give Priestess Linda a foot massage. Quest description. Priestess Linda requires a cooperative adventurer to provide her with a foot massage. If she's satisfied, she will lend the adventurer a soul jar worth 160 faith points. Seriously? Suhan muttered, resigned. Well, I guess it was bound to happen. Come on then. Linda teased with a playful smile, raising her elegantly shaped leg. Her figure, draped in flowing robes, was as enchanting as carved ivory, her skin smooth and lustrous like jade. Every movement radiated grace and poise. Treat me well, and the soul jar is yours. 3 hours later, Linda lay sprawled contentedly in the temple, thoroughly satisfied. Suhan, meanwhile, walked out humming a tune, clutching a beautifully adorned jar. A system notification chimed. Priestess Linda is very pleased with your skills. Ever since entering the city, Suhan had noticed that the NPCs in the divine realm were all stunningly attractive, with an open-minded culture. Romantic entanglements between players and NPCs were commonplace. However, Suhan had little interest in such matters. Today's performance had been purely for the sake of faith points. Nonetheless, he seemed to have inadvertently won Linda over. And just like that, he had secured a valuable tool worth over 100 faith points. With Linda now on his side, future quests were bound to be much easier. Come back soon. Linda called after him with a hint of longing. Suhan glanced down at the item in his hands. Soul jar. Temple exclusive item. Description. Used to collect unclaimed souls for sacrifice to the gods. Equipping the soul jar, Suhan's vision lit up with the faint glow of wandering souls scattered throughout the area. With few players daring to venture into the abandoned city, the streets were eerily quiet, leaving the souls for him to gather uninterrupted. He quickly discovered that simply aiming the jar at a soul would cause it to be automatically absorbed. You've collected an unclaimed soul. You've collected an unclaimed soul. Initially, a few sect priests competed with Suhan for the souls, but when he casually tapped his staff on the ground, leaving behind a glowing, toxic-looking trail of greenish-yellow liquid, they quickly retreated. Seeing the title Eternal Steward above his head, they dared not challenge him further. All mine. Suhan smirked, pleased with himself. Try to compete with me, and he'll wipe out Sect Street too. Think you're safe with gods backing you? Guess what, I've got one too. With the Eternal Goddess as his fierce patron, Suhan grew ever more audacious. Before long, the soul jar was brimming with dozens of unclaimed souls. As he followed the mountain path, a towering structure came into view, a high tower that rose dozens of meters into the sky. Nearby, several white-robed elders, each wearing a white hat, were using test tubes to collect wandering souls. The leader of the group addressed his companions. These unclaimed souls are critical for arcane experiments. Handle them with care to preserve their integrity. Otherwise, the mentor won't award any contribution points. Mr. Rand, what kind of experiments are these souls used for? And will the contribution points count toward our credits after this? One of the elders asked eagerly. The Whitebeard leader slammed his staff on the ground in irritation. You fools. You're lucky to get contribution points at all for assisting the mentor. Stop asking for more. Is this the Mage Academy? Suhan wondered as he surveyed the towering structure. Looks like I've stumbled here by accident. Perfect timing. I can pick up the class change quest while I'm at it. Where can I find Master Konglon? Suhan asked, standing before the towering mage's tower. His voice carried a steady confidence as he directed his question to an elderly man with a scruffy white beard. The old man, whose beard still bore traces of pepper sauce, twitched his whiskers slightly before narrowing his eyes to inspect the young man before him. Master Konglon? You must be one of the new adventurers, I presume? That's correct, Suhan replied without hesitation. Are you one of the mages of this tower? No, I'm merely an apprentice, the elder said. His voice tinged with a hint of resignation as his lips quivered slightly. Follow me. I'll take you to see Master Konglon. As they stepped inside the mage's tower, Suhan was immediately enveloped by the palpable aura of magic. With a flicker of light, a teleportation spell whisked him straight from the ground floor to the fifth. What lay before him was nothing short of astonishing. Not only did the tower boast magical elevators, but it also featured refrigerators, washing machines, and even devices resembling smartphones and laptops, crafted to appear as though made from fine jade. These mages, their technology rivals that of Earth. Suhan marveled to himself. It was no wonder that guilds everywhere vied for the establishment of mage towers. These places were veritable hubs of advanced innovation. The only downside, he mused, was the notoriously aloof nature of mage NPCs, who rarely deigned to interact with the outside world. The creak of an oak door broke his thoughts as it swung open to reveal a grand, spacious office. Behind a polished desk sat a man with striking purple hair. His eyes were half closed as he spoke, while a magical quill hovered beside him, diligently transcribing every word onto parchment. What's the meaning of this, Rand? Didn't I explicitly say not to disturb me before 10 in the morning while I'm working on my thesis? The purple-haired man said, his tone edged with irritation as he shot the elder a sharp glance. Master Konglon, it's him, the white-bearded apprentice stammered, his voice trembling with excitement as he gestured towards Suhan. He's the adventurer. The adventurer? Konglon shot up from his chair, his crystalline eyes alight with curiosity. He studied Suhan with intense interest, his initial annoyance swiftly replaced by elation. You? It's really you? "You've finally arrived." His enthusiasm was almost infectious as he turned to Rand. "Quickly, prepare the finest magic cat dung coffee. Our guest deserves nothing less to warm up after his journey." As Rand hurried off, Kanglan tapped his knuckles thoughtfully on the desk. In response, the smooth walls of the office shimmered, revealing a projection of an inviting sitting area plush sofa, a magical cabinet, and softly glowing enchanted lamps, all reminiscent of a setting straight out of Earth's Harry Potter universe. "Please, have a seat, young man. I imagine someone like you would appreciate this kind of decor," Kanglan said with a knowing smile. Suhan hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by the NPC's apparent knowledge of Earth's pop culture. It dawned on him just how little he truly understood about the mysteries of this world. "Shunyu." He sank into the sofa, still trying to process the unexpected parallels. Before he could dwell too long, a steaming pot of coffee floated gracefully into the room. Kanglan personally poured a cup for him, offering it with practiced ease. "Milk? Sugar?" Kanglan asked, his tone courteous. "Neither," Suhan replied. "Ah, straightforward and unadulterated, just the way I like it," Kanglan said approvingly, nodding as he sent the cup drifting gently into Suhan's hands with a flick of his fingers. "To be continued. Let me know if you'd like me to continue crafting the story." The magic stone emitted a faint glow in the mage tower, and the surrounding mages looked puzzled. How could someone as powerful as Suhan, a renowned adventurer, possess such a low level of magical talent? Even Kanglan, who had been locked in combat with a burly warrior, paused to observe the situation intently. "Hold on a second," chuckled the Treant. "If magical aptitude is too high, sometimes this kind of result can occur." Everyone nodded and waited patiently. After 15 minutes, Suhan, holding the magic stone, was starting to lose his patience. "Damn it, is this stupid stone broken?" he muttered to himself. "Even if my magical talent is trash, who cares? My nuclear contamination damage doesn't rely on this anyway. I'd better just get my class advancement over with." Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Suddenly, an intense, blinding light filled the space, as if someone had turned on an ultra-powerful flashlight and turned it off in an instant, leaving everyone's eyes stinging. The light vanished as quickly as it appeared, and the magic stone in Suhan's hand shattered into several pieces. Is this even possible?" The mages stared in shock at the fragments of the broken magic stone. "Judging by that glow, it's at least in S rank." "No, it's beyond S rank. It might even be SS rank. This is an unprecedented top-tier talent. Quick, notify the royal capital. Our academy has produced a once-in-a-lifetime genius." The mages erupted into excited discussion, but Kanglan remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a wry smile, took a puff from his pipe and said, "An SS rank mage talent, the Royal Academy hasn't seen one in a millennium. Who am I to design a class advancement path for him?" After much heated deliberation, Kanglan emerged from his office and handed a class emblem to Suhan. "Adventurer, I'm sorry, but your class is beyond our guidance." Seeing Suhan's nervous expression, Kanglan smiled reassuringly. "However, we can directly grant you the qualification for class advancement. The nuclear test you conducted in Nagasaki County will suffice as your advancement task." Suhan accepted the emblem, thinking to himself how lazy these NPCs were. They couldn't even be bothered to design a proper task. Still, class advancement was primarily up to the players, so whether there was a task or not didn't really matter. "Congratulations on becoming a nuclear arcane master." A system notification chimed, and a skill tree blueprint appeared before Suhan. Floating on the blueprint were several nuclear test bubbles. Test 001. Use a nuclear shockwave to eliminate 3 players within a 50 by 50 range. Observe the reactions. Knowledge points, 20. Test 002. Simultaneously contaminate 50 wild creatures with nuclear energy. Observe their reactions. Suhan's gaze fell upon the skill tree before him, composed of 3 main branches. Although most of the skills were displayed in a dim, grayish tone, a few dazzling skill names immediately caught his attention, making his heart race with excitement. Fission Bomb, a purple gold tier skill, requiring 3,000 knowledge points. Thermonuclear Hydrogen Bomb, a starter skill, requiring 10,000 knowledge points. Proton Bullet, an immortal tier skill, requiring 100,000 knowledge points. Genome Fracture, a sacred skill, requiring 1,000,000 knowledge points. The second skill branch was equally breathtaking. Heavy Water Plant, a purple gold tier skill, requiring 3,000 knowledge points. Nuclear Battery, a passive starter skill, requiring 10,000 knowledge points. Fusion Battery, a passive immortal tier skill, requiring 100,000 knowledge points. Infinite Energy Supply, a passive sacred skill, requiring 1,000,000 knowledge points. This skill tree had everything from silver tier to divine tier abilities. These were skills that could never be obtained in the outside world. Yet as long as he continued to advance in this profession, he could directly acquire them. The late-game skills even surpassed the limits of human players, possessing god-slaying power. What seemed like an ordinary second-tier class was, in reality, brimming with countless god-ear abilities, promising an unlimited future. At the base of the skill tree were numerous foundational skills. Light pollution upon research increases nuclear high temperature damage by 100 points, requiring 80 knowledge points. Particle radiation upon research increases nuclear radiation damage by 100 points, requiring 80 knowledge points. Enhanced shockwave multiplication upon research increases nuclear shockwave damage by 100 points, requiring 80 knowledge points. I'm set for life. Suhan could hardly contain his excitement. This class advancement had completely freed him from the constraints of being a water element mage, transforming him into a true nuclear energy mage. No wonder his previous water-based skills always felt awkward to use now. He finally had an independent nuclear energy skill tree. Although he could no longer learn from skill books, he could convert them into knowledge points and unlock any skill he desired. In the future, not only would he be able to create nuclear bombs with his own hands, but he would also gain immortality through infinite nuclear energy. The damage from nuclear pollution would continue to grow exponentially. With a heart brimming with anticipation, he eagerly scrolled further down the skill tree to explore its contents. Suhan heard a clear notification sound in his ear, signaling the transformation of his initial class, Nuclear Pollution Mage, after his second advancement. The three newly acquired traits filled him with excitement. Not only could he freely control the damage type and intensity of nuclear pollution, but defeating a boss would also allow him to stack nuclear pollution layers without limitation. Most astonishing of all, if the nuclear pollution damage exceeded 100 points, it could potentially project into reality. Project into reality? Suhan frowned in thought. This trait left him somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was an issue with the divine realm system. However, the value of this third trait made his eyes light up. If he could find a boss 5 levels higher than himself, he could continue stacking nuclear pollution layers without being restricted by the usual 10-level intervals. The moment his class advancement was complete, the emblem above his head changed as well. The original yellow 3-leaf nuclear symbol transformed into 5 interlocking blue circles representing nuclear energy. At the same time, the system notified him that the county's teleportation array had been activated. Before his departure, Konglan hurriedly brought him a mage's robe to serve as his academy professor's attire. Suhan accepted it and left the mage tower, mentally mapping out his next steps. Collecting souls, establishing a guild, and hatching his pet egg. Each task was urgent and demanded immediate attention. He sent a message to Han Jinlong to check on their progress. Han Jinlong, upon seeing the message, broke into a cold sweat. Their leveling speed, gaining 1 level every couple of hours, was already considered decent in the town zone. But compared to Suhan, the first player in the entire server to complete the second advancement, their progress was laughably slow. We're almost there, Han Jinlong hastily replied as he frantically shot arrows at nearby monsters. Suhan decided to head to the wilderness to grind mobs. Along the way, he collected stray souls while reviewing the nuclear experiment projects numbered 001 to 005 in his class interface. The difficulty and rewards of these experiments increased progressively, with a major experiment every 5 projects. The 005 major experiment, in particular, caught his attention. It required him to conduct a 3-minute nuclear heat trial on players in a city, including at least 1 player ranked no lower than grade A. The reward was a substantial 50 knowledge points. Once in the wilderness, Suhan targeted level 26 wild elephants. With his 4 layers of nuclear pollution dealing 1,200 damage per second, he could take one down in less than a minute. After eliminating over a dozen, he not only stacked a layer of super pollution but also completed 2 nuclear experiments, earning 5 knowledge points. Seeing that he was just 1 wild elephant away from leveling up, Suhan pulled out his pet egg for routine incubation. This time, as his blood dripped onto the pet egg, which had reached the pinnacle of celestial rank, its shell suddenly burst with countless mysterious patterns. A brilliant holy light erupted, signaling its successful ascension to the saint rank. Suhan stood alone in the desolate wilderness, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. This time, not a single holy deity had dared to intervene. It seemed they finally realized that showing up would only result in gifting their skills to his pets. He glanced down at the massive collection of souls clutched in his hand, along with the sacrificial artifacts that had exploded from the defeated enemies. A flicker of smugness crossed his face. If any rule deity tried to interfere, he wouldn't hesitate to summon the eternal goddess herself to descend. Better this way, saves me a few chances to unleash catastrophic pollution, Suhan muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the pet egg in his possession, now on the verge of evolving to its highest level. Only 2 mutation hatching attempts remained. Whether it could ascend to the divine tier depended on this final push. Miles away, a group of enemy sorcerers was intently monitoring Suhan's every move. They had strict orders from their superiors to use farsight spells and maintain constant surveillance on the target. Among them, a level 40 mage couldn't suppress his frustration any longer. President Suhan, why not let me take him out right now? That level 22 brat wouldn't stand a chance. I could kill him as easily as swatting a fly. Chihan Himawari, the guild leader, heaved a weary sigh. Guanzakin, I understand your impatience, but Suruahan is far more dangerous than he appears. Do not act recklessly. Meanwhile, in a secluded location within Nagasaki Prefecture, Abe was deep in discussion with the upper echelon of the Miyazaki Corporation. As one of the 6 most powerful conglomerates in the country, the Miyazaki Corporation wielded immense influence not only in the real world's political sphere but also within the divine realm, where veteran players from the first and second eras held dominion. By comparison, the Abe family amounted to little more than a subordinate faction. President Miyazaki, Abe's voice carried an edge of desperation. What should we do now? We can't even get close to that boy. It was your command that set this mission in motion. How are we supposed to handle this? The failed operation had cost Abe dearly, yet his mind was already scheming in the shadows. Once the guild wars began, he had countless ways to ensure Suhan met a grisly end. But killing him a few times in the game wouldn't be enough. To truly satisfy his thirst for vengeance, Abe needed to uncover Suhan's real-world identity and deliver his severed head as proof of victory. In the top-floor office of the Empire State Building, Taro Miyazaki, chairman of the Miyazaki Corporation, answered the phone with a light chuckle in his voice. All the losses and resources incurred this time will be reimbursed by the company. Abakin, there's no need to worry. Your sole focus should be on one task: keeping a close watch on Suruhan in Nagasaki County. Hearing the promise of compensation, Abe's tone softened slightly, though it still carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But the main family should also find a way to eliminate this person. How are things going with the Chin family you've planted in Huaxia? At the mention of the Chin family, Taro Miyazaki fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. Ever since Suruhan exposed the Chin family's traitorous identity, they've been unable to gain a foothold in Huaxia. After Chin Hao recovered, I brought him back to Tokyo. Useless. Abe sneered coldly before abruptly hanging up the phone. With a sharp crack, Taro Miyazaki snapped the phone in half and tossed it into the ornamental pond in front of him. His face darkened like a stormy sky. Kneeling before him was a young man dressed in traditional Japanese attire. Upon closer look, it was none other than Chin Hao. In flawless Japanese, he spoke with deep respect. Father, thank you for saving my life. Good. You have not disgraced the title of my adopted son, Taro Miyazaki said slowly, nodding with a meaningful gaze. You should understand what I want you to do. Of course, father. Chin Hao responded immediately. The thought of the person who had ruthlessly humiliated and destroyed him brought a burning hatred to his eyes. At this moment, only one thought consumed him. Suruhan must die, and Dasha must fall. He had fully embraced his identity as a loyal Japanese. Then follow me, Taro Miyazaki said, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold ruthlessness. He gestured for Chin Hao to come along. Chin Hao pressed his lips together, his heart swelling with anticipation. He knew he was finally about to gain access to the deepest secrets of the Miyazaki Corporation. Chin Hao and Miyazaki Taro boarded a helicopter directly from the rooftop of the building, heading for the Miyazaki Consortium's private airport. Staff members escorted them to the helicopter with the utmost caution, as if preparing for a high-stakes mission. The entire process was conducted under strict secrecy. Through the window of the private aircraft, Chin Hao squinted at the distant sky and noticed several small white dots circling overhead. Upon closer inspection, he realized the sleek objects bore the emblem of the Miyazaki Consortium. They were stealth fighter jets from the Self-Defense Force. For an inspection to warrant fighter jet escorts, it only deepened Chin Hao's curiosity. Clenching his fists, he thought to himself. Being involved in such classified matters could only mean one thing: had truly been accepted by the Miyazaki Consortium as one of their own. The realization sent a wave of excitement through him, making him tremble. Though Suruhan had nearly cost him his life, in hindsight, it seemed like a blessing in disguise. As the helicopter began its descent, Chin Hao's eyes were drawn to the scene below. The city had an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. The streets were deserted, and the city center lay in ruins. Scattered across the barren outskirts were a few frail, elderly individuals struggling to survive. No pedestrians were in sight, not even birds in the sky. On the ground, aside from roaches, there were no stray cats or dogs to be seen. Stepping off the helicopter, Chin Hao surveyed the surroundings, his sense of unease growing stronger. Miyazaki Taro exchanged a few hushed words with the airport staff, and shortly after, several military transport vehicles arrived. The leading officer from the Self-Defense Force appeared visibly anxious, as if eager to leave the area as quickly as possible. From inside the vehicle, Chin Hao glanced out the window and finally caught sight of a weathered sign, its lettering blurred from rain. Squinting, he made out the Japanese characters. Welcome to Fukushima City. Fukushima? The name struck Chin Hao like a thunderclap. His pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end. The searing sensation of radiation, ever present in the divine realm, seemed to return in an instant. He began to tremble uncontrollably as vivid memories of being consumed by nuclear contamination flooded his mind, flesh dissolving, internal organs burning through. The torment was unbearable. Overwhelmed by fear, Qin Hao's rationality shattered. His eyes reddened as he pounded on the car window and shoved at those around him. "Let me out! Get me out of here!" he shouted in desperation. Two self-defense force soldiers restrained him forcefully, pinning him back into his seat, but he continued to plead and scream hoarsely. "Give him a sedative." Miyazaki Taro's calm voice came from the front seat. Without hesitation, one of the soldiers retrieved a syringe and administered the injection. The drug quickly took effect, and Qin Hao's frantic struggles subsided. He slumped in his seat, staring blankly out the window. The military transport vehicle entered a heavily guarded base, passing through stringent security checkpoints before being allowed through. As the sedative wore off, Qin Hao began to notice his surroundings. Large numbers of soldiers were busy near a coastal installation. As they approached, he saw what it was: a massive tunnel leading deep into the ocean, connected to the nearby nuclear power plant. Colorless and odorless, yet undeniably radioactive wastewater was being discharged continuously. "Father, why exactly are we here?" Qin Hao finally mustered the courage to ask as they descended in a slowly moving cable car. The tunnel, plunging into an abyss like a passage to the underworld, couldn't possibly exist just to dispose of nuclear wastewater. While the discharge of nuclear waste was a widely known fact, the true purpose behind it remained shrouded in mystery. "Don't you want to know our real secret?" Miyazaki Taro narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying an unsettling undertone amid the rumbling of the cable car. "You will meet a god." Suhan focused intently on the level 28 frenzied wolf in front of him, recording data while skillfully dodging its attacks. Trial number 12 begins. Time recorded: 17 hours 15 minutes and 33 seconds, he muttered under his breath. Each blow from the frenzied wolf drained nearly half of his health bar. While applying the nuclear contamination effect on the wolf, he tactically retreated. The nuclear contamination caused 10 damage points per second. After over 50 minutes of sustained contamination, 15 frenzied wolves in pursuit collapsed simultaneously, turning into loot chests. The system notification popped up. Nuclear test 015 completed. Knowledge points 15. Finally hit 80 points. Suhan exhaled in relief. Those 6 nuclear trials involving players were still pending. The current knowledge points were enough to unlock a skill tree. Without hesitation, he selected the skill at the very bottom. "Ding! You have activated light pollution," the system announced. Instantly, the nuclear heat damage skyrocketed to 200 points, and the nuclear contamination damage surged to a staggering 1,600 points per second. Just as he prepared to retrieve a pet egg for the final mutation incubation, his sister Su Li's voice interrupted him. "Brother, the game pod needs scheduled maintenance again. You're too absorbed in playing," she called out. With a click, Suhan was abruptly ejected from the game pod. The pod's display screen flashed a message: monthly maintenance in progress. Extending pod lifespan. Maintenance duration: 15 minutes. "Forgot about the maintenance schedule," Suhan muttered, scratching his head as he noticed Su Li already dressed and ready. Both their game pods were now undergoing simultaneous maintenance. "Brother, everyone keeps your in-game identity a secret from me. It's so annoying. But honestly, they all seem to think you're amazing or something," Su Li complained. "Just moderately amazing," Suhan replied with a sheepish grin. He had personally instructed everyone to keep his in-game identity hidden from her. "Whatever. I've been cooped up in this building for too long. Let's go out and explore today." Su Li whined, tugging at his arm playfully. "All right," Suhan agreed, figuring that Central and Hong Kong would be relatively safe. He stood up, shut off the game pod, and casually tossed his dirty clothes and keys toward the bathroom. But then, something shocking happened midair. The clothes and keys suddenly burst into flames, disintegrating into ashes before their eyes. "What the hell?" Suhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bizarre scene. What just happened? Spontaneous combustion? Click, click, click. The cable car glided along the tracks, descending into the depths of the ocean. The carbon fiber tunnel kept the surging seawater at bay, but the sound of deep-sea currents battering against the structure grew increasingly distinct, as if they were sliding into the abyss of hell itself. Freshly sedated, Qin Hao was no longer frantic, but his body trembled violently. The overwhelming fear nearly suffocated him. In stark contrast, Miyazaki Taro remained calm, his face bearing an expression of reverence, almost akin to a devout worshipper. "Child, do you know the fundamental difference between the people of Dasha and us?" he asked. I don't know," Qin Hao stammered, his lips pale and trembling as he forced the words out. At this moment, he no longer feared that the Miyazaki family would kill him. Instead, he was convinced these people were utterly insane. To him, the notion that the Oni nation's government would expend such vast resources to build an undersea tunnel just to worship some so-called deity was completely absurd. Anyone with basic education would see this as sheer madness. As the cable car continued its descent, the external currents gradually faded, replaced by the grotesque sight of deformed deep-sea creatures. Locking eyes with these monstrosities, Qin Hao felt as if his very soul was being drained. Clang! The cable car came to a halt with a resounding crash. Miyazaki Taro stepped forward slowly and knelt on a mat woven from grass. In this desolate, uninhabited depth, the presence of a small shrine only added to the eerie atmosphere. At the end of the tunnel, a massive seal plunged directly into the seabed, keeping the ocean firmly at bay. Thick, serpentine chains coiled around the base of the tunnel, extending into a bottomless oceanic abyss. Miyazaki Taro knelt in worship before this abyss. Qin Hao's pupils constricted. Judging by the size of the chains, whatever was being restrained must be at least the size of several skyscrapers, perhaps even larger than a mountain. After completing his ritual, Miyazaki Taro turned to a nearby staff member and commanded, "The deity is pleased with its current state. Initiate the third nuclear wastewater release. The more nuclear elements in the ocean, the closer we are to the deity's rebirth. Our great nuclear nation will rise again, no matter what the so-called divine realms may think." "Yes, sir." Initiating the third release immediately. After this, the entire Pacific Ocean will be contaminated. The staff member, stationed in the depths of the ocean, saluted excitedly. His face was marred with sores from nuclear contamination, his skin pale as paper. Clearly, he didn't have long to live. Yet his fervor remained undiminished. Miyazaki Taro nodded approvingly and patted the man's shoulder with a sense of pity. "Takabana-san, your family's contributions during the war were unparalleled. Whether your descendants can one day set foot on Dasha soil and demonstrate the might of our empire depends on your performance here." "Understood. I will complete the mission," the staff member replied, coughing twice, his face flushing with exhilaration. "When the Imperial Army marches on Dasha again, please scatter my ashes along the banks of the Songhu River, so I can rest with my ancestors." "I will do so," Miyazaki Taro promised solemnly. This exchange left Qin Hao in stunned realization. The Oni nation's reckless decision to defy global condemnation and discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean had a sinister purpose: to nourish the entity within the abyss and hasten its rebirth. If they succeeded, they would gain the power to invade Dasha once more, even unafraid of the divine forces of the heavenly realms. Overwhelmed by shock, Qin Hao silently knelt beside Miyazaki Taro. The latter turned to him with a smile. "Child, give me your hand." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Hao instinctively extended his hand. Miyazaki Taro moved like lightning. In an instant, he pulled out a small, gleaming blade and, without hesitation, slashed a cut across his palm. Blood immediately began to flow, glinting ominously under the dim lights of the deep-sea laboratory. Qin Hao felt a sharp pain in his palm, but before he could react, Miyazaki Taro's raspy voice rang urgently in his ears. "Quick, press it onto the altar." Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao, trembling, pressed his injured hand against the surface of the altar. Warm blood seeped through a thin membrane, dispersing rapidly into the seawater under the immense pressure of the deep ocean. He didn't understand the purpose of it all, but deep within, an inexplicable sensation stirred, a strange feeling as though something ancient was calling to his very bloodline. Suddenly, a spine-chilling sound of chains sliding echoed through the chamber. Clank, clank, clank. A massive chain began to shake violently, descending rapidly into the pitch-black abyss of the oceanic eye. Miyazaki Taro's face lit up with a fanatical expression, while Qin Hao was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions both eerily familiar and utterly foreign. "Do you know why, out of all the collaborators in Dasha, I chose you to be my adopted son?" Miyazaki Taro asked, his gaze fixed on the sinking chain, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. "Child, you probably don't realize this, but during the war, we conducted over 300 classified projects in Dasha. To this day, most of them remain undisclosed." He continued, "No one knows our true intent. Genetic warfare? Viral warfare? Ha! Those are nothing but the crude tricks of Western barbarians incapable of shaking Dasha's foundations. We understand Dasha better than any other nation. We know where her true strength lies. What we sought was power to rule the world. And you likely have no idea about the secrets hidden within your own family." "My family's secrets?" Qin Hao was stunned. As an ordinary second-generation rich kid, he had never even stepped into the ancestral hall, let alone learned anything about his family's history. Miyazaki Taro didn't elaborate further. He simply sighed with a meaningful expression. The ancient bloodline is destined to reunite here. Before his words could fully settle, the chain that had plunged into the abyss suddenly came to a halt. Then, a slender, smoke-like tendril of pure darkness emerged slowly from the oceanic eye. The tendril pierced effortlessly through the specialized materials designed to withstand the extreme heat and pressure of the deep sea, as though such barriers were meaningless to it. Is this some kind of deep-sea creature, father? Qin Hao stammered, his whole body trembling as he instinctively tried to back away. Do not blaspheme the divine. Accept your fate, child, Miyazaki Taro said coldly. The dark tendril eventually pressed against Qin Hao's forehead. In that instant, his eyes turned white, and the world around him dissolved into darkness. When he reopened his eyes, everything around him felt inexplicably familiar. Qin Hao scanned his surroundings, his gaze falling on the elaborate gear adorning his body. He was utterly stunned. This was the divine realm. The realization nearly drove him mad with disbelief. How could the tendrils he encountered connect him to this otherworldly dimension? For a moment, he questioned if he was still lying unconscious in a hospital bed, caught in the throes of a vivid dream. But when he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was the stern, shadowed face of Miyazaki Taro. Now do you understand the power of the gods? Miyazaki Taro's voice was cold and cutting. Your bloodline is one of the rare few capable of resonating with the divine presence. That's precisely why we chose you, child. Qin Hao felt a stabbing pain in his throat as he stared at the floating tendrils before him. Though they seemed devoid of malice, his instincts screamed for him to stay away. As a wealthy heir who had lived a life of privilege and comfort, everything he had witnessed today filled him with dread. He wanted nothing to do with these supernatural forces. Fool! Miyazaki Taro suddenly grabbed a fistful of Qin Hao's hair, forcing his face toward the tendrils. What are you cowering for, you worthless waste? Think of your father. Think of your younger brother. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, and I've handed it to you on a silver platter. Wake up and seize it. Father, brother. The words echoed in Qin Hao's mind, intertwining with the paralyzing fear of the unknown. And then, like a lightning strike in his thoughts, a name surfaced: Su Ruhan. Su Ruhan. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that blood began to trickle from his palms. To avenge himself against this nemesis, to bring ruin to Dasha, what was a little fear of the unknown compared to that? Fighting back his terror, he leaned forward and pressed his forehead against the tendrils. Instantly, his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. But this time, he didn't re-enter the divine realm. Instead, he felt the overwhelming presence of something vast and ancient slumbering beneath the sea's eye, being so immense and awe-inspiring that only the word God could begin to describe it. In the void, countless delicate tendrils wrapped around him, as though merging him with the colossal entity. A voice, speaking flawless Dasha dialect, resonated in his ears. Descendant of man, what is it you seek? Qin Hao's mind raced. This entity had ties to Dasha? Had it been taken here by the ghost nation long ago? If you truly are a god, I want to know Su Ruhan's true identity in the real world. Qin Hao demanded. Your wish shall be granted. In an instant, a torrent of images flooded his consciousness. He saw the moment Suhan first acquired the Divine Realm gaming pod. The revelation hit him like a thunderclap. Fury surged through him as he roared. So that's it. Su Ruhan. You're Suhan. His voice echoed in the void, as though trying to pierce the boundaries of this strange dimension. With the backing of this omniscient and omnipotent entity, Qin Hao's excitement was palpable. He prayed fervently, help me. I want to grow stronger in the divine realm. I want to become the strongest. Your wish shall be granted, came the voice once more, its tone strangely accommodating, as though favoring him. As the entity began to recede into dormancy, Qin Hao, desperate for answers, shouted one final question. Who are you? What is your connection to my family? My name is Qiongqi. These were the last words the entity left him. When Qin Hao's consciousness returned to the divine realm, he found himself holding an ancient artifact, a bronze vessel steeped in history and mystery. The Qiongqi Devourer. This supreme-class relic, a treasure of Dasha's antiquity, had been looted during the Ghost Nation's invasion and was now housed in the Tokyo Izumiya Museum. The artifact radiated an unparalleled aura of power, capable of altering careers, skills, drop rates, and even states of being. Moreover, it could be upgraded by absorbing the essence of war itself. Qin Hao stared in awe at the ancient artifact from the Great Xia dynasty in his hands, his thoughts swirling. The connection between this relic and the mysterious entity beneath the sea, as well as the truth behind the Miyazaki Foundation's choice of Fukushima as their cultivation site, began to piece together in his mind. Though these revelations seemed like something out of myth and legend, the reality before him left no room for doubt. What shocked him even more was that this ancient artifact could somehow be projected into the divine realm. He couldn't help but recall a passage of ancient text his father had forced him to memorize as a child. Qiongqi, one of the four fiends of antiquity, was slain by Emperor Shun. The classic of mountains and seas describes it as the son of Emperor Xiaohao, resembling a tiger with wings. It devours humans and is drawn to the sound of battle, consuming both friend and foe alike. As Qin Hao drifted into unconsciousness, Miyazaki Taro waved a hand at his subordinates and issued a command. Leave him be, but monitor his vital signs at all times. Qin Hao's murmurs before passing out caught Miyazaki Taro's attention. Su Ruhan is Suhan? This revelation filled him with excitement as he calculated his next move. If I can eliminate Su Ruhan in reality, the plan against Great Xia will proceed without a hitch. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Hong Kong, Suhan was having lunch with Su Li at a small noodle stand when he suddenly sneezed. Whoosh! A burst of roaring flames erupted from where his sneeze landed, causing bystanders to whip out their phones to record the bizarre scene, their exclamations echoing through the crowd. Brother, are you okay? Is something wrong with your body? Su Li asked anxiously. With a grim expression, Suhan grabbed his sister's hand and quickly led her away from the crowded area, his every step cautious. Behind them, the spot touched by the flames was reduced to nothingness. Tables and chairs disintegrated, leaving deep scorch marks on the ground. Even more unsettling, all the phones that had captured the scene were filled with white static before their cameras abruptly shattered. Brother, what on earth happened? Su Li anxiously pressed for answers. She was well aware that the Shinyu game had already caused some players to develop mental illnesses, and she was terrified that her brother might be affected too. Suhan staggered down the street, his steps uneven and unsteady. The hood of his sweatshirt obscured his face. He didn't stop until he reached a deserted, abandoned alley. There, he yanked off his hoodie, gasping for fresh air. The fusion of Shinyu and the real world was far more horrifying than he had imagined. He immediately pulled out his phone to check the news, hoping to find other Shinyu players experiencing symptoms similar to his. Yet, after scrolling through several articles, he found nothing that matched his case. Brother, Su Li cried, moving to embrace Suhan, but he instinctively pushed her away. An invisible force emanated from his palm. Thankfully, he managed to pull back just in time. But the incident left him drenched in cold sweat. Stay back. Don't come near me, Suhan shouted, his voice sharp with warning. Su Li froze, too frightened to move. Crouching down, Suhan pressed a fingertip to the ground, leaving a clear imprint on the concrete. It can melt cement instantly? This must be thousands of degrees, he thought to himself in shock. The energy was uncannily identical to the nuclear power he wielded in Shenyu. Nuclear contamination abilities? Suhan could hardly believe it had somehow brought Shanyu's nuclear energy into the real world. Although such a revelation might drive most people to despair, Suhan was already well-versed in handling nuclear power. The priority now was to gain control over this ability. Without it, living a normal life would be impossible. After a series of experiments, he finally identified the key trigger for the nuclear energy and attack-oriented intent. Any act of aggression, whether deliberate or subconscious, would activate the nuclear contamination effect. He casually tossed a small rock, and with an attack intent, the area where the rock landed instantly heated to thousands of degrees, burning a hole in the ground and vaporizing the surrounding vegetation. Both long-range and close-range attacks are possible, Suhan realized with excitement. Any action he defined as an attack could carry nuclear contamination damage. This meant that even an ordinary handgun in his hands could unleash the destructive power of a nuclear weapon. To test his defensive abilities, he asked Su Li to throw a rock at him. With superhuman reflexes, he effortlessly caught the rock, which disintegrated into vapor the moment it touched his hand. Through these experiments, Suhan determined that his current nuclear radiation damage was capped at just over 100 points, still far from reaching the temperatures necessary for nuclear explosions or extreme heat. This was a relief, as it minimized the risk of accidental harm. However, he still needed to be cautious of unconscious attack behaviors, which would require deliberate training to manage. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and a conversation in Cantonese echoed from the alley's entrance. Boss, it's that guy up ahead. You sure? Don't you dare lie to me. I'm positive, it's him. A group of men burst around the corner, brandishing steel blades without hesitation. It's him. That's the guy the boss wants. Run. Suhan grabbed Su Li's wrist without hesitation and bolted forward. This was Hong Kong, a place unlike the mainland. The city was a hotbed for international crime syndicates, gang organizations, and even extremist groups, creating a chaotic underworld. Though efforts had been made to restore order, violent clashes between gangs were still common. Within the Li family's sphere of influence, it was relatively safe. However, in his panic, Suhan had inadvertently strayed into unfamiliar territory. Block him. Don't let him get away. Several young men, speaking in Cantonese, charged towards them, armed with machetes and steel rods. Among them were a few men in black suits. This punk burned down my shop and thinks he can just walk away without paying? Does he think I, Uncle 13, am easy to mess with? Although Suhan had nuclear contamination coursing through his body, it provided no physical enhancements. There was no way he could outrun this group of local gang members, who knew the terrain like the back of their hands. He leapt onto an old 2- or 3-story residential building, signaling for Su Li to go around the other way. The pursuers seemed focused solely on him. Come on down if you've got the guts, someone below taunted with a sneer. Think you can outmaneuver the Qinglong gang? The pursuers were already climbing up to the high ground. Suhan realized escape was unlikely. He reluctantly pulled out his phone, intending to call Li Qingmei. His father-in-law, Li Qing, had been entrenched in Hong Kong's underworld for 40 years and could probably handle this minor issue. But just as he was about to dial, he noticed something was off among the gang members and the angry locals whose stalls had been burned. The men in black suits stood out like a sore thumb. Who are you people? I don't want to escalate this. Name your price, and we can talk, Suhan asked warily. Break one of his legs, then get him on the boat tonight. The gang leader sneered, raising his machete. He turned to the suited man and spoke respectfully. Mr. Fujimoto, hey, race the man you wanted. He wandered onto my turf, so I made sure you didn't come here for nothing. Excellent. 300 million Hong Kong dollars will be transferred to your account immediately, the suited man replied in heavily accented Mandarin, his cold eyes fixed on Suhan. Mr. Suhan, I am a representative of the Fujimoto family from Japan. We've been watching you for quite some time. I'd like to discuss something regarding Su Ruhan. It was then that Suhan realized he had underestimated the situation. This wasn't merely a local gang, they were pawns of the Fujimoto family. They had likely been tailing him since he left Central Tower, possibly even bribing local gangs in advance. The motive was clear. Whoever Su Ruhan was, Suhan was the perfect leverage. Whatever they're offering, they'll pay double. Suhan shouted as he dodged the gang leader's strikes, trying to negotiate. When dealing with thugs, money was often the only language they understood. A few hundred million Hong Kong dollars was still within his means. Sorry, kid, the gang leader, known as Lai Tuzhong, grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. The Japanese promised me protection from the Li family's retaliation. That's not something you can buy. His street fighting skills were fast and vicious, and within moments, Suhan found himself cornered. I see. So, you're willing to sell out your own people, Suhan said coldly, his expression darkening. It was clear that the Fujimoto family hadn't just bought Lai Tuzhong with money. They had also guaranteed him sanctuary in Japan, safe from the Li family's wrath. Lai Tuzhong's face twisted with anger. What I do is none of your damn business. Suhan stayed silent, watching for an opening. He was prepared to risk everything and use fire as a last resort. Though his upbringing had instilled in him a deep aversion to taking a life, the situation left him no choice but to act in self-defense. Just as Lai Tuzhong raised his machete to slash at Suhan's leg, the suited man from the Fujimoto family suddenly intervened with a sharp gesture. Yamit, don't injure him. The boat has no medical facility, so it'll be inconvenient to treat him there. Understood, Mr. Fujimoto? Lai Tuzhong halted his strike and instead moved to restrain Suhan. He barked orders to his underlings. Grab the girl too. Bring her along with him. A group of thugs immediately rushed towards Su Li, who had been hiding nearby. They dragged her out, her face pale with terror. Brother, who are they? Su Li's startled cry shattered the silence, her voice trembling with fear. Surrounded by black-clad figures closing in from all directions, Suhan unexpectedly let out a faint, resigned smile. Stay right where you are. I'll be there in a moment. Ha ha ha. This guy's lost it. One thug mocked loudly. Someone's put a 3 billion bounty on his head, and he still thinks he can survive? Slap him. At that, Lai Tuzhong rushed forward, raising his hand to strike Suhan. Suhan sighed softly. He had always avoided taking lives in the real world, but now, he had no other choice. In a flash, Lai Tuzheng's body began to burn from the shoulders down. Strangely, there was no pain. His flesh, muscles, and bones silently dissolved, and before he could even react, his entire body vanished as if he had never existed. What? Boss. What kind of dark magic is this? The remaining thugs froze in shock, watching as a living, breathing man disintegrated before their eyes. Suhan's heart raced. This was the first time he had taken a life in the real world, but there was no time to dwell on it. The remaining attackers, driven by greed, were already charging at him with knives. Kill him. The boss is gone. Whoever takes him down gets the 3 billion. The promise of such a fortune sent the group into a frenzy as they recklessly lunged towards Suhan. Suhan swiftly bent down, grabbing a handful of dust and gravel, and flung it toward the attackers. In his hands, each speck of dust transformed into a deadly source of nuclear contamination. Screams of agony erupted as chaos unfolded. Some attackers' upper bodies disintegrated instantly, others lost their legs, and some were left with only half their heads, still horrifyingly conscious. The black-suited operatives from the island nation received his full attention and were spared. Brother? You killed them, Su Li, standing nearby, stared in shock before adding with a mix of awe and excitement. But, you looked so cool doing it. Suhan ignored his sister's reaction and instead approached a member of the Fujimoto family. A single pebble shot forward, reducing the man's lower half to ash. Grabbing him by the collar, Suhan demanded coldly. How many of you are in Dasha? Where is your headquarters? The Fujimoto clan member coughed up blood, but sneered defiantly. The Black Dragon Society has been operating in Dasha for 30 years. You can't even fathom our power. You're as good as dead, you, and everyone you care about. Black Dragon Society? Suhan's expression turned grim in an instant. The Black Dragon Society, an infamous East Asian crime syndicate that has existed since the last century and once exerted influence over political realms, was, surprisingly, still active. Suhan contemplated this revelation while methodically using his nuclear contamination ability to scorch the legs of the man before him, a member of the Black Dragon Society, attempting to extract crucial information. Since you've already revealed your affiliation, why not tell me who else from the Black Dragon Society is operating in Dasha? Suhan asked calmly. The interrogation techniques he had learned in the divine realm were proving invaluable. Forget it. A proud warrior of the Empire will never betray his cause. The Japanese man gritted his teeth, defiant, even as most of his body had been charred beyond recognition. That's fine. I have all the time in the world, Suhan replied emotionlessly. He began using the man as a subject for his nuclear experimentation. With a simple press of his finger, the flesh and bone on the man's shoulder instantly disintegrated into ash. The extreme heat cauterized the wound edges, leaving them sealed, as if the flesh had been meticulously erased by an invisible hand. The man's blood-curdling screams echoed through the night. You're dead. You and your family, all of you will die. Even the Li family. Without hesitation, Suhan burned away the man's tongue with a flick of his finger, silencing him. In fluent Japanese, he replied coldly, who isn't fighting for the sake of their family? As time passed, the Black Dragon Society member was reduced to nothing but a head and half a torso. At last, his resolve shattered, and he broke down sobbing. Father, mother, I was wrong. Tell me the locations of your Black Dragon Society hideouts, and I'll grant you a swift death, Suhan said, patting the man's remaining head. With his last functioning hand, the man scrawled a series of crooked Chinese characters on the ground. They revealed the coordinates of various locations: the Fanjiang House at 6,778, the Weapons Depot on Gangdao Island, the Heavy Arms Cache on Leishan Island at 6,645, as well as detailed information about 30 other bases in northern Myanmar. Coordinates 6272, 7363, 7757, complete with personnel rosters and weapon inventories. True to his word, Suhan ended the man's suffering with a single precise strike to the head. He then employed his nuclear contamination ability to vaporize all the corpses at the scene, leaving no trace behind. Brother, you killed someone. Suli finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her entire body trembling. If we don't eliminate people like them, we'll never be safe, Suhan said, shaking his head. He spoke softly to comfort his sister. This is something you must take to the grave. Until the divine realm fully merges with reality, no one can know about this. Suli nodded shakily, her fear evident. Then, pointing at Suhan's blood-stained clothes, she said, Brother, your clothes have blood on them. You should burn them too. If anyone finds out, just say I did it. I have Lighthouse country citizenship, and the extradition treaty can protect me. Suhan sighed and ruffled her hair. Don't overthink it. Just treat this like a bad dream. After leaving the alley, Suhan appeared unnervingly composed, even taking Suli to a roadside food stall to warm up with some beef offal soup. The vendor, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, glanced at Suhan knowingly as he handed over the bowls. You've just accomplished something big, haven't you, young man? The old man said in a low voice. Hearing the man's words, which lacked the local accent of Gangdao, Suhan's guard went up. What do you mean by that? You've got an aura of death about you, the old man replied in a thick Sichuan accent. He lifted his tattered apron, revealing an equally worn military uniform beneath it, riddled with bullet holes. His arm bore scars from old gunshot wounds. I'm over 90 years old. Would you believe me if I told you I've killed Japanese soldiers before? Suhan's eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined that he would encounter a hidden veteran of the anti-Japanese war at a simple roadside stall. If not for the old man's revelation, who would have guessed that this humble seller of beef offal had once fought on the front lines against the invaders? The elderly man rambled on about his past, his eyes glistening with tears. He recounted his experiences as a young soldier during the anti-encirclement campaigns, where his company commander led over 100 soldiers to break through the encirclement of 2 enemy divisions. In the end, only 5 men survived, each drenched in the blood of their enemies. The commander alone took down 7 or 8 enemy soldiers. When they finally retreated safely to a villager's home, the look in the commander's eyes under the dim oil lamp was exactly the same as the one Suhan had now. Huh. You young folks probably wouldn't believe it. The old man chuckled through his tears, patting Suhan on the shoulder. This is the first time I've told anyone so much. It's just that your eyes reminded me of my commander. Don't mind me, just eat. Consider this an old man's rambling. These two bowls are on me no charge. Suhan fell silent. Though it might sound unbelievable to some, he was certain the old man was telling the truth. He himself had just experienced the horrors of killing, and only someone who had truly been on the battlefield could recognize that look in another's eyes. Thinking of how these battle-hardened heroes now lived quietly in humble obscurity, Suhan felt a deep pang of guilt. Sir, may I ask your name? Suhan stood and bowed deeply to the elder. Heh, my name's Zhang Zizheng. The old man replied with a smile before turning back to his work. Suhan etched the image of the old man into his memory, silently vowing to continue fighting for the honor of these unsung heroes. When he returned to Central Tower, Li Qingmei rushed to greet him, her face filled with worry. Where have you been? It's so dangerous out there right now, you shouldn't have gone out. I was careless, Suhan replied with a faint smile. It won't happen again. In his mind, however, he thought, the next time I go out, it'll be to wipe out the Black Dragon Gang's strongholds. Once his nuclear contamination abilities were strong enough, he planned to first eliminate the gang within their borders, then move into northern Myanmar, and ultimately strike at the gang's home base in Japan. Well, as long as you're safe. Li Qingmei sighed in relief. Everyone's waiting for you in Divine Realm. How are we supposed to establish the guild without its leader? Suhan, however, said, there's an old man at stall 38, on Dajing Street, named Zhang Zizheng. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Don't disturb him, but make sure he's safe. If he's sick or needs treatment, they'll cover all the expenses. Is he a relative of yours? She asked curiously. No, just a senior I deeply respect. After entering the Divine Realm game capsule, Suhan was immediately met with a flood of discussions in the global chat about someone named Qiongqi. This mysterious player, with unparalleled strength, had the ability to devour skills and was notorious for hunting down Dasha players, even stealing their attribute points upon defeat. Some compared him to Su Ruhan, while others furiously condemned him as a traitor. Suhan paid no attention to the chatter. Once he mastered more advanced nuclear energy techniques, traitors like these would be eradicated. Meanwhile, Lu Mao and Han Jinlong were bombarding him with messages, urging him to come and establish their guild. I could stand around doing nothing for a whole month, and I'd still leave everyone else in the dust, Suhan replied with confidence. After some discussion, they decided on naming the guild Heavenly Court. The name exuded power and represented the highest divine authority in Huaxia culture. The group excitedly debated leadership roles and joked about their future plans, not realizing that their seemingly casual talk would one day become reality. With the guild established, Suhan wasted no time pulling a pet egg from his inventory. The final stage of nuclear contamination had completed, and a divine-grade pet was about to be born. As the eggshell cracked, an overwhelming aura erupted, shaking the heavens. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the weather itself seemed to bow to the creature's arrival. At first, the sky glowed with a cyan blue light. Cracks began spreading from the center of the firmament, and the blue hue was gradually devoured by an overwhelming darkness. Thunderstorms brewed within the clouds, lightning tore through the heavens, and an indigo brilliance ignited a cascade of roaring thunder. The earth trembled violently. Springs gushed from fissures, towering mountains crumbled, and mighty rivers reversed their flow. Amid this celestial upheaval, a mysterious pet egg slowly ascended into the sky, exuding an oppressive aura that made Suhan shiver uncontrollably. Damn it, this thing's already acting so high and mighty before it even hatches. What's it gonna do once it's out, bully its master? Suhan muttered angrily, kicking the pet egg away. The egg tried to escape, but Suhan forcefully summoned it back using his master authority. Meanwhile, in the royal city, a high-level player from the Third Era gazed toward the county city with a look of astonishment. Elsewhere in the empire, a renowned marquis paused his chess game, staring thoughtfully into the distance. Across the lands of Dasha, numerous beta players sensed the disturbance and rushed over, only to retreat in awe upon witnessing the divine phenomenon signaling the emergence of a godder artifact. Growing impatient, Suhan smashed the egg with a single punch, instantly dispelling all the extraordinary phenomena. However, what emerged was not some majestic creature but a damp, featherless chick, still covered in egg fluid. The tiny creature, eyes not yet open, opened its beak and began ravenously devouring everything around it from egg fluid to dirt, rocks, minerals, and even distant wild monsters. Nothing was spared. As it consumed more, the chick's body grew rapidly, transforming from a small chick to a duckling, then to an eaglet, until it finally reached Suhan's waist in height. Its cold, slit-like pupils, the size of fists, glared at Suhan. Considering you were the one who helped me reincarnate, they'll spare you this time. The fledgling spread its wings, clearing the skies of clouds for miles in an instant. But before it could take flight, Suhan used his master authority to forcibly drag it back, slamming it into the ground. Do you even know what master authority means? I hold your life and death in my hands, Suhan lectured. pinning the bird's head under his foot. As my pet, if you're a dragon, you bow. If you're a true dragon, you bow even lower. And you? You're just a featherless little chick. Who are you calling a chick? The fledgling screeched furiously, snapping at Suhan, only to be swatted aside with a slap. After their squabble, Suhan finally checked the stats of this arrogant little bird. Confronting. Mutated Godder Pet Hatchling Stage. Level 1. HP 1000. Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution 100 each. Critical rate, dodge rate 10 each. Innate skill: Devour the Heavens and Earth God-ear. Special skills: Wail of the Star Gods Stellar Tier, Wrath of the Celestial Immortals Immortal Tier. Attribute bonus: All attributes 10. The Confront's mere emergence immediately boosted Suhan's stats by 10 points across the board, along with a 1 increase in both critical rate and dodge rate, far surpassing the usual 0.1 attribute bonus of an ordinary pet in its hatchling stage. Suhan was utterly stunned. Confronting? The mythical beast of legend had somehow become his pet. Ancient texts described the Confronting clan from antiquity as creatures that fed on true dragons and used the heavens and earth as their playground. Beasts of this caliber were nearly impossible to tame, even for divine beings. If this one had been born at the Godder level, it must have been due to some extraordinary mutation. Regardless, the 2 months of nuclear energy infusion into the egg hadn't been in vain. It had finally hatched into a Confronting. The only thing that made Suhan frown was the creature's haughty and arrogant demeanor. Before he could speak, the Confronting bristled in outrage, its voice booming. "How dare you insult me? I'll kill you for this." In an instant, the ground split open, and a massive whale several meters long materialized before Suhan. Though aquatic, the whale moved on land as if it were its natural habitat. Its enormous jaws opened wide, ready to swallow Suhan whole. Being able to shift effortlessly between land and sky, truly a predator at the apex of the food chain, Suhan thought with a hint of admiration. With a single hand, he subdued the raging Confronting. Thanks to the master pet bond, no matter how powerful the creature was, it had no choice but to submit. "Behave yourself. When I say I can destroy you, I mean it," Suhan warned, narrowing his eyes. The colossal Confronting immediately fell silent, though its fish-like eyes still burned with hostility. "Let's make a deal," it said after a moment. "What will it take for you to grant me freedom?" "Freedom? Don't even think about it," Suhan replied with a shake of his head. "You've got 2 options. Either follow me, do as I say, and I'll allow you occasional outings to hunt and grow stronger, or end it here and now. I won't stop you." The Confronting hesitated, caught between 2 undesirable choices. Following Suhan might offer a sliver of hope for revenge someday, a chance to turn the tables on this detestable human. Choosing death, however, would squander its hard-won opportunity for rebirth. At last, it transformed into a streak of light and entered Suhan's body, leaving behind a disdainful parting shot. "Mortal, don't think you can command me. I won't listen to your orders." Suhan chuckled as he pulled out a pet upgrade scroll. Well, I've got something good here, though I doubt a certain Kuanahem, a certain Pung would be interested." The Confronting instantly reappeared, its eyes gleaming as it fixed its gaze on the scroll, which contained a whopping 5,000 experience points. "Give it to me," it demanded. "And why should I? A mighty Confronting. Freeloading off me? What a joke," Suhan replied with a smirk. Just then, the sound of approaching voices interrupted their exchange. The Confronting quickly concealed itself, unwilling to be seen by mere mortals. Moments later, Han Jinlong, Lu Mao, and a few others appeared before Suhan. Li Kong grinned and said, "The guild's been established. I suggest we start working on territory quests. A lot of new guilds have already secured territories and begun training their units. We need to pick up the pace." Hearing this, Suhan was reminded of the Zhao Yun summoning card in his possession, and excitement flared in his chest. "No need for quests. We're heading straight to claim a territory." He held up the highest grade territory medal gifted to him by Qin Hao. The group erupted in cheers at the sight of the medal, and together, they flew toward the most strategically advantageous area in the region. "Foolish ants," the Confronting muttered disdainfully from Suhan's shoulder. Li Kong offered a suggestion. "With my monthly exclusive blueprints for defensive structures, all we need to do is pick a resource-rich location." When they finally arrived at their destination, the group stood frozen in shock, staring at the land before them. Wait, isn't this the central sacred ground of the enemy players? The players in Nagasaki County, known for their high degree of loyalty to their faction, established a shared sacred ground at the very center of all guild territories. This area, rich in resources, was designated as communal land to avoid infighting among the major guilds competing for control. Suhan stood by the riverbank, gazing at the iconic landscape of Nagasaki County. A massive river originating outside the county's main city split the plain into 2 halves, with 2 tributaries encircling a central river island. The island was astonishingly abundant in resources, teeming with rare beasts, scattered with plentiful wood and stone, and even dotted with a few NPC villages. This river island, vast enough to rival the size of a small town, was the shared sacred ground of the faction's players. The most striking feature on the island was the dense array of massive altars. Each guild had constructed its own altar here, dedicated to statues of their respective ancestors. Some were infamous war criminals from history, while others were ancient daimyos or samurai. What infuriated onlookers was that every statue stood on a carved map of Daxia's territories, flaunting the regions they had once conquered. Damn it! The Dasha players beside Suhan clenched their fists, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Some, unable to contain their anger, drew their blades and struck at the statues, only to be met with a system warning. This area is guild protected. Without initiating a guild war, damage cannot be inflicted. The group quickly calmed down, realizing Suhan's purpose for bringing them here. They were in the midst of a war, surrounded by enemies, and these players from Nagasaki had never abandoned their ambition to invade Dasha again. This, Suhan said calmly, his voice steady but heavy as a hammer striking their hearts, will be our guild's base. The players within the sacred ground recognized Suhan immediately. The guards, who had been dozing off, jolted awake in an instant. It's Suhan. The butcher of cities is here again. They scrambled to report the situation, fear gripping their hearts. The recent days of peace had lulled them into a false sense of security, but they never expected Suhan to show up at their doorstep. Suhan pulled out a guild territory emblem and aimed it at the river island. A system notification sounded. Would you like to designate map location 2345.4563 as your guild's territory? The color of the entire river island on the map shifted accordingly. Boss, are you seriously planning to set up shop in the enemy's nest? Han Jinlong asked, coughing nervously. Classic Suhan, Lu Mao said with a grin. Always playing to the edge. Li Kong, his eyes red, understood that while this move was dangerous, it was undoubtedly the right one. The news quickly reached Abe and his faction. When they arrived, they saw Suhan activating the guild territory emblem and were instantly enraged. Bakairu, how dare this bastard claim our sacred ground? Only level 20, and yet so arrogant. His emblem has high-level permissions. We must stop him. Yet, no one dared to act recklessly. The memory of their previous slaughter at his hands was still fresh, and nobody wanted to be the first to challenge him. They speculated nervously about what powerful backing Suhan might have. After a long moment of contemplation, a grim smile spread across Abe's face. So what if we let him have the sacred ground? He said darkly. This is unacceptable. The guild leaders erupted in fury, slamming their hands on the table. An older guild leader shouted passionately, the Holy Land holds the sacred relics of our ancestors. It represents the honor of our lineage. Allowing the Dasha player to establish a territory here would be nothing short of an insult to Nagasaki County. Amid the uproar, Abe fixed his sharp gaze on Suhan and raised a hand to silence the room. Gentlemen, calm yourselves. Think about it. If he sets up his guild in the Holy Land, isn't that exactly what we want? Hell be right under our noses, unable to make a move without us knowing. We wouldn't even need to expend resources to monitor this enemy. He's practically handing us an advantage on a silver platter. This is sheer foolishness on his part. Abe's words sent the guild leaders into quiet contemplation. Moments later, they nodded in agreement, their initial outrage giving way to calculated approval. While the occupation of the Holy Land was indeed a blow to their pride, they began to see the strategic advantage. It was as if Suhan was voluntarily placing himself in their trap. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Let him set up his territory first, one guild leader sneered. Well, obliterate him in the first guild war. Meanwhile, the Dasha players who had rushed to the scene stood dumbfounded at the sight before them. Suhan hovered above the Holy Land, holding a territory emblem in his hand, while not a single Nagasaki player dared to approach him. Incredible! Someone exclaimed in awe. He's a newbie, yet he has the guts to do what none of us even dared to imagine. As Suhan tapped the confirmation button, the Holy Land trembled and collapsed. A faint red glow rose around the area, and the words Celestial Guild Headquarters materialized in the air. From that moment, the Holy Land officially became the territory of the Celestial Guild. Many Nagasaki players gritted their teeth in frustration, while the crowd of Dasha beta testers erupted in cheers. Even level 50 guild leaders, who had dominated the beta test, began to approach Suhan with admiration and respect. Figures like Han Jinlong and Lu Mao, influential even in the real-world political scene, were left speechless. These powerful leaders were lining up to acknowledge Suhan as their superior. But the most shocking scene was yet to come. Suhan stepped into the newly claimed guild territory and pulled out a massive hammer-like weapon. Though a mage, and unable to benefit from the stat bonuses of warrior weapons, his attacks carried a devastating nuclear contamination effect. He approached the altar, raised the enormous hammer high, and began smashing the statues one by one. These statues, representing the ancestors of the invading Nagasaki players, were obliterated under his blows. Abe and the guild leaders watched in horror, their eyes bulging with rage. "Attack him!" they roared, but none dared to act rashly. They could only stand paralyzed, powerless to stop the destruction of their ancestral statues. Meanwhile, the surrounding Dasha players erupted into thunderous applause. "Amazing!" someone shouted. "Boss Seuss' courage is unmatched." The nearby enemy players glared with bloodshot eyes, their nails digging deep into their palms, but they could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Great Xia Guild smirked coldly, keeping a close eye on them and ready to respond to any provocation. Suhan surveyed the debris scattered across the ground, then turned to Li Kang and said, "Teacher, let's use this to build a toilet for the NPCs." "Got it." Li Kang's eyes lit up. As an class master builder, he hadn't expected the first structure head construct in the territory to be a toilet. The surrounding players of the Great Xia Guild immediately burst into cheers, praising Suhan. "Boss, that's genius. Let those war criminals face this every day." Suhan squinted at the furious enemy players, whose eyes were practically glowing red, and suddenly greeted them in Japanese with a smile. "Konnichiwa. Looks like we'll be neighbors now. Please take care of us." This blatant provocation instantly enraged the enemy. Several guild leaders from the opposing side were so furious they spat blood on the spot. "Baka, this arrogance is intolerable. He must die. It'll make him suffer the most excruciating pain." The players of the Great Xia Guild couldn't help but laugh. Suhan's move was downright ruthless, building a toilet over their ancestors' ashes, and then casually greeting them as if nothing had happened. It was an unfiltered and deliberate insult. "The construction is in your hands, teacher," Suhan said to Li Kang before addressing the other players. "All right, everyone, no slacking. If you're supposed to farm, go farm. If you're supposed to fish, start fishing. And if you're recruiting NPCs, then get to it." Although the Heavenly Court Guild didn't have many members, they worked together with determination and quickly threw themselves into building the guild. Every newly established guild had to start from scratch, gathering resources, and this was when members' life skills became crucial. Wang Yun looked at Suhan with concern. "Maybe we should stick around a bit longer until you've settled in? It's safer that way, considering we're deep in enemy territory. Even with the beginner's protection period, there's bound to be harassment." But Suhan shook his head and declined firmly. "All the top players are with me. If your guild gets attacked while you're here, who's going to defend it?" "Don't worry, I've got a plan." Wang Yun and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Suhan was only level 20 and had lost his tiered equipment, leaving him in a precarious position surrounded by enemies. Still, seeing his confidence, Wang Yun finally decided to leave with his group, but not before saying, "If anything happens, call us right away. We can be here in minutes." After watching them leave, Suhan strode into the newly established territory's council hall and pulled out the Zhao Yun summoning card. With the territory now officially founded, it was time to bring this legendary general into the world. Within the fortress of the Akutagawa clan, a massive river, spanning over 100 meters wide, divided the two banks. Atop the city walls, numerous guild leaders of the Oni faction stood, their teeth clenched in frustration as they glared at the opposite shore. "Gentlemen, if we allow Suhan to continue rampaging through our sacred land unchecked, Nagasaki County will have no place in future national wars," one guild leader declared angrily. What enraged them even more was that Suhan had begun farming and developing his territory right under their noses, blatantly ignoring the presence of dozens of Oni guilds on both sides of the river. To add to their confusion, the powerful warriors from Dasha, who had arrived earlier, had inexplicably withdrawn. At this moment, if Abe gave the command, a flood of level 30, 40, and even 50 Oni players could swarm in and tear Suhan and his group to pieces in an instant. Yet, that command never came. Abe remained silent, gazing across the river at Suhan, who appeared calm and composed. Abe furrowed his brows and lit one cigarette after another. The situation was far too unusual. Did Suhan not realize he was only level 20? Did he not know that any level 50 guild leader could obliterate him in seconds? And yet, his brazen demeanor suggested he was waiting for them to make the first move. "Lord Abe, we must act." "Yes, my lord. We cannot allow him to continue his insolence." "I, Fujisaki Katazo, volunteer for battle." Boom. A towering warrior, standing over 2 meters tall, slammed a massive log onto the city wall. This warrior, having advanced to the Berserker King class, knelt before Abe, his bloodshot eyes radiating a murderous aura. The crowd broke into heated discussion, their voices urging Abe to give the attack order. But after a moment of deliberation, Abe stood and declared, "No players above level 40 will engage for now. We'll begin with a small-scale probe." Soon, one guild leader stepped forward to volunteer. "Allow my men to lead the initial attack." 5 level 30 players immediately stepped forward, each accompanied by a squad of stealth-capable ninja units. This elite force, composed of over 100 level 20 specialists, was enough to annihilate any fledgling guild. The 5 players activated their levitation spells to cross the river, vanishing into the shadows alongside the ninja units. Their mission: to ambush anyone who dared to leave Suhan's territory. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Court Guild's domain, a miniature Kunping hidden among the clouds was observing the enemy's movements. Through a shared vision, it relayed the information back to Suhan. Ha! Suhan chuckled softly. Only sending level 30s to test the waters? He pulled out a Zhao Yun summoning card, prompting the Kunping to circle the card in its smaller fish form. Kid, where did you get this? The Kunping asked in astonishment. This is something of your human race, imbued with a trace of ancestral fire. Before it could finish, its form began to fade away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suhan made his decision without hesitation. He activated the summoning card. In an instant, the card vanished, and an overwhelming aura descended upon the land. With a resounding crash, golden light cascaded down like a waterfall. A sharp spear shadow pierced through the air with the force of a thunderbolt, tearing through the building and causing the Lord's Hall to tremble as if it might collapse. As the golden light gradually faded, a figure slowly descended before Suhan. The system notification promptly chimed. You have obtained the first NPC General. Guild experience increased by 100 points. Immediately after, another notification followed. Your guild has leveled up to level 2. Player limit increased by 10, and NPC population increased by 100. We leveled up to level 2 just like that? Suhan was overjoyed. Summoning an NPC general brought such a hefty boost in guild experience, far more than the mere 5 points earned by constructing a level 1 building. Before him stood a young general, draped in a white robe, with sharp, star-like eyes and a commanding presence. He held a long spear and scanned the surroundings with a gaze as piercing as lightning, finally resting his eyes on Suhan. With a respectful bow, he greeted, "At your service, my lord." Suhan nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Chisui Riko was visibly shaken the moment she laid eyes on Zhao Yun. Overwhelmed by his commanding aura, she slipped out of her ninja stance and muttered, "What a powerful warrior. Master has gained another formidable ally." The system notification chimed again. You have summoned a unique historical hero. The barracks have unlocked a special troop, type Changshan elite soldiers. Suhan was ecstatic, though he couldn't immediately witness the power of Zhao Yun's unique troops as the barracks were still under construction. This Zhao Yun was a 100 faithful recreation of the historical figure within the realm of divinity, possessing the true combat prowess of the legendary general. He quickly opened Zhao Yun's attribute panel. Affiliation: Heavenly Court Guild. Level: 3030000. Class: Ever Victorious General S-Class. Trait: in battles involving over 500 soldiers, troop combat strength increases by 50. For every 10 of troop losses, damage output increases by 10. Base stats: Health: 10,000. Mana: 1,000. Strength: 150. Agility: 130. Spirit: 100. Constitution: 150. Critical rate: 5. Evasion rate: 5. Signature skills: Dragon Courage Stellar Passive. For every 1 of health lost, recover 1 health per second. Other skills locked: 100 Birds Bow to the Phoenix Spear, Swallow Formation, Golden Blade Formation, Wedge Formation, Descend like a Dragon. Special note: Guild NPC generals and troops can only gain experience through guild wars. No experience is earned from defeating wild monsters or bosses, and resource gains are reduced by 100. Who could possibly defeat this? Suhan marveled silently. Zhao Yun was not only a powerhouse in large-scale battles, but also a terrifying force in unknown combat. The more casualties his troops suffered, the stronger he became. Coupled with the health regeneration from Dragon Courage, he could potentially return to full health in critical moments, making him a walking fountain of resilience. Though NPC generals could only gain experience through guild wars, it was understandable. The realm of divinity clearly intended to prevent players from exploiting troops to farm bosses. Suhan then turned his attention to the guild management interface. Heavenly Court Guild. Level 2, 100,500 EXP. Rating: Settlement levels: Settlement Village, Town, City, County, Province, Duchy, Kingdom, Empire. Guild Leader: Suhan. Member limit: 1230. NPC population limit: 2,200. Functional buildings: Level 1 Assembly Hall, Training Ground, Barracks, Lumberyard, Quarry, and Rice Fields under construction. Guild funds: 12,342 gold. Exclusive Dasha structures: Great Wall, Terracotta Army, Grand Canal, Sacrificial Altar, Imperial Ancestral Temple, Mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor unbuilt. Old Master Li Kang's efficiency is truly remarkable, Suhan thought to himself, impressed. In just a matter of minutes, the veteran builder had organized the construction of numerous foundational structures, outpacing other guilds by tenfold. It was a display worthy of a master architect. However, it came at a steep cost. Every step of the guild's development required significant investment. In just this short period, purchasing materials, hiring NPCs, and acquiring construction tools from the auction house had already drained hundreds of gold coins. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg for basic infrastructure. As the guild leader, Suhan had to shoulder the financial burden of early development. More importantly, he needed to strategize ways to secure funding for future growth. A guild's economic strength directly translated to its combat power. A single guild war could cost tens of millions, and during the beta phase, national wars reportedly consumed billions in GDP, rivaling real-world conflicts. This was precisely why the realm of divinity had captured global attention. Victories and defeats in the game had tangible impacts on real-world living standards. Good thing I've got my mutated drop rate bonus, Suhan sighed in relief. Without it, sustaining the guild's early development would have been an uphill battle. But he still clicked on the interface for the exclusive building, the Great Wall. The screen immediately displayed a detailed description. This iconic structure of the Dasha dynasty, once completed, will provide unparalleled protection for the territory. The construction requirements are stringent. The guild must have 500 troops, successfully defeat a guild that is at least 5 levels higher, and prepare 500 units of resources along with one guild-exclusive item. Suhan's eyes burned as he stared at the screen. This was the very exclusive building of Dasha that he had casually mentioned to Wang Yun before, and it was his greatest confidence in establishing a guild deep in enemy territory. The Great Wall would not only enable him to form a defensive alliance with nearby Dasha players, but, more importantly, would offer the guild nearly impenetrable protection. The terrifying aspect of the Great Wall lay in its irreversibility. Once constructed, the area it encompassed would be firmly marked as Daxia's territory, nearly impossible for other factions to seize. It would silently expand like a tide until players from other nations realized their capitals had been encircled. This was why players from other nations harbored such hatred for the Dasha Great Wall. Whenever they paid a heavy price to conquer one, they would ensure it was utterly destroyed, leaving no stone unturned. Time was of the essence. Before the guild wars broke out, Suhan needed to seize the opportunity to construct the Great Wall. He had already made up his mind. Such boldness to build an exclusive structure at the start was something few new guilds could match. The biggest challenge, however, lay in defeating a guild 5 levels higher, a task that seemed nearly impossible. Suhan's gaze shifted toward the distant enemy stronghold. He already had a target in mind. With Zhao Yun and himself, this mission might not be as unattainable as it seemed. The most urgent priority was to bolster Zhao Yun's forces to ensure he could unleash his full potential. Recruiting troops was a complex endeavor. Beyond having a barracks, sufficient NPC population was also required. Every 3 NPCs could produce 1 unit of troops. To retain these NPCs, comprehensive infrastructure was necessary. Farmland to ensure food supply, wells for drinking water, shelters to provide protection from the elements, and even entertainment facilities to improve their happiness. Otherwise, if the NPCs left, not only would new troops be impossible to recruit, but existing units could also desert. These demanding NPCs had cursed countless players in the game, as they poured immense amounts of money and effort into meeting their needs. Even more troublesome was the fact that any slight disturbance within the territory required the guild's immediate attention. Otherwise, it could escalate into a rebellion, potentially reducing the territory to ashes. Developing a guild in Xinyu was far more challenging than anyone could imagine. Let's start by recruiting some manpower, Suhan sighed softly, turning toward the central native village of the sanctuary. The sanctuary was a unique island embraced by 2 mighty rivers. Spanning several dozen square kilometers, it was comparable in size to a mid-tier city on Earth. Currently, the Heavenly Court Guild had only established a foothold in the jungle area at the southwestern corner. The rest of the island remained an untapped frontier, teeming with wild creatures, NPC villages, and a myriad of quests and bosses awaiting adventurers to explore. At the construction site, Li Kong was drenched in sweat as he directed a group of hired NPCs in their building efforts. When Suhan approached, Li Kong immediately paused his work, his excitement evident as he reported, "Suhan, the basic structures will be completed soon. The most urgent task now is to recruit more troops." To Suhan's surprise, he noticed that his mentor had leveled up during the construction process, proof that an S-class master builder, though lacking combat prowess, could still earn significant experience simply through building. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Suhan responded briefly before leaving the makeshift fenced base with Zhao Yun by his side. Opening the guild channel, Suhan was greeted by the chorus of complaints from public beta players. Recruiting NPCs is way too hard. Even offering 1 gold coin isn't enough to keep them, they keep running away. We hired 200, and more than half have already left. These ungrateful peasants. Might as well kill them all and be done with it. Calm down. Without troops, we'll get crushed in guild wars by sheer numbers. Help. We're so unlucky ran into a beast tide. Level 30 wild monsters everywhere, and our buildings are about to be destroyed. Why is building a guild so difficult? Listening to the struggles of others, Suhan couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Compared to them, his starting position was enviable. Not only did he have a general like Zhao Yun, but also an S-class master builder and a team of exceptionally strong guild members. As he passed by, a few classmates covered in wounds greeted him. Upon learning that they had encountered a beast tide while clearing roads, Suhan frowned and asked for details. It turned out that 3 separate beast tides had erupted on the island simultaneously: level 25 iron wolves, level 28 demon tigers, and level 31,000 blade leopards. While such events spelled disaster for other guilds, they were hardly a threat to the Heavenly Court Guild. Suhan ventured alone into the depths of the jungle, his sharp eyes catching shadows lurking along the riverbank. These ghosts could only linger outside the guild's territory, restricted by the newbie protection mechanism. With a cold smirk, he muttered to himself, "Once our troops are ready, you'll get what's coming to you." Emerging from the dense forest, Suhan arrived at a scene of fierce combat. Lu Mao, leveraging his dual-class advantage, was surrounded by dozens of buffing auras as he weaved nimbly between demon tigers several levels higher than himself. Han Jinlong, though an archer, was engaging in close combat with unerring precision in his shots. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, a nature mage, displayed her exceptional abilities, her healing spells instantly restoring her allies to full strength, allowing the trio to handle the demon tigers with ease. "Boss, you're here." The 3 greeted Suhan casually despite the intensity of their battle. "Yeah, I'm heading to recruit NPCs," Suhan replied, refraining from joining the fight. He didn't want to interfere with their experience gains, nor were the level differences significant enough for him to increase his own super pollution count. Lin Shi hesitated before softly speaking up. "Wang Yu and Li Peng already went to recruit NPCs. I heard there are a lot of side quests to complete. Sounds pretty troublesome." This was the first time she had initiated a conversation with Suhan. Though her heart still raced, she was beginning to feel more comfortable around him. "I know," Suhan responded calmly. Suhan nodded at her, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. Recruiting people is indeed a top priority. He pondered silently. At this moment, the little devils were watching his territory like hawks. If he didn't quickly form a troop and send Zhao Yun to teach them a lesson, they might launch a large-scale attack soon. Lu Mao, seeing the situation, immediately poured out his frustrations to Suhan. "Boss, you have no idea. These little devil NPC natives are such a pain. Just because we're players from Dasha, they keep making things difficult for us. They've nearly driven Li Peng and the others crazy. Why don't we just move the guild to Dasha territory? I really don't want to deal with these devil NPCs anymore." "Oh, is that so?" Suhan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Currently, they were stationed in Nagasaki County. As a devil territory, the local customs and NPCs naturally carried a strong devilish flavor. Han Jinlong quickly chimed in. "Exactly. What are we going to do if we can't recruit NPCs?" "Leave it to me." Suhan nodded coldly. While he could easily relocate the guild to Dasha's domain, wouldn't that mean fewer opportunities to kill devils? He had no intention of unleashing nuclear pollution on Dasha's land. It didn't align with his professional style. Besides, the Devil Nation was the perfect place for him to thrive. As for those unruly NPCs, before setting off, Suhan specifically reminded everyone, "Remember, if you loot a golden treasure chest, it must be handed over to me." At the county stage, the drop rate for equipment had significantly decreased. Even defeating hundreds of high-level monsters wouldn't necessarily guarantee a golden chest. And even if one did appear, the chance of obtaining golden equipment from it was extremely low. This rarity was precisely why golden equipment retained its value. Regardless of who farmed monsters, the drop rate remained fixed. Suhan himself wasn't confident about how many golden chests he could get. Using super pollution to open silver chests was too wasteful. It was better to save it for reinforcing multiple pieces of equipment. Therefore, any golden treasure chests looted by guild members had to be collected centrally. "Understood," everyone responded in unison. Cutting through the dense forest, an NPC village appeared before Suhan. A system notification promptly sounded. "You have entered the village of Iwami. Village population, 200. Village chief level, 30. Village guard level, 28". The moment Suhan stepped into Shijian village, he keenly observed his surroundings. The village's defensive strength was indeed formidable. The village chief and several warriors were equipped with full 5 gear, wielding golden weapons that gleamed with a radiant light. As soon as he entered, an amusing scene caught his eye. A player was running around the village, desperately pleading with the villagers. "Mr. Yuan, I've gathered the herbs you asked for." "About the migration?" "We'll talk about migration later." "Grandma Chimu, I've groomed your dog for you. Perhaps now you would consider." Get lost, get lost. I absolutely refuse to migrate to the Dasha territory. The player's friendly demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a menacing expression. You old hag. Speak properly to me. His angry outburst immediately attracted the attention of the village's guard warriors, who stormed over aggressively. Hey, Dasha scum, are you looking for trouble? Seeing the well-equipped guards, who enjoyed a 30 damage reduction and armor penetration bonus, the player quickly backed down. Damn it, recruiting people is so hard. He stomped his foot in frustration. I've run through 17 or 18 side quests without rewards, and I still can't recruit a single NPC. This is so unfair. Li Peng, Suhan called out with a chuckle. The player turned around, his face instantly filled with grievance. Boss, you're here. These stubborn villagers, they're discriminating against our Dasha guild. Suhan patted him on the shoulder. I think you need to try a different approach with these stubborn NPCs. You mean using force, boss? Li Peng asked hesitantly. That won't work. Xinyu prohibits guilds from forcing NPCs to join. Even if we did, they'd just defect later. No. Suhan shook his head, pulling out the staff of Aelin. Not threats. A nuclearly kind approach. He raised the staff to the sky, and in an instant, a massive torrent of nuclear contamination descended from above, encircling the entire village. The farmlands, buildings, forests, and roads outside the village were submerged in the toxic flood, and every creature caught outside was reduced to nothing but blood and sludge. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the village. What is this? Oh, Amaterasu above. Our home is ruined. The village chief and the warriors rushed out to attack Suhan, but under Zhao Yun's spear and the effects of the nuclear pollution, they quickly fell. Since the contaminated water hadn't entered the village, the system didn't register Suhan as attacking the villagers. Donning the robes of an eternal temple steward, he slowly ascended into the air and declared in a solemn voice, People of the Divine, this island is about to face a catastrophic disaster. What you just witnessed is proof. I am the messenger of the gods, your last hope. If you do not find a new settlement by sunset, the waters of the underworld will consume everything. Those who have perished are the price of defying divine will. While Xinyu prohibited threats, it didn't forbid deception. Most NPCs were simple-minded with low intelligence settings, and the natives were especially superstitious. Faced with the horrifying sight of the underworld's water and the corpses at the village entrance, Suhan's words carried undeniable weight. We bow before the divine messenger. Noticing some lingering doubt among the villagers, Suhan signaled Kuanpeng to make an appearance. The god-eater creature unleashed its overwhelming presence, its massive form blocking out half the village and striking fear into everyone's hearts. The villagers dropped to their knees, bowing repeatedly. Oh, divine messenger, forgive us for our earlier offenses. Boss, you're amazing, Li Peng exclaimed, his jaw practically hitting the ground. Even he almost believed Suhan was a genuine messenger of the gods. You have until sunset to migrate. After that, I won't wait, Suhan said coldly, as the nuclear contamination continued to spread inward, set to engulf the entire village and permanently alter the terrain by nightfall. In a frenzy, the villagers began packing their belongings and sprinting toward the guild's territory. The system notifications followed shortly after. Shurjian Village villagers fear level toward U100. Shurjian Village villagers affection level toward U100. This was the power of combining fear and benevolence. Pure intimidation would have led the villagers to flee later, but now they didn't even dare to think about escaping, as the divine wrath still lingered. Almost all of them now regarded Suhan as a true envoy of the gods. Suhan and Li Peng continued visiting nearby villages, using the same tactics to recruit villagers. By nightfall, the guild had reached its population cap of 200 NPCs for a level 2 guild, and the basic infrastructure was complete. The guild was immediately promoted to level 3. Ding. Your guild has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. As a level 3 guild, player slots have increased by 10, and NPC population capacity has increased by 300. To reach level 3 this quickly, I must be the only one, Suhan said with satisfaction as he reviewed the data. Then, he opened the guild rankings. At the county-level stage, every player was striving for a spot on that leaderboard. Suhan opened the leaderboard, and the Heavenly Court Guild was prominently ranked at the top. His attention was immediately drawn to the rewards for the newbie guild rankings. The first place would receive a nation-building quest, the second place a count title quest, and the third place a viscount title quest. This reward list set his heart ablaze with excitement. The value of the nation-building quest was staggering. In the Divine Realm, establishing a nation independently was an almost impossible feat. Even obtaining the quest for nation-building was harder than acquiring a divine artifact. However, successfully founding a nation would grant the guild leader the title of king, along with full control over the nation's territory. This included privileges like developing new professions, researching magic, and forming a royal army. To date, only the 1,000 beta testers from the first age had managed to establish nations, and they had all now surpassed level 150, becoming reclusive yet peerless powerhouses in their respective countries. The second and third place title quests were also incredibly valuable. With these quests in hand, earning a noble title would become significantly easier. A count title alone was enough to command respect from any nation, often accompanied by the reward of an entire county. Suhan could already foresee the fierce competition that lay ahead. Unlike the rewards for the newbie level rankings, which primarily boosted individual strength, the nation-building quest had the potential to elevate the strength of an entire nation's player base, giving them a decisive advantage in future wars. Every country would undoubtedly pour their resources into supporting their top guilds to seize this rare opportunity. He took a deep breath, his fighting spirit ignited. Winning the newbie level rankings had been relatively smooth, as the nations hadn't paid much attention. But this time, the competition for the guild rankings would be 100 times more intense. Nonetheless, he was resolute. He had to claim first place. Only by founding a nation could he lead the players of Dasha to the pinnacle of power. At that moment, the newbie level rankings rewards were about to be finalized. Since defeating the level 20 ultimate boss, Suhan had been firmly holding the top spot. With anticipation, he carefully checked the current newbie guild rankings. 1. Heavenly Court Guild Dasha Faction Level 3. 2. God's Guild Beacon Faction Level 2. 3. Caesar Guild Western Faction Level 2. 4. Emperor Guild Fusong Faction Level 2. Among the tens of thousands of guilds, most of which were still at level 1, the Heavenly Court Guild stood out with its level 3 status, dominating all others. This news caused an uproar in the guild channels. Players expressed shock and skepticism, with some even accusing them of cheating. When they discovered that the Heavenly Court Guild had hidden all their information, the outrage grew, and many swore to crush them in the upcoming guild wars. Faced with these threats, Suhan merely smirked. He closed the leaderboard and turned his focus back to developing his territory. The population of his territory was nearing its limit of 500, and Li Kong had just completed the construction of the barracks, making it possible to start recruiting soldiers. Taking out several guild-related items from storage, Suhan began planning his next steps for development. Suhan carefully examined the guild items in his hand spoils of war previously delivered by Qin Hao and his squad. His gaze swept over the land upgrade token, air enhancement token, war initiation token, NPC recruitment token, guild war summon token, guild reinforcement card, guild mark token, and guild challenge token. Without hesitation, he used the land upgrade token and air enhancement token one after the other. System notifications immediately popped up. Ding! You have increased the guild's land resources by 10, gaining 100 guild experience points. Ding! You have increased experience growth within the guild's territory by 10, gaining 100 guild experience points. With 200 guild experience points added to the tally, Suhan's attention shifted to the NPC recruitment token. The effect of this item made his eyes light up. It could summon special guards for the first 10 types of units in the barracks. These guards were all level 30 elites, fully equipped with 4 gold gear, boasting 30 damage reduction and 100 armor-piercing effects. Although they couldn't respawn after death, their combat prowess was comparable to the guards of NPC cities. These are practically 10 super soldiers, Suhan thought with excitement. If they serve as Zhao Yun's personal guards, their combat strength will be extraordinary. As his power grew, a bold idea began to take shape in Suhan's mind. His gaze turned toward the Akutagawa Guild stationed at the front Lanisa well-established level 10 guild. With the current strength of the Heavenly Court Guild, attempting a challenge 5 levels above their own seemed feasible. If they could swiftly break into the enemy's city, destroy all structures, and eliminate every NPC, they could utterly annihilate the Akutagawa Guild. Success would allow them to establish a great wall, ensuring they would no longer have to fear attacks from other enemy guilds. This was an unprecedented move via a newly formed guild, less than 24 hours old, daring to challenge a veteran level 10 guild. Even more astonishing was the fact that this offensive action would forfeit the protection of the novice shield. Yet, Suhan's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if victory was already within his grasp. Determined to move forward, Suhan strode into the military camp, ready to start recruiting his army. As soon as he stepped through the gates, a notification popped up above his head. Would you like to activate troop training? Note: the legendary general comes with his exclusive troop, the Changshan Elite Soldiers, which require no training time and can be recruited instantly. This information filled Suhan with overwhelming joy. Zhao Yun's Changshan Elite Soldiers didn't need any training time. What thrilled him even more was that the 10 super soldiers he summoned with the NPC recruitment decree were also Changshan Elite Soldiers. He couldn't wait to see how powerful this elite force would become when combined with the NPC recruitment decree. Train 1 Changshan Elite Soldier. Suhan commanded the barracks. The system immediately responded. Training 1 Changshan Elite Soldier costs 10 gold coins, 3 iron, 20 wood, and 3 population units. Proceed with training? So expensive. Suhan clutched his chest, feeling the sting of the high cost for this basic troop. 10 gold coins for a single soldier. 100 soldiers would cost 1,000 gold coins. It was like burning money. But to strengthen Zhao Yun as quickly as possible, he gritted his teeth and gave the order. Train. Before long, the first Changshan elite soldier was born. Standing at a towering height of 8 feet, this soldier had a robust physique, a white headband, a long spear in hand, and was fully equipped with 4 golden armor. His stats were astonishing. A-rank troop, level 30 under the Heavenly Court Guild, enhanced by the NPC recruitment decree. 30 damage reduction, 100 armor penetration, 10 lifesteal, 100 attack speed. Gains a 50 all attribute boost when following Zhao Yun. Can stack with Zhao Yun's Invincible General effect. Receives a 10 bonus from Zhao Yun's Dragon Courage effect. The base stats were equally impressive. Health, 10,000. Mana, 1,000. Strength, 150. Agility, 130. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 150. Critical rate, 1. Dodge rate, 1. The troop's unique skill, spear in hand, was devastating. It allowed the soldier to charge forward 50 meters, dealing 200 physical damage, along with 50 armor penetration and a knock-up effect. What the? This spear-wielding soldier is insane. Suhan was utterly stunned. Under Zhao Yun's command, these soldiers' combat power would double, and they could even share Zhao Yun's Dragon Courage effect. They were practically an unstoppable force. Suhan continued recruiting. The first 10 Changshan elite soldiers were all level 30 and fully equipped, thanks to the NPC recruitment decree. The ones recruited afterward were only level 20 and came without equipment, but they were still 10 times stronger than the troops of other guilds. After spending 2,000 gold coins and a significant amount of resources, Suhan finally assembled a force of 200 Changshan elite soldiers. Looking at this elite unit, he felt an unprecedented surge of power. The other guild members, upon seeing this lineup, were equally astonished. Boss, should we go deal with those public beta guilds first? Han Jinlong suggested with a mischievous grin. Smack. Suhan smacked him on the head. Public beta guilds? If I'm going to fight, I'm going straight for the closed beta guilds. This declaration left everyone in shock. Closed beta guilds were 7 levels higher than theirs. But Suhan had already made up his mind. Everyone, get ready for battle. Our target is the Jiechuan Guild. Teacher, start building some siege weapons. Time is of the essence. What? Boss, are you serious? The Jiechuan Guild is a level 10 major guild with dozens of level 30 closed beta players, over 1,000 troops, and a guild leader who's a level 40 closed beta player. The group exclaimed in disbelief. I'm dead serious, we're taking on the closed beta guilds. Suhan's lips curled into a confident smirk as he led Zhao Yun and his forces toward the enemy players lying in ambush outside. Let's grind some experience for the troops first. On the city wall, several leaders of the enemy guilds were on guard duty when, all of a sudden, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had assumed Suhan would take at least a few days before making any moves, but unexpectedly, there was action already. The leader of the Akutagawa Guild elegantly waved a small fan, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Ah, young people are always so impatient. Gentlemen, just watch. This kid will be defeated in one swift move by me. No need to trouble yourselves. Hearing this, the other guild leaders sighed and began ordering their defensive units to retreat. The opportunity to eliminate someone like Su Ruahan had been snatched up by the Akutagawa Guild, leaving them no choice but to step back. After all, Akutagawa had taken the initiative. 10 level 30 core beta players, paired with 500 ninja troops, seemed like overkill for dealing with a rookie guild. The Akutagawa Guild leader stroked his small mustache, his eyes gleaming with ambition. If he successfully eliminated Su Ruahan, who had been causing major trouble for Nagasaki County, his reputation within the guild would skyrocket. He might even replace the weakened Abe family. With this thought, his expression grew serious. Everyone, prepare the anti-flight tools. Su Ruahan must not escape. Under everyone's watchful gaze, team after team of soldiers marched out of the guild's territory. Their appearance was puzzling. These soldiers wore white headbands, carried long spears, and exuded an aura reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms era of ancient China. What kind of troops are these? Akutagawa couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt upon seeing these Changshan soldiers. The ninja scouts at the front line quickly reported back, Master, they're just ordinary spearmen. Nothing unusual detected. Akutagawa sneered. Mere spearmen dare to challenge my ninja troops? Ninjas are a class unit. However, the 200-strong spearmen unit remained calm and orderly as they formed a battle formation, showing no fear of the ambush lurking around them. Akutagawa finally lost his patience. Ninja troops, launch a surprise attack. Wipe out these spearmen immediately. In an instant, 500 ninjas emerged from the grass, bushes, and riverbanks, their blades gleaming as they launched a fierce assault on the Changshan soldiers. But to everyone's astonishment, the spearmen didn't panic. Instead, they faced the attack with unshakable determination and fighting spirit. Where did these scoundrels come from? Face me in a real fight. Prepare to die. As in a class unit, the Changshan soldiers not only possessed exceptional combat prowess, but also enjoyed a 100 morale boost. Their combat techniques completely overwhelmed the class ninjas. With their long spears in motion, they displayed the dazzling spear techniques of Zhao Zilong, sending the ninjas flying one by one, only to execute rapid follow-up strikes midair. Thanks to their 100 attack speed bonus, the Changshan soldiers' assault rhythm far surpassed that of the ninjas. Although the soldiers were only level 20, while most of the ninjas were level 25 or above, the 10 life regeneration bonus from Zhao Zilong's Dragon Courage ability allowed them to recover health every second, effectively nullifying the damage inflicted by the ninjas. The tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The well-equipped troops of Changshan launched a crushing assault on the ninja forces, cutting through them like a sharp scythe, slicing through a wheat field. Ninjas fell in droves under the relentless thrust of their spears. With frequent defeats of higher-level enemies, the Changshan soldiers rapidly leveled up, soaring from their initial levels to 21, 22, and finally settling at 23. In just a few minutes, this elite force achieved an extraordinary leap of 3 levels. Suhan, in the midst of discussing tactical details with Zhao Yun, was interrupted by the constant chime of system notifications. Curious, he stepped out of the command tent, only to witness the Changshan troops advancing with unstoppable momentum, driving the ninja forces into disarray. Shaking his head in amazement at the scene, he muttered, "These guys are just too weak." What pleased him even more was that as his troops amassed battle achievements, Zhao Yun's strength was also steadily increasing. Within the Heavenly Court Guild, all the players were left dumbfounded by what they were seeing. When did so many enemies ambush us outside the guild? And now the boss has already taken care of them? Staring at the seemingly ordinary Changshan soldiers, everyone was too stunned to speak. The boss army is ridiculously strong. They're out here defeating enemies way above their level, someone exclaimed in awe. Inspired by this display of power, many players silently resolved to work harder, fearing they would be left behind by the guild's rapid progress. On the hill across the river, atop the city wall, the enemy guild leaders stood frozen in shock, as if turned to stone. Among them, Akutagawa, who had been gloating just moments earlier, now looked utterly ashen, as though he had lost a loved one. "No!" he roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The 500 elite ninjas, the pride of the Akutagawa family, had taken nearly half a year of effort to train, only to be annihilated in an instant. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Akutagawa bellowed at the level 30 players nearby, "What are you standing there for? Attack! Attack now!" The players of the Akutagawa guild snapped out of their shock and immediately launched a counterattack. These 10 well-equipped players displayed their unique skills, targeting and taking down the Changshan soldiers. Despite the formidable resistance provided by the Dragon Courage buff, the Changshan troops began to suffer casualties when faced with the professional players' array of powerful skills. A golden tier mage skill swept across the battlefield, instantly overwhelming and taking out several Changshan soldiers. Meanwhile, the remaining ninja forces regrouped and coordinated with the players for precise assassinations. Watching this unfold, Suhan remained calm and composed. "Go ahead," he gestured to Zhao Yun with a wave of his hand. "Warm up a little for your first battle. Only 500 measly ninja troops? Too weak. This hardly qualifies as a proper debut for a renowned general. I will not fail you," Zhao Yun declared confidently, gripping his spear as he rode his white horse into the battlefield at a steady pace. His arrival electrified the battlefield. The previously demoralized Changshan soldiers erupted in thunderous chants. "Strong winds! Strong winds! Strong winds!" With Zhao Yun's class bonus, the combat power of all Changshan soldiers increased by 50. On top of that, their own class bonuses were activated, doubling their strength. Now resembling a force of super soldiers, the Changshan troops overwhelmed the level 5 ninja army, cutting them down with ease. Even the beta testers among the players fell victim to their relentless assault multiple times. "Pathetic," Zhao Yun remarked as he surveyed the battlefield, watching the ninjas being eliminated. The tide of the battle had already turned, and he hadn't even needed to lift a finger. As the soldiers' experience points were partially attributed to him, he saw no reason to steal kills from his subordinates. However, the 10 beta testers did pique his interest. Zhao Yun approached them slowly on horseback, his voice cold and commanding. "Nameless pawns, dare you state your names?" The Akutagawa players froze in disbelief. This figure was clearly no ordinary player. Someone capable of granting such powerful buffs must be a rare and valuable general NPC. They were stunned by the realization that Su Ruo Han's fledgling guild, established less than a day ago, had already acquired such a formidable asset. Before they could recover from their shock, Zhao Yun struck. Though he lacked special equipment buffs, His prowess as a legendary general was his greatest weapon. Each of his attacks precisely exploited the cooldown gaps in the player's skills, and with the support of his troops, he effortlessly took out a player with every strike, never missing his mark. To make matters worse, any damage inflicted on him was immediately healed, making him seem like a walking fountain of life. The 10 Akutagawa beta testers were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Yun and found themselves respawning at the riverbank, utterly stunned. What the heck, how is this even fair? If anyone claims Suhan isn't cheating, who would believe it? Even the generals of established mid-tier guilds aren't this strong. As Zhao Yun finished off the 10 players, the remaining Changshan soldiers, emboldened by their momentum, crushed the remaining ninja forces. The 500 ninjas were annihilated in no time, while Zhao Yun had merely strolled leisurely across the battlefield. Onlookers on both sides of the river were left in shock. On the city walls, the head of the Akutagawa clan turned pale, pointing at the decimated ninja forces before coughing up blood. A system notification echoed in his ears. Your troops have been killed. Troop count reduced by 500. What he had hoped would be a glorious victory on the battlefield had instead cost him everything. Even for a level 10 guild like Akutagawa, losing 500 elite troops was a devastating blow. Other guild leaders from the Akutagawa faction looked on with a mix of pity and relief that they hadn't rashly provoked Suhan. Their attention shifted to Abe, awaiting his decision. Abe, however, remained composed. If this is the extent of his trump cards, we can begin our large-scale assault. Even with a general, such a small force can't hold us back. The other guild leaders were momentarily thrilled. They hadn't expected to uncover Suhan's cards so easily. But a new dilemma arose. Who would be the first to make a move? The Akutagawa head's disastrous defeat was a grim warning, and most guilds had already been weakened by Suhan's earlier actions. Engaging in direct conflict now would be unwise. Abe seemed to anticipate their hesitation. Let's regroup and prepare for a larger offensive. In a few days, we'll gather our armies and crush Suhan completely. The guild leaders readily agreed, retreating to their respective territories to prepare. None of them were willing to confront Suhan Hedon at this moment, opting instead to amass forces, including expendable troops, for the next clash. Soon, the Akutagawa head was left alone on the city walls, utterly defeated. As the enemy leaders departed, Suhan began collecting the spoils of war. The 10 beta testers had dropped equipment and items worth several hundred gold coins, all of which were added to the guild's treasury. A series of system notifications followed. You have achieved a decisive victory in this guild conflict. Guild experience 100. Total guild experience 400. Your guild has leveled up to level 4. Player capacity 10. Population 400. Your general Zhao Yun has reached level 32. Your Changshan troops average level has increased to 25. Upgrade your barracks to unlock troop evolution. The players of the Heavenly Court Guild were ecstatic. Their guild had reached level 4 at an astonishing pace, once again securing the top spot on the guild leaderboard even before the official guild wars had begun. Just as everyone assumed Suhan would lie low for a while, he gazed at the Akutagawa stronghold in front of him and calmly pulled out the guild war declaration. Would you like to challenge the guild? Akutagawa clan? Warning. The Akutagawa clan is a level 10 guild, 6 levels higher than the Heavenly Court Guild. Warning. Initiating a guild war will forfeit your beginner protection. Protection will be reinstated after the war ends. Without a moment's hesitation, Suhan confirmed. He was determined to strike while the iron was hot. Yes. Buzz. 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 A resounding alert echoed throughout the entire county city, and the players' screens lit up with a blinding red glow. This was no ordinary notification. It signaled a momentous event on par with a world announcement. The first ever guild challenge of the open beta had been initiated. The challengers? None other than the Heavenly Court Guild level 4 squaring off against the Akutagawa clan guild level 10. And the one who issued the challenge was the Heavenly Court Guild's leader, Suhan. In that instant, every open beta player in the county city instinctively looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. While regular guild challenges wouldn't typically trigger a world announcement, this was no ordinary battle. An open beta guild daring to challenge an established closed beta guild for the first time in history was an event that shook the entire Divine Realm. The public chat exploded. Suhan actually initiated a guild challenge less than a day after the county city opened? To be precise, it's been 2 days. She entered the city earlier than the rest of us, but challenging without even building up a basic force? Is he insane? Wait a second, Heavenly Court Guild, isn't that the one ranked first on the leaderboard? So it was founded by Su the god himself. Does anyone know which county the Heavenly Court Guild is based in? I'm an A-class player, and I'd gladly pledge my loyalty to him. Calm down, bro. This is a challenge against a guild 6 levels higher. This is unprecedented. As the shock subsided, players began analyzing the situation. A level 4 guild taking on a level 10 guild was an almost insurmountable gap. The Heavenly Court Guild had only 200 spearmen and Zhao Yun as their sole hero. While the Akutagawa clan guild boasted at least 2,500 reserve troops, closed beta players above level 25, elite players at level 30, and a guild leader at level 40. The news spread like wildfire across the internet. Players from Dasha were thrilled. Su the god never ceases to amaze us. 2 days of silence, and he's been planning something massive all along. Meanwhile, players from Oni country were fuming. Damn it, why is Suhan always targeting us? Veteran players began explaining the unique mechanics of guild wars. Players can only attack other players, not directly target troops. Troops, however, can attack any target. Losing all troops or key strategic points results in an automatic defeat. Players can only buff their own troops. Attacking enemy troops directly will result in permanent attribute penalties. This was a far cry from Suhan's infamous solo city raids. In solo PK battles, damage to guild strongholds would automatically recover over time. But in a guild war, failure could lead to a downgrade or outright destruction of the guild itself. Hearing this explanation, many Oni players finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The truth behind the game's mechanics was finally revealed at this moment. The rules for guild wars and individual PK battles were entirely different. All battles prior to the county stage were considered individual PK fights, but in guild wars, players could only attack enemy players, not directly harm their troops. This meant that players had to rely on maneuvering their own troops to engage in combat. Otherwise, they would face divine punishment. This clever design balanced the power dynamics between players and their troops, preventing high-level players from outright massacring enemy troops to dominate the game. The Japanese players were ecstatic, convinced that Suhan was doomed this time. In their eyes, no matter how strong Suhan was, he could only watch helplessly as his troops were slaughtered and his guild fell into ruin. Atop the walls of Akutagawa Castle, the cold wind howled. Guild leader Akutagawa stood alone, his heart filled with despair. All the other Japanese guild leaders had already retreated, leaving him not only severely weakened, having just lost 500 elite troops to Zhao Yun without inflicting a single scratch, but now forced to face Suhan's guild war Heiden. Through his headset, the voices of other Japanese guild leaders came through with encouragement. Hang in there, Akutagawa-kun. We're mobilizing troops to support you right away. Stay strong, Akutagawa-kun. We believe in you. Gambat, you can do it. These words only deepened Akutagawa's hopelessness. He wanted to roar at the sky in fury. You despicable cowards. Now that my strength is depleted, you're leaving me to face this monster Suhan alone? No matter the outcome, I'll suffer heavy losses. And what about the so-called reinforcements? Why can't I see a single one of you? This is clearly intentional. And indeed it was. The Japanese players in Nagasaki County were far from united. After witnessing Suhan's strength, no one was willing to suffer losses unnecessarily. Their plan was simple. Let Akutagawa's guild wear down Suhan's forces, and once both sides were severely weakened, they would swoop in and reap the benefits. After all, Suhan's strength was finite. Whoever depleted it didn't matter. Akutagawa's guild was destined to be the sacrificial pawn in this grand game. The system's warning blared abruptly. The enemy has used the guild challenge token. You have been forcibly entered into a state of war. Guildmaster Akutagawa fixed his gaze on the blood-red war notification before him. Taking a deep breath, his expression hardened, his demeanor becoming resolute. If you want to fight, then I'll give you one. Think you can cripple my power? Let this war show everyone that the Akutagawa family is not to be trifled with. His confidence stemmed from his overwhelming military strength. The Akutagawa guild boasted a roster of over 100 players, all above level 25, with several elite members having reached level 30. Their army, numbering 2,500 units, had an average level exceeding 20, including 500 elite ninja warriors at level 30 or higher. In stark contrast, the Heavenly Court Guild had only a handful of novice players who had just hit level 20, alongside a mere 200 spearmen averaging level 25. The disparity in power was staggering. Comrades! Akutagawa's voice rang out as he surveyed the ranks of his level 30 elite players standing at attention. This is a battle for our honor. Are you ready? Yes, sir. The thunderous response echoed across the battlefield. Akutagawa smirked coldly and issued his command. Prepare the execution tools. This time, they'll publicly crush Suhan. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Court Guild's base, every player stopped what they were doing, frozen in shock as the war alerts blared incessantly. All eyes turned to Suhan, their leader, their expressions a mix of disbelief and apprehension. Boss, why would you challenge a level 10 guild? We haven't even fought in a basic guild war before, one player blurted, unable to contain their anxiety. Suhan offered a reassuring smile. Relax. It's just a small skirmish. Stay here and guard the base. Leave the rest to me. Only Han Jinlong and Lu Mao seemed to retain their trust in Suhan. The two busied themselves organizing the battle formations, but eventually pulled Suhan aside. Their voices hushed with concern as they asked about his strategy. Suhan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Have you forgotten that player class traits can enhance troop abilities? Seeing their puzzled expressions, he added with a glint in his eye, you don't yet realize how powerful my class traits truly are. He turned toward Li Kong, who met his gaze with a calm, knowing smile. Child, whatever decision you make, your teacher will always stand by you. Thank you, teacher. Suhan replied, his tone filled with determination. After a moment of thought, he added, start preparing the materials to construct our exclusive building. Li Kong blinked in surprise before his expression shifted to one of understanding and excitement. Without hesitation, he spun around and began making preparations. At last, he understood the true purpose behind Suhan's audacious decision to initiate this seemingly impossible guild war. Finally, Suhan donned his guildmaster's battle armor. With the eaglehead staff in hand, he climbed atop his mighty Kuan fish mount and departed the guild's territory at a steady pace. Ahead of him, Zhao Yun had already led their forces to confront the opposing army of 2,500 ninja warriors. The air crackled with tension as the stage was set. The battle was about to begin. The city walls were densely packed with an army of ninjas, their sharp, focused gazes fixed on Zhao Yun. Clearly, the old fox Akutagawa had no intention of simply holding the fortress. Instead, he was preparing for a field battle against Suhan, aiming to annihilate his opponent in one decisive strike. Behind him, dozens of players, brimming with confidence, smirked disdainfully as they watched the members of the Heavenly Court Guild. These level 20 beta players dare to challenge us? They scoffed. But when their eyes fell on Suhan, an involuntary chill ran down their spines. The memory of Su Ruahan single-handedly destroying cities and nations still haunted them. An unknown duel with Su Ruahan? Almost none of them had the courage to even consider it. However, the stark contrast in strength between the two sides soon reignited their confidence. There was no need to confront Suhan directly. As long as they bypassed him, wiped out all of the Heavenly Court Guild's troops, and seized their territory, victory would be theirs. Given the current disparity in power, even if Akutagawa's guild lost, they would only lose a few levels. But if the Heavenly Court Guild were defeated, they would face mandatory disbandment. Akutagawa knew this well. From the start, he instructed his players to hold the fortress at all costs, deliberately avoiding giving Suhan the opportunity to slaughter their troops. With just over 2,000 soldiers, they could easily overwhelm Suhan's territory. So, they plan to crush me? Zhao Yun sneered as he observed the overwhelming enemy forces. I've fought countless battles over the years and have never seen such a laughable display. This is nothing more than offering their heads on a platter. Soldiers, follow me into battle. 200 of Zhao Yun's Changshan infantry formed ranks and advanced steadily toward the ninja army. Although the ninjas were only class units, their basic tactical awareness was commendable. They quickly formed a massive encirclement, tightly sealing off the spear-wielding soldiers with no gaps left. The Changshan infantry extended their spears outward, forming a triple-layered spear formation that resembled a spiked turtle. The ninja army found themselves unable to penetrate this defensive formation. It's over. It's all over. The players from the Heavenly Court Guild turned pale with despair. To be surrounded right at the start, how could they possibly fight back? Whatever slim hope they had was now completely extinguished. All eyes turned to Suhan. Boss, we're surrounded by 10 times their numbers. There's no way out. What should we do? Suhan remained calm, stepping forward unhurriedly. Surrounded? Let them surround us. Ha ha ha. Akutagawa, standing atop the fortress, burst into laughter. That Su Ruahan really has no clue how to fight a guild war. He just let us surround him without resistance? Is he seeking death? Perfect. The players behind him laughed coldly, convinced that Su Ruahan was overrated. No matter how strong those spear-wielding soldiers were, they were doomed. With 2,500 troops encircling a mere 200, victory was in the bag. Boss, what now? How do we break out? Han Jinlong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, anxiously turned to Suhan. Suhan continued walking forward at a leisurely pace. Why break out? Haven't they already walked into my trap? What? Han Jinlong doubted his ears. Who was trapping whom? In the next moment, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Suhan stepped out of the guild's territory, a system notification echoed. Guild leader Su Ruahan has entered the battle. Class bonuses are now applied to all units. Immediately, the tips of the 200 spears began emitting a thick, yellow-green smoke, shimmering with a vibrant, iridescent glow, as though coated with a layer of radiant glaze. Crush them! Akutagawa bellowed from the fortress, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The ninja units launched an all-out assault on the spear-wielding soldiers. What is this? No, I can't age. The moment the ninjas made contact with the spear-wielding troops, they let out agonized screams, writhing on the ground as yellow-green smoke engulfed their bodies. Their heads displayed nuclear hazard symbols, and flames erupted over them. Everyone was stunned, including Akutagawa and his players. The ninjas on the ground were continuously taking damage, with numbers popping up above their heads. Even though Suhan's class bonuses only provided 10 of his abilities to his troops, the 4 layers of nuclear contamination were devastating. Each layer inflicted 200 radiation damage, 100 heat damage, and 100 nuclear explosion damage per second, totaling 1,600 points. His troops could deal 160 sustained damage every second. While this was far from the overwhelming destructive power Suhan himself could unleash, it was already a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Before long, the ground was littered with ninjas who had been burned alive by the nuclear contamination. The terrifying effects of nuclear contamination were fully displayed on the battlefield. With a relentless damage overtime effect of 160 points per second, it could not be cleansed, removed, or interrupted. In just 10 seconds, it dealt 1,600 damage, and in a single minute, it could accumulate to a staggering tens of thousands of damage. The soldiers of Changshan, with their 10 lifesteal versatility, only needed to inflict nuclear contamination on their enemies to continuously restore their own health. What made it even more fearsome was their ability to stack 4 layers of nuclear contamination on multiple enemies simultaneously. Combined with Zhao Yun's Dragon Courage buff, they were practically transformed into immortal warriors. President Akutagawa stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. The ninjas leading the charge were falling one after another, consumed by the terrifying, unrelenting damage. What kind of class ability was this? Suhan could actually grant such a horrifying damage boost to all allied units. In comparison, Akutagawa's pride and joy, the class-exclusive profession's Bladed Spear Samurai, which provided a 30 critical rate boost to units, now seemed utterly insignificant. He couldn't comprehend what kind of profession Suhan possessed to wield such an overwhelmingly powerful trait. Watching his ninjas collapse one by one, Akutagawa's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He turned around and roared at all the players. Does anyone have a group healing buff? Apply it to the units immediately. A timid class priest player stepped forward hesitantly and said, President, my class ability can heal units, but it only restores 5 health points per second and lasts for just 1 minute. This news plunged Akutagawa into complete despair. While a group heal of 5 points per second was considered top tier for a priest class under normal circumstances, it was utterly insignificant in the face of Suhan's 160 points of true damage per second. What made it even worse was that this true damage couldn't be dispelled, lasted indefinitely, and could stack multiple times on the same target. If 2 spearmen each stacked 4 layers of nuclear contamination on a single target, that target would suffer a horrifying 320 true damage per second. Even the mightiest entities would be relentlessly worn down and killed by such devastating damage. A series of rapid system notifications echoed in Suhan's ears. Your troops have slain an enemy. Your troops have leveled up. Changshan elite soldiers' average level has reached 26. Your commander Zhao Yun has risen to level 34. These notifications filled Suhan with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. In just one afternoon, this group of 200 soldiers had risen from level 15 to nearly level 30, thanks to the endless waves of enemies sent by the Jechuan Guild. Every 5 levels unlocked new skills and evolutionary upgrades, and Zhao Yun was on the verge of breaking through to level 35. This overwhelming advantage made Suhan brim with confidence for the impending guild war. The battlefield was a grim sight. The corpses of ninja fighters, scorched by nuclear contamination, lay scattered everywhere. Black smoke lingered in the air, and pools of charred flesh and oil seeped across the ground. Members of the Heavenly Court Guild could barely contain their nausea at the horrific scene. But Suhan remained calm, his gaze steady as he surveyed the carnage. Eliminate the stragglers, Suhan ordered with a composed tone. Understood. Follow my command. Reform the formation. Zhao Yun stood at the center of the troops, a cold smirk on his face as he brandished his spear. The Changshan elite soldiers swiftly shifted into a long snake-like formation, encircling the enemy ninjas. Despite being outnumbered 10 to 1, the troops formed a seamless and unbreakable line. The ninjas struggled in vain to breach the defenses, only to fall one after another. Piles of bodies grew higher with each passing moment. Boss, your class abilities are absolutely broken. That stacking poison damage is insane, exclaimed one of the Heavenly Court Guild players, their astonishment mingled with a tinge of guilt for ever doubting Suhan. Who said you could just stand there and watch? Suhan replied evenly, his tone unchanging. When the battle's over, make sure to scavenge the battlefield. All loot goes to the guild storage. In truth, the nuclear contamination damage wasn't limitless. It capped at 10 stacks per target, dealing a maximum of 400 true damage per second. However, this value scaled with Suhan's true damage attribute, making it one of the most devastating effects in the district. The 200 spear-wielding soldiers continued to tighten their encirclement around the 2,000 strong ninja force. their long spears pressed inward, gradually shrinking the perimeter. Beneath their feet, the corpses of the ninjas piled up like mountains. On the city walls, Jiechuan's guild leader watched the slaughter unfold, his face ashen. Years of effort spent building up his elite forces were being obliterated in mere minutes, as if his wealth and resources were evaporating before his eyes. Attack! Crush them now! Jiechuan finally snapped, shouting orders at the players around him. Although guild wars prohibited players from directly targeting enemy troops, they were free to attack enemy players. Over 100 Jiechuan guild members surged out of the city, charging toward the riverbank with ferocity. As the enemy players closed in, Suhan remained unflustered. Raising his hand, he pointed toward the sky. Project 05, commence. Project 010, commence. Project 015, commence. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and began jotting notes into a leather-bound journal. As a nuclear arcane mage, this was both his method of combat and his path of progression. The Jiechuan guild leader and his remaining players froze in disbelief. This man was treating them as experimental subjects? Before anyone could react, a gleaming blade, like a sliver of moonlight, sliced through the air, accompanied by the crack of an explosive bullet. It was a dual finisher, Jiechuan's signature move as a gunblade samurai, renowned even among level 40 beta testers. Everyone watching assumed the same thing. There was no way Suhan could survive this strike. This strike carried at least tens of thousands of damage points. Even with Suhan activating his glory mode, it was unlikely he could withstand the terrifying output of a level 40 exclusive class player. Yet, just as the blade was about to land, Suhan's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. Amid a swirl of mist, he slipped into another dimension, his form becoming faint and elusive. Akutagawa's lethal strike hit nothing but air. He froze in place, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Before he could react, Suhan had already blinked to the other side, casting nucleic acid rain and river spell on a group of level 30 players. This time, the attacks no longer carried nuclear radiation or high-temperature damage, but instead were accompanied by deafening explosions. Test number 010. Amidst the sounds of anguished screams, the level 30 beta testers were forced to retreat under the relentless nuclear blasts. The layers of nuclear contamination stacked up, and the sheer explosive damage was utterly overwhelming. Coward! Running away is all you can do. Akutagawa roared in fury, completely losing his temper. He activated the Void Scroll, an incredibly rare item worth 500 faith points equivalent to the value of an entire city. The scroll granted him spatial energy for 3 minutes, allowing him to teleport freely within a 30x 30-meter space. The terrifying offensive power of a super warrior combined with spatial teleportation, along with the natural advantage warriors held over mages, meant that Akutagawa's combat strength had reached an unimaginably dangerous level. Everyone present believed that Suhan was doomed this time. Suhan glanced at the blade of light slicing through space toward him. With a helpless sigh, he scratched his head. Challenging a guild 10 levels higher was already near impossible. Now, it seemed his first death in the divine realm was inevitable. Without any sin points, the cost of dying wasn't too severe. Besides, even if he fell, Zhao Yun would soon lead the army to storm Akutagawa's city. The outcome of this guild war was already decided. Just as Suhan closed his eyes, bracing himself to embrace death, a massive figure suddenly appeared. Kuenpeng spread its 10-meter-wide wings, catching Suhan firmly and soaring rapidly into the sky. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, it quickly ascended beyond the range of the Void Scroll's power. What was even more astonishing was that Kunpeng's enormous beak concealed a miniature black hole, which began devouring Akutagawa's lethal attack. However, the attack's power was so immense that even Kunpeng, with its devouring the heavens and earth talent, struggled to fully absorb it. Its health dropped rapidly. Without hesitation, Suhan pulled out a pet upgrade scroll, pouring 5,000 experience points into Kunpeng. It instantly leveled up to 9, but the damage was still too much to handle. Determined to save his loyal companion, Suhan emptied his inventory, frantically feeding it healing potions. Kunpeng's innate ability converted the original 100,000 instant damage points into sustained damage of 9,900 points per second. With the support of large quantities of healing potions, it barely stabilized and began to slowly digest the attack, its body growing larger in the process. At least you have some conscience. Kunpeng grumbled in a tone of mock seniority, while slyly requesting permission to venture out and devour for 3 days. Suhan readily agreed. Yet, deep down, Kunpeng felt smug, believing this was the perfect opportunity to gain his master's trust. Once its strength surpassed Suhan's, it could easily turn the tables and devour him instead. Little did Kunpeng know that Suhan had already seen through its scheme. But he didn't care. In fact, he hoped Kunpeng would grow stronger. At critical moments, it could serve as an excellent meat shield, as long as its level stayed below 20. On the ground, the members of Akutagawa's guild stared up at the sky, dumbfounded. A mount capable of soaring to such heights and devouring lethal attacks was completely beyond their comprehension. Even the beta testers from the county's capital had never encountered anything that could fly so high. Kunpeng's performance had left everyone utterly stunned. Although Suhan had flown away, the outcome of this guild war was already decided. His completion of the two core experiments, combined with Zhao Yun's relentless slaughter, had completely shifted the battle in favor of the Heavenly Court Guild. Players from the Akutagawa Guild could only vent their frustration by destroying Suhan's guild territory and repeatedly killing Han Jinlong and his allies. However, these efforts were futile. Despite being outmatched in both level and equipment by the Akutagawa Guild members, Han Jinlong and his team remained unfazed. With their characters only around level 20, dying a few times meant little to them. As for the destroyed buildings, they were all basic structures, and losing them wasn't a big deal. The one truly suffering was Akutagawa. The elite troops he had painstakingly built with countless resources were being decimated by Zhao Yun at a rate of over 100 per minute. The victory score for the Heavenly Court Guild had already surged to 60, leaving no doubt about the outcome of the war. In this game, where armies ruled supreme, no matter how many times the Akutagawa Guild killed Han Jinlong and rampaged through the Heavenly Court's territory, it couldn't change the tide of battle. Once the army was broken, even the strongest guild had no choice but to surrender. From the sky, Suhan calmly observed the enraged Akutagawa, casually bantering in the public chat with Han Jinlong and others who were lounging at the respawn point. Meanwhile, Akutagawa's ninja forces, now reduced to fewer than 800, were forced to retreat into the city for a final stand. Zhao Yun's spearmen were already wreaking havoc on the city walls, and victory was imminent. Desperate and out of options, Akutagawa finally lowered his pride and begged for mercy. He offered compensation of 30,000 gold coins, weekly resource tributes, and even proposed becoming a subordinate guild. He pleaded, "This is the wealth my Akutagawa family has built up over 3 generations. Some of these upgraded buildings were achieved through sheer luck they can't be measured in money." But Suhan coldly flicked his ear, dismissing him with indifference. "Sorry, I don't take devils as dogs. Even as dogs, you're not worthy." When the last 100 ninjas were slaughtered, Zhao Yun led his troops into the city, beginning an unrestrained spree of looting and destruction. Following Suhan's orders, the soldiers implemented a 3-all policy on all NPs: kill all, loot all, and burn all. Starting with the central soul summoning tower, one building after another was razed to the ground. The system notification sounded. The Akutagawa Guild has been completely annihilated, and their core territory has been conquered. Congratulations, you have won this guild war. Reward, 500 experience points. This victory propelled the Heavenly Court Guild's experience level close to 5, but the real reward was the spoils of the city. Although Zhao Yun's Changshan troops suffered a loss of nearly 200 soldiers during the battle, the surviving 100-plus soldiers all leveled up to 30, with Zhao Yun himself reaching level 35, further enhancing his strength. As the city fell, the Akutagawa Guild leader collapsed to the ground, utterly devastated. His jet black hair turned white in an instant. This was not just the destruction of his family's generations of hard work, but also the ruin of his real-life prospects. She had taken on massive loans in the real world to develop the guild. Watching their guild leader delete his account and quit the game, the other Akutagawa players were overwhelmed with grief. With tears streaming down their faces, they shouted, "Hurry! Go to his house. He might try to take his own life." Suhan stepped into Jechuan City with an air of exhilaration, paying no mind to the devastation left in his wake. Unlike his previous hasty 5-minute massacre, this time he could savor the thrill of conquest. The city, sprawling in size and comparable to a small county, was divided into 2 sections: the upper district, home to noble NPCs and the families of soldiers, and the lower district. At the heart of the upper district stood a grand taikaku, its architecture reminiscent of ancient daimyo residences, serving as the headquarters for players. Eager to explore, Suhan stormed into the taikaku without hesitation. Yamit! Yamit! Several NPC maids, dressed in traditional kimonos and clattering on wooden geta sandals, shrieked in terror and stumbled backward, their faces pale with fear. "Master, shall we deal with them?" one of Suhan's Changshan soldiers asked, swallowing hard as his eyes lingered on the stunning appearances of the maids. "If you like them, keep them," Suhan replied with a faint smile. Improving the quality of life for our soldiers is also a way to foster great leaders. With the guild on the verge of upgrading to level 5, the NPC population cap was about to skyrocket. Among the 10,000 inhabitants of Jechuan City, Suhan could claim a 10th an entire Thusanda's slaves. These slaves, who wouldn't count toward the guild's population limit and would possess unwavering loyalty, would be entirely under the player's control. Suhan planned to be selective. The women needed to be breathtakingly beautiful, the men skilled in a craft or trade. Everyone else? Eliminated. The Changshan soldiers swarmed into the players' quarters like a plague of locusts, looting equipment and supplies. Herbs and spirit beasts were transported back to Suhan's territory intact, while buildings were dismantled to salvage useful materials. Suhan allowed his soldiers to sell off some of the spoils to supplement their incomes. Boss, we found 7 or 8 pieces of golden equipment, and one of them even has a special attribute. Han Jinlong reported excitedly, practically glowing with pride. Right behind him, Lu Mao presented the items he had scavenged, accompanied by several maids whose beauty rivaled that of famous actresses. Han Jinlong, irritated, smacked him on the back of the head. I told you to find something useful, and you're out here chasing women. NPCs aren't useful? Lu Mao retorted with a sly grin, before stepping forward to display the items he had collected. An rank anti-teleportation scroll, a Thunder God's Descent scroll, a guild relocation scroll, and a rare building requirement reduction scroll. Suhan's eyes gleamed as he scanned the items. The anti-teleportation scroll was a rare find, capable of disabling teleportation arrays and spatial abilities. But what thrilled him even more was the rare building requirement reduction scroll, a highly coveted item, worth 10,000 guild contribution points. It could nullify one specific requirement for constructing a guild-exclusive building. Suhan's heart raced with excitement as he held the scroll, a grin spreading across his face. This was a game-changer. The offer of 10,000 guild contribution points caught Suhan's attention immediately. As a seasoned player, he understood all too well the value of that number. The contribution system, unlocked only when a guild reached level 5, was no easy feat to navigate. Collecting a single point required chopping down 1,000 trees. Defeating a higher-level player yielded just 1 point, and even the guild leader had to contribute through genuine effort. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Suhan pondered the enormity of this fortune. It was nearly equivalent to all the contribution points guild leader Jiechuan had accumulated since the guild's inception. That sly old fox, Suhan muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. He must be investing heavily to construct a second exclusive building. Ambitious, even at the county city phase. But now, this works in my favor. Continuing to lead his troops in looting the spoils of battle, Suhan amassed an impressive haul. Several rare pet eggs were carefully stored in the guild warehouse, along with various mounts and valuable rare materials, all added to the guild's inventory. However, instead of distributing these treasures directly to the members, he implemented a creative system. Want these goodies? Sure, but you'll need to show some sincerity, Suhan declared. He placed all the items in the guild auction house, introducing a dual payment system. Players had to pay not only in gold, but also with contribution points. This rule applied to both players and NPCs, cleverly motivating everyone to step up their efforts. Just then, an audacious idea struck Suhan. He pulled out a pet egg and activated his super pollution ability. In an instant, the egg radiated a brilliant light. Not only did it hatch immediately, but its level skyrocketed as well. Interesting, Suhan murmured with a sly grin. He promptly placed the newly mutated pet egg into the auction house, adding a special note. The higher your contribution points, the more pollution opportunities you can unlock. Without hesitation, he polluted a piece of equipment next and put it up for auction as well. This bold move sent shockwaves through the guild. Oh my god, the boss is insane. Wait, pets and equipment can mutate? And they get stronger? No way. Boss, can you mutate a certain parts of me too? From now on, I'm the guild's loyal dog. Following Brother Han is basically winning at life. Spread the word. Tons of players will want to join our guild. Even the beta testers might get tempted. Of course, Suhan was well aware that joining the Heavenly Court Guild wouldn't be so easy. The first and foremost requirement was signing Li Qingmai's contract, ensuring absolute secrecy about his abilities. This unspoken rule would filter out only the most trustworthy members. Putting the super polluted items into the guild auction house was merely a casual move by Suhan. The recent guild war had been a wake-up call for him, revealing a glaring weakness in his guild. His classmates' rate of improvement was still too slow. Even though they were all exceptionally talented, the gap between them and the beta players remained significant. The only solution to this problem was to recruit some powerful beta players to fortify the guild. The city-wide raid was still ongoing. Although the Akutagawa Guild didn't possess any rare items that Suhan particularly coveted, the loot of gold coins had already surpassed 10,000, along with countless other resources. In the end, Suhan even stripped the city walls of their materials, leaving nothing behind. The surviving members of the Akutagawa Guild could only stand in the wind, silently shedding tears as they watched all their hard-earned possessions vanish in an instant. The Akutagawa Guild leader, devastated by the loss, went offline and disappeared without a trace. 100 elite soldiers from Changshan escorted a carefully selected group of 1,000 slaves and hundreds of carts loaded with supplies as they slowly made their way back to the territory. The Heavenly Court Guild was brimming with the joy of victory. What did you manage to grab? Not much, just a set of silver equipment. What about you? Haha, I got an entire pack of domesticated Qingfeng wolves. Damn, That's a rare resource for beast-taming professions. One of the large carts carried an enormous object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a complete hot spring sculpture. What the heck? Who's ruthless enough to even take a building? Haha. This is a public facility that improves NPC living standards and can be exchanged for guild contribution points. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed across the sky. The Heavenly Court Guild has challenged the Akutagawa Guild and emerged victorious. First public beta guild to defeat a beta guild. Reward of 100 contribution points per member. First successful challenge against a guild 6 levels higher. Reward of a special building glory gate. First public beta guild to destroy a city. Reward of 100 to guild NPC population cap. The Akutagawa guild leader has deleted their account and left the game. Guild members, please elect a new leader promptly. These announcements exploded like thunder in the ears of every player in the county city. Everyone froze in place, stunned, and it took them 5 minutes to recover from the shock. Then, a tidal wave of discussion erupted on the public channel. Is this for real? The Akutagawa guild actually lost. No way. And they lost so completely, even their city is gone. Suhan must be cheating. There's no other explanation. Exactly. The Heavenly Court Guild only has 200 troops. How could they possibly defeat the Akutagawa Guild? Shock. Unprecedented shock. No public beta player could fathom how a level 4 guild had managed to defeat a beta guild. Foreign players speculated that the Dasha government must have invested heavily in crafting a legend, as there was no way Suhan could achieve such results otherwise. Many powerful public beta players silently turned their attention to Nagasaki County. The public channel was in an uproar. I want to join the Heavenly Court Guild. I'm an A talent. Suhan wouldn't turn me away, right? Hey, I have a unique class. Please take me in. Hello, I'm Kane, a light knight from the European region. Suhan's private chat channel was flooded with messages from players. Many wealthy individuals even offered exorbitant terms, with some going as far as offering company shares. However, Suhan ignored them all. How could he let these people dilute the strength of his guild? Considering the difficulty of expelling members later, he decided to be extremely selective. Rich kids, foreigners, and those with poor character were all immediately disqualified. Since the territory was still in chaos after the battle, Suhan delegated the recruitment task to Lin Shi, with only one condition. The recruits must be Daxio-exclusive class players. Lin Shi happily accepted the responsibility, feeling Suhan's trust in her. Those classmates who had followed Suhan from the beginning felt immensely grateful and validated in their choice, confident they had made the right decision. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of another county city, a bloodshotted figure was gnawing on the corpse of a female player. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. The female player wailed. The figure ignored her cries, drinking her blood in large gulps. Only when she was reduced to a pile of bones did he let out a satisfied sigh. When the system notification about Suhan's victory appeared, a trace of clarity seemed to return to the beast-like figure's eyes. He let out a low growl. Suhan. Suhan. Suhan? A sinister smile crept across his blood-stained face as crimson dripped from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. I'm coming for you soon. What? Akutagawa lost? The news exploded like a thunderclap across Nagasaki County. The internal Beta Guild had been defeated by a public Beta Guild notion that shattered everyone's expectations. Even more astonishing was that Suhan had earned a generous reward for achieving the first victory. Abe's face darkened instantly. The cigarette holder in his hand trembled as he coughed uncontrollably. The guild leaders of the ghost clan surrounding him were equally grim-faced, and the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. Gentlemen, Abe sighed deeply. This time, we miscalculated. His words were like a spark to a powder keg. The guild leaders present immediately erupted into a heated argument. Matsushita, this is your fault. You were closest to Akutagawa, didn't you provide backup? Someone accused angrily. The elderly Matsushita, dressed in a white kimono, flushed red with indignation. How was I supposed to know Akutagawa would lose? That should have been an easy win against a nobody. Is that your excuse for shirking responsibility? The Tanaka family and the Yamano family were nearby as well. Why blame only us? Enough. Someone has to take responsibility. Matsushita, Chuseppuku, or cutting off a finger. Ridiculous. Why should it be the Matsushita family? Exactly. Matsushita, you're an old fool. It's time you step down and let the younger generation lead. As the argument escalated, Eb abruptly stood up and roared, enough! He glared at the bickering fools before him, suppressing his fury. As the patriarch of Nagasaki County, the ultimate responsibility lies with me. But now is not the time for blame. Suhan is rising fast. Oh, you want to wait until he wipes us out one by one? His words silenced the room. Everyone understood that the conflict with Suhan had reached a point of no return, and no one wanted their guild to be the next to fall. What do we do? Someone asked, their voice tinged with unease. Suruhan's strength was daunting. They had assumed he might severely weaken Akutagawa, but no one expected the Heavenly Court Guild to obliterate Akutagawa's guild entirely. The situation was akin to facing a ferocious wolf. Whoever stepped forward risked being torn to shreds. Should they unite, or wait to be picked off one by one? I suggest we gather our forces immediately and launch an attack on Suruhan, one guild leader proposed. Yes, I agree, others echoed, though their evasive glances betrayed their reluctance to risk their own resources. Abe saw through their thoughts and spoke coldly. After the guild war, Suruhan will have a 10-day protection period. Have you considered how much stronger hell become by then? This sobering reminder filled the room with dread. In just half a day, Suruhan had annihilated Akutagawa's guild. What would he be capable of in 10 days? Abe sneered. If you still trust me and don't want to die at Suruhan's hands, then hand over your authority to me. I'll deal with this. After a long silence, the guild leaders reluctantly nodded in agreement. Once the meeting ended, Abe immediately contacted Miyazaki Taro. Moshi Moshi, Miyazaki-kun, when exactly will your promised counterattack begin? Patience, Abe-san. The Kyanki strength is growing rapidly. Soon, it will be ready to settle the score with Suruhan. Good. I don't have much time left. After hanging up, Abe let out a heavy sigh and turned to a red-haired young man standing nearby. Araki, you've finally returned. Indeed, Araki Shin replied with a sly smile. It took a while to recover from the last disaster, but I'm ready now. His dark, swirling eyes glinted with a sinister energy. What exactly is your class profession? The Calamity Master? Abe asked, his curiosity evident. To this day, he had never witnessed Araki Shin's true capabilities. My profession is Calamity, Araki Shin said with excitement. The more chaos I create, the stronger I become. You know the current situation, Abe said thoughtfully. When do you plan to make your move? No rush, no rush, Araki Shin waved dismissively. When the time is right, you'll see. Very well. Abe nodded. At that moment, a system announcement echoed. Guild War has concluded. Newbie Guild Protection Barrier restored. A faint yellow shield enveloped the Heavenly Court's territory once more. The war-torn land lay in ruins, as guild members and Suruhan returned to survey the damage. Li Kong sighed. Looks like he'll be working overtime tonight. Everyone, take care of your tasks. Got it. The guild members responded enthusiastically. With Li Kong, the backbone of the guild, no one worried about the rebuilding process. Teacher, let's start by rebuilding the Great Wall, Suruhan suggested eagerly. Understood. Li Kong nodded. Even at my speed, constructing the Great Wall will take 8 days. But with the materials we have, I'll aim to finish in 5. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Suruhan gave a slight bow before turning his attention to the rewards. She had found a new role for herself, and with her exceptional skills in economic management, Suruhan entrusted her with handling the guild's finances. Pondering, Suruhan opened the guild interface. Heavenly Court. Level. LV45000600. Rating. Small village. Note. Guild ratings progress as follows. Gathering. Village. Town. City. County. Province. Duchy. Kingdom. Empire. Suhan meticulously studied the guild's attribute panel. As the guild leader, he noticed that the population cap had reached 700. Including 1,000 slaves, the total population now stood at an impressive 1,700. Based on the 33 troop ratio, he could recruit over 500 soldiers, effectively doubling the guild's combat strength. Even more exciting was the progress of the Changshan elite troops. The 100 soldiers who survived the last battle had all advanced to level 30, unlocking a new skill called 100 Blossom Spear. This skill increased their attack speed by 100 for 3 seconds and dealt splash damage to 3 targets. Meanwhile, their commander, Zhao Yun, had reached level 35 and acquired the 100 Birds Tribute Spear skill. This ability boosted his attack speed by 200 for 3 seconds and allowed him to launch an indiscriminate attack at 10 times the normal attack speed within a 100 by 100 meter area. This is absolutely perfect, Suhan exclaimed with excitement. He realized that the attack speed specialization of the Changshan troops synergized seamlessly with his own nuclear contamination skill. The 100 Blossom Spear enabled soldiers to instantly apply nuclear contamination to 4 enemies simultaneously, while Zhao Yun's 100 Birds Tribute Spear could spread the contamination to hundreds of foes in an instant. Although defeating the Nagasaki Guild only yielded 10 of their spoils, it still multiplied the Heavenly Court Guild's resources several hundredfold, with gold reserves increasing 4-fold. Suhan immediately decided to exchange 30,000 gold coins for cash to repay a significant portion of the debt owed to the Li Corporation. She wholeheartedly supported this decision, noting that with the Guild War set to begin in 10 days during the public beta, earning money would soon become significantly easier. With the remaining 10,000 gold coins, Suhan invested in constructing a special reward structure called the Gate of Valor. This massive gate, adorned with intricate Taodai carvings, stood at the edge of Sacred Island. The imposing sight of axes and halberds in front of the gate exuded an air of military authority, drawing the admiration of all guild members who passed by. While building the Gate of Valor drained nearly all of their remaining funds, its effect granting one to all attributes for troops after each victory made the investment undeniably worthwhile. Meanwhile, Li Kong had already completed the construction of a new barracks with remarkable speed and was now focused on building the Great Wall. Compared to other guilds in the public beta that would require a day or two just to construct their Lord's Hall, Li Kang's construction capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. The completion of the barracks meant the guild could now recruit more soldiers, and with the Changshan troops serving as the backbone, the guild's overall strength was poised to reach new heights. As for his personal progress, Suhan had conducted 2 nuclear tests by defeating low-level players from the Akutagawa Guild, earning 50 knowledge points. Combined with rewards from small tasks completed with the help of Chisui Riko, he had accumulated a total of 150 knowledge points, bringing his level up to 26. Suhan no longer had the time to grind monsters himself, so he entrusted the task to Chisui Riko. Although Riko could defeat monsters 5 levels higher than her own, her efficiency was far inferior to Suhan's. This arrangement allowed Suhan to focus entirely on conducting one nuclear experiment after another. Gazing at the newly gained 150 knowledge points, Suhan's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly opened the skill tree. 3 options unfolded before him. The first was high temperature enhancement, which would add 100 points of nuclear heat damage. The second was scattered line burst, which would increase nuclear explosion damage by 100 points. Both skills were on the same tier as light pollution and required full investment to unlock the next tier of the skill tree. After careful consideration, Suhan ultimately chose scattered line burst. Ding! The system notification chimed. You have activated scattered line burst, consuming 150 knowledge points. Nuclear explosion damage has increased by 100 points. Immediately following this, an important message appeared. Once nuclear explosion true damage exceeds 100 points, it can be projected into reality. Suhan took a deep breath, realizing that his power in the real world had just reached a new level. Every time the single segment damage of nuclear pollution surpassed 100 points, it would enhance his strength in reality. In addition to his original nuclear radiation ability, he now had mastery over nuclear explosions. Suhan couldn't help but imagine. With just a wave of his hand, his enemies would explode on their own. How effortless and commanding that would be. In the Divine Realm, his 4-layer nuclear pollution damage had already reached 2,000 true damage per second, which translated to 200 damage per second when bolstered by unit professions. The stronger the nuclear pollution, the stronger I become, Suhan thought with satisfaction. Next time he encountered players like Akutagawa, a level 40 beta tester, he wouldn't have to flee in panic. However, he was also well aware that Japanese players would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against Confronting, making it much harder to take to the skies unchallenged. Just as Suhan was about to begin the 16th nuclear experiment, Confronting suddenly appeared, staring at him for a long moment with a meaningful expression before letting out a cold laugh. Interesting. I didn't expect your abilities, young one, to have a connection to him. What do you mean? Suhan asked, puzzled. Nothing much, Confronting replied bluntly. But you promised to let me out before. Isn't it time to fulfill that promise? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.